continent. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan left. Back at his desk, Lin Yuan was deep in thought. He was only one song short of becoming an ace. Should he rush for it now? He didn't release any song last month anyway, which can be considered as a one-month hiatus. Moreover, becoming an ace allows him to receive a higher portion of the profits. This was what Zhao Ju said, and it was very tempting for Lin Yuan. So, on his way back to school that night, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. As he walked on the campus road, he took out his phone and dialed Sun Yaohua's number. Sun Yaohua answered very quickly. He always picked up Lin Yuan's calls immediately, and his first sentence was always this. "Junior, what do you need me to do? Come to the company to record a song in a while," Lin Yuan said. He planned to give Red Roses to Sun Yaohua. It was the last song he had on hand, and was very suitable for getting high download numbers. Sun Yaohua's vocal conditions could also handle this song. What? Sun Yaohua thought he heard wrong. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, 0.5 share. After saying this, Lin Yuan hung up the phone, not giving the other party any room to bargain. At this time, Sun Yaohua was walking on the street. He was suddenly hit by this news and was dumbfounded for several seconds. It wasn't until Lin Yuan ended the call and a consecutive busy tone came from the phone that he came back to his senses and realized what Lin Yuan had just said. Oh, he suddenly looked ecstatic, almost dancing, and nearly threw his phone out. "I'm going to be hot again." The streets were crowded with people. But Sun Yaohua didn't care. He was merrily running around on the street, even cheerfully singing a song. "I am this dazzling moment, the fleeting flame across the sky." People nearby hurriedly avoided him. A passing little girl wondered, "Mom, what's wrong with this uncle?" The girl's mother sighed, her face full of emotion. "It's all the pressures of life, honey. You must study hard so you don't end up like him when you grow up." "Oh." The girl nodded as she half understood. Chapter 84, 81 Mysterious Code. The next day was Sunday, and Lin Yuan went to work as usual. However, within the Qin Continent Art Academy, the Faculty of Fine Arts was conducting a massive collective exam today. The exam lasted for a day. Watercolor in the morning, sketching in the afternoon. This day's examination is not only challenging the students' painting skills, but also the physical endurance of the art teachers. The art teachers needed to grade the students on the same day to enable them to announce the results the next day directly. The time was tight. After the exam, the students finished their work and returned to their dormitories. However, the art teachers had to stay in the office to mark the exam papers over time. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that the art teachers gradually completed the grading. In a large office of the Department of Fine Arts, Professor Kong of the painting department was in a good mood, stretching and chuckling. "We have finally finished grading. Have you noticed that the students' sketching scores seem to have improved significantly this semester?" "Yes." Kong An's remark struck a chord among the other sketching teachers. Now that the papers were graded, they chatted while waiting for the final tally of the results. "The improvement is indeed significant. I graded 100 pieces, and more than a dozen sketchings were outstanding, compared to just a few in the past. The grading of the test papers has begun next door. I guess the average score of the sketching papers would be much higher than last semester. It seems that everyone has been studying sketching diligently recently." At this moment, one of the sketching teachers said, "Isn't there a sophomore in the Painting Society offering paid sketching tutoring recently? I think he deserves some credit for the overall improvement in the sketching results of the Fine Arts Department this year." "I heard about that too." A female sketching teacher drinking coffee commented, "A student in our class, who was terrible at sketching, improved tremendously after having 2 lessons with him. What surprised me was that the tutor in question is also just a student, and not even from our fine arts department." The teacher sipping coffee lamented, "He teaches so well, so his sketching skills must be excellent. Why didn't he apply for our fine arts department initially?" "Really?" Kongan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. As a professor of fine arts specializing in sketching, he rarely teaches students directly. Occasionally, when he does conduct classes, they're large-scale public classes with too many students. Just taking attendance would take half a day, so he was unaware of this situation. "I heard from the students." A sketching teacher by the window remarked, "The boy's name is Lin Yuan, a sophomore from the composition department. Recently, he visits the Painting Society every day to offer paid tutoring, and his rate is not cheap." Lin Yuan? Kongin asked. How much does he charge? Someone replied, 500 an hour. Kongin was taken aback. Wow, even I only charge 1,000 per hour for external coaching. As a professor at Chin Art, Kongin is a well-known figure in the painting industry, specializing in sketching, which justified his rate of 1,000 an hour. But a student who hasn't even graduated yet dares to charge 500 per hour for sketching lessons? Am I charging too little? Or is that student overpricing? Is he treating our art students as cash cows? Noticing Kongin's dissatisfaction, the teacher sipping coffee laughed nervously. Of course, we can't compare to you, who are a master in the field, but that boy docs have skills. Many students have improved tremendously after his lessons. Considering the results, I think 500 an hour is quite worth it. Kongin spoke up firmly. Regardless, he's just a student. This is a bad habit. So you agree with me, Professor Kong? A male sketching teacher next to Kongin grunted. I also disapprove of this. Why don't you step in and criticize it? With your position and reputation, if you step in to stop this phenomenon can definitely be curbed. This male sketching teacher didn't like Lin Yuan at all. It all started during a break from class when he overheard a group of students discussing how his teaching wasn't as good as Lin Yuan's. He was a seasoned sketching instructor, and the very notion of being criticized and compared unfavorably to a sophomore was enough to set his temper ablaze. Gao, you're not making sense. The coffee-drinking instructor frowned as he continued. The fact that students have improved their sketching grades after Lin Yuan's instruction is clear, and they willingly paid for his classes. No theft, no robbery, nothing inappropriate about it. These are just individual cases. The male instructor known as Gao casually remarked, you don't need to overemphasize the student's merit. Indeed, one-on-one teaching can quickly boost students' grades, given sufficient sketching skills. However, we, as teachers, are responsible for teaching a whole class. This is the broad perspective we should have as sketching instructors. You don't just teach one student in class, do you? The coffee-drinking instructor turned away, ignoring him. Gao felt slighted and his face soured. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a staff member said, Professor Kong, the grades have been compiled. Please take a look. Kongin took the grade report and quickly glanced over the top 50 names from the test. Suddenly, he asked, is there an issue with the system? Why does each student's name have an L at the end? It's not a system problem. The staff member gave a wry smile. I'm not sure why, but many students who did well on the test added the letter to their names. As I couldn't cross-check with their identification, I simply recorded the names as the students had written them. Kongin grumbled discontentedly. Nonsense. The coffee-drinking teacher spoke. Let me see. Kongin handed her the report. At first glance, she was as perplexed as everyone else, but at the second look, she seemed to understand. She chuckled and said, I think I get it now. You all should take a look and see if you recognize your students. What's the situation? Identify our students? The rest of the instructors, intrigued by now, began to look over the report. After a few seconds, their expressions began to shift in unison. What happened? Kongin was completely confused. What in the world does this letter L mean? Could it be some kind of secret code? An awkward instructor spoke. The student who added a letter, ranked third, is named Zhong. He's in our class. He seems to have attended numerous lessons taught by Lin Yuan. Another instructor chimed in. The fourth-ranked Pang Bo is in our class. He also took Lin Yuan's classes. The third one said, and the student who came sixth, and the eighth-ranked student. Ahem, including the 9th and 10th place. Out of the top 50 students, 39 of them had added a capital L to the end of their names. A bit flustered, Kongin asked, what on earth is going on? Finally swallowing the last of her coffee, the instructor explained, Professor Kong, these students might be a bit rowdy, but all those who added a letter to the end of their names share one thing in common. They've all attended Lin Yuan's classes. So, another instructor added, the L probably stands for Lin Yuan. The situation was a bit awkward, leaving everyone unsure of how to react. Could it be that most of the top 50 students in this sketching exam were taught by Lin Yuan? Where did we, as sketching teachers, go wrong? While everyone felt disgraced, they couldn't help but feel stunned at the same time. They always believed that Lin Yuan could improve the sketching grades of a few students due to his one-on-one tutoring style, but the scale of this is seemingly outrageous. I get it now. Kongin took a deep breath, staring at the report. I'll go see the principal. As soon as Gao heard this, he excitedly responded. Absolutely. We must see the principal. These students are completely out of control, especially that Lin Yuan. This is nothing short of scorn for our art department. Hold your tongue. Kongin glared at Gao, his expression complex. I've never met a student in all my years who, single-handedly, raised the entire art department's sketching grades. Today, even if it means losing face, I will personally see to it that the principal transfers him to our art department. Chapter 85-82 Price Increase Plan. Kongin is not only a professor in the Department of Fine Arts, but also a candidate for the head of the department in the next term. This is basically a done deal. With his reputation, chatting with the principal late at night is not an issue. However, when Principal Shi Huainan heard of Kongin's proposal, his first reaction was, did he get that wrong? He stared intently at Kongin, struggling to ask, are you saying that the best graded group of third-year students in the sketching course was taught by a second-year music major student? Absolutely true. Kongin's eyes were sparriding. Principal, I only ask you for one thing. Get this kid into our art department, even if he becomes a tutor. Are you out of your mind? Shi Huainan held his forehead. You want a second-year student to teach in your third-year fine arts department? Not only the third year. Kongin said, he is more than capable to teach the fourth-year students too. Principal Shi Huainan was taken aback. Is he really that skilled? Kongin nodded. Before I came here, I checked and found that these students' previous sketching grades were relatively average. After being taught by Lin Yuan, they made dramatic improvements. To be honest, I can't even claim to have such a high level of teaching skills. Understood. Shi Huainan hesitated for a moment and said, this isn't something I alone can agree to. We need to respect the opinions of the students, the music department, and their parents. Okay. Kongin nodded. I will approach him tomorrow. I have to bring him here, even if I have to tie him down. Shi Huainan smiled bitterly, knowing that Kongin was only talking big and wouldn't really hogtie Lin Yuan to the art department. I'm leaving. Kongin waved his hand and left. As Shi Huainan watched his retreating figure, he remembered the name Lin Yuan for the first time. The next day, the exam results came out, and the fact that the top 50 sketching scores were almost occupied by Lin Yuan's students stirred a storm in the art department. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Are Lin Yuan's students all this good? I have to take his sketching class even if I have to sell my pot. I didn't want to pay before, but now I regret it. Lin Yuan's classes are not easy to get into. The appointments for his sketching lessons have already been scheduled 2 weeks in advance. I was a bit skeptical about him, and now I really fucking regret it. I am willing to pay a high price for a chance to be taught by Lin Yuan. Whoever lets me cut in line, I will pay them twice the compensation. I'll triple it. After the storm blew over, when Lin Yuan appeared in the drawing society again, he unsurprisingly encountered a massive crowd. At the same time, the number of students booking Lin Yuan's sketching classes had nearly burst through the roof. Lin Yuan found it strange that there were unusually many people booking sketching classes that day. Zhong Yu stealthily laughed and mysteriously moved towards him and whispered, Goat, the reason why we have exceeded the limit of reservations today is because we made big news yesterday, which I organized. Lin Yuan asked, how big? Zhong Yu blinked, about to answer, when a clamor sounded from the entrance of the drawing society, and then they saw a lively old man slowly walk in. It was Professor Kong and from the Department of Fine Arts. Zhong Yu muttered, that big. Kong and had already arrived in the exhibition area of the drawing society by this time. The exhibition corner was covered in drawings from the art department's masters. He paused briefly, looking at the several level 10 drawings on the wall, finally stopping at 2 sketches with Lin Yuan's name on the left. Upon seeing these 2 drawings, Kongin shuddered. Then he softly asked, is Lin Yuan here? A student immediately guided Kong and to Lin Yuan. Kongin showed a kind smile, his eyes looking at Lin Yuan as if he were a rare treasure. Hello. Facing his elders, Lin Yuan stood up politely. Kongin sized him up, nodding as he studied him. You're Lin Yuan, am I correct? Don't be nervous. I wanted to ask if you've thought about joining our art department. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. Kongin's smile faltered momentarily. He looked at Zhong Yu and softly cleared his throat. Zhong Yu, initially flustered, feared that his organized event might have been the cause of trouble for Lin Yuan. But seeing Kong En's reaction, he immediately felt relieved. Taking the hint, he leaned in and whispered to Lin Yuan's ear, "Goat. This is our art department's Professor Kong. He runs the entire department." Lin Yuan nodded. "Nice to meet you, Professor Kong." Kong En smiled again. "Join the art department. I will personally teach you." With just a glance at his recent artwork, Kong En could tell that Lin Yuan possessed professional-level painting skills. At such a young age, Lin Yuan had already achieved such a level, undoubtedly a sketching prodigy. Hence, Kong En's intention was no longer just to recruit him into the art department. He was also looking for a disciple who he could take pride in. The entire group from the art community huddled around, their eyes widened in shock at Kong En's words, their expressions filled with envy. He's intending to take Lin Yuan as his closed-door disciple. Kong En is an influential figure in the art world. Being able to become his disciple is a dream many artists have. It was fair to say that as long as Lin Yuan agreed, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in the art world. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yuan responded as if he was oblivious to this concept. "I don't want to go to the art department." Kong En's smile froze once again. He looked at Lin Yuan perplexedly. "Don't you like painting?" Lin Yuan replied, "I do." Kong En continued, "Then why won't you come?" Lin Yuan thought about it and responded, "The composition department suits me better. There are many types of arts." The system would provide Lin Yuan with countless paths, but due to the host's influence, music was still Lin Yuan's favorite. "I'll give you some time to consider." Kong En didn't dare to press too hard, fearing Lin Yuan would respond with defiance. But he was determined to have Lin Yuan. Such talent was possibly once in a lifetime. How could he easily give up? Kids could be easily coaxed, right? All right. Lin Yuan believed that the other party would understand that generally. "I'll consider it" meant no. Kong En sat on a stool brought by a student and asked, "Will you always be teaching sketching in the art community?" "Not necessarily." "Why?" "The prices will increase." That's how Lin Yuan answered. Kong En's mouth twitched. The surrounding students couldn't help but hold their heads. 500 per hour was already expensive for students, and now Lin Yuan wanted to increase the price? Kong En asked, "By how much?" Lin Yuan replied, 1,000 per hour. Kong En's mouth twitched again. This price was on par with his own. However, based solely on the level of sketching teaching, Lin Yuan was indeed superior to him. Therefore, this price was actually not exaggerated. "When will the price increase?" Lin Yuan answered, "I don't know." He wouldn't raise the price now. Only when the master's influence significantly enhances the effect would he consider increasing the price. A business must have a conscience. He didn't want to be a deceiver. "All right." Suddenly, Kong En stood up. "When you increase the price, remember to come and find me in the art department. We can sit down and have a good talk. The school can also collaborate with you and pay you a certain reward. Just because you're a student doesn't mean you'll be taken advantage of." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right." The watching members of the art community were practically in a state of stupor. They never imagined witnessing a day when their art department head would be negotiating business with a second-year student. No matter how you look at it, the situation was weird. But then again, thinking about how the top 50 in the big art department exam were nearly all Lin Yuan students, they felt that his decision to increase the price was actually quite reasonable. Chapter 86, 83 Time is adequate. Lin Yuan has become famous in the painting club and the students who major in sketching regard him as their spiritual idol. But this didn't seem to affect him much. As the largest art academy in the continent, Sheen Continent Art Academy hosts a student body that's countless in number, and the academy is filled with celebrities of all sorts. Unless they are significant figures directly related to you, you won't even remember them. The days that followed, Lin Yuan's life remained the same. One morning, Lin Yuan woke up to find a heavy storm outside his house. He frowned at the inconvenience of the rain since today he would be in classes all morning. Then his phone rang. The call was from Sun Yaohua. His tone was somewhat cautious. "Junior, I hope I'm not disturbing you. We had talked about recording a song last time. When should we start?" "I'm ready whenever you are. Wait for my notification." Lin Yuan looked out of the window and suddenly asked, "Brother Sun, could you do me a favor now?" "What's up?" Drive me to school. Lin Yuan remembered that senior's son, Yaohua, had a car. He had mentioned it when they had dinner together last time. Send me the address, Junior. Son Yaohua didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, he sounded a bit excited. Thus, Lin Yuan figured that senior Yaohua probably enjoyed driving. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at school in son Yaohua's car. After parking, son Yaohua opened a black umbrella, quickly got out of the car, sheltering the door area of Lin Yuan's seat with the umbrella and opening the car door for him. The umbrella could only cover up a limited space, leaving his back getting wet from the rain. But he didn't care. He reminded Lin Yuan, "Careful, Junior." "Thanks, Senior. No biggie. But the school doesn't allow me to drive in." "You're from the composing department, right? Want me to help hold the umbrella?" Son Yaohua was always smiling cheerfully. "No need. Then take the umbrella." Son Yaohua smiled and handed the black umbrella to Lin Yuan. Then he covered his head with his hands, quickly returned to the car, waved goodbye to Lin Yuan warmly, as always. "Goodbye." Lin Yuan also waved. Then, holding the umbrella, walked to the classroom. After placing the umbrella, Lin Yuan found something amiss in the classroom atmosphere. Even the usually energetic class representative seemed deflated, exhibiting a listless look. Everyone chattered and complained. Who was on duty yesterday? They left without closing the windows. If only the windows were open another day, water would have come into the classroom at most. But this time it's truly a problem. The blackboard newspaper we worked so hard to finish has been destroyed by the rain. Yeah, just because the windows were left open. The blackboard newspaper that the class representative and the art committee members spent half a month on is now mostly destroyed. The blackboard newspapers were made of chalk. Chalk is easily damaged by water. The one long night of heavy rain destroyed half of the blackboard newspaper. It was only natural. We are screwed now. We can only make do with a repair. But don't expect to win any awards. Because as far as time is considered, it's too late. Not to mention that we have a full schedule this morning. We're even more pressed for time. On hearing this, Lin Yuan glanced at the blackboard newspaper. Indeed, the art group of the class began working on this blackboard newspaper 2 weeks ago. They made great efforts to finish this newspaper. Sometimes they returned to the dormitory very late at night. Now that their hard work has been ruined, Lin Yuan thought, he wouldn't be in a good mood either. Right at that moment, a girl in glasses in the corner raised her hand and said in a sobbing tone, "One was on duty yesterday. I forgot to close the window because I was in a hurry to leave. I'm sorry, everybody." "It's okay, we don't blame you." Class Representative Chow Bin, suppressing his disappointment, comforted her. No one expected it would rain today. The weather forecast predicted a sunny day yesterday. It's also because the design of the classroom is not reasonable. The blackboard at the back is too close to the window. Other classes are not like ours. What can we do now? The art committee member Yin Mingjia's voice was a bit hoarse. The blackboard newspaper competition is this afternoon. The teachers in charge of the competition won't care if our newspaper was destroyed by rain. Everyone should know. This blackboard newspaper took us a half-month to finish. The effect was really good. We were hopeful about winning the second-year blackboard newspaper championship. Last year, it was Yin Mingjia who led the few students in class who could draw to publish a blackboard newspaper and won the championship for first-year students. But now, we only have half a day left for the competition, and our wonderful blackboard newspaper was ruined by rain and couldn't be fixed in time, making everyone sweat. Sheen Art has a blackboard newspaper competition every year. Blue Star has a strong atmosphere of art. As an art academy, Sheen Art values this even more. So every class takes blackboard newspaper competitions very seriously. The winning blackboard newspapers can be displayed on the school's official website, which allows the class to show off, and the school also offers some bonuses and even academic credits to encourage students, which can be quite satisfying. Let's attend the class first. The class representative said, "We may make some repairs during break time as much as we can. No need to be upset. Even if the result isn't good, we won't be punished." Everyone nodded. But everyone was out of mood during the classes that day, especially those who were responsible for making the blackboard newspaper. They looked distressed. The art committee member Yin Mingjia, who was in charge of this newspaper, seemed incredibly upset. It couldn't be helped. During each break, everyone attempted to make repairs. Unfortunately, The repair effect was not good. The difference between the two sides was too apparent. It made the blackboard newspaper look blurred instead. The simplistic style on the right side and the exquisiteness on the left side were simply incongruous. At noon, art committee member Yin Mingjia and others remained, staring at the blackboard newspaper in a daze. It wasn't until Chao Bin, the class representative, couldn't bear to see it anymore and said, "Everyone should go to the cafeteria for lunch first, and we can make some repairs after eating." "What else can we do?" Yin Mingjia shrugged her shoulders and left the classroom. The other members of the blackboard newspaper group also left one after another. After everyone left, Chao Bin did not leave. Instead, he looked up and stared at the disappointing blackboard in a daze. At that moment, from behind him, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly said, "How about I give it a try?" Huh. Only then did Chao Bin realize that there was still someone else in the classroom, Lin Yuan. Not only was Lin Yuan a classmate of Chao Bin, he was also once his roommate. It was just that Lin Yuan moved out since then. But the two had a good relationship. Very few people didn't get along well with Lin Yuan. Moreover, Chao Bin was a responsible class representative well-liked by his classmates, and he took good care of Lin Yuan, who was not in good health. "Can you draw?" Hope ignited in Chao Bin's eyes. But then he seemed to remember something and sighed. "Even if you can draw, we don't have enough time. The blackboard newspaper competition starts this afternoon. We have enough time." With that, Lin Yuan took out his phone and dialed Zhongyu's number. Chapter 87. 84 The storm caused by the falling pen. Lin Yuan dialed the number and asked, "Do you have time right now?" Zhongyu, holding his phone between his ear and shoulder, replied, "I'm eating in the cafeteria, goat." "What do you need?" Lin Yuan said. "Once you've finished eating, please bring all your gouache painting tools and come to room 52 of East Building." "What for?" "To do a blackboard newspaper." Zhongyu was stunned for a second, then quickly said, "I'll be right over." After finishing speaking, Zhongyu stood up without bothering to finish his meal. "Come on, you guys, let's go." "Huh?" Zhongyu's classmates around him all asked in surprise. "What happened?" Zhongyu announced, "Goat needs to create a blackboard newspaper." Everyone was taken aback. "Goat is in the sophomore group, right? The sophomores' blackboard newspaper contest is this afternoon. Isn't the time too tight?" Zhongyu was irritable. "What are you guys thinking?" Everyone suddenly understood and burst into laughter. "Right? How could a bunch of art dogs like us be stumped by a blackboard newspaper? Is Goat planning to make a gouache blackboard newspaper? Yeah, let's get moving." Before leaving, Zhongyu sent a message in a group chat. "Goat's class needs to make a blackboard newspaper. If you're skilled with gouache, come to the music department's classroom, room 52 of East Building." The chat exploded. The group was very lively with reactions. "I'll be right there. How can I refuse Goat's request? Docs Goat really need us to make a blackboard newspaper?" "Don't be silly. Goat is good at sketching, but not at gouache. They are completely different. Gouache art and sketch art are two different things. The quality of a gouache piece has nothing to do with the quality of a sketch. Right? I didn't expect the day when even I am needed by Goat. It's time to show Goat my gouache skill. I'll reclaim my dignity which was lost in front of Goat while sketching." "Calm down, guys. We don't need that many people for a blackboard newspaper." "All right, then, only a few of us, those with the best gouache grades, should go. There are only a few hours left for the blackboard newspaper competition. We have more than enough people with 7 or 8. The chat was undoubtedly very lively, because the name of this group was only the letter L. The group of people left in the cafeteria didn't bother to finish their meals either. They also got up and followed Zhongyu. They were also Lin Yuan's sketching students. "Whom did you call?" Inside the music department's classroom, Chao Bin looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment after he finished the call. Lin Yuan said, "A friend from the art department." "What year are they?" "Junior year." Chao Bin's mouth dropped open. Then he was suddenly overjoyed. Right, the only people who could finish a blackboard newspaper in such a short time would be those from the art department, especially the experienced juniors. "Please call over a few more people to join us. There's still hope." Lin Yuan said, "I only called one." Chao Bin was anxious. "Just one? We need more, otherwise, we won't have enough time. Can you make another call? Ask your friend to plead with the upperclassmen in the art department. After all, it's a big blackboard. Plus, You might not know the seriousness of this issue. Yin Mingjia took a leave of absence because of her health last semester, so she's a bit short on credits. She is the organizer of this Blackboard newspaper. If it's successful, she can earn some credits. You know our school's rules. If you don't earn enough credits, you can't graduate. The issue with the Blackboard newspaper has upset her a lot, and she didn't blame the on-duty classmates. As he spoke, Xiaobin became increasingly anxious. He truly was a good class president. But as he was speaking, Xiaobin suddenly stopped and stared out of the window in surprise. A crowd suddenly appeared in the hallway, storming into the classroom door. Due to the exaggerated number of people, the classroom door was nearly bursting. You call that a person? Xiaobin looked blankly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was surprised too. The leader was Zhongyu, and behind him were presumably all the students he had taught in his painting club. Zhongyu smiled, "Goat." Lin Yuan nodded, not wasting any words. "We're running out of time. Can you help me arrange the paints?" Zhongyu, who was thinking about the blackboard layout, didn't quite hear what Lin Yuan said. He spoke quickly. "We're out of time. Someone prepare the paints quick and fetch some water as well. Let's hustle, people." While he spoke, Zhongyu was looking up compositions online on his phone. Blackboard painting was essentially imitation art. Just find a satisfactory image and draw it out. Minutes later, Zhongyu found an image he liked. However, when he turned around, he realized everyone was staring blankly at the blackboard, seemingly dumbfounded. What happened? Zhongyu also looked at the blackboard to see a shocking scene. Lin Yuan was standing on a neatly arranged chair, a large brush in hand, quickly applying a base coat of color. He entirely skipped the chalk sketching and setting up process, just directly began to sketch a powerful landscape of alternating green and gray mountain ranges. Two students held the paint box. Lin Yuan switched to a thicker brush without a second thought, swiftly dipping into various paints and precisely mixing colors. As soon as he started creating a gradient, he brought the mountains to life. 3 minutes, 7 minutes, 15 minutes, 32 minutes. As time passed in silence, nobody made a sound. Everyone was watching as Lin Yuan wielded his brush like a sword on the blackboard. The finest gouache painters from the art department were only able to assume the role of holding the paint box for Lin Yuan, but nobody complained. Their eyes were glowing with admiration. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yuan was painting the hardest painting at the fastest speed. It was like he knew which colors could be mixed to produce certain hues. It seemed like he didn't care about the base framework. Every stroke was so precise it was like the underlayer was already sketched out for him. Thud. Someone changed the palette, and the students holding the paint box were swapped out. After all, holding the paint box aloft for that long can make your arm numb. Lin Yuan was concentrating intently. After setting the overall tone, he began using smaller brushes. Above the sea was a bamboo raft, and on the raft was a man wearing a straw hat. The contrast between light and shadow made the painting seem alive. Mountains of beautiful shade of dark blue. A waterfall cascading down. Raging waters. Tall and strong pines. The sky vast and deep. Lin Yuan's state was more intense than ever. He held 3 brushes in his arms, 1 in his mouth, and 1 in each hand. He discarded each brush as he finished with it. Except for when he was mixing paint, his eyes were glued to the blackboard. An unknown building stood on the shore. Unknown fish swam in the water. Crabs were scuttling across the beach. A white sailboat floated on the horizon, billowed by the wind. When the last stroke was done with the smallest brush, Lin Yuan felt his neck was sore and his wrists were aching. He was entirely drained. On the blackboard, the sea and mountains were connecting. Pine trees hidden in the halfway up the faintly discernible mountains. Colorful sunset clouds sprinkling over the ground. Seagulls squawking over the autumn water that blends with the sky. A shock of falling strokes. At this moment, the students responsible for holding Lin Yuan's paints, passing him brushes, fetching him water, washing his palettes. They all felt 2 emotions intertwining in their hearts. Privilege and a sense of inferiority. Chapter 88. 85. This is very Lin Yuan. After a few seconds of stunned silence, there was a sudden exclamation in the quiet classroom of the art major's students. "Oh my God, who is this genius? Who was it in the group chat that said the goat's gouache was not good? That's why they sent us here to help. Is this what they call not good? 1. This is terrifying. If this is not good, all us art majors should pack up and go home. Once at home, my mom might ask me why I'm inspecting artwork on my knees. We did come to help, but not to help with the painting, just to fetch water, pass brushes, set up chairs, prepare paints, and so on. The group of students was shocked. So was the class leader, Chao Bin. He thought Lin Yuan asked the art major seniors to come and help with the painting. He hadn't expected that Lin Yuan wanted these professional art majors to be his assistants. Is it just a matter of having hands? Zhong Yu swallowed hard and managed to speak. So besides sketching, you're also amazing at gouache painting. Here's a common art fact. Sketching studies the relationship between form and space, while gouache focuses on color and its environment. If there's a connection between them, it would be that both pursuits have a certain sense of three-dimensionality, which is why many famous artists focus on one. Some people sketch. Some people do gouache. Some people paint oil paintings. Some people paint traditional Chinese paintings. Besides their own specialties, these artists will have decent skills in other types of painting, but very few of them reach the level of their main expertise. So, everyone had naturally thought that Lin Yuan was a painter who specialized more in sketching. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan was a genius who had mastered both sketching and gouache painting to perfection? This is the real GOAT. Many of those present were masters of sketching from the art department. But now, these students, known as masters in their third year of art, were all on their knees. Someone started the chorus. "GOAT, teach me gouache." This reminder triggered a chain reaction among everybody. Students were fiercely demanding. I want to learn gouache from the GOAT too. "GOAT, look at me." Begging for the GOAT to guide me. Having trained numerous skilled sketchers, Lin Yuan's teaching ability was well known. Now that he's shown his skills in gouache, everyone knew how precious this opportunity was, acting as if they'd gone mad. 500 per hour. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change. Zhong Yu pushed to the front. "Enough, stop fighting. If anyone wants to learn gouache, they must make an appointment with me. Don't forget I'm the GOAT's top disciple." Shameless. Somebody immediately lost patience. "You're definitely putting your name first on the appointment list." Of course, that being said, everyone still obediently made an appointment through Zhong Yu to learn from Lin Yuan. And Zhong Yu did indeed shamelessly put his name first on the list. "Let's go." After saying a few words to Chao Bin, Lin Yuan left the classroom. Where's the GOAT going? To the cafeteria? The art students quickly followed, shouting about inviting him for meals and stuff, leaving Chao Bin staring blankly at the blackboard. Yin Mingjia and her art group went back to the dormitory after eating dinner because everybody knew there was no hope for the blackboard announcement anymore. But since Chao Bin suddenly called them to come over, they had to leave. "We seem to have entered the wrong classroom." Upon arriving at the East Building classroom, Yin Mingjia entered, took a look at the blackboard announcement, and turned to say, "Huh?" The male student behind Yin Mingjia also entered the room and was stunned. "We really did enter the wrong classroom. Which building is this?" "No, it's right." The students behind them had already spotted the silhouette of Chao Bin in front of the blackboard. "Isn't that our class leader?" They all looked at each other in confusion. Seconds later, they all rushed into the classroom, staring in shock at the landscape painting on the blackboard announcement, as if they'd been frozen in place. "You guys are here." Chao Bin turned his head and glanced at Yin Mingjia and others. "I need to go eat. I don't know if the cafeteria is closed yet." "What is this?" Yin Mingjia stared blankly at the blackboard newspaper, seemingly at a loss. The previous blackboard newspaper had been erased, and in its place was a landscape painting that drew exclamations of astonishment. But it had only been about 2 hours since they were dismissed from school, right? Magic? It must be magic, right? Chao Bin fully understood everyone's reactions, laughed, and explained, "Lin Yuan painted it." The male student behind Yin Mingjia asked somewhat uncertainly, "The Lin Yuan we know?" Chao Bin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Yin Mingjia. "Lin Yuan said the person responsible for the blackboard newspaper also put your name on it. But I don't think it's appropriate. Your name should appear after him. You can also earn credits for this." "Oh, okay." Yin Mingjia almost subconsciously responded. There were still classes in the afternoon, but when Lin Yuan returned to the classroom after eating, suddenly someone in the class shouted, "Lin Yuan is here." "Lin Yuan is impressive. Did you draw the blackboard newspaper? Did you draw it in 2 hours?" Everyone looked at Lin Yuan. as if they were seeing him for the first time. Yin Mingjiao walked to Lin Yuan's side and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Yuan sat at his desk. The students showed knowing smiles. To think that Lin Yuan's reaction didn't seem strange at all. Arrogant? No, no, no. That's so Lin Yuan. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the corridor. The art instructors responsible for judging the Blackboard newspaper had arrived, and the person leading them was the famous art personality Kong An. The students immediately sat upright. The judges entered the room one after another. Kong An, who was in the lead, looked at the Blackboard newspaper and suddenly paused. Not only Kong An, the few gouache instructors behind him also couldn't help but widen their eyes. Could a student achieve this level on a Blackboard newspaper? Did they hire someone from outside? Or did a teacher secretly help? After several seconds, Kong An slowly asked with a somewhat serious tone, "Who is responsible for your class's Blackboard paper?" Lin Yuan. Yin Mingjiao was the first to speak. Lin Yuan could only go along and raise his hand. All the doubts in Kong An's mind vanished immediately. He looked at Lin Yuan, then turned to look at the blackboard again. He looked back at Lin Yuan, turned to look at the blackboard again. He looked back at Lin Yuan, turned to look at the blackboard again. This is not a filler from the author, but he did indeed repeat this sequence several times. Then, with a somewhat complicated expression, he asked, "Did you draw this by yourself?" Lin Yuan responded, Kong An leaned closer to the blackboard for a better look. "So you also draw gouache well. Although there are some details that are not yet perfect, there is definitely room for improvement." "Excuse me, for such a large blackboard, and only 2 hours to draw, how could every detail be perfect?" Yin Mingjia and others wanted to explain, but Lin Yuan didn't speak, so they had to hold back. At this moment, a teacher looked at Lin Yuan and said, "The professor's demands are too high. In my view, the drawing is already quite perfect. But how come this ink? It seems like it hasn't dried yet." Lin Yuan replied, "The weather's been gloomy lately, so it's a bit damp." The crowd in the classroom. "Big shot. Why not tell them that the ink isn't dry and some details aren't perfect because, in reality, you only spent 2 hours casually painting this Blackboard newspaper?" "All right then. He is too lazy to explain." That is also very Lin Yuan. Chapter 89, 86 Precautions Before Rain. The students weren't wrong in their guesses. Everyone was now familiar with Lin Yuan's style, a style that went by the name Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan indeed didn't feel like explaining. However, the more important reason was that Lin Yuan didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Otherwise, what if the professor brought up the issue of transferring departments again? He didn't want to leave the composition department. Next classroom. Before leaving, Kong An gave Lin Yuan a deep look, and a certain idea in his heart became even more firm. After the selection team left, everyone's gazes focused back on Lin Yuan. Whether it was flattery from peers or roundabout praises, amidst the inquiries about his well-being, Lin Yuan handled it all with ease. Ever since kindergarten, he had been mentally prepared for the attention from being the center of the group. He was more than used to it now, just like his piano skills. Facing the beautiful chalkboard bulletin drawn by Lin Yuan, most people could only draw the conclusion that Lin Yuan was also great at painting. However, how great he was, they didn't quite have a clear concept. On the other hand, Yin Mingjia, who had learned painting for several years, understood very well what it meant to complete a gouache chalkboard bulletin of this level in just 2 hours. Hence, her gaze towards Lin Yuan was a bit unusual. Of course, the gaze of most of the girls in the class toward Lin Yuan was also somewhat different. This could be evidenced by the various inexplicable snacks that often appeared on Lin Yuan's desk. This situation is probably hard to eliminate, either in the past or in the future, especially after Lin Yuan has left everyone with an impression of being multi-talented for 2 consecutive times. The next day, the chalkboard bulletin from Lin Yuan's class made it to the campus official website, winning the sophomore chalkboard championship without a doubt. And Lin Yuan, he kicked off his own gouache course in the painting club, teaching 2 rounds every day. First sketch, then gouache. However, more students chose to learn sketching than gouache. Lin Yuan's sketching teaching level was already well known in the art department, but many people didn't have a clear concept of Lin Yuan's gouache skill and teaching level. Except for the students like Zhongyu who witnessed Lin Yuan's 2-hour extreme gouache creation. These guys were also sly as foxes. They secretly agreed not to disclose Lin Yuan's feats. In this way, there wouldn't be so many people scrambling for Lin Yuan's gouache course with them. After some time passed, and they have received Lin Yuan's true teachings, they would then let the art department know that Lin Yuan's gouache is also of a killer level. Lin Yuan didn't really care. He didn't lack for students now. The fee was the same anyway. As for the results of the chalkboard competition, naturally, Lin Yuan received praise from his tutor in the composition department. The role that tutors played in universities was actually similar to that of homeroom teachers, but most tutors in art university also served as mentors for professional courses. The tutor's name was Huali. Huali had been paying attention to Lin Yuan recently because Lin Yuan's recent academic performance had improved rapidly. Most university students did not pursue grades, and their standards were set at not failing, but Lin Yuan was different. He took classes seriously, studied hard, and although he had a bit of difficulty keeping up when he first transferred to the composition department, in the recent theory exam, Lin Yuan had already entered the top 5 of the class. Huali liked students like this. As for how much of this like was tainted by factors such as appearance, that was no longer necessary to mention. In any case, Huali spent a good deal of time, a full 3 minutes, earnestly praising the honor that Lin Yuan had won for the class. After praising Lin Yuan, Huali steered into the main topic for the day. We have been studying composition for almost 2 years now, and I believe the future development direction and goals for the vast majority of you are not compositions for musical instruments, but to join some entertainment companies as composers. Piano compositions were the work of composers. Writing pop songs was also the work of composers. The former had a high entry threshold, while the latter was relatively popular. That's why, although the composition department's professional courses at Art University are nominally centered around the former, they have never neglected the guidance and cultivation towards the latter. Like this time, Huali said, "Our learning task for the next period is not to write papers, but each of you has to write a song for me. You can choose any style for the song. You can find someone or do it yourself for the lyrics and singing. You don't have to spend money. There are plenty of altruistic mutual aid societies in our school. The deadline for the creation date is the end of next month." Okay, the classmates are eager to give it a try. For composing students, this isn't a hassle at all. Many have privately written quite a few songs already, even submitted them to entertainment companies, so they do have a small selection in their repertoires. Just a reminder. Huali laughs. This song is important in your grade. To be precise, it's your annual assessment. The leaders of the composition department will personally grade it. Because you guys are in your 2nd year now. Next year, you'll be in your 3rd year, and that's when we'll be deciding on a batch of exchange student slots. The song grade is an important reference for that. What? Really? Annual assessment? The volume of everyone's voices noticeably increases. Many faces even show signs of excitement, dismissing the initially casual outlook they had. Indeed, the majority of the students are interested in the exchange program because it's a big help when looking for a job after graduation. Moreover, being an exchange student allows you to experience different schools' teachings. A year's experience on an exchange program is seen as precious by many, not to mention the various benefits for exchange students provided by the school. Exchange student. Lin Yuan pondered. After Jian Yi mentioned last time about wanting to go to Qi continent as an exchange student, Lin Yuan had been considering accompanying him. After all, the chances for them to be together were dwindling, and he was also interested in the benefits for exchange students. As for Xiao Fan would definitely stay in Qin art. She was participating in this year's Bloom. She was even planning to debut through this show. This was her long-time dream. If she really debuts, she wouldn't spend much time at school in the future. As such, going to Qi continent was a serious option for Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan was sure, Xiao Fan was bound to debut. Even if she fails again in Bloom this year, Lin Yuan would ask Zhao Ju to sign Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, he would prepare some songs for her. Given that, he needed to treat this song properly. That night, on the way home after school, Lin Yuan summoned the system, gritting his teeth to say, "I want to order a song, the kind that costs 500,000. "What kind?" Lin Yuan replied. "About inspiration." He didn't mention a genre, but a song theme instead, because students haven't entered society yet, so motivational songs might be more aligned with the campus atmosphere. Deducting payment. Randomly drawing. Song extraction completed. Congratulations on receiving the song, Initial Dreamed. With a light stroke, Lin Yuan received a message stating 500,000 had been deducted from his bank card. In return, he had a new song in his repertoire. He felt his luck was quite good. By the way, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Will there be a problem with the bank deduction?" The system replied, "Don't worry, the bank won't find any issues since the system deducts the host's funds through legitimate channels." Understood. Lin Yuan decided to hand in the song next month. With his grades this semester, plus this song, getting an exchange student slot shouldn't be too difficult. Of course, this semester had just started not long ago, and there's still a long way until next semester. So thinking about all these seems quite far-fetched now. Lin Yuan was just planning ahead. Chapter 90. 87 Recording Songs and Unmasking. Lin Yuan curiously asked, "By the way, system, what do you plan to do with the money I pay to customize songs? Would the system upgrade with money?" Of course, the answer was no, and it took Lin Yuan by surprise. "Donate to those who need it in this world," the system replied. So, it was for charity. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't comment further. The following days were business as usual until April 18th. It was a double weekend when Lin Yuan finally notified Sun Yaohua. "Get ready to come to the company. We'll start recording today." "On my way." Sun Yaohua was on his way to go out with his girlfriend. But when he received Lin Yuan's call, he instantly turned his car around without hesitation and rushed to the company. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yuan, while waiting at the entrance of the recording studio, saw that Sun Yaohua arrived panting. It seemed as if he had vigorously exercised. "No problem." Swallowing hard, Sun Yaohua managed to squeeze out a smile. He wasn't about to admit that, to prevent Lin Yuan from getting impatient waiting, he had sprinted all the way after arriving at the company. "Have you learned the song?" Lin Yuan opened the topic. A few days ago, he had handed over Red Roses to Sun Yaohua, who should have practiced it sufficiently during these days. "I know it by heart," Sun Yaohua said sincerely. He had received the lyrics, music, and sample of Red Roses a few days ago. After listening to the sample, his only feeling was, "Amazing, Xianyu." If he couldn't make such a good song popular, he'd never sing any songs by his junior for the rest of his life. He was unworthy. Lin Yuan nodded and entered the control room of the recording studio. The staff in this room was already in place and expertly wearing their headphones. Through the glass, Sun Yaohua, inside the recording studio, signaled to Lin Yuan with a nod. After the equipment was adjusted, he started his first vocal test. "I dream of dreams that cannot awaken, the red that was homebound within the red line. All stimulating leftovers are left fatigued with feeling unable to move." Lin Yuan did not interrupt. Not until Sun Yaohua finished singing the entire song. The recording engineer then gave some suggestions for the first round, and Lin Yuan supplemented some ideas. "You have mastered it accurately, but your vocal resonance is too open. The overall tone of the song is pretty suppressed. Simply evoking the feeling of sadness is not enough. You can withhold a little more while singing. Let's give it another try." Sun Yaohua nodded. During the second performance, he used a more restrained style, but Lin Yuan stopped him again. "The feeling of this song is indeed quite suppressed, but there are different levels of being suppressed. The beginning of the song, you can interpret as lament." "Lament." Sun Yaohua nodded again. When he sang to the part of the chorus lyrics, Lin Yuan proposed his requirements for the third time. "What you can't get is always stirring, and being privileged means you are fearless." This is the second layer of suppression in the song. It belongs to the lament following the sadness. Some of these suggestions came from the system. Some came from Lin Yuan's own understanding. In past recordings, Lin Yuan would adopt this approach. He didn't need Sun Yaohua to completely mimic the original singer. Each person had their own appropriate style of singing. In the past world, Zhang Baichun had also sung Red Roses with totally different feelings from the original version, but it was equally pleasing to the ear. Although Sun Yaohua had a close vocal range to the original singer, he didn't need to purely imitate. The recording afterward followed the same pattern. Lin Yuan and the studio alternately made requests, while Sun Yaohua absorbed and understood these suggestions, continuously adjusted his singing. The studio and the live scene were different. The most influential version after release was basically the studio version. Next is the third layer of suppression. When you hug her from behind, you foresee it as her face instead. Combining the lyrics and the singing, you'll find the emotional expression of the work is a slight self-mocking. No need to be too strong. In this way, it helps to change the inhale and exhale time. You don't need to use too many techniques. Most of the songs need to be sung with a mouth, and emotions are assisting. This song has to be sung with emotions. Your mouth is assisting. Start from whispering and gradually meet the tune. But remember not to pitch. Instead, let the singing gradually turn into an exhausted lament. The suggestions from the recording engineer were plenty in the beginning. But later, it was mostly Lin Yuan's explanation. The recording engineer explained more from the technical aspect, while Lin Yuan did so from the song's aspect. The former was more objective, while the understanding of emotions was more subjective. As such, the hardest part for Sun Yaohua was getting Lin Yuan's approval. Again, Lin Yuan wasn't satisfied with only explaining. Occasionally, he would demonstrate the singing. Although his voice prevented him from becoming a professional singer, demonstrating such a low-pitched song was pretty easy for him. After he demonstrated his voice, Lin Yuan said, "Did you notice that? Take a breath before singing, press down your breath. You can breathe after each sentence. Inhale and exhale based on the actual situation. If your emotions reached, I can accept your imperfect breath." All Sun Yaohua could do was nod. Most composers wouldn't be as strict as Lin Yuan. The opinion on the singer's performance goes mainly to the recording engineers. However, Lin Yuan was different from other composers because he had taken vocal training for many years. If his voice had not suffered an accident, he would be an excellent singer. So his demands and understanding on performances surpassed those of most composers. In a sense, everyone in the recording studio was just a tool. There were very few composers like Lin Yuan who wrote both the music and the lyrics, mastered the arrangement and performance. If all composers were like Lin Yuan, many people in the recording studio would probably face unemployment. Let's stop recording. After several hours, Lin Yuan eventually suggested a break. At this moment, Sun Yaohua still couldn't perform a version up to Lin Yuan's standards, but this was something Lin Yuan had expected. You can intensively practice for a period. All right, Sun Yaohua was ready to grind the shed. The so-called grind the shed meant practicing in the recording studio for a long term. He could practice at home and could practice all the time, but the effect was best in a studio, because the studio's equipment could reflect many details of the voice, and there were monitoring teachers in the studio to provide singers with feedback on their performance at any time. But Lin Yuan left directly. The following days, he didn't manage the recording anymore. The recording of the formal version was to wait until Sun Yaohua had completely understood the song. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry on time. And at this time, as time approached the end of the month, the result of this competition among 30 writers in the literature section of the Tribe platform, all armed with their short stories, was about to be decided. Someone even jokingly called it the moment the king reveals his face. Chapter 91. 88. The new nobility gradually rising. King reveal is merely a playful term. The main reason being that tribe literature had kept it too vague. With 30 short stories competing on the same stage, the authorship of these stories was kept under wraps till the last day, only revealing that these writers were individuals with a certain reputation in the industry. The competition method adopted by tribe literature can be said to have stimulated the curiosity of all people to the greatest extent. There's a saying that curiosity killed the cat. Sure, readers and the people in the short story field weren't cats, but their curiosity at this moment was no less than that of a cat. Psychoanalyzing this move, one could say, it's like when someone suddenly stops speaking halfway through their sentence. No matter the importance of the sentence, the listener would be incredibly invested. Who lets you only release half of the information? So, many readers have posted in Tribe's discussion area and made online predictions about the authors, analyzing the articles from various levels. They are really technical. If there's one thing everyone is most curious about, it's undoubtedly about the author of the top spot in this competition. After a month of competition, the outcome of this short story competition has become very clear. This piece, called Death of a Small Civil Servant, is the champion work of this competition. Therefore, the discussion about the author of Death of a Small Civil Servant is the most lively. In those speculative threads, famous writers in the field of short stories were almost all cued by readers. Unfortunately, no one has admitted to it so far. Of course, Lin Yuan also saw his ranking. To be honest, he was quite surprised that The Death of a Small Civil Servant could win the championship, because he was prepared for this novel to only rank third. Although the story is excellent, the satirical effect in the novel is a bit lacking. And this effect deviation was bound to happen. In other words, if Lin Yuan lived in a dark and feudal era, perhaps this novel would be given a deeper significance. But in this era of peace on Blue Star, this novel is more like a satire on present through antiquity, creative technique. However, Lin Yuan did not obsess too much over this. Since Death of a Small Civil Servant is the champion, if nothing unexpected happens, Lin Yuan just needs to wait for the first prize to be credited to his account. This kind of waiting didn't last too long. On the last day of April, Tribe Literature finally announced the list of authors. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the authors of these stories were finally revealed. Holy! So the author of Mist is Mr. N. I thought the literary style felt a bit familiar. He previously refused to admit it. The second-place mystery is written by Wang. Wang must have intentionally changed the style. Readers couldn't imagine it. The fifth-place echo is Qitong's work. Qitong's short stories are rare. I didn't expect he would try short stories this time. The eighth work was actually written by Yi. Haha. I guessed the authors of 3 of the short stories. I guessed 2. There was a prediction thread before. It was prophetic. That poster got 8 right. It should be the one with the highest accuracy now. The results of the guessing came out, and the atmosphere among the readers was quite joyous. However, more readers, along with the people in the short story field, checked who the author of Death of a Small Civil Servant was first. Resultingly, authors in the short story field and many readers were taken aback, because this was a name that 99% of the people had not guessed in advance. Chu Kuang. It was Chu Kuang, the author of Artificial Beauty, the author of The Gift of the Magi from last month. I remember him because of King of the Net. Turns out he also writes short stories. Looks like the guy above is not paying much attention to the short story circle. The Gift of the Magi is the most popular short story of last month, and the author is this Chu Kuang. His Artificial Beauty, released during the New Year holiday, was also good. Very interesting in my personal opinion. This is a rising star in the short story field. I thought the author of this novel would be a long-established figure, but it turned out to be a new talent in our short story field. It's not surprising that readers were so shocked. They couldn't guess that the author of Death of a Small Civil Servant was Chu Kuang. Firstly, because Chu Kuang was a newcomer in the short story field. Secondly, the style of this story is too different from Chu Kuang's previous 2 works. Even if the author's name is hidden in novel creation, there are still traces to be found. Because different authors have different writing habits. Like Zero Henry, for instance. He liked to write a completely unexpected reversal of an ending. Unexpected yet reasonable outcomes were his writing features, with the literary world referring to his ending pattern as the Zero Henry ending. That was also one of his criticized points, because some people would say that after reading many of Zero Henry's works, they all seemed to follow the same pattern. But Chu Kuang broke this definition. The differences in his first 2 novels weren't too apparent. But when it came to Death of a Small Civil Servant, Chu Kuang started playing with satire. For this, he even gave up the narrative style and the reversal pattern of the ending from The Gift of the Magi. Is satire higher superior? Not necessarily, but in the hearts of most people, satire indeed has more aura. The Death of a Civil Servant was able to become the champion this time because many people felt a strong sense of déjà vu when reading the novel. Many phenomena in life were satirized vividly in this short story, so everyone thought the author was brilliant. At this time, the second-place short story author, Wang Guojian, suddenly posts on Tribe Forum. Chu Kuang winning the championship is as full of dramatic reversals as The Gift of the Magi. I am beginning to look forward to Chu Kuang bringing more surprises to the short story field in the future. Immediately afterwards, Mr. N, who was ranked 3rd, said, Chu Kuang is the new talent in the short story field. Not just them. Among the 30 participating authors, More than a dozen of them made their voices heard through tribe posts. The style of his works is hugely different. Who could guess that this is written by the newcomer Chu Kuang? But one has to admit that The Death of a Small Civil Servant is a great novel. I'm glad that a very talented new author has emerged in the short story field. I've read all 3 of Chu Kuang's short stories. To be able to write such excellent works just after entering the field, he is indeed a genius. My son really likes Chu Kuang's King of the Net, so I have known this writer quite a while ago, but I didn't expect that one day I would lose to him in a short story competition. I wonder if my son is sad or happy right now / dog. At this time, at the Silver Blue Books magazine, Yuan, the chief editor of Fun Reads, was full of righteous indignation, banging his desk. Tribe literature is poaching people. Chapter 92, 89, Treating Money as Mere Muck. When Yuan finished reading Death of a Small Civil Servant, he had already decided to recruit the author, impressed by his potent writing skills. However, he was surprised to discover that this author turned out to be Chu Kuang, who had been poached by Tribe right under his nose. At this outcome, Yuan's eyes bulged in anger, feeling as if his property had been stolen. Nevertheless, as the chief editor of Fun Reads, he quickly managed his emotions. I must get him back. Yuan declared this fiercely in his heart. Having been recognized in the field of short stories, Chu Kuang was no longer a novice. He was a rising star, a talented writer who was beginning to flaunt his talents. Such a talented writer was not only desired by Yuan. All major publishers in Qin continent were also eager to get him. This competition was a harsh reality of the industry. A talented writer like Chu Kuang could easily attract everyone's interest. However, these publishers probably did not have Chu Kuang's contact information yet. Tribe was able to locate Chu Kuang simply because they had access to the platform. The Tribe account was linked to a phone number. They just had to follow the number left by Chu Kuang. Yuan believed that Tribe, if not foolish, would not give out Chu Kuang's information. Unfortunately, it was impossible to keep it a secret. The industries were highly permeable with various channels for information retrieval. Some bigger publishers would eventually find Chu Kuang. In this situation, he could only hope to postpone the inevitable for as long as possible. But judging by the present situation, only Tribe could compete with Silver Blue Books for Chu Kuang. This gave Yuan a little comfort. Meanwhile, back at Silver Blue Books, the youth fantasy department was also discussing Chu Kuang. The fantasy novel department didn't deal with short stories. That was the duty of their counterpart magazine, Fun Reads. However, Chu Kuang was one of the best-selling authors of the department, which meant that the editors naturally followed his every move. So when Chu Kuang won the first prize for short stories at Tribe, it immediately sparked a lot of discussion. I had no idea Chu Kuang was such a genius at writing short stories. Being able to master both short stories and youth fantasy novels, his creative talent is extraordinary. No wonder the short story sector wants to snatch our writer away. Given Chu Kuang's skills in writing short stories, it's definitely worth the fight. I heard that even our chief editor praised Chu Kuang's short story. Discussing halfway through, an editor worriedly asked, "Is Chu Kuang planning to focus on developing in the short story field and stop writing fantasy?" This worry was valid. Chu Kuang was one of the best-selling authors of the fantasy department, a precious asset for the whole department. Probably not. An editor speculated unsurely. How much can one earn from a few short stories compared to writing youth fantasy novels? Money. Yang Feng, the editor in charge of Chu Kuang, looked up, unpleased. You think Chu Kuang cares about money? As Yang Feng completed his statement, the entire department was silent, everyone tacitly agreeing with him. True, Chu Kuang didn't care for money. He was uninterested in it. This was a fact universally acknowledged by the department. If he did care, he wouldn't have so readily ended King of the Net. Even a fool knows that the longer a best-selling novel goes on, the more royalties it brings in. Once such a novel ends, the royalties drop off significantly within months. Yet 2 weeks ago, Chu Kuang's final installment of King of the Net for May arrived, putting a neat end to the novel. Indeed, tomorrow would be the 1st of May, and the last installment of King of the Net would officially be released. The public relations department even came up with a slogan. Chu Kuang didn't write a word more than necessary. The entire King of the Net was almost strictly written according to his initial outline. With just a little over 1,000,000 words, he ended his very popular novel. Such decisiveness even made the editors in the department sorry. They wished they could continue writing the novel for Chu Kuang. Considering the current sales momentum of this novel, every word written would rake in big bucks. Putting it bluntly, if Chu Kuang was willing to keep writing King of the Net, even if he flooded the pages with nonsense or the quality of the subsequent work declined drastically, many readers would continue to buy it. This was because many of them were already accustomed to reading it. Unless Chu Kuang started to feed feces in his book, readers wouldn't easily give up. At most, they would complain about the author while hesitantly continuing to purchase it. This was the accumulated experience of the editors throughout the years. Chu Kuang must have understood this too. Chu Kuang just being Chu Kuang, knowing full well that he could still earn money from his work, still ended the novel without a second's hesitation. How could such a person possibly be interested in money? After a long while, an editor in the department sighed. This is the way of Chu Kuang, a true literary. Creations not for the purpose of making money. Authors like him are really respectable. Exactly. In this age of commercialized literature, while the original intention of the authors is usually rooted in their dreams. But if their novels weren't profitable, who would be willing to pursue their passions? It's been years since I met such a novelist. Most authors would not choose to end a profitable novel. Even if they've exhausted their outline, they do whatever it takes to stretch their story. In contrast, authors like Chu Kuang who decisively end their popular books are so rare. Yang Feng sighed. He truly admired Chu Kuang. When most writers followed the trend by choosing popular themes like adventurous journeys to different worlds, Chu Kuang boldly chose competitive sports, a subject that most would find uninteresting. His pioneering spirit alone was extremely admirable to Yang Feng. Though he admired Chu Kuang, Yang Feng also felt extremely worried, because Chu Kuang's decision to end King of the Net led to a huge loss for Silver Blue Books. Therefore, the previous chief editor had especially requested Chu Kuang to expand his outline and make the story longer. However, Chu Kuang didn't heed the advices. Yang Feng couldn't help but recall the first interaction he had with Chu Kuang, thinking that the latter was just a rookie who didn't fear anything. Eventually, Chu Kuang would experience the fear of being controlled by the Black Room and see how terrifying the editor's reminders could be. But now, Chu Kuang didn't have to experience Yang Feng's terror. He was an author who never missed a deadline. On the other hand, Yang Feng found himself experiencing Chu Kuang's terror first. This was someone who truly treated money as dirt. At this, Yang Feng could only shake his head helplessly and lament. This man is seriously capricious. The next day, it was the 1st of May. The grand finale of Chu Kuang's King of the Net was released. Chapter 93-90, The High Cost of Daily Necessities. For the readers, the end of King of the Net did not come as a surprise. Since the release of the 4th volume in April, the editorial department had already announced that the novel was coming to an end. Regardless, readers felt a profound sense of loss. Everyone was engrossed in the story. And you're telling me the story is ending? Usually, such bestsellers run over 2 or 3 million characters, so while readers did not find it abrupt, they could not help but feel a certain degree of discomfort, which further accentuated their sense of loss. But to cherish something is only natural. The plot of King of the Net was extremely well structured without an ounce of filler. Each volume offered a roller coaster of highs and lows, especially the finale, which centered on a heart-stirring national tournament. At this point, the members of the Youth Academy's tennis club reached their pinnacle in the story. There was no inclination towards sentimentality in the tale. The readers were awarded with a perfect ending. After triggering widespread discussion among short story enthusiasts by winning first place in the Tribe Literary Competition, Chu Kuang manages to spur a broad discussion among fantasy fiction enthusiasts too with King of the Net, all within a mere span of a day. I finished the last volume in one sitting. Even though the conclusion was quite satisfying, I felt a sense of loss when I finished King of the Net. Perhaps it's because the characters have been with me for nearly half a year. It feels like they are suddenly leaving me. The book I was most reluctant to end has ended. I originally borrowed the first few volumes from a classmate, but seeing the novel endings, I bought all the volumes I had read. I plan to treasure this novel on my bookshelf, as I might revisit it in the future. The trailblazer of sports fiction. I never thought I'd be so obsessed with a sports-themed novel. Even though I still can't play tennis after reading it, this doesn't affect the novel's status in my heart. Readers left comments on the message board on Silver Blue Books, various fiction forums, on many tribe users' latest status, and even in many people's friend circles. This novel was a great success. Not only did it capture readers, but also influenced many authors. Before Chu Kuang published King of the Net, sports fiction was a genre so cold, no one bothered with it. However, after this novel's release, numerous sports-themed novels appeared on the market. Some about basketball, some about football, even some about track and field. The hottest one, named Dunk, was actually from He Mingxian, the novelist who Chu Kuang edged out for the newcomer title. After reading Chu Kuang's novel, He Mingxian found a genre suitable for himself. He posted on his own tribe, proclaiming, "It is Chu Kuang who guided me onto the path of sports fiction. He is the pioneer of this overlooked genre." Sports fiction remains a niche. However, Chu Kuang has proved that this genre is by no means without market potential. Even with sports fiction as the carrier, a quality novel can still make readers readily fork out money, which is why there's some success among those who followed. And those who have succeeded by emulating Chu Kuang naturally see him as the guiding beacon of sports fiction. Inside the industry, many people are discussing the end of this novel. Much like the editors at Silver Blue Books, they feel that Lin Yuan is a very capricious newcomer who decided to bring such a bestseller like King of the Net to an end so resolutely. Doesn't he like churning out more chapters? He finished it just at 1 million characters. Silver Blue Books must be rather stunned, wondering how could there be such a headstrong author who would forego millions in monthly royalties and just end the book. If I were him, I would write until Silver Blue Books went under. Isn't Chu Kuang writing short stories? I've been following Chu Kuang's short stories. This guy is truly frightening. He can handle two completely different genres with ease, undoubtedly the strongest newcomer in recent years. It's hard to say about his next book. When Chu Kuang realizes that his new book's performance falls far short of King of the Net, he might regret ending it too early. After all, sports fiction isn't a genre that easily catches fire with a rush job. Some express regret, some offer commentary, others rejoice in the shadows. Particularly the competitors of Silver Blue Books, such as the chief editor of Prosperity Publishing House, who on the contrary is quite free and leisurely enjoying a small drink. Poor Silver Blue Books. The thought alone prompted a smile of schadenfreude. Of course, this gloating was not directed at Chu Kuang. He hadn't even met Chu Kuang. Where would this inexplicable hatred come from? Forget about hatred. The chief editor of Prosperity even considered poaching Chu Kuang. Having been in the industry for many years, he has a sharp intuition. Naturally, he knows Chu Kuang's ability to create novels is indisputable. Even if he doesn't go on to produce bestsellers like King of the Net, his capabilities with short stories would surely be coveted by all publishing houses. They want someone like him at Prosperity too. His good mood at this moment is merely due to the fact that Silver Blue Books, Prosperity Publishing House's primary rival, just concluded one of their bestsellers. Surely, his old rival must be in a pretty sour mood now, considering they have lost such a profitable work. Bestsellers are blessings in disguise. Any work that can be called a bestseller is precious to a publishing house, with everyone, from the chief editors to ordinary editors, coddling it carefully for fear of any blunder. What kind of blunder? Like if the plot starts to crumble. But more terrifying than a crumbling plot is when the story doesn't have any problems. The sales have no significant fluctuations, but the author chooses to end the novel. This situation isn't rare either, as the author might get tired after writing a book for too long. Put simply, the author gets tired of writing. However, such a situation generally only occurs after the novel reaches around 2 or 3 million characters. For a best-selling novel to tire a writer out at only 1 million characters is almost unheard of, because this is the most profitable stage for the author. This feels so good. The chief editor of Prosperity takes a sip of his drink, keeping his stomach warm, while at the same moment, Yang Feng contacts Chu Kuang, nervously asking, "When will you start creating the next book?" "There's no rush." This is Chu Kuang's reply. Yang Feng not only isn't discouraged by this, but is in fact somewhat pleased. No rush means he will continue to write. Yang Feng was afraid that Chu Kuang might concentrate on writing short stories in the future and stop writing comparatively more draining serialized novels. His happiness lasts only for a moment. Yang Feng couldn't help worrying again. Chu Kuang's continuing fantasy writing is a good thing, but can he write another bestseller on the scale of King of the Net? At the same time, Lin Yuan is also considering what kind of novel he should design with the system. King of the Net ended too quickly. This lazy system doesn't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Chapter 94-91, Becoming an Enemy to the Whole World. Ever since the system introduced the pay-to-win project, Lin Yuan hadn't received any new tasks for a long time, let alone any rewards for novels. At present, he is occupied with a drawing task. The task requires that Lin Yuan reach 1,000 points in drawing prestige value. However, it should still be a month or so before the task is completed. After all, the rate of increase in drawing prestige value, just hanging out in the campus art club, can only be described as moderate. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan has only two choices if he wants to continue writing long-form pieces. The first choice is to wait for the completion of the drawing task, fetch the treasure chest, and see if he pulls out a novel. The second choice is to directly customize with the system. The former is fraught with uncertainty. What if he doesn't draw a novel? As far as the past treasure chest explosion rate is concerned, it seems that the probability of drawing a song is the highest. The latter is relatively simple. Under the premise of paying to win, Lin Yuan still has a space to freely choose the theme. He didn't rush to make a decision. Anyway, King of the Net just concluded, and Chu Kuang, his pseudonym, needed a break too. In the following days, Lin Yuan was enjoying campus life. He took his classes seriously, ate all 3 meals with Jian Yi and Xia Fan, and spent his spare time teaching drawing at the art club. Lin Yuan liked these days. Although these days seemed monotonous, they were not unchanging, occasionally interspersed with some extracurricular activities for adjustment. For instance, the basketball game that Jian mentioned last month. Just like the last Blackboard newspaper selection, Sheen Art often held similar events, with high enthusiasm from each department, due to the school always offering a bunch of irresistible rewards. This is the characteristic of Blue Star. Sparkling artistic talent like Blue Star, excellent campus performance was also recorded in the file. Who wouldn't want to build the most beautiful resume before graduation? Lin Yuan didn't. His job was steady, and the company leaders highly regarded him. Lin Yuan felt that there should not be much risk of unemployment when he graduated. So the basketball game had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. In fact, even if Lin Yuan wanted to participate, he wasn't qualified. His body was simply too weak. He feared that by halftime, Lin Yuan would already be lying on the stretcher, being carried to the hospital. However, the department took this game very seriously and forcibly pulled out some basketball masters from each class to form the competition team. The whole composition department even went to the sports field to cheer for the students participating in the competition. Unfortunately, they didn't cheer for more than 2 days. The composition department was eliminated. The participating students from the composition department left with their heads hanging. A male student sitting behind Lin Yuan whispered, "This luck is too bad, right?" The second round of the draw hits the dance department. There was a basketball game in the first year of university, and the dance department was the champion of the game. No one wanted to encounter such a team so early, but the composition department ran into them. Lin Yuan didn't feel much, though. Of course, he had a sense of class honor. Like the last Blackboard newspaper, Lin Yuan contributed just out of class honor. But after all, each has its own major. The game of basketball, the composition department couldn't play it. Even though the composition department was eliminated and the students no longer paid attention to the game, Lin Yuan still followed the game. Not that he was interested in basketball, but he wanted to be in the stands to cheer on Jian, especially this afternoon's game. The performance department where Jian was would have a champion showdown with the dance department. Jian's performance department had strong basketball skills and had defeated many teams along the way, including the vocal music department that Xia Fan was a part of. Therefore, when eating lunch, Xia Fan looked at Jian a little uncomfortably. "You even had the Legion to attack my little buddies from the vocal music department." Jian smiled and said, "I am also your little buddy." Xia Fan looked at Lin Yuan. It seems that the composition department was eliminated by the dance department. Lin Yuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Jian became energetic and slapped his chest. The dance department doesn't play clean. Bro will avenge you guys from the composition department this afternoon. It's for your revenge, isn't it? Xia Fan rolled her eyes. Didn't you say that the performance department was eliminated by the dance department last year? So you wanted to reclaim your title this year. Jian, too. Indeed, he viewed the dance department as his primary target, so he had been eagerly awaiting this afternoon's match for a long time. The basketball game became more exciting as it went on, because the teams that made it to this stage were extremely strong, especially the upcoming final between the theater department and dance department, which garnered the attention of countless basketball enthusiasts in the school. Afternoon, Lin Yuan and Xia Fan arrived at the gymnasium early, nabbing the front row seats with the best view. They absolutely had to come and cheer on their friend, Jian in his final match. Sunflower seeds, popcorn, cola. Xia Fan started introducing her snacks to Lin Yuan right away. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt like he was in a movie theater rather than a sports stadium. Half an hour later, the final was about to begin. The spectator area of the campus stadium was nearly full, with representatives from every grade and department present. Some departments had even come as a group, making the atmosphere incredibly lively. Jian and his department are taking the court. Xia Fan took a sip of cola and belched. Lin Yuan, his mouth full of popcorn, grunted in agreement. After the host blabbered a bit, the game officially began. Neither Lin Yuan nor Xia Fan knew anything about basketball. The countless screams and whistles around them did not dampen their enthusiasm for snacking at all. Between bites, they would occasionally glance at Jian and then at the scoreboard. The outcome is hard to predict. Xia Fan lounged back in her seat after eating to her fill. While munching on sunflower seeds, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. If anyone clapped, they would unconsciously join in. However, when they realized that the applause was for the dance department making a goal, they would quietly lower their hands. Halftime, the host announced. The two teams began to take a break. Lin Yuan asked, "Should we bring Jian some water?" Xia Fan shook her head. "Their department has prepared a box of water." Lin Yuan nodded, continuing to munch on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, Xia Fan rose. "They're starting to fight." Lin Yuan assumed she meant the second half had begun. When he looked up, though, he was stunned to see Xia Fan rolling up her sleeves and rushing to the court saying, "Dare to bully my brother. Watch me kill him." Then it dawned on Lin Yuan. The second half hadn't started. The two teams on the court were fighting out of what appeared to be a real quarrel from the previous game. He quickly got up and followed her. Wasn't that the goat just now? Next to the aisle, Zhongyu, a fine art student also watching the game, was taken aback. As the self-proclaimed #1 apprentice of Lin Yuan, he should not have identified the wrong person. "Hey." The group of fine art students next to Zhongyu nodded blankly. It really was the goat. On the basketball court, Jian who was shoving someone, was startled to see Xia Fan and Lin Yuan. He told Xia Fan, "You stay and protect Lin Yuan." Okay. Only then did Xia Fan recall that Lin Yuan was quite frail. She quickly pulled Lin Yuan back from the chaos. However, as things were quite messy, a main player from the dance department shoved Lin Yuan several steps back, almost causing him to fall. Is he seriously coming to help? Su Chong glared at Lin Yuan, murder in his eyes. He and Jian were archenemies, so he knew Lin Yuan, although they had never interacted before. But as he glared, Su Chong felt that something was off. The atmosphere was wrong. When he turned his head and looked around, his face suddenly froze and his pupils constricted. At this moment, the large stadium was crowded to the brim. Their dance department seemed like a lone boat in the ocean, completely surrounded by the dense crowd. The surroundings were completely packed. Everyone was watching him. Su Chong swallowed fiercely, feeling an intense dryness in his throat. His voice trembled as he forced a smile, but it looked more painful than crying. "Come on, it's not that serious, right?" His teammates looked at Su Chong. They all had unknowing looks in their eyes, as though they were asking, "What the hell did you do to get so many people targeting you?" Su Chong was also at a loss. "Who am I? Where am I? Dear sirs, what's going on? Didn't I just gently push Lin Yuan?" Why does it feel like the whole world is out to get me all of a sudden? Chapter 95, 92. The Irresistible Request. Goat, are you okay? Quite a few people huddled around Lin Yuan to inquire about his well-being. Recognizing them as students from the painting club, Lin Yuan nodded to indicate he was fine. He hadn't even seen who pushed him, only feeling that the perpetrator had quite a bit of strength. Jian Yi was taken aback. Xiaofan was also a bit stupefied. They were well aware that Lin Yuan was a group favorite. But the fact that Lin Yuan merely got pushed and subsequently was met with such a terrifyingly large army of protectors, was it a bit of an exaggeration? Looking at Su Chang's ghostly expression, he was probably questioning his existence. In reality, Su Chang could barely stand up straight. Who could endure the glares of so many menacing eyes? What's going on? Finally, the school leadership arrived. At this point, Su Chang, who was surrounded like a beehive, felt his eyes turn red. He wished he could kiss the leaders out of his gratitude. He felt like if the school leaders arrived any later, they wouldn't have seen him anymore. So, terrifying. These people were really too terrifying. Anyone standing here and being stared at by a dense crowd would not handle it better than Su Chang. Su Chang suddenly found himself missing the meals his mother used to cook for him, though this thought had no relation to the current situation. It's nothing. Zhongyu chuckled. He did not want to be accused of causing public commotion. Thankfully, everyone was very restrained and did not resort to killing for the fact that this big guy pushed Lin Yuan once. We are here to cheer for the music composition department. The leader was puzzled. The music composition department? Jianni whispered. We are from the performing arts department. Zhongyu awkwardly looked down at his feet, and the arts students collectively facepalmed, silently dispersing. The school leader merely glanced at Zhongyu and didn't say much. He waved his hand to dismiss all. There's still the second half of the match, right? No fighting. Every year during the basketball competition, there's always trouble. What do you think this place is? With that, the school leader left. Su Chang trailed behind him. The school leader turned his head. What are you following me for? Su Chang glanced at the warning gaze that, despite having dispersed, still came around from time to time. He stuttered. Seeing you makes me feel a deep sense of familiarity. I don't know why. Should I stay? What if they tear me apart? Could it be Lin Yuan runs this school behind the scenes? Like those violent movies where Lin Yuan merely gives an order and all the bad students in the school would swarm? Su Chang felt he may have discovered the dark truth of this school. The leader said irritably, Stop following me. Su Chang shook his head. Fervently, I always follow my heart. Leader. Anyway, the dispute ended anticlimactically. However, during the second half of the match, Su Chang was noticeably out of it, playing the entire game as though he was sleepwalking. Every time his right hand touched the basketball, he would recall that he used this hand to push Lin Yuan once, and he'd get flustered. In the end, the Performing Arts Department won the championship of this basketball competition. His teammates didn't blame Su Chang, because just like him, they were also dazed and hadn't yet snapped back to reality. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was a picture of calmness. He went back to the audience stands and continued cracking melon seeds. When Xiaofan asked for the reason, Lin Yuan explained, They're my friends from the painting club. Friends from the painting club? Aren't the people from the painting club this loyal? Lin Yuan did not elaborate any further. When Jian Yi asked subsequently, Lin Yuan responded in the same way. The two gradually accepted this fact. Presumably, Lin Yuan's group favorite effect has leveled up. After all, Lin Yuan has always been the group favorite ever since he was little. Lin Yuan, however, was somewhat frustrated. He felt that he was weak, someone who could easily be toppled with a push. And he knew the only way to change this was to let the system remodel his physique. Therefore, reputation was crucial. He wondered how Sun Yaohua was progressing with his song. Practice. Starlight, in a recording studio somewhere. Sun Yaohua, with unkempt hair and a dirt-smeared face, was practicing his song. Grinding away wasn't just talk. From the first time he tried his voice in the studio to today, aside from eating and sleeping, Sun Yaohua practically lived in the recording studio. The company didn't charge for recording songs, but there was a fee for using the recording studio for long-term practice. For this cost, to perfect the song, Red Roses, Sun Yaohua had paid countless days' worth of fees. Take a break, you've sung it perfectly already. The supervising teacher said with a wry smile, having never seen a singer practice a song with such determination. Sun Yaohua nodded in agreement. The moment he stepped out of the recording studio, he saw a man approaching. The man was clad in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Sun Yaohua, right? Greetings, Brother Tao. Sun Yaohua greeted respectfully. The man asked, "You know me?" Sun Yaohua smiled knowingly. "How could I possibly not know you, Brother Tao? In our company, after the chief, you're the one with the most prestige. Even Jin Shuyu, who is now a sensation, was brought up by you." Thoughtful. Tao Ran nodded, his face showing approval. "Since you know me, I'll get straight to the point. Our Shuyu has taken a liking to red roses." Sun Yaohua's smile froze in an instant. But Tao Ran flashed a gentle smile. "Seeing that you're so sensible, you must know the rules. As of now, Red Roses is Shuyu's song. But we know you've put in a lot of hard work practicing, and we won't let that be in vain. We'll compensate you with several gigs. Also, Shuyu's concert next month. We'll invite you to be a guest." "Brother Tao." Sun Yaohua's voice was raspy. Tao Ran raised an eyebrow. "Still not satisfied? Fine, 300,000. I'll have it transferred to your account. Combined with the conditions I've just stated, it should be enough to cover your losses. Here's my business card. If you need anything, you can mention my name." Tao Ran pulled a business card from his pocket. Sun Yaohua didn't take his business card and remained silent for a long time before saying, "This is Teacher Admirable Fish's song. I don't have the right to decide, because I haven't signed a contract with him yet. You can talk to him directly." "What?" Tao Ran laughed. "You've been practicing this song for so long, but haven't even signed a contract yet? Teacher Admirable Fish really is something. However, even though you haven't signed an official contract yet, the conditions I've mentioned still stand. Take the business card already. You should understand what I mean." He weighted the business card in his hand. Sun Yaohua lowered his head and took the business card with both his hands. Tao Ran waved his hand and left. Watching him walk away, Sun Yaohua held tightly onto the business card in his hand, crushing it into a ball while his knuckles turned slightly white. "What's the matter?" the supervising teacher asked as he passed by. Sun Yaohua forced a smile. "Nothing." He tossed the business card into a trash can and scornfully smiled. "Just bad luck." The supervising teacher looked at Tao Ran's retreating figure, seemingly understanding something. He patted Sun Yaohua's shoulder and sighed. "That's the rules of our industry. No matter how upset you are, you have to bear with it. I've been working in this studio for 8 years. They should give you quite a bit of hush money. It's a convention. Just take it and stop being angry. It's only going to hurt you in the end." "What would happen if I resisted?" Sun Yaohua asked. The supervising teacher glanced at Sun Yaohua before shaking his head and leaving. "Wait until you have the power to resist before asking such questions." Chapter 96, 93 Maestro or Real Daddy. Another day back at work. On his way to the company, Lin Yuan made a call to Sun Yaohua. "Senior, I'll be at the company soon. You can wait for me in the recording studio or come to the composing department on the 10th floor." "Okay," was Sun Yaohua's response. After hanging up, Lin Yuan felt something was off. His senior was usually talkative, but he was more quiet than usual today. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the company's composing department, Lin Yuan saw Sun Yaohua sitting on a small stool by the entrance and asked, "How is the song practice going?" Sun Yaohua was at a loss for words. Just as Lin Yuan was about to comfort him, thinking that he had not practiced well, a figure appeared at the entrance. "Can I speak to Teacher Admirable Fish?" "What is it?" Lin Yuan looked at the person who was speaking. The man was a scholarly gentleman wearing glasses, who smiled slightly at Lin Yuan. "My name is Tao Ran. You must be Teacher Admirable Fish, right? You're even younger than I imagined. It's not very convenient to speak here. How about we chat at the cafe upstairs?" "Wait a moment," Lin Yuan said to Sun Yaohua. "I'll come find you shortly." "Sure, you go ahead." Sun Yaohua looked up and managed a forced smile. Tao Ran glanced at Sun Yaohua before refocusing on Lin Yuan with a smile. "Teacher Admirable Fish, this way, please." Lin Yuan nodded. Tao Ran led Lin Yuan to the cafe upstairs. He seemed to be intent on playing the gracious host, which left Lin Yuan quite satisfied. "Let me reintroduce myself." With a dignified manner of speaking, the gentleman explained, "My name is Tao Ran. I'm the manager of our company's artist, Jin Shuyu. I'm here today to solicit a song from you. Shuyu particularly loves your recent song, Red Roses." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan frowned. But that song hasn't been released yet. Tao Ran smiled. Teacher Admirable Fish, you don't need to concern yourself with how we came to know about the song. The point is that Shuyu really wants to collaborate with you. He's actually a big fan of yours and often mentions your name in our conversations. He is extremely excited about the potential of working with you. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan said. I've already promised that song to someone else. Keeping his smile in place, Tao Ran probed. As far as I know, you chose Sun Yaohua to sing this song, right? Sun Yaohua is still at the early stages of his career. His fanbase isn't very large. To be honest, it's somewhat of a waste to let him sing Red Roses, such an excellent piece. Of course, we did ask for his opinion, and he said that you haven't signed an official contract yet, so you can make the final decision. As for Jin Shuyu, he is a first-tier singer that our company is focusing on promoting. The same song sung by different singers can produce vastly different results. I believe you understand this very well. First-tier singer? Lin Yuan shocked his head and stood up to leave. Does it mean being a first-tier singer is a bad thing? Tao Ran didn't anticipate Lin Yuan to reject him so flatly and blurted out, Teacher Admirable Fish, if you have any demands, just say them. As long as it's within my power, I will comply. Lin Yuan stayed firm. I can't accept a first-tier singer. Tao Ran was completely unable to grasp Lin Yuan's train of thought. Every composer likes to work with first-tier singers. Why would you reject one? Are you aiming for a Heavenly King-level singer? Then why did you choose Sun Yaohua? He said urgently. We are willing to reduce our share of the download profits. Ordinarily, there wouldn't be a need for such a process, but to guarantee your profits, we are willing to make this concession. Additionally, we can arrange a private transaction for you. You set the price. How about 2 million? It would be a private deal, not going through official company channels. In short, they're doubling the money. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tao Ran heaved a sigh of relief. So it was just the price after all. He kept a mental note of it. It was bound to come in handy in the future. Admirable Fish's weakness, his greed for money. He put on a smile again, filled with the taste of success. Now can we discuss the specifics of the price? Teacher Admirable Fish, please take a seat. No. Lin Yuan turned and looked at Tao Ran. I want to ask you, who in the review department leaked my song? Can you tell me their name? Teacher Admirable Fish. Tao Ran's expression turned serious. Lin Yuan's expression was just as serious. You might think it doesn't matter within your own company, but the person who leaked the song to you today could do the same outside the company tomorrow. I don't trust someone like that to review my songs. Let's just pretend this never happened. Tao Ran stood up, his expression slightly displeased. If you won't tell me, I'll find out on my own. Lin Yuan took out his phone and dialed Zhou's number in front of Tao Ran. Someone in the review department leaked my song to a company singer. Zhou was taken aback. What? Lin Yuan only had 2 words. Investigate. Zhou chuckled. Those who have such influence in the review department are at least first-tier company singers or higher, and probably have the implicit consent of certain high-ranking officials. This won't affect you. You don't need to be too bothered by it. I will vent my anger, and it will be over. I will definitely make this right for you. Lin Yuan repeated the same 2 words. Investigate. Zhou suddenly sounded serious. Investigate. We definitely will. We'll turn them inside out. How dare they take the results of our composing department's hard work for granted? No matter who it is, I will fire them. All right. Lin Yuan hung up. After hanging up the phone, Zhou was very irritated. Who the hell messed with Admirable Fish? Now I have to fight the higher-ups. His assistant was taken aback. Someone upset Admirable Fish? Zhou nodded. Admirable Fish must have a new work. He didn't even inform me about it. Plus, his attitude during our call just now was even more difficult than the maestro himself. This kid is becoming more and more like those fussy maestros. The assistant asked cautiously, Are you angry? Zhou laughed heartily. Why should I be angry? It's not like I upset him, and besides, Admirable Fish is still young. He's not like us old men. The youth should be spirited. Inside the cafe, after hearing Lin Yuan's phone conversation, Tao Ran's face was a picture of utter defeat. Yet Lin Yuan was not finished. He didn't even glance at Tao Ran as he called Zhao Ju with the same statement. Someone in the review department leaked my song to a company singer. Ms. Zhao said, Leave it to me. After hanging up the phone with Ms. Zhao, Lin Yuan walked to the cashier. The waiter smiled. The total is 120 yuan. Lin Yuan said, I mean my one. The waiter glanced at the burning glare from Tao Ran and coughed. 60 yuan. What a ripoff, Lin Yuan muttered under his breath as he was paying. Little did he know, Tao Ran had ordered the most expensive coffee on the menu in an attempt to win his favor. Back in the composing department, Lin Yuan saw Sun Yaohua sitting at the entrance. His spirits seemed low, his head hung low in dejection, appearing miserable. He couldn't help but frown and asked, Did you finish practicing the song? Sun Yaohua lifted his head to look at Lin Yuan, his eyes a little red. Huh? Lin Yuan said, We're recording tomorrow. Having said this, Lin Yuan returned to his seat. Sun Yaohua, who was sitting at the entrance, sat in a daze for several seconds before tearing up. He bowed deeply towards the composing department. Hiding in the bathroom, Sun Yaohua called his manager while wiping his tears. I'm still singing Red Roses. Admirable Fish didn't agree to Tao Ran. Yes. The manager was silent for a while before saying, Who would have known that Admirable Fish is not a maestro? He's more like a real father. Chapter 97. 94 There will be a day when nobody worships. I assume you're not in a good mood today. Wu Yong moved closer to Lin Yuan, noticing that Lin Yuan seemed a bit distracted. Who has upset our star composer from the 10th floor? Lin had already written 4 songs that had exceeded 1 million downloads each. With one more, he would officially be promoted to senior composer, the company's star composer. Everyone in the composition department knew about this situation, so they would occasionally tease Lin Yuan. 2 million. Lin Yuan stared out the window in melancholy. What 1? 2 million. Wu Yong was speechless. What 2 million? Lin Yuan didn't answer, just repeating, 2 million. Wu Yong decided to ignore him. All morning, Lin Yuan seemed to be in a daze, much like how Sun Yaohua had been before. Meanwhile, Zhou was already confronting the review department. The department's director personally catered to him with a friendly face. Director Zhou, just here for a visit? Why don't we have lunch together? To hell with that. Zhou grumbled. The folks in your review department flout the rules. Now, I usually wouldn't pretend to be unaware of such behavior, because it usually just makes things easier for some internal folks without doing any real damage. But this time was different. Who leaked Red Roses? The other party laughed awkwardly. I'll reprimand them. Zhou Weiming glared at him. You know that's not what I am asking. The other party repeatedly nodded. I understand. I will punish him hard. Zhou Weiming declared. That's not enough. The other party's smile gradually faded. He carefully pointed upwards, lowering his voice. Director Zhou, in plain words, this is not my decision. Fire him, Zhou Weiming said flatly. The other party was taken aback. If that's the case, I better notify higher-ups. Zhou Weiming sat back in his chair. Do as you please. The other party quickly texted someone. Not long after, Zhou Weiming's phone rang. The moment he picked up, a cold voice hissed. What are you trying to do? There's someone in the review department violating company rules. I approved. Still, I want him fired. Is that okay? Are you sure? I'm in a bind. Do as you see fit. The call ended abruptly. Likely, he wasn't pleased. Zhou Weiming glanced at the department's director. You've given your heads up. Now it's my turn. No need for me to say more, right? Fair enough. The other party chuckled, giving a thumbs up. As expected from the guy in charge of the composition department, you really have backbone. Don't blame any of this on me. After all, I'm just following orders. Since you took the responsibility, I will fire the guy. I'm leaving. Zhou Weiming turned and left. Upon returning to his office, his assistant gingerly approached him. Boss, did you have another run-in with some bigwig at the company? Indeed. Zhou Weiming gave a bitter smile. In the past, I had confrontations with them for Maestro, but this time it's for Xianyu. Being a department head is really tough. You're amazing. The assistant smiled. Following your instructions, I just received an initial copy of Red Roses from the recording studio. Would you like to listen to it now? Sure. Zhou Weiming put on his headphones, reclined in his chair, and began listening to Red Roses. Halfway through, he slowly got up from his chair. What is it? The assistant looked at him, puzzled. Zhou Weiming suddenly slapped the desk, startling the assistant. Then they heard his hearty laughter. It's worth it. By noon, of Zhou called Lin Yuan into his office, smiling. The guy responsible for the song leak has been fired. I assure you that this kind of thing will absolutely not happen again. All right. Lin Yuan did not seem that excited. Zhou carefully massaged his own hands. Would you like some coffee? Lin Yuan quickly refused. No. Zhou looked surprised. If he didn't want coffee, why the big fuss about it? He coughed slightly. How about a cup of tea, then? The best kind, from my own stash. Lin Yuan nodded. Zhou personally made the tea. Once it was ready, Zhou rubbed his hands nervously. Was Red Rose a song you recently composed? Yes. Lin Yuan gently blew on his tea. From now on, he would ditch coffee for tea. Tea was good for both mental and physical health. Zhou relaxed into the couch. That song is so good. Lin Yuan continued to lightly blow on the tea. Huff. Huff. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was responding to him or not, Zhou was content enough to laugh all by himself. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Ju. Tao Ran has been suspended for a month. All of Jin Shuyu's activities for this month have been canceled too. Zhou already handled the review department issue, so I haven't stepped in. If you have any other complaints, let me know. Thank you, Ms. Zhao. It's the least I can do. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Zhou chuckled. Little Zhao is nice to you. She's Tao Ran's superior, as well as the chief agent of the whole company. With her around, Tao Ran doesn't stand a chance. Lin Yuan said nothing. The next day, news of Jin Shuyu and Tao Ran's severe punishment from upper management spread throughout the entire company. Gossip started early morning in all departments. Who on earth did these two offend? At this time, Lin Yuan was helping Sun Yaohua record a song. Sun Yaohua was in a great mood today. The recording was going smoothly, exactly to Lin Yuan's liking. If all went well, the song would be done soon. During a break from recording, Sun Yaohua approached Lin Yuan. The usually glib, dedicated yes man was surprisingly wavering. Thank you. What for? Thank you for choosing me. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know what Sun Yaohua had been through, and he only felt confused by the sudden gratitude. Didn't we agree that you would sing it? Sun Yaohua was taken aback. At this moment, he recalled the scene when he first met Lin Yuan in the company. He was feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, for someone like his junior, things were that simple. The song was originally chosen for him. How could it be given to someone else? You didn't do it for me. Lin Yuan looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Sun Yaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The penalization of Jin Shuyu and Tao Ran was widely known throughout the company. Everyone was discussing whose influence led to it. Yet, he knew that it must have been related to Lin Yuan. For a while, Sun Yaohua thought that Lin Yuan had taken revenge for him. It seemed like he misunderstood. But that's our Xianyu. With that thought, Sun Yaohua cheerfully said, Junior, let me treat you to a meal at the upper management cafeteria. I just received a special meal voucher for that place yesterday. It's enough for us to have a meal there. Great. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The food at the upper management's cafeteria tasted significantly better than at the regular one. Zhao Ju had taken Lin Yuan there once before, and it left a lasting impression on him. However, he couldn't go there himself. Wait a second. Even if he could, he wouldn't. It was far too expensive. Nobody could afford to eat there without someone else treating. Let's go. Sun Yaohua took the lead and opened the door for Lin Yuan. Sun Yaohua made a vow in his heart. One day, he would be able to stand tall and proud in this industry. He wouldn't have to feel inferior, and when faced with people like Tao Ran, he would still be confident. One day, he wouldn't have to fawn over anybody. Except for Xianyu. Chapter 98, 95 New Novel. Sun Yaohua's long hours of practice were fruitful. Lin Yuan had dinner with him, and within 2 hours, the official version of Red Roses was recorded. Handing the song over to Zhou, the rest was up to the company's arrangement. Night fell. Work was over. The invigorated senior Sun Yaohua was as enthusiastic as ever, driving Lin Yuan back to his residence. Goodbye. Lin Yuan waved. After taking a shower and lying in bed, time before sleep was quite enough. So Lin Yuan simply called out the system. Did you say that the first customized novel can be done at a 50% discount? System replied, yes. Lin Yuan was in a dilemma. He got paid a few days ago. He had about 5 million in his card. How much should he pay for his customized novel? They say you get what you pay for. So Lin Yuan wanted it cheap, yet he wanted the customized novel to be good. Finally, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay 4 million, but you have to give me a novel that originally costs 8 million in your system." Host, confirm customization. Please hurry before I change my mind. The operation took only about 10 seconds. A prompt rang in Lin Yuan's mind. The system has completed the deduction. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the refined version of Xianxia World novel Zhu Xian. At the same time, Lin Yuan received a text message deducting 4 million from the bank. The only thing that comforted him was that this money was ultimately donated by the system. Following that, Lin Yuan was a bit excited. At last, it wasn't a manga adaptation. In terms of value, the novel Zhu Xian is pretty good. Here to explain, the system's pricing of products doesn't represent the actual value of the products. Please do not take it personally. Lin Yuan can customize a song from the system with 500,000, but the real value of this song is certainly more than 500,000. Same goes for the bronze treasure chest. This treasure chest can unveil a popular song balloon, while another chest can unveil the signature Red Roses. Despite the difference in the value of the songs, they both came out of the bronze treasure chest. There's no reasoning in such matters. Some people got a dragon blindfold for just $1, while others spent thousands to pull a pile of junk. Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Xianxia novels? In Blue Star, it seems not very popular. To get to know the novel market of Blue Star, Lin Yuan carried out some research. Although it's a world of global ethnic and racial integration, Eastern thinking dominates. Therefore, the myths and legends of Blue Star are very rich, which arc the creative elements and foundation of Xianxia novels. But the unfortunate thing is, these Xianxia stories are more or less stuck in the stage of myth and legend, and few people create based on these elements. The most recent Xianxia novel dates back to 80 years ago. Back then, there was a novel called Immortal and Demon War, which was a Xianxia theme. Its status was similar to that of Shushan Swordsman on Earth, and had a significant impact on many people. However, after that, there was no excellent Xianxia text anymore. Over time, this topic became less and less popular. What does the otherworldly adventure theme belong to? Lin Yuan defines the otherworldly adventure theme as fantasy. Otherworldly fantasy. These popular novels in the Qin continent, although not entirely copying Western fantasy background, tend to be more original in their worldview. Simply put, it's like those fantasy stories and web novels that take place in the Eastern context. Even if there's occasional interpolation of Xianxia settings in the story, they're basically mentioned just in passing. But fantasy and Xianxia are different after all. The former can be arbitrarily set, regardless of whether it's soul ring or fighting spirit. Stories that can justify themselves are good stories. The latter draws nourishment from legendary myths and various folk tales, and even some ancient books that have been handed down. There's a fundamental difference in style. Of course, the countless folk tales that have been passed down from ancient times to the present are circulating. The development of Taoism and Buddhism is also so thriving. Numerous works passed down can become the basis for Xianxia novels. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Immortal and Demon War, which was highly popular 80 years ago. Under such circumstances, will the Xianxia novel Zhu Xian find a market? After a brief hesitation, Lin Yuan gradually had an answer. Remember, it was like this on Earth at first. After Huan's Heluzu's Shushan Swordsman, Xianxia novels practically disappeared. Not until 100 years later, when web novels were on the rise, did novels like Piao Miao's Journey rekindle the Xianxia genre. The subsequent Zhu Xian was only 2 years apart from the former. Therefore, Lin Yuan firmly believed that the performance of Zhu Xian would definitely not be poor. Its function might be the same as Piao Miao's Journey, making Xianxia in the market shine again. Lin Yuan even thought the system did it on purpose. Whatever the market lacks, the system has him break new ground. There weren't many people writing about sports before. The system gave him king of the net. Now because not many people are writing Xianxia, the system gave him Zhu Xian. This world is based on martial arts. Many years ago, martial arts were truly glorious. Additionally, the foundation of Immortal and Demon War had been laid. It's just short of Zhu Xian, a novel that's innovative enough yet still retains the characteristics of Xianxia to explode the market. Read. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. The complete content of Zhu Xian appeared in his head instantly. So that's how it is. Just like King of the Net before. The Zhu Xian provided by the system was edited, also known as the refined version of the system. The plot wasn't much revised. It was mainly the details. After all, Zhu Xian was created later. The birth of this novel was about 2 years after Piao Miao's journey. Thus, it was based on the readers already having some understanding of Xianxia. The readers of this world hadn't witnessed the laying of the foundation with Piao Miao's journey. Hence, the readers of this world still had an understanding of Xianxia that was stuck in the Immortal and Demon War era 80 years ago. The revised Zhu Xian of the system was based on this reason. The content strengthened the sculpting and output of Xianxia concepts, displaying a vivid Xianxia world in more detail, allowing readers to understand more clearly what Xianxia novels are. The system has a good writing style. Lin Yuan couldn't help but praise. The system replied. The system chose Luoyang's writing ability as the template. Whether it was the last novel or Zhu Xian, they were created by modifying his ability. Who is Luoyang? A writer from a parallel universe. Lin Yuan nodded, approving. This writer's strength, but he didn't ask more. Anyways, he was not surnamed Luo, so it was irrelevant to him. Chapter 99. 96 rumors turned out to be unreliable. The original version of Zhu Xian boasted 1.5 million words, while the system-modified version was divided into 8 volumes, totaling 1,600,000 words. The modified version offered a more detailed description of the Xianxia world, with some additions and changes, which sufficed Lin Yuan for half a year's serial. Unlike King of the Net, this time, Lin Yuan had to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, Lin Yuan types quickly. After a night's rest, he went back to school for classes the next day. The first lesson was the homeroom teacher's class. Class attendance has always been an issue in university. Skipping class is a persistent problem. However, for the homeroom teacher's class, students always manage to attend through wind or rain, without fail. There's no helping it. Specialty subject teachers might not be able to remember every student's name. A response in a deep voice during roll call suffices. But homeroom teachers, whose daily work involved interacting with all the students in the class, had masterful knowledge of who's who and would never allow someone else to sign the attendance for their classmates. Failing a course is the biggest risk when caught by a specialty subject teacher. Being caught by a homeroom teacher is a whole different story. So here's the deal. Before starting the class, the homeroom teacher addressed the students. You remember how we talked before about needing everyone to write a song for this semester's assessment, right? Initially, we considered having the deadline at the end of this month, but the school set out a new regulation. The students looked up curiously. This semester's assessment was related to grades and exchange student slots, among other things, so naturally, everyone was paying close attention. You're getting an extension of 1 month. The homeroom teacher held up a finger. This semester's assessment is now due in June, and the assessors won't just be insiders from our school. People from external entertainment companies will also participate. It's still under discussion as to which one in particular, but there's a chance that you may be directly signed up by the entertainment company if you make a good impression. There was a sudden flurry of excitement. The classroom became lively. If representatives of entertainment companies were involved in this semester's assessment, it would certainly raise the significance of this activity. Why would they take the pains to work so hard? If it's not for a promising prospect after graduation? If they could impress the representatives from the entertainment companies with their works in this semester's assessment, that would be akin to soaring to unimaginable heights, skipping countless hurdles. At that moment, everyone was pumped. Lin Yuan was pretty thrilled too. Although this didn't exactly concern him, it was a good opportunity for his classmates to showcase their talents. Listen to my song later on. The accompaniment to my piece has a little problem. Let's review each other's work and give some feedback. I wrote this song last year, and I've been waiting for an opportunity. I had never planned to bring it out for this semester's assessment, but it's a different story now that there are people from the entertainment companies. I must bring out this song. The classmates were discussing eagerly. Many set their sights on Lin Yuan, speaking all at once. I'm missing a piano track for my arrangement, Lin Yuan. You're the best pianist in our class. I feel you're even better than those in the music department. Could you give me a hand? Lin Yuan nodded. He was as sparing in his words as always, but the students who asked for his help were overjoyed. They thanked him over and over again. This is what people liked about Lin Yuan. He appeared indifferent to anyone and seemed quite unsociable as he didn't fool around with anyone. He came off as a very aloof person. But whenever his classmates needed help, he would lend a hand. It was like this during the bulletin board incident, and it was the same when asking him to enhance the arrangements. As unanimously recognized by the class. That's such a Lin Yuan thing to do. That's Lin Yuan's style and characteristic. Once accepting this setting, you would find it rather endearing. At least, that's how many girls in the class put it. Lin Yuan didn't think of himself as a warm-hearted person, but his classmates treated him well. When he lived on campus, his roommates had even adjusted to his schedule. Therefore, he agreed to the request from his classmates, and after hesitating for 3 seconds, he decided not to bring up the topic of fees. Time to be generous for once. Over the next few days, he was busy recording piano accompaniments for his classmates. It was a tough job. Piano accompaniment wasn't something that could be done in one recording. There would inevitably be problems during the recording process. Lin Yuan had to discuss and revise it with his classmates, and even offer his own input sometimes. Of course, most of the time, the ideas proposed by the classmates were prioritized since these were their own pieces. After helping out like this, Lin Yuan was almost living in the recording studio and the campus piano room. He even had less time to attend the art club. On the 3rd day of helping his classmates create piano accompaniments. As expected, Lin Yuan bumped into Gu Shi in the piano room. "It's you." Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Gu Shi was overjoyed, yet he was unsure of how to address Lin Yuan. Calling him maestro seemed strange. Addressing him as goat felt abrupt. Calling him by his name, Lin Yuan, felt pretentious. After much deliberation, she finally tried to approach him. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, passing her by. Every time he met Gu Shi, it never meant anything good. Better avoid her quickly. Lin Yuan. Gu Shi called out nervously again. Without turning around, Lin Yuan paused slightly. "What's up?" Gu Shi awkwardly replied. "Well, if you need anything, just let me know." Gu Shi had been feeling quite troubled recently. She had been thinking of ways to get closer to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan rarely came to the piano room, and her taking the initiative would seem too deliberate, possibly causing his displeasure. So, she had been hesitating for quite some time about it. Lin Yuan nodded, then returned to the piano room. Today, the piano room was more crowded than the past few days. Seeing Lin Yuan, one of them felt a little embarrassed. "Lin Yuan, we would also like to invite you to record piano accompaniments. We recognize the difficulty you've faced recently in aiding all of us. If it sounds too much, just forget it." Lin Yuan. If this continues, the entire class will come looking for him. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have time to help this group of classmates. The current problem was he still had unfinished tasks towards drawing reputation. If he spends all his time in the piano room and recording studio, it could easily delay the progress of those tasks. However, Lin Yuan could understand why everyone was seeking his help. When it came to piano skills, 99% of those in the music department were below his professional level. Sure enough, whenever he encountered Gu Shi, he would become unlucky. Seeing Lin Yuan hesitating, one of his classmates chuckled. "Forget it. Lin Yuan will get exhausted at this rate. We should just ask for help from the music department instead." With that, the group was ready to leave. Everyone was conflicted in their hearts. They wanted Lin Yuan's help on one hand, but they also didn't want to trouble him excessively. With so many people needing assistance, Lin Yuan was indeed having a hard time managing everything. Wait a minute. Thinking about the concessions that his roommates and classmates had made for him, Lin Yuan ultimately found himself unable to ignore their requests. The crowd paused. "But there are so many of us." Lin didn't speak, but walked to the door, glancing at Gu Shi, who was still at the end of the corridor. Gu Shi stood silently, seemingly lost in thought. "Wow, isn't that Gu Shi? The legendary piano goddess. She looks so beautiful every time I see her. I wish Gu Shi could help me with the piano accompaniment." Dream on. Do you think you can ask Gu Shi for help? Besides, I think Lin Yuan is just as good as her. All goddesses are cold, and Gu Shi is exceptionally so. Her vibe is clearly strangers keep out. Seeing Gu Shi, everyone began to discuss in hushed, excited whispers. Gu Shi was a local celebrity, closely related to the composition and music departments. So, naturally, Lin Yuan's classmates knew of her, the famous piano goddess, and were familiar with her aloof personality. While everyone was discussing, Lin Yuan suddenly turned to Gu Shi. "Can you do me a favor?" Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Gu Shi quickly raised her head. The students around Lin Yuan were stunned. What? Did Lin Yuan really dare to ask Gu Shi for help? Well, this is typical Lin Yuan. The crowd felt incredibly touched. As heartwarming as it was, everyone also found it a bit funny. Perhaps Lin Yuan thought Gu Shi, like him, would be a helpful person? Lin Yuan is still so naive. How could Gu Shi possibly agree? She's known for keeping her distance. Plus, she doesn't know anyone from the composition department. So if she were suddenly asked to help, she would undoubtedly refuse without leaving any face. That's what everyone thought, and they began to feel guilty. However, to everyone's astonishment, the notoriously aloof piano goddess nodded vigorously, her tone even hinting at a bit of excitement. Sure, at that moment, the composition department students were collectively dumbstruck. They even doubted whether this was the real Gu Shi. Where was the cold demeanor that kept everyone at arm's length? Damn, rumors are indeed not trustworthy. Chapter 197, full of enthusiasm. Having Gu Shi around often meant trouble, so why not let her solve the trouble? This is what they call fighting fire with fire. Lin Yuan considered himself quite smart. And, indeed, with Gu Shi joining the team, their efficiency noticeably increased. Before, these music composition students had to rely solely on Lin Yuan for all the piano accompaniments, which was quite burdensome for him. Now, with Gu Shi's arrival, she directly helped Lin Yuan bear more than half of the workload, to the extent that Lin Yuan could occasionally take a little break when he got tired. Gu Shi, you should take a break too. Seeing Gu Shi busy at work, the composition students felt a bit embarrassed. No one expected that Gu Shi would be so passionate. Not only was she willing to help everyone play the accompaniment, but she also put in a lot of effort, seldom taking any rest. At the same time, her attitude towards everyone was very friendly, with no pride or coldness at all. "I'm not tired," Gu Shi answered with a smile. Of course, not feeling tired was impossible, given the number of people needing help. Even the highest-level pianist would feel weary. But compared to her physical fatigue, mentally, Gu Shi was unprecedentedly excited. Maestro asked for her help. Just saying Lin Yuan asked her to play the piano would have been enough. Even if Lin Yuan asked her to help him move bricks, Gu Shi, would definitely roll up her sleeves and get to work without a second thought. Being needed by Maestro was an honor for her. In the music circle, countless people were scrambling to help Maestro, yet had no chance to do so. Moreover, for Gu Shi, this was an opportunity she had always dreamt of. An opportunity to get close to Lin Yuan. An opportunity to win over Lin Yuan. So, Gu Shi even felt a bit grateful to these composition students. If not for their help, Lin Yuan might not have needed her. What she feared was not getting tired. What she feared was being worthless in Maestro's eyes. How could the Maestro favor someone worthless? During this process, the composition students were whispering among themselves. The rumors were terribly wrong. Gu Shi is actually very approachable. She feels as warm as Lin Yuan. Maybe excellent people aren't as standoffish as we imagined. Remember when Lin Yuan first transferred to the composition department? We all thought he was a very aloof person until we got to know him and realized that Lin Yuan is actually very nice. These words came to Gu Shi's ears in bits and pieces, making her mood even more delightful. In this way, she should have been able to slightly reverse her bad image in Lin Yuan's mind, right? She stole a glance at Lin Yuan's reaction. Lin Yuan was comfortably and leisurely sitting in his chair resting, seemingly quite satisfied with her ability and attitude. This gave Gu Shi even more motivation. Of course, some students had faintly guessed that Gu Shi's willingness to help might be because of Lin Yuan. So someone quietly asked Lin Yuan why Gu Shi would be willing to help. Lin Yuan shook his head. How would he know what Gu Shi was thinking? All he knew was that Gu Shi had said before, if there was anything he needed, he could just ask. For such a thing, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised, because he often heard similar statements. Ever since his childhood, people around him often said so, and indeed, very few people refused his requests. Because his classmates were so easygoing, Lin Yuan was also easygoing. If others can help me easily, Of course, I should also try to help others. It wasn't until 11:40. Finally, someone proposed. It's getting late. Let's take a break and invite Lin Yuan and Gu Shi to dinner. All right. Lin Yuan was energized. Seeing that Lin Yuan agreed, Gu Shi hurriedly nodded as well. How could she miss the chance to have dinner with Lin Yuan? Thank you then. The campus had a cafeteria, and naturally, it also had a restaurant. However, the restaurant was more expensive than the cafeteria. To express their gratitude for Lin Yuan and Gu Shi's help, the group would naturally not invite them to the cafeteria. Instead, they booked a table at the best restaurant in school and ordered some great dishes. Lin Yuan ate very happily. Toward the end of the meal, the restaurant served a variety of desserts. Lin Yuan almost immediately set his eyes on the pudding jelly. His favorite sweets were two kinds, ice cream and pudding jelly. This is their specialty. There were only 2 portions of pudding jelly. The classmates naturally wouldn't fight over them. As they explained this, they gave the 2 portions of pudding jelly to Lin Yuan and Gu Shi, the 2 main characters at the table. It was really delicious. After happily finishing his strawberry-flavored pudding jelly, Lin Yuan was left wanting more. The classmates on the side, naturally seeing that Lin Yuan really liked the pudding jelly, could only awkwardly laugh and say, "This pudding jelly is limited supply. They only make so much every day. We'll buy it for you next time." "I haven't eaten mine yet," Gu Shi almost subconsciously said. "If you don't mind, I'll give you mine to eat." The classmates around them turned to look at Gu Shi one after another. At first their expressions were somewhat strange, but then they gradually cleared up. So this piano goddess Gu Shi was just like the other girls in the class. Those girls always liked giving their favorite snacks to Lin Yuan. Noticing the strange gazes around her, Gu Shi didn't feel embarrassed. What she cared about was only Maestro. What's there to care about other people's gaze? However, she was a bit flustered, reflecting inside. "Am I trying too hard?" Lin Yuan said. "All right." He happily accepted Gu Shi's kindness. Who on this world would reject ice cream and pudding jelly? Gu Shi sighed in relief. It seemed that Lin Yuan really enjoyed eating pudding jelly. Right, he also liked ice cream, but last time she dared to fight with him for ice cream. Isn't living well? After lunch, in the afternoon, Lin Yuan and Gu Shi continued to help their classmates record piano accompaniment. They were busy until the evening when they finally finished everyone's piano accompaniment. Everyone thanked them profusely. After everyone had left, Gu Shi slumped in her chair. She was thoroughly exhausted from a day of hard work, but thinking about how her relationship with Lin Yuan had progressed a little, Gu Shi was once again filled with enthusiasm. She clenched her fist tightly. "Hold on. Don't rush things," Gu Shi encouraged herself. Getting Maestro's approval was a long journey, and Gu Shi had enough patience for it. Meanwhile, deep within the Starlight Company, Sun Yaohua, who was preparing to leave work, suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable crisis. Could it be that Jiang Kuei is going to make a move? Sun Yaohua prided himself on his sycophant skills, but the only time he failed was when he faced Jiang Kuei. He still couldn't forget the scene of Jiang Kuei buying all the milk tea flavors for Lin Yuan to this day. This is a formidable adversary. Sun Yaohua too clenched his fist. Chapter 101-98. This round is secured. No matter whether he's helping out with composing and arranging music on the piano or not, the frequency with which Lin Yuan visits the art club inevitably decreases because he also needs to make time to write Zhuxian. He has to accumulate several thousand words a day. No matter how fast he types, it will still require effort. As half of May has passed, the relevant music departments of large entertainment companies have started preparing for the new season in June. At Starlight, the plan to release Red Rose next month has been confirmed. One of the 3 giants in the Qin continent. The Lounge of Dazzling Silver Light. As a top-tier singer, Chun Jiu is also preparing to release a new song in June. For this reason, Chun Jiu made a point of reminding his agent to look at strong competitors that might surface next month. Great news! After the agent had investigated the preparations of various companies for next month and contacted Chun Jiu in a hurry, he was very excited. "This is excellent news. There's absolutely no problem for you to top the charts next month." "Don't jinx it," Chun Jiu said irritably. "As far as I know, Jin Shuyu from Starlight Entertainment will also be releasing a song next month. Jin Shuyu's capabilities and influence among fans are not to be taken lightly. I don't have the confidence to consistently beat him. Both are top-tier singers, but their popularity levels differ. Jin Shiyu began to rise in popularity last year, and this year he has securely claimed the throne of a top-tier singer. His popularity and fan base even slightly surpass those of Chen Jiyu. Under such circumstances, Chen Jiyu views Jin Shiyu as his biggest rival for next month. This is the good news I was talking about, the agent said gleefully. For some unknown reason, Jin Shiyu has been suspended from activities for a month by Starlight Entertainment, and his agent has received the same punishment. So his plan to release a new song in June has been cancelled by Starlight. Are you sure? Chen Jiyu was taken aback. This isn't some smokescreen Starlight is putting up, is it? Jin Shiyu is currently a popular top-tier singer. How can his song release plan be cancelled just like that? I'm not sure about that. The agent smiled and said firmly, but I know for sure that Jin Shiyu's suspension from Starlight is real, because several of his key activities have been suspended in recent days. It's likely he's offended some big shot. Now you can relax. Because apart from Jin Shiyu, none of the other singers next month pose any threat to you. What about Starlight's substitute singer? The substitute singer is apparently Sun Yaohua. He was probably hastily pulled in by Starlight. He is just a little-known small-time singer, not even as good as Zhao Yingge from last time. Starlight's top-tier singers wouldn't substitute for Jin Shiyu at the last minute. Heaven is on my side. Chen Jiyu's doubts were completely dispelled. He finally revealed a smile. It's not that he's overly cautious. He had mainly been frightened before. The last time he released a song was in January, and as a result, he was unexpectedly trounced by Easy to Ignite and Explode. It scared Chen Jiyu so much that he hasn't released any new songs for several months. This time, no matter what, he must claim first place. He must recover the face he lost in January. You should know that Chen Jiyu had deliberated for a long time before choosing June to release his song. This is the month he most hopes to claim the first place of the season. He doesn't want to unexpectedly stumble again. This round is definitely won. The agent patted Chen Jiyu's shoulder. I don't believe that another Zhao Yingge is going to pop up this time. Even if Zhao Yingge does come, it would be useless. Under normal circumstances, how could non-top-tier singers possibly beat a top-tier singer like you? The news that Jin Shiyu was withdrawing from the June season competition didn't just reach dazzling silver light. Soon, the entire industry knows about it. After all, he's currently a popular top-tier singer, so everyone within the industry is curious, wondering what Jin Shiyu did wrong to get suspended for a month. Dazzling silver light is getting a windfall. We won't be able to see a fight between the two, yes. Since both Jin Shiyu and Chen Jiyu have the character Yu in their names and both are top-tier singers, the media has directly dubbed the competition for next month's new song chart as Battle of the Yes. Now, only one Yu is left. Onlookers can't help but feel bored. Is it possible not to feel regret? Since Jin Shiyu and Chen Jiyu can't compete, a match between Dazzling Silver Light and Starlight Entertainment can't happen. Who likes to watch a competition without suspense? Probably only Dazzling Silver Light, and Chen Jiyu will be laughing in secret. The person who must be the most upset about this should be Jin Shiyu, right? The industry is rife with such speculation. Meanwhile, Jin Shiyu continues to stay in a hotel near the company. During the period of his work suspension, he practically hasn't left the hotel. Only his equally idle agent, Tao Ran, keeps him company. Occasionally, the two of them fend off their worries with a drink. It's only a month. After quietly drinking a few glasses of wine, Tao Ran tries to comfort Jin Shiyu. Wait till the company loses in the new song chart in June. They will realize how important you are. Without you stepping forward, what can the company use to fight Chen Jiyu? Can Sun Yaohua really be a match for Chen Jiyu? You think so too? Jin Shiyu lifts his head to look at Tao Ran. Tao Ran is taken aback. Did I say something wrong? Jin Shiyu remains silent, only sighing lightly. He takes a sip of his wine gloomily, as if trying to drown his countless worries with alcohol. What's wrong? Tao Ran furrows his brow. This isn't like you, Jin Shiyu. Is it such a big deal to be suspended for a month? If you're angry, I'll arrange something behind the scenes later on to make sure Sun Yaohua regrets it. Brother Tao. Upon hearing this, Jin Shiyu's expression suddenly turned serious. You absolutely must not harm Sun Yaohua. Huh? Tao Ran frowns even more. Why? Jin Shiyu emphasizes every word. You have to promise to me, don't touch him. Tao Ran forces a smile. All right, all right, all right, I'll listen to you. I won't touch him, but you need to give me a reason, right? A reason? Jin Shiyu puts down his wine glass. As an agent, Brother Tao, you are indeed very talented, but when it comes to music, you are just an outsider. He chuckled coldly. Jin Shiyu stood to look out of the window. I guess dazzling silver light is probably overjoyed right now, thinking that they've hit the jackpot. But they have no idea what's waiting for them. You mean, just because they want to win doesn't mean they can do it so easily. The company isn't dumb either. They could have punished me next month. So why did they choose this month? They are merely subtly reminding me to make way. Because of Sun Yaohua? Because of Xian Yu? Because of Red Rose? Tao Ran's mouth dropped open. He felt a bit dazed. Jin Shiyu wasn't usually a man of good temperament. If it were anyone else who had put Jin Shiyu in such a predicament, Jin Shiyu would have retaliated heavily, without question. All singers who have reached top-tier status are not pushovers. But this time, despite being dealt such a heavy blow, Jin Shiyu did not erupt in anger, but rather began to introspect on his own actions. That just doesn't make sense. Chapter 102, 99, A Slight Tremble of the Hand. The exam for sophomore year was a song that influences the choice of exchange program positions for junior year, so everyone naturally sought Lin Yuan's help for the piano parts and the song arrangements. Classmates need to record songs. Lin Yuan also needs to record songs. After all, he has some ideas about the exchange program for junior year, and for this, he even specially customized Initial Dream with the system. Turn to Starlight to record songs. This song needs a singer. After all, there are plenty of tool users at Starlight, and Lin Yuan can pick whichever one he wants. However, after thinking about it, Lin Yuan changed his mind because he has someone beside him who is well suited for this song's vocal range. His good friend Xia Fan. Although doing this might reveal his identity, but since Xia Fan decided to pursue a career as a singer, she would find out sooner or later, and there is no point in continuing to hide it. So he contacted Xia Fan. After ending the call, Lin Yuan gave it some thought and decided to invite Jian Yi as well. The trio met at the cafeteria during lunch. Lin Yuan immediately took out the sheet music for Initial Dream and gave it to Xia Fan. A song you wrote. Xia Fan saw the sheet music and was taken aback. Lin Yuan nodded and then sent a sample of Initial Dream to Xia Fan's phone. Have a listen. Okay. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yuan could write songs. After all, he had been studying in the composition department for quite a while. Xia Fan thought Lin Yuan wanted her opinion, so she pulled out 2 Bluetooth headphones, planning to listen, and at the same time thought to herself that no matter how the song turned out, she would definitely encourage Lin Yuan. Give me one too. Jian Yi snatched one of Xia Fan's Bluetooth headphones and put it in his own ear, curious about the song Lin Yuan had written. After listening for a few minutes, Xia Fan suddenly turned to look at Lin Yuan in shock. Not bad, Lin Yuan. This is a really good song. Jian Yi spoke up surprisingly, not understanding music himself, but still able to tell whether a song is good or not. From the very first line, Lin Yuan's song had impressed him. Lin Yuan didn't respond to Jian Yi. He looked at Xia Fan. This song is for our annual assessment in the composition department. I'm going to submit it, but I still need a singer to perform it. How about you sing it? Do you really want me to sing it? Xia Fan looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. You've been studying music for so many years, you should know. This song is quite valuable. Of course she wanted to sing this song. But this song is too good. It would have a better effect if performed by a professional debut singer, could even become a big hit. Xia Fan didn't want to let Lin Yuan down just because she wanted to sing it. What's the matter with you, Xia Fan? Jian Yi was anxious. Such a good song. Do you really want to push it away? If Lin Yuan lets you sing it, just sing it. Xia Fan didn't reply to Jian Yi either. She quietly looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled. No need to worry about letting others hear it. You're the most suitable for this song. Plus, there's something else I want to tell the two of you. What one? Both were suddenly nervous. Lin Yuan said, Actually, I am Xian Yu. Jian Yi was stunned. His last vague recollection was that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Xia Fan's eyes widened. Are you joking? Lin Yuan seriously said. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you before. That's not the point. Xia Fan locked onto Lin Yuan. You really are Xian Yu? Lin Yuan nodded. Before Xia Fan could say anything, Jian Yi suddenly remembered. He realized who Xian Yu was. This name, Xia Fan had mentioned it several times before. A while back, hit songs like Big Fish and several others were all written by this Xian Yu. This person turned out to be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan can actually write such amazing songs. Just as the excited Jian Yi was about to say something, Xia Fan suddenly covered her face with her hands. Jian Yi was startled. What's wrong with you, Xia Fan? Lin Yuan also looked at Xia Fan worriedly. Xia Fan let go of his hand, his face turning crimson with excitement, glaring at Lin Yuan and saying, one song isn't enough. The ones later on. Lin Yuan chuckles. I'll give you another when it suits. This is the only one I have at hand now. This song is not cheap. Jian Yi patted his chest. You scared me a bit. But Lin Yuan, you've been hiding this from us for so long. You ought to be punished. Xia Fan said fiercely. He should be treated to a meal. No, make that too. Lin Yuan, managing to keep a straight face, replies, we'll dine at the Oriental restaurant tonight. This is the best restaurant around their school. Lin Yuan and his classmates from the composition department once visited. The pudding jelly there was incredibly delicious. Tonight it is then. Jian Yi and Xia Fan high-five in celebration. Things from before make sense now. Why did their leader allow Lin Yuan to stay in such a nice house? Why was his company treatment so good? Because Lin Yuan is Xian Yu. Lin Yuan reminded Xia Fan. We have to go to Starlight to record music another day. Xia Fan laughed. Sure, but won't giving me this song violate company regulations? Lin Yuan was taken aback. He'd completely forgotten about that. According to company rules, he was not allowed to compose songs for outsiders privately. It had to be done through the company's channel. Why don't you just let Starlight sign Xia Fan directly, Lin Yuan? Can you do it? Jian Yi isn't sure about Lin Yuan standing in the company that allows for this power, so he asked tentatively. Lin Yuan turned to Xia Fan. Do you want to sign? Xia Fan nodded immediately. Of course. Lin Yuan spoke. I'll talk to Ms. Zhao. It shouldn't be too difficult. But the issue is, if you sign with the company now, your contract grade definitely won't be high. Huh? Do rookies dare to dream of contract terms? Xia Fan was struggling to keep up with Lin Yuan's thoughts. Lin Yuan explained. If Xia Fan can catapult to fame with Bloom, he can definitely sign a relatively higher-grade contract with Starlight. It had been the same case with Zhao Yingge before. Once the song blew up, people naturally wanted to sign him. Xia Fan gave a bitter smile. Lin Yuan, you have high expectations. For me, just being able to sign with Starlight is a huge deal. Why think about more? I see. Lin Yuan made a phone call to Zhao Ju, letting him in on the situation. He trusted Zhao Ju a lot. I see. Zhao Ju, upon hearing Lin Yuan's request, ponderously said, I can do that. I bet you want to increase her contract level a bit, right? No problem. We can sign a letter of intent first. If she achieves anything before signing the official contract, we can upgrade her contract level. However, this is essentially exploiting a loophole in the company's policy, so before signing the official contract, make sure not to write songs for her using the Xian Yu pseudonym. Just using a fake identity would do. She didn't even ask Lin Yuan who he intends to sign. For many young dreamers, signing with Starlight could be a life goal, but for Zhao Ju, this was a small matter, as long as Xian Yu asked for it. Thank you. Lin Yuan hung up the call. Xia Fan and Jian Yi were anxious. What did she say? Lin Yuan gave a slight smile. Get ready to record. And most importantly, don't let anyone know that I wrote the song. Otherwise there will be trouble. Sure. Xia Fan was excited. Jian Yi also smiled, happy for his friend. However, they took Lin Yuan's warning to heart, careful not to reveal Lin Yuan's identity to anyone. Just to be safe, when they went to record the song a few days later, they rented a studio outside the school instead of using Starlight Studio. It's always good to be cautious. Meanwhile, May had quietly passed. At the stroke of midnight on June 1st, the new music season officially begins in Qin continent. Chun Jiu, who was determined to win, confidently opened the music player. Top recommended resource. His new song was placed in the most noticeable spot on the quick access recommendations. Chun Jiu was satisfied with the attention his song was given. Glancing at the other song recommendations, Chun Jiu suddenly noticed a new song recommendation called Red Rose. It's a song from Starlight. The singer is Sun Yaohua, who he heard from an agent before. Sun is the singer for Jin Shuyu's slot at Starlight, and the lyrics and composition are. Oh my god. All of a sudden, Chun Jiu's hand shook. His mouse almost flew out of his hand. Chapter 103. 100. Do you think you are very funny? Don't panic. I must have seen it wrong. Definitely saw it wrong. Chun Jiu steadied his nerves and even showed a self-encouraging smile, then took another glance and quickly turned his face away. His face fell. What a letdown. How could it be a song by Xian Yu? Chun Jiu was incredibly frustrated. His agent said that the singer Starlight used to replace Jin Shuyu was not worth mentioning. This singer called Sun Yaohua was indeed not worth mentioning. But who wrote Sun Yaohua's song? Xian Yu. It's Xian Yu, the person Chun Jiu fears the most. Compared to Xian Yu, Chun Jiu would rather face Jin Shuyu. At least everyone can compete on their own merits. But Xian Yu is too weird. This person cannot be judged by conventional wisdom. Am I going to fail again? Chun Jiu felt panicky. However, after only panicking for about 10 seconds, Chun Jiu gradually calmed down. He suddenly took a deep breath. Even he began to feel a bit lacking in resilience. After all, I'm an A-list singer. Can Xian Yu always ignore the difference in artists' popularity? Really think us A-list singers do nothing? Such things can only happen once at most. The reason is simple. I'm so scared because I failed last time due to Xian Yu. So seeing these two characters brings back bad memories. What makes me scared is not Xian Yu, but the unbearable memory. Such description sounds quite literary. In fact, there's nothing to fear. Although Zhao Yingge was not an A-lister back then, her song Bloom was champion. She had some popularity and barely ranked as someone important. Xian Yu's song was not wasted on her. What about Sun Yaohua? He had zero popularity. Probably wouldn't be recognized as a singer on the street. If he stood across from him, Chun Jiu would definitely not know who he was. That's also good. Get up from where you fell. Chun Jiu felt that he is fine again. He relaxedly adjusted the mouse wire and put on the headphones next to the mouse. Let's see how your song this time is. Don't let me down. He played Red Rose. The song starts with an ordinary piano melody, very common, the kind that he could play casually. Only like this. Chun Jiu smiled faintly. The moment the piano sound paused, a deep and low voice sounded. A dream in a dream that I can't wake up from. The red thread that is tethered. All the stimulation leaves behind is fatigue and pain. No more feelings. Just like this. Chun Jiu kept smiling and continued to listen. When I hug you from behind, what I'm expecting is his face. It's totally ironic. I don't understand, but I hope you understand. Just like this. Chun Jiu's smile has stiffened, but he stubbornly refused to disappear. The prelude to Red Roses was playing in his ears. Is happiness too heavy? Overuse doesn't itch or hurt, and the empty pupils are worn out, finally hollowed out, finally endless. Just like this. Chun Jiu's eyes were about to split, and he pinched his thigh hard. His expression gradually collapsed amid the singing. The unreachable is always in turmoil. The favored ones take things for granted. The redness of the rose and the dream that is easily hurt, held in your hand but lost between your fingers and ends in vain. No, not just. Fuck. Chun Jiu couldn't hold it in any longer. I quit, isn't that enough? He violently took off his headphones, covering his ears, and at this time his agent just entered the room, smiling slightly. Jiu, are you listening to music? Obviously, this wave is already steady. To celebrate the top spot, his agent even brought 2 cups and a bottle of good red wine at 12 o'clock precisely to Chun Jiu's home. And because their relationship was very good, he had the key to his artist's house. Listen to music? Chun Jiu, as if he'd been stimulated, held his ears tighter. I won't listen. 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 The agent was a bit confused. Seeing this scene made him inexplicably familiar. Calm down. The agent frowned. Chun Jiu's emotions gradually calmed down, no longer covering his ears, just looking at his agent quietly. Didn't you say there are no tough competitors this time? Indeed, there are no tough competitors. The agent was very sure. Seeing the agent looking innocent, Chun Jiu sighed and stopped talking, silently putting on his headphones again, and replayed the song. It's so good. This time after finishing, Chun Jiu directly downloaded Red Rose and added it to his playlist. What are you up to? The agent's corner of the mouth twitched. He witnessed the whole process of Chun Jiu's operation and had a not-so-good premonition. In our singing world, this is called a surrender. Chun Jiu raised his hands. L, crying face. J. The agent. Chun Jiu said to himself, I'm really stupid, really. He raised his spiritless eyes. I only knew there weren't any A-list singers in June. I could take an advantage, but I didn't know the maestro would come. The agent sighed. He had roughly guessed what had happened. No hope. There is hope. Chun Jiu replied. Avoid him. Chun Jiu pointed at the songwriter behind Red Rose. The agent saw the word Xianyu, and his face changed. At this moment, he remembered the fear once ruled by these two words. No wonder when he entered the door just now, he felt the atmosphere was strangely familiar. Would we, who have been hiding for several months, be hit by Xianyu's gun again? What crap luck! Jin Shuyu is gone. But here comes Xianyu. The difficulty of the game suddenly seems more exaggerated. Next time I'll definitely find out clearly, the agent declared forcefully. Next time for sure? Next time for sure. I don't believe you anymore. Chun Jiu said sorrowfully. You're just a jinx. The agent sighed. Actually, I prepared a gift for you. It's outside the door right now. This wine, I wanted to celebrate our topping the chart. Chun Jiu didn't want to talk. The agent opened the door and brought in a box. Chun Jiu looked up at the agent. What is this? The agent said. A fish tank. Didn't you say cats are too much trouble? Keeping fish is easier? Are you kidding? Chun Jiu suddenly felt wronged. He forcefully pushed the agent out of the door, also throwing out the agent's box. Even if I die from hunger, jumping from here, I would never keep fish. Never in this life. Why? After the agent asked, he suddenly slapped his head, and the atmosphere became silent and awkward. After a while, the agent finally said, So you have piscinophobia? Chun Jiu's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. Do you think you're funny? Chapter 104, 101. This is what I think. For Chun Jiu, it was a sleepless night. However, for many insiders, this was a relatively normal night, even though the new season was starting tonight. Who enjoys a season competition without suspense? Chun Jiu must be the first place in the June new song chart. Faced with the W conflict that died before it could even be born, many people naturally thought this way. That being said, a part of them still looked at the charts for this season as the next day approached, analyzing the current industry situation through the performance of the songs each season was a routine for many. As expected, no suspense for the first place in the June new song chart. A bit painful, singer Chun Jiu, composer Wu Taiyang, company dazzling silver glow. Downloads, 1.01 million. Seeing the download count, many people subconsciously nodded their heads. Chun Jiu 1's Now song had actually broken 1 million downloads on the first day. Truly worthy of a top-tier talent. Nice score. Again, a high song download count doesn't happen overnight. Because the listeners in Qin continent have to bombard their cars with various good songs every month, they become numb after listening to too many songs and need a certain reaction time to decide whether to download. So this score is actually pretty good. Evidently, even if Jin Shiyu were to participate in the competition this June, he would basically have a hard time beating this song by Chun Jiu. So perhaps his withdrawal is actually a good thing. Pretty steady, huh? This champion is a sure bet. While everyone was thinking this way, their gazes naturally fell on the second place, assuming that the second place's statistics must be far behind Chun Jiu's. The second was called Rod Rose's One, sung by Sun Yaohua, lyrics and composition by Xianyu, company Starlight Entertainment. Downloads, 880,000. Those who reacted slower were stunned in front of their computers. Those who reacted quickly drew in a sharp breath, and some even swore on the spot. Fuck one. There's something off about this second place. If the performer of Red Roses was Jin Shiyu, everyone wouldn't have reacted this way, because it's normal for Jin Shiyu to achieve such a score. The first day of a top-tier singer generally wouldn't be too bad. But the performer of this song was Sun Yaohua. Who's Sun Yaohua? Buddy, you're playing foul. Tell me the truth. Did you buy the charts? Don't blame the industry insiders for having poor memory. There are just too many singers in Qin continent, with endless works and newcomers appearing every month. After a long time, finally, someone remembered. Sun Yaohua seems to be the performer of Life Like a Summer Flower, a newcomer who debuted about half a year ago. How could a newcomer be so fortunate? Everyone's eyes unanimously floated past Sun Yaohua and locked onto the two words they were incredibly interested in when they first saw the information, Xianyu. In fact, when everyone saw the words Xianyu, they already had an inkling in their hearts, so the small dramas of buying the charts and such were just jokes. Clearly, Xianyu had shot off again. It's another Xianyu surge. Wait, why do I say again? Those with quicker hands put on their headphones and started listening to Red Roses. Anyway, when an incomprehensible song score appears, all you have to do is to listen to the song once. A few minutes after finishing the song, after a moment's pause, an ace composer from Sanxi culture suddenly sighed and commented in the company's composer group. There isn't much time left for Chen Jiyu. Wham! The big group exploded. Obviously, everyone understood what this ace composer meant. Sun Yaohua, a little singer without any foundation, surprisingly achieved a terrifying download count of 880,000 on the first day. Overtaking Chen Jiyu afterwards would just be a matter of time, and the championship would inevitably belong to Red Roses. Fuck, I'm convinced. Point 1. This fish is really terrifying. Point 1 foot. What can be done once surely can't be done twice. To forcibly bridge the difference in status between singers by one's own strength, it's enough to brag about merely achieving such a feat once. But this Xianyu has done it again. He's not human. Suddenly someone quietly said. The time when Xianyu wrote a song for Zhao and Gu in January this year also seemed to coincide with the release of Chen Jiyu's song, and Chen Jiyu had no choice but to take the second place that month. This year, the second time Chen Jiyu released a song, he ran into Xianyu again. Uft. It's a curse. The big group erupted in laughter. For a while, there were all sorts of comments like, Chen Jiyu is so pitiful, give Chen Jiyu a break, fish coming from 1,000 miles away to meet. I've seen this episode, and Chen Jiyu is screwed in the end, surprise or not. Guess who? It's me again. The big three were old competitors. If Dazzling Silver Glow was unlucky, Sanxi would only take pleasure in their misfortune. Besides, they didn't have any top-tier singers participating this season, so they were just spectators, making all kinds of sarcastic remarks. It was hilariously fun for a while. The whole industry was watching. Meanwhile, inside Starlight Entertainment, the music department was doubly happy. The entire company naturally knew about Jin Shiyu being suspended from work for a month, and many people were worried that the championship position might have to be conceded this season. They didn't understand the company's decision, but they didn't expect Xianyu to be the real trump card. Sun Yaohua must be relaxing. Xianyu's trump card is in hand. This trump card truly deserves the name. Now I suspect that the company deliberately suppressed Jin Shiyu. Think about it. If Jin Shiyu also released a song this month, wouldn't he be accidentally injured by Sun Yaohua? Top-tier singers may not be afraid of losing, but it's really hard to lose to a newcomer who just debuted. It's basically like being a green leaf backdrop. Zhao Ju, listening to the discussions, was a little dazed. She did punish Jin Shiyu truly because of Xianyu. This is true, but in the eyes of others, it seemed like she knew Xianyu was going to take off. Thus, she had prepared a step for Jin Shiyu in advance. One really didn't think like that. The assistant next to her admired. Your move was really grand. You obviously punished Jin Shiyu and Tao Ran, but Jin Shiyu and Tao Ran have to appreciate your punishment. I really didn't expect you to be such a prophet. Yes, that's what I thought. Zhao Ju gave a casual smile with a calm and composed look. This kid has really sprouted another flower. Meanwhile, at the composition department, the executive who had a spat with Zhou even called personally. This time the tone was very gentle. I was wrong last time. I thought about it carefully, and you did have your difficulties. I really support your work. Thank you for your understanding. Point 1 foot. After hanging up, OL1 Zhou directly laughed like a pig in his office. He was the only real prophet in the whole scene. After listening to Red Roses, he knew that there wouldn't be a big issue. Things like Jin Shiyu, Tao Ran and other stuff were minor issues. Firing an employee from the audit department is merely trivial. As long as Xianyu doesn't do anything outrageous, he could stay invincible. Chapter 105, 102 Total Fish Banquet. It wasn't just the industry discussing it. Over at Qin Art, the excitement was palpable. After all, Sun Yaohua was a senior who had graduated from the music department of the Qin Continent Art Academy, and the sense of belonging there was strong. More than 80% of the posts on the school forum were discussing this matter. Brother Sun is awesome. Xianyu is clearly the awesome one. I was saying Brother Sun's luck is awesome. Xianyu really showcases the importance of the maestro to the fullest. Last time he helped Zhao and Gu surpass a first-line singer, and this time he did it again with senior Sun Yaohua. I'm starting to suspect Xianyu is doing it on purpose. The weaker the foundations of Sun Yaohua and Zhao and Gu, the greater Xianyu's skills seem to be. In reality, Sun Yaohua's foundations are far from matching a first-line singer, let alone competing with Zhao and Gu. These lyrics are incredible too. That line, "What one cannot have constantly agitates them. Those who are favored have no fear," really touched my heart. I've decided to make this line my personal signature. Xianyu's lyric writing skills are just as great as his composition skills. You may want to rethink that. Ever since the song was released, I've seen at least 10 of my friends using this line as their personal signature. At a glance, it makes them all seem like newly released Matryoshka dolls. I'm afraid one day they'll suddenly message me saying they've been the same person all along. If I don't believe them, they might even switch accounts to prove it. Yaohua is really going to hit it big. If Life Like a Summer Flower marked the successful debut of senior Sun Yaohua, then this song is enough to give Brother Sun some fame. From now on, whenever people see the name Sun Yaohua, they won't find it unfamiliar anymore. Indeed, many people's first reaction upon seeing Sun Yaohua's name was unfamiliarity. Other than those who especially love the song, Life Like a Summer Flower, who else really knows who he is? But now the situation is clearly different. Not to mention the industry insiders. Even within the comments section of this song, many are discussing Sun Yaohua's singing skills. After all, Red Rose isn't a song that can be easily sung well, even by a dog chained in a recording studio. The song requires a lower vocal range, and without corresponding singing skills, you simply won't be able to handle it. Besides singing skills, the song also requires emotion. Think about how long Sun Yaohua trained just to record this song, and consider how Jin Shiyu couldn't resist trying to claim the chance to perform it. You'll realize that this song isn't as simple as it sounds. Some people might say, I can sing this song too. Well, yes and no. In terms of singing difficulty, Red Rose is indeed easy to sing. But being able to sing and singing well are two different things. Even if the melody is exactly the same, if you can't bring out the flavor of the song, it'll greatly diminish its charm. When many people listen to a song, they're listening for that specific flavor. Change the singer, and the flavor will be off. Anyone can notice that. On that note, Sun Yaohua deserves praise. Still, most of the comments were discussing the song itself. These comment sections are not only gathering spots for music enthusiasts, but also for casual visitors to make witty remarks. For example, one comment read, "My boyfriend has been listening to this song since last night. Is he hinting at something?" Another asked, "What does being favored feel like?" The top-rated reply was, "When you commit a murder, he asks if you are hurt, and if it's painful." So the story of this song is actually quite sad. Men are like that. They like the well-behaved ones, but they can't resist the flirty ones. Only by following one's heart can they live a good life. The comments section most frequently features comments of this artsy, melancholic tone. In this sense, the gloomy web users of Earth really understand. But there's actually a backstory to this song. The backstory also originates from Earth, so Blue Starians wouldn't know it. This backstory is also the inspiration behind the lyrics to this song. The classic opening line from Zhang Ailing's novel Red Rose, White Rose is, "In his lifetime, every man has at least two such women. He who marries a red rose, in time sheds his love as easily as ridding a speck of mosquito blood on the wall, while the white rose remains, a moonlit light before his bed. He who marries a white rose, the white turns into a speck of rice stuck to his clothes, while the red rose rolls down to become a cinnabar mole on his heart." This little tidbit doesn't really affect the mood of listening to the song. Don't feel like you're missing anything, because you're not. Because even on Earth, Among those who have listened to Red Rose, and those who think they understand it, more than 90% have never read Zhang Ailing's novel or even know it exists. The meteoric rise of Red Rose to the top of the charts the very next day after its release is proof enough of this. The lyrics and music are already enough. In the end, Chen Jiu lost out. He only sat on the champion throne for one day, or in the words of the jokers on the outside, Chen Jiu hadn't even had time to warm his seat. However, Chen Jiu had anticipated this result, so when he was pushed to second place, he just made a phone call to his manager. Let's have dinner together tonight. Understanding Chen Jiu's feelings, his manager comforted him, then asked, what should we eat tonight? Let's have fish. Chen Jiu said, for some reason, he really wanted to eat fish. An all-fish banquet would be perfect: braised fish, steamed fish, pickled fish, chopped pepper fish head, and perhaps a Christian carp tofu soup as well. Did he forget about the sashimi? He has always been afraid to eat raw fish. However, after some hesitation, he decided to try it tonight. He heard it's actually quite delicious. His manager. Meanwhile, in a hotel near the company, Tao Ran, horrified by the proceedings on the June New Song chart, said to Jin Xiu, I'm glad you reminded me not to take action against Sun Yaohua. It would have been unwise. If Sun Yaohua was an unknown, it would have been okay. But looking at the momentum of Red Rose, Sun Yaohua is obviously going to become famous. Even though he's still far from being a top-tier performer, the company will definitely allocate a lot of resources to him in the future. There's really no need to make him an enemy in this situation. Not enough. Jin Shuyu said, staring intently at the chart. It's not enough. He held high hopes for this song. But the power this song displayed was even more exaggerated than he thought. This result, completely out of his expectations, made him realize he had made a mistake he shouldn't have. Tao Ran was taken aback. What do you mean? Jin Xiu took a deep breath, pulled out a razor, and started shaving. He hadn't been in the mood to shave for a few days, so his beard had grown quite a bit. After fixing his hair and finding a more formal outfit, Jin Xiu said, we need to apologize to Xianyu. Chapter 106, 103 Division of the New Contract. When Red Rose rocketed to the top spot, the downloads for the song had already exceeded 1.2 million. This was not just an impressive figure, but also signified that Lin Yuan had officially earned the qualifications of an advanced songwriter. Putting it plainly, it was time to revise Xianyu's royalty contract. Lin Yuan's previous contract was a standard one for newcomers, where the company took 80% of the profits. To change this, a negotiation with the company was needed. The contracts signed by the advanced songwriters in the company were not all the same. As soon as Lin Yuan reached the promotion criteria for the advanced songwriter, Zhou approached him bluntly. You have reached the company's criteria for an advanced songwriter. What do you think of a new contract? Thoughts? Lin Yuan gave Zhou a puzzled look. That was a rhetorical question, wasn't it? Obviously, he wanted more money. Surprisingly, Zhou understood the meaning behind Lin Yuan's gaze and didn't get angry. He smiled kindly. I will handle the contract negotiations with the company personally. Lin Yuan hesitated. Can Zhou be trusted? While he was contemplating, a knocking sound was heard from the door, followed by a familiar figure entering the room. The person was Zhao Ju. Upon entering, she said to Zhou, Lin Yuan has reached the standard for an advanced songwriter, and I'm planning to negotiate a new contract on his behalf. Zhou glanced at Zhao Ju. I can handle it. Zhao Ju shook her head. I can get a better contract. Zhou was displeased. Don't forget that Lin Yuan is a person from our songwriting department. Do you think your face is bigger than mine? Or do you think I will cheat Lin Yuan if I take charge? This little Zhao couldn't be trusted. Lin Yuan was my man, yet you're trying to steal my limelight? Zhao Ju, a bit disgruntled, reminded Zhou. I was the one who signed Lin Yuan. I'll go. Zhou Weiming dared to confront upper management. I'm very close with the boss. Seeing both about to bicker, Lin Yuan could only say, what about both of you going together? Together? Old Zhou and Zhao Ju looked at each other and simultaneously broke into a smile. All right. Wait for our good news. Lin Yuan nodded. 5 minutes later, Zhou Weiming and Zhao Ju arrived at the finance department. Starlight Entertainment's finance department had a dedicated person in charge of the contracts for advanced songwriters. What wind blew the two of you over here? Seeing both Zhou Weiming and Zhao Ju together startled the responsible person briefly before a warm smile spread across his face. Both were significant figures within the company. Zhou Weiming said, "Renegotiate a contract for Xianyu." The manager immediately looked as though he had swallowed a bitter melon. "You're personally negotiating on behalf of Xianyu?" Zhou Weiming nodded. The manager immediately got a headache. Normally, such contracts were negotiated between the musician and the company. Only for some extremely talented songwriters would the managers personally step in to help negotiate. This was the situation the manager dreaded most. These managers, in order to win over high-potential musicians, often adopted the most aggressive attitudes, firmly siding with the musician. The manager's responsibility, on the other hand, was to keep the company's interests in mind and bargain as much as possible. Then what about Chief Zhao? The manager looked at Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju said, "The same." The manager was dumbfounded. "Whose behalf are you on?" "Zhao Ju, Xianyu's." The manager was so shocked that he didn't manage to utter another word for a while. By the time Zhao Ju and Zhou Weiming left, the manager was slumped over the table, scaring the subordinate nearby. "What's going on?" "I'm the company's sinner." The manager replied weakly. The subordinate looked helpless. "Why not explain it to upper management?" The manager gave the subordinate a look. "You think I didn't think of that? Upper management already told me to do as I see fit once they heard it was for Xianyu's contract. How much did you sign? Is that any of your business?" Embarrassed, the subordinate gave a weak laugh and left quietly. As if it were casual, the manager said, "The next time a contract comes up, higher management might need to personally negotiate." The subordinate was taken aback. On the other side, Zhou and Zhao Ju had returned to the songwriting department, and with much grandeur, they placed the new contract on the table. "This is your new contract." "What's the split?" Lin Yuan was anticipating. Zhao Ju smiled. "If you were to collaborate with smaller artists in the future, you can directly get 50% of the distribution rights. You decide how you want to split with the artist, and of course, they have the right to refuse. But I guess there won't any small artist who will reject the opportunity to work with you." Lin Yuan started to do the math. According to this contract calculation, he previously would have only received 0.15%. Now, he would directly get 4 to 5%, tripling his previous amount. This meant that Lin Yuan's song split amount would be multiplied by 3 in the future. This made the price for customized songs from the system seem significantly more reasonable. In addition, Zhou added, "In the event of a collaboration with a big-name artist, the company can give you a 30% share of the profits. The remaining 60% will be negotiated with the artist and their management by the company, and you wouldn't be involved." Lin Yuan. This was the reason why he wasn't fond of collaborating with big-name artists. When working with tool people, small artists, he could get 4 to 5% and give away only 0.5%. But when working with big-name artists, he would only get 3%. The difference was a full 1.5%. Don't underestimate this 1.5%. That was the percentage Lin Yuan earned from his previous songs. AU and all, he had made a decent amount of money from this. Lin Yuan. Old Zhou said with a smile, "For a new advanced songwriter like yourself, this contract is already the best at the moment. Other advanced songwriters may have more exceptional works than you, but their contracts might not necessarily be better than yours." Zhao Ju nodded. "Once you've created more excellent works in the future, this contract can be further improved. At that time, both old Zhou and I can still help you negotiate." "Thank you." While Lin Yuan was talking, he looked through the entire contract again. Once he was certain there were no problems, he wrote Xianyu and his own name in the signature column. By the way, after Lin Yuan signed, he curiously asked, "How do maestros split royalties with the company?" 100%. Zhao Ju smiled. "The artists don't participate." Before Lin Yuan could become envious, Zhou added, "Some maestros can also participate in various other types of revenue splits beyond downloads." Lin Yuan was shocked. There were many ways for a song to make money, not just from download shares, but also include artist appearances and even concerts, etc. The revenue from these projects was often astronomically high, which sometimes could even exceed download shares. "Keep going," Zhou chuckled. "When you reach that stage, I might share some even better-kept secrets with you. The company has many trump cards, So trump card contracts might not necessarily be that great, but maestros, well, they live in a different world. Lin Yuan nodded. While Lin Yuan was over the moon about his new contract, Chen Jiu was dining with his agent on a fish banquet when suddenly, Chen Jiu opened his mouth in distress. "What's wrong?" the agent asked concernedly. Chen Jiu shouted, "A bone. There's a bone in this fish." Chapter 107, 104 Drinking Tea. Congratulations on becoming the new ace of the 10th floor. As soon as Lin Yuan left the office, the people in the composition department began to applaud, with Wu Yong and a few others leading the congratulations. "Thank you." Lin Yuan displayed a smile in line with social expectations. One of his colleagues joked, "To celebrate, maybe Admirable Fish should treat us to a cup of coffee?" "No coffee." Lin Yuan instinctively shook his head. "I'll treat everyone to tea instead." Everyone was delighted. Tea works as well. There's a tea house downstairs. Shall we go down now? Or would you prefer to call and have them deliver it? No need for that trouble. Lin Yuan turned back and re-entered Zhou's office. Zhao Ju, who hadn't yet left, was talking to Zhou. Seeing Lin Yuan come in, both looked curiously at him. "Do you need something, Lin Yuan?" Lin Yuan asked. "Where is your tea?" Zhou was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "In the bottom drawer on the left." Apparently, the kid had given up on coffee and taken to tea. Lin Yuan nodded, riffled through Zhou's drawer, and then walked out with a box of tea leaves. Zhou, startled, exclaimed in alarm. Hey, wait a minute, you can't drink all of that." Lin Yuan replied, "I'm treating everyone." The colleagues outside the office, who were peeking through the door, saw that Lin Yuan had directly taken Zhou's treasured quality tea leaves. Their eyes sparkled, and they gave him a thumbs up. Admirable Fish is ruthless indeed. Zhou is bleeding a fortune. Those tea leaves are precious. Zhou is too good to Admirable Fish. You could do the same if you had his skills. Everyone was exceedingly enthusiastic. Zhou was uneasy, wanting very much to reclaim the box of tea Lin Yuan was carrying off. Zhao Ju, sitting at the side with intense calmness, commented, "Director Zhou, you are indeed generous. Little Zhao admires you." Zhou, how could he lose face in front of little Zhao? He forced himself to remain calm and waved helplessly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't think too much about it and went straight out with the tea. He began to brew it for his colleagues, since there was hot water readily available. "Give me some." To his surprise, his colleagues seemed to love tea more than coffee, were even more eager for it, and quickly gathered around him. He was shrewd after all. How expensive is the tea downstairs? Doesn't Zhou have readily available tea right here? He didn't just take Zhou's tea for free, anyway. He could always buy Zhou another box to make up for it. It was definitely more cost-effective than buying from the tea house downstairs. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan brewed a cup for himself as well. Halfway through drinking it, Wu Yong suddenly leaned into him and said, "You've got some nerve. This tea costs at least tens of thousands a box. Zhou usually can't bear to drink it himself, let alone any of us. Now that you've managed to get your hands on it, we are really benefiting on your account." Lin Yuan's hand trembled. Wu Yong didn't notice Lin Yuan's reaction. Blissfully, he said, "Honestly, tea that costs tens of thousands for a box, it really tastes different." Lin Yuan glanced back at Zhou. Zhou was rubbing his temples hard, looking at the tea in his hand, and then at the now empty box of tea. Lin Yuan suddenly found himself missing the 60 yuan a cup coffee upstairs. Should he reimburse Zhou? Until the time he left work, Lin Yuan was still pondering this significant dilemma in life. He found it hard to comprehend why there were people like Zhou in the world who actually drink tea that costs tens of thousands a box. Such people don't know how to live a sensible life. Don't all types of tea taste the same? It's just like coffee, all subtly different. The only difference is the degree of sweetness and bitterness. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be more tempting to buy some ice cream and accompany it with a portion of pudding jelly? Teacher Admirable Fish. Just as Lin Yuan was grappling with his thoughts, a voice drifted into his ear. He looked up to see two men standing in front of him. One was Tao Ran, whom he'd met before. The other was a stranger. "My name is Jin Shuyu." Jin Shuyu quickly introduced himself. Lin Yuan paused. "What is this about?" Tao Ran solemnly said, "Our previous actions caused you discomfort. We are here to apologize. These gifts are a token of our sincerity. Please accept them." Tao Ran was carrying a few boxes. Lin Yuan didn't take them. It's fine. Jin Shiyu gave a bitter smile. Teacher Admirable Fish, please don't be so formal. What happened last time was wrong of me. I've been reflecting deeply on it. I give you my word, such things won't happen again. That's good then. There's a saying, don't accept rewards for deeds not done. Lin Yuan nodded his head and prepared to leave. Jin Shiyu gave Tao Ren a meaningful look, and Tao Ren took his hint. He promptly handed the boxes in his hands to Lin Yuan. There's nothing of great value inside, just some tea leaves. Tea leaves? Lin Yuan's nerves jumped. Unable to help himself, he stopped, hesitated a moment, leaned in towards Tao Ren, and asked softly, how much does this tea cost? Not very expensive. Tao Ren quickly waved his hands to dismiss it. Lin Yuan frowned. That won't do. Tao Ren froze, then coughed. A box costs 30 to 50,000. If you're not satisfied, I can get you better ones. But reserve high-quality tea in advance. You have to give me some time. I'm very satisfied. He could give this tea to Zhou as compensation. Lin Yuan took the gifts quickly. But he felt leaving like this was somewhat improper. So he spoke sincerely. I don't hold it against you guys, so you really don't have to be so formal next time. Okay. Both men sighed heavily in relief. Looking at Lin Yuan's receding figure, Jin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, Brother Tao, you must remember, the people we absolutely can't afford to offend in this company are the composers, or rather, composers of Admirable Fish's level. Certainly. Tao Ren nodded emphatically. Jin Shiyu smiled. But perhaps we've overthought it. Admirable Fish is a human after all. Didn't he accept these gifts? We're all mundane people. It won't be difficult to get on his good side in the future if he likes money. Foolish. Tao Ren retorted. Jin Shiyu, huh? Tao Ren shook his head. Teacher Admirable Fish is absolutely not a man who can be swayed by money. Even when I offered 2 million for the song Red Roses, he didn't bat an eye. You think a petty gift of tens of thousands of dollars is something he'd care about? So that's how it is. Jin Shiyu said. Then why? Tao Ren sighed. That's the magnificent character of Teacher Admirable Fish. He probably just didn't want us to keep worrying, to make us feel uneasy, so he accepted our gifts. He even specifically asked me the price of the tea. He was testing me. A few tens of thousands of yuan is a neither significant nor insignificant amount. If it's too cheap, it seems insincere, but if it's too expensive, it changes the nature of the gesture. So it's just to put our minds at ease, to tell us that he genuinely forgives us. I understand. Looking at Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Jin Shiyu felt somewhat moved. He had been too crude in his assessment of Teacher Admirable Fish. Chapter 108. 105 What's bad about being a dog? What is this? Zhou was rather perplexed at the sight of Lin Yuan carrying a tea box back to his office after work. Tea, Lin Yuan said. Zhou laughed. Did you go out and buy tea for me? It's no big deal that I asked everyone to drink up my tea. I'm not so stingy. Here you go. Lin Yuan put the tea in the drawer. Zhou nonchalantly said, consider it in my keeping. You can brew yourself a cup whenever you want. No need to stand on ceremony with me. Sure. It was only after Lin Yuan put down the tea that he left. As he passed a rest area, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in front of him. The voice of Sun Yaohua. At this moment, Sun Yaohua was surrounded by a group of young singers from the company. Their eyes were filled with admiration and envy for Sun Yaohua, a look that was similar to the way the members of the art club looked at Lin Yuan. Sun Yaohua was showing off. To be precise, he was giving a speech on success. Actually, success is simple, just 4 words: hard work and diligence. You see only my success, but not the sweat I shed to achieve it. Have you ever seen the sun at 1 in the morning? The sun at 1 in the morning? That's not the point. The point is, I get up every day to warm up my voice. Every day I practice my lung capacity. I haven't smoked or drunk alcohol for all these years for the sake of my singing. I even dare not touch my childhood favorite chili. Brother Yaohua, say something different. Right? We've heard all these before. Who among us isn't diligent and hardworking? Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Sun Yaohua said leisurely. All right, then I'll share something unique. Actually, there's a key to being successful. What's the key? The crowd's eyes lit up. Sun Yaohua smiled lightly. For newcomers, the secret to success is simple. As long as you follow the right maestro, Even if you're tied in the recording studio singing a few random lines, you can make it. Isn't that being a dog? Someone blurted out, then quickly closed their mouth and cautiously looked at Sun Yaohua, clearly realizing their slip of the tongue. Haha. Sun Yaohua patted the person's shoulder lightly and smiled. I've heard that before. When I made my debut with Life Like a Summer Flower, many people said that even a dog tied in the recording studio could make the song famous. The crowd responded, That's too much. Sun Yaohua shook his head. No, no, no. That's why I say you all are too young. Everyone says I'm Admirable Fish's dog, but look at where I am today. Can you tell me? What's wrong with being a dog? In front of a big star, newcomers are just dogs. Sun Yaohua will never forget the scene when Tao Ran handed him a business card, asking him to give up Red Rose. It was at that moment that he realized what it really meant to be treated like a dog. The crowd was deep in thought. Lin Yuan spoke, Senior. On hearing his voice, Sun Yaohua perked up immediately. Under the stunned gaze of all around, he quickly put on a different face, showing a mix of friendliness, appeasement, and humility, along with a touch of dignity. What do you need, Junior? Can I get a ride with you? Lin Yuan mainly didn't want to take a taxi. Before Sun Yaohua could reply, the people around him jumped up and crowded around Lin Yuan, much faster than him. Is Teacher Admirable Fish off work? Would you like a ride in my car? I have a car too. I should be the one to take you. My car costs 300,000. How did these guys learn so fast? This seemed like teaching their master a lesson in getting rid of their own livelihoods. Sun Yaohua, feeling a strong sense of crisis, quickly moved to Lin Yuan's side. The same temperature as usual, Junior? I'll have someone adjust the air conditioning in the car right away. We'll pass by a milk tea shop that I invested in recently. They have all sorts of flavors. Let's have dinner around there too. There's a famous restaurant I had reserved a table at last week. The crowd. Only after Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua left, the group looked at each other and began to marvel. Indeed, we're miles away compared to Senior Yaohua. Woof! Someone spoke. The crowd looked at the speaker with confusion, only for him to present a faint smirk of someone who'd stumbled upon a great truth. Let me show you today that I can do it too. The crowd had an epiphany, and they started imitating him. On the other hand, Lin Yuan got in the car. Sun Yaohua really did own a milk tea shop. It was primarily due to the trauma caused by his last failed attempt with Jiang Kuei. The milk tea shop was conveniently located on Lin Yuan's commute home, with a wealthy variety of flavors. While Lin Yuan was drinking his milk tea, Sun Yaohua cautioned the clerk, From now on, this gentleman doesn't have to pay when he comes for milk tea. After the milk tea shop, Sun Yaohua took Lin Yuan to have dinner at the restaurant he had reserved beforehand. The restaurant's food was indeed exceptional, and Lin Yuan enjoyed it thoroughly. However, this time, Lin Yuan picked up the bill himself. He couldn't let Senior Yaohua pay each time. Lin Yuan knew the principle of reciprocity well. How could I let you pay? On the way to Lin Yuan's housing complex, Sun Yaohua kept grumbling. He ordered a heap of delicious food and drinks, which cost a pretty penny, all to treat Lin Yuan graciously and express his gratitude. But he hadn't expected Lin Yuan to pick up the bill in the end. This didn't sit well with him. Next time you pay, Lin Yuan said. Only then did Sun Yaohua give up. He even considered whether he should open a restaurant that served all the dishes that his junior loved, which would also facilitate his work. But he didn't have that much money yet, so he'd consider this issue in the future. Perhaps it won't be long. Yes, Sun Yaohua now was different. Although Red Rose hadn't been released for long, he had already gained some popularity and showed signs of rising fame. Today, many commercial performances have approached him, getting in touch with his manager. Although not quite flooding him with offers, compared to the past, it was a different world. In addition, the company had clearly arranged Sun Yaohua's itinerary for him, offering him all kinds of high-quality publicity, something Sun Yaohua could only dream of in the past. Otherwise, why would those newbies in the company cluster around Sun Yaohua? Don't underestimate these guys. They're new, but they're crafty. But do they really think they can get anywhere just by groveling? Fat chance. My real secret to success is sincere groveling. Yes, sincere groveling. That's the ultimate art of being a bootlicker. My kindness towards my junior comes from the heart. I think his thoughts, worry about his worries. It's even become a sort of muscle memory. Those little guys are still miles away from that. Insincere groveling looks too flashy. With no skill at all, Jiang Kuei can kill them in a second. Upon reaching the entrance to the residential complex, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Senior." Sun Yaohua promptly replied, "What is it, Junior?" Lin Yuan looked at him seriously and said, "You're not a dog. You're a person." Sun Yaohua was taken aback, then felt a warmth in his heart and nodded heavily. Chapter 109. 106 You can never wake a pretending sleeper. Back home, Lin Yuan started thinking about a few issues. Thanks to the great success of Red Rose, he had successfully secured a new contract. At the same time, this meant he temporarily had no songs in his possession. Did he need to customize something? Perhaps there was no need to rush for now. He hadn't completed the system's painting task yet. The painting task offered a treasure chest as a reward. If a song came out of the chest, wouldn't that save him the cost of 500,000 for customizing a song? Moreover, Initial Dream had not yet been released. Although the existence of Xianyu might be obscured when the song was first released, the prestige value obtained by Initial Dream ultimately pointed to Lin Yuan himself. For Lin Yuan, that was enough. After all, he was not one to seek fame. He sought profit. As long as the prestige value was credited to his account, he was fine. As for when Xia Fan would specifically release Initial Dream, Lin Yuan did not plan to interfere. That was Xia Fan's business. If Xia Fan wanted to sing the song during the competition, then he'd sing it then. If he wanted to wait until he officially debuted, then he would wait until his official debut. For Lin Yuan, it was all the same. The prestige value might be late, but it would never be absent. He contemplated for a while. Lin Yuan suddenly slapped his leg and exclaimed, "Damn it." He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a time limit for the painting prestige value task. Lin Yuan quickly called up the system. "How much time do I have left for MV task?" The system notification read, "There isn't much time left for the host. There are only 2 weeks until the task deadline." Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is that all the time he had left? Previously, he had been helping his classmates play the piano, taking Sun Yaohua to record Red Rose, and working weekends. These activities had delayed him a bit, so he didn't have enough time to carry out the system's task. Lin Yuan checked the progress of the task and breathed a sigh of relief. The current painting prestige value was 800, and he was only 200 away from the target of 1,000 painting prestige value. The gap was not too wide. He decided to concentrate on this task and finish it off first. Although there was no penalty for not completing a system task, missing out on the treasure chest was the greatest penalty to Lin Yuan. With that in mind, checking his class timetable saved on his phone, Lin Yuan noted that tomorrow's first class in the morning was Mr. Huang's piano lesson, followed by a physical education class. Lin skipped those. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Skipping school wasn't a big deal for college students. While Lin Yuan rarely skipped lectures, he didn't have much psychological pressure to do so under exceptional circumstances. About taking leave, Lin Yuan was, after all, doing it for the system task, so he felt that taking leave wasn't the right thing to do. He considered it better to outright skip class. Keeping that in mind, the next day, Lin Yuan went straight to the art club. There weren't many people in the art club in the morning, as many classes from the art department had lessons, but there were always a few students who would come over if they had no classes. For example, Zhongyu, who declared himself to be Lin Yuan's #1 disciple, was in the art club at this moment. In Lin Yuan's impression, Zhongyu seemed to spend most of his time in the art club. Did he not have many classes? No, it was because Zhongyu liked to skip classes. As soon as Lin Yuan walked in, Zhongyu came over with a giggling face and said, "Goat, you are coming to the art club less and less often. A lot of club members are lining up for your teachings." No problem. Having plenty of time after skipping class, Lin Yuan glanced at the crowd around him and said, "Today, I will teach 10 people. The crowd. Why did an unexplained hegemony suddenly emerge? Immediately after, the crowd was excited. "We love this, it's me or no one" arrogant attitude. Lin Yuan's teachings were in high demand, with everyone wanting to secure their spot as early as possible. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Yuan was planning to teach 10 people today, they were naturally thrilled. Today, as usual, those intending to learn sketching were in the majority. Apart from sketching, Lin Yuan had recently taught some people how to use gouache. Everyone could tell that Lin Yuan's gouache painting technique was also very good. However, because Lin Yuan had never fully displayed his skills in gouache, everyone was somewhat hesitant. After all, being good at painting is one thing. Being good at teaching it is another thing altogether. It seems that Lin Yuan's gouache painting skills were quite good. But did this mean his gouache teaching skills were also good? In contrast, Lin Yuan's sketching teaching ability had already received universally good reviews. Therefore, over 90% of his students came for sketching classes. Lin Yuan wasn't picky. He started the master effect. No matter what they chose to learn, he would teach as normal. In this way, 1, 2, 3. Perhaps the master effect was really useful, or maybe Lin Yuan had taught so much that he had become proficient in it. In any case, Lin Yuan now educated quickly and had more and more students. It's getting late. When Lin Yuan was teaching his fourth student, Zhongyu quietly reminded him, "Goat, do you have class today?" After spending so much time in the art club, Lin Yuan's schedule had been mostly figured out by Zhongyu. "I skipped class today," Lin Yuan explained briefly, then said, "Next." Meanwhile, in the composition department's piano classroom, Huang Binyu, as usual, glanced at the students below the podium, quickly checking if anyone was missing. After scanning for a while, he was delighted to find that Lin Yuan was surprisingly absent today. Did he skip class? If it was any other student skipping class, Huang Binyu would have been strict, teaching them the lesson of failing grades. But if Lin Yuan didn't come, Huang Binyu was not only not angry, but rather excited. It's good that he didn't attend. He should have started skipping a long time ago. Why did Lin Yuan come? Was he there to teach me how to play the piano? In terms of skill, Huang Binyu and Lin Yuan were equals, both on a professional level. Considering the age gap between the two, Huang Binyu truly didn't want Lin Yuan to waste time coming to his class. Even if Lin Yuan casually practiced in any piano room, the effect would be much better than attending his piano class. At this point, the class representative actively handed the student list to Huang Binyu. However, Huang Binyu didn't even look at it and tossed it back. The class representative was confused. "Mr. Huang." Huang Binyu smiled. "No roll call today." The class representative was stunned. Although some teachers' roll call frequency was quite random, Huang Binyu was undoubtedly a roll-calling fanatic in the representative's mind. He took roll every class, and anyone who was absent would be severely reprimanded. Therefore, the composition department's students dared not skip Huang Binyu's piano lessons. Today was quite strange. The roll call fanatic wasn't taking roll. Huang Binyu gave a quiet chuckle. If he took roll today and announced Lin Yuan's absence in front of the whole class, wouldn't he have to mark Lin Yuan as absent? That would be like shooting himself in the foot. What if Lin Yuan took his piano lessons regularly for fear of failing the piano course? So it was simple. He didn't take roll. As long as he feigned sleep, nobody could wake him up. Chapter 110, 107. Is this the so-called group's favorite? Painting prestige value. 811. Having finished teaching another student, Lin Yuan sees a slight increase in his painting's prestige value, which pleases him. Usually, teaching a few students doesn't produce such significant results. However, during today's teaching session, Lin Yuan happened to encounter a few students with solid fundamentals in sketching, clearly having attended his sketching classes before. For these students who have a good basis in sketching, Lin Yuan explained somewhat profound concepts, consciously demonstrating advanced sketching techniques that evoked a considerable amount of admiration from the onlookers. This is probably why the prestige value reward is higher. Just when Lin Yuan was getting ready to continue teaching, a commotion suddenly arose from outside. A female teacher was unexpectedly entering the art club. This teacher marched straight towards Zhongyu, her face filled with rage. "Zhongyu, you've skipped class again." "Teacher." Zhongyu shrunk his head in fear, not expecting his gouache teacher to find him at the art club. "I promise I won't skip class next time." "Shut up," Zhongyu's gouache teacher coldly said. "You said the same thing last time, and the time before that, and the time before that." Zhongyu patted his chest. "Next time for sure," the gouache teacher gruffly said. "I didn't come looking for you solely because of your tendency to skip class, but also to inform you that your gouache work has won second place in this gouache competition." With that said, the gouache teacher took out Zhongyu's gouache painting. Upon hearing this, Zhongyu was overjoyed. He unrolled his gouache painting, his face full of delight. I can't believe I won an award. Wow, well done. Zhongyu, you're so good at gouache. I thought your previous gouache works were just average. You actually won second place in the college gouache competition. Upon seeing Zhongyu's painting, everyone couldn't help but express their astonishment. Many of those present had participated in the college gouache competition, but only a few had won. Moreover, everyone in the club knew each other well. In their previous impressions, Zhongyu's gouache skills were just decent, definitely not enough to win second place in a gouache competition. But looking at Zhongyu's work now, it's as if he's a different person. The teacher's expression gradually softened and she said softly, "You did quite well." Zhongyu was a little proud and grinned. "Well, you should see who my mentor is." After saying this, Zhongyu suddenly covered his mouth. Oh no, the goat's gouache teaching skills are about to be exposed. Within the art club, and even the entire art department, not many students are aware of Lin Yuan's gouache skills. Zhongyu plans to continue studying with Lin Yuan to further improve his gouache skills, so he made a secret agreement with those students who had seen Lin Yuan sketch on the blackboard not to reveal the goat's gouache skills too soon. That way, they could quietly make a fortune. He didn't think that he would slip up and expose it all today. Just as Zhongyu feared, the moment his words were out of his mouth, all eyes instantly fell on Lin Yuan. Zhongyu's rapid improvement in gouache skills stems from the goat? This is astonishing. Lin Yuan's teachings have directly raised Zhongyu's gouache skills to competition level. However, the gouache teacher was not surprised. Some time ago, the skill levels of Zhongyu and a few other students in the class had increased dramatically, so she asked why. While these students dared hide it from their peers, they didn't dare to conceal it from their teacher, admitting directly that their fast improvement in gouache were all thanks to Lin Yuan's teachings. Is Lin Yuan here? The Gruake teacher curiously scanned the crowd. Lin Yuan replied, "I'm here." Upon seeing Lin Yuan's face, the teacher exclaimed, "You're the student who drew on the blackboard last time." The teacher had also been present during the blackboard painting contest the last time. She had a deep impression of Lin Yuan's painting and hence recognized him. After all, it's hard not to remember such a handsome face. Yes, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod. The Gruake teacher glanced at the sketch in front of Lin Yuan and suddenly chuckled. "Don't just teach sketching. Teach gouache when you're free too." Okay, Lin Yuan agreed. He felt that teaching gouache classes on a large scale would add some variety, as teaching so many sketching classes every day was a bit monotonous. After the gouache teacher left, a group of people looked at Zhongyu with eager eyes. Zhongyu knew he couldn't hide it any longer and laughed bitterly. "Yes, I learned gouache from the goat." "No wonder your gouache improved so quickly. A few people from our class have also improved their gouache recently. Does that also have something to do with the goat? We were so bitter that we didn't know. Before, we thought the goat was only good at teaching sketching. I was hesitant about learning gouache from the goat before. Thinking about it now, I truly missed out a lot while hesitating. Just like you guys imagined, but you can't blame me completely. Why didn't you discover it?" Faced with the questions from the crowd, Zhongyu finally confessed, "I want to be taught by the goat." The audience's eyes grew even hotter, all of them now ignoring Zhongyu, turning their gazes towards Lin Yuan. 500 per hour. Lin Yuan calmly quoted the price. "We'll pay." None of the crowd got discouraged because of the price. Registration. Zhongyu from the side spoke with a beaming face. The crowd felt irritated at Zhongyu, but they still obediently registered with him. Who told Zhongyu to be in charge of registration? Moreover, with so many of them wanting to learn gouache from the goat, lining up was a must. Lin Yuan had been at the art club for quite a while, and everyone was already very clear about his rules. Not long after, the number of people registered for gouache had reached 50. This number was already catching up with the number of people registered for Lin Yuan's sketching classes. Zhongyu submitted the list to Lin Yuan for reviewing. Lin Yuan nodded. "Continue the class." More important than this minor gouache issue was prestige. He needed to hurry up and complete tasks in order to raise his painting prestige value to 1,000 in the coming days. "Continue class." Zhongyu heartily summoned everyone. Lin Yuan's class became even more popular after this. Although Zhongyu regretted that he could no longer enjoy Lin Yuan's gouache class all to himself, he had already learned a lot and even won second place in the gouache competition during the time when others didn't know about it. so it was time for everyone else to learn from the goat too. On the other hand, the music department had already started their PE class for the day. Unlike Huang Binyu, who feigned sleep, the PE teacher had a habit of calling attendance. Wang Chong, present. Li Feng, present. Zhou Han, present. Lin Yuan, present, 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 present. Surprisingly, more than half of the class shouted present. Even some of the girls joined the chorus of present, deliberately lowering their voices to imitate the voices of the boys. Lin Yuan was skipping class today, and his classmates in the music department had already noticed earlier, so they had planned to cover for Lin Yuan. But without prior discussion, they ended up with a comical and bizarre scene. The PE teacher fell into deep thought. In all his years of teaching, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he couldn't help but ask, "How many Lin Yuans are there in your class?" "Everyone. Is this what they call a cherished group pet?" Chapter 111, 108 Task completed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of achieving 1,000 prestige points in painting, successfully obtaining a bronze treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. 5 days later, Lin Yuan finally completed the painting task recruited by the system just before the deadline. Hearing the pleasing notification sound felt like his efforts of skipping classes to earn prestige points in the art club over these 5 days weren't wasted in vain. He got treasure chests. Not just one bronze treasure chest. There was also a silver treasure chest. Last time, from a silver treasure chest, Lin Yuan obtained piano music. Who knows what he will pull out this time? System, would you like to open it? Lin Yuan, store them in the warehouse for now. He decided to save the treasure chests and open them when he felt lucky. Opening chests was a bit of an uncertain art. You randomly open a chest. And what if you get something bad? The system wouldn't allow him to return the item either. After the task was done, Lin Yuan felt rather relieved. Next, he planned to continue writing the first volume of Zhu Xian. The novel was divided into 8 volumes by the system, with each volume having around 200,000 words. Presently, Lin Yuan had already written 150,000 words. With Lin Yuan's typing speed, in 2 or 3 days, he could finish the rest, and that too in between other tasks. If he were to cut class to write like he did for the task, he would be able to finish the first volume in less than a day. While writing the novel, Lin Yuan's mind is constantly flashing scenes from Zhu Xian. The story of the first volume unfolds from the perspective of Zhang Xiaofan. As the male protagonist of the novel, Zhang Xiaofan and his good friend Lin Jingyu join the Qingyun sect together. Zhang Xiaofan is not very talented, unlike his friend Lin Jingyu, who is very gifted in cultivation. As a result, all the elders of the Qingyun sect wanted to take Lin Jingyu as their disciple, while Zhang Xiaofan was completely ignored. Standard treatment for the inept. In the following plot, Zhang Xiaofan gradually becomes stronger through his initial adventures and a magic weapon called the Burning Stick. Not only that, Zhang Xiaofan falls in love with his master's daughter, Tian Linger, who he had grown up with. But unfortunately, Tian Linger only saw Zhang Xiaofan as a brother, without any romantic sentiments involved. Just like that, as the plot progressively gets deeper, the entire worldview of Zhu Xian gradually takes shape in front of the readers, which was what Lin Yuan felt most deeply about as he continued writing. At the end of the first volume, the Qingyun sect is about to hold the 7-sect martial arts contest. Zhang Xiaofan will also participate in this contest. However, no one has any expectations of Zhang Xiaofan, and his master only hopes that Zhang Xiaofan can gain some experience. But Lin Yuan knows. The readers won't think so. Readers are observing the book from the perspective of a distant god, so they are very clear that Zhang Xiaofan is not as weak as he seems. Zhang Xiaofan has his extraordinary experiences, and he has his own magic weapon. The 7-sect martial arts contest is the best stage for Zhang Xiaofan to prove himself. Therefore, Lin Yuan believes that any reader who has finished the first volume of Zhu Xian would be most looking forward to Zhang Xiaofan shining in the contest. The pacing is just right. Zhang Xiaofan goes through some tough times in the beginning. He went through a great catastrophe in his village. His cultivation talent was weak, and few people took his cultivation seriously. From the reader's perspective, they must be hoping for the protagonist to vent out his frustration. A few days later, Just as Lin Yuan was planning to finish the first volume of Zhu Xian in one go the next day, he received a call from Xia Fan. I have a competition tomorrow. Then Jian Yi and I will come with you. Lin Yuan temporarily stopped writing the next day. Qin Continent's annual bloom was about to begin, and Xia Fan, as a contestant, had to go through the preliminary rounds. Even though deep down, they knew that Xia Fan passing the preliminary rounds would be a piece of cake, Lin Yuan and Jian Yi still accompanied her to the competition venue. The venue for the preliminary rounds was Sioux City's largest stadium. As the biggest talent show in Qin Continent, on the first day of the preliminary rounds, the stadium was crowded and filled with excitement. It was clear how enthusiastic people were about this competition. I'm a bit nervous. Xia Fan looked somewhat serious. Jenny laughed. What are you nervous about? You are a veteran, and moreover, look who's standing next to you. Xia Fan looked at Lin Yuan. All Lin Yuan could do was reassure her. Regardless of the result, you have already signed with Starlight, so just relax and enjoy the competition. You can definitely make your debut next year. Xia Fan took a deep breath. Then I'll head backstage. Lin Yuan and Jianyi nodded. Contestants had to wait in the backstage area. If they don't show up on time, they risk being disqualified. Soon after Xia Fan left, the preliminary rounds began. Lin Yuan stood in the audience, listening with great interest. In the future, he would have many different styles of songs that would require different people to sing. If he found any promising talents here, Lin Yuan could take note, as he could use their talents later. However, as this was the preliminary round, it was a mixed bag of talent. Lin Yuan listened to 8 people perform back-to-back, but none of their voices amazed him. 5 of them were even cut off by the judges halfway through their songs. Xia Fan was the 9th contestant to perform and was one of the earlier ones to take the stage. When it was her turn to perform, Lin Yuan and Jian Yi waved their hands frantically from below the stage. Unfortunately, Xia Fan didn't notice because of the large crowd. But Jian Yi's teasing wasn't wrong. Xia Fan was indeed a battle-hardened veteran. For the first round of the preliminaries, she sang an old song. After the performance, the judges conversed briefly before unanimously raising their boards indicating she had advanced to the next round. Thank you, judges. Xia Fan bowed, stepped down cheerfully, and promptly shared her joy with Lin Yuan and Jian Yi. This is just the beginning, Jian Yi said with a smile. You need to keep putting in more effort as the competition progresses. If it really comes to it, just sing Initial Dream and shock all the judges. Xia Fan just smiled without responding. She wasn't planning on singing Initial Dream in the competition. Using it simply for winning a position in the next round seemed like a waste. She wanted to sing this song when she made her official debut. Seeing that it was getting late, Jianyi suggested, "Shall we go back?" Xia Fan nodded, saying to the two of them, "Let's go back today. I have several more rounds to participate in, but you two don't have to accompany me." She was only nervous this first day. She couldn't inconvenience them both throughout the competition. The two of them agreed with a laugh. Although university life is somewhat leisurely, it is not common for everyone to be free at the same time. The duration of Xia Fan's competition was quite long. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi could accompany her if they were free, but if they weren't, there was nothing they could do. After returning home, Lin Yuan looked at his phone and felt that there was still some time before bedtime. So he opened Zhu Xian and continued to write. With his fast typing, updating was not a big deal. Around 9 o'clock, Lin Yuan finally completed the first volume of Zhu Xian. Chapter 112, 109. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. The next day, after Lin Yuan got up and washed up, he went down to have breakfast. When he was ready to pay, the breakfast shop owner laughed and waved his hand. "No need to pay." Lin Yuan asked, "Why?" The owner laughed even more excitedly. "We have a new owner for our breakfast shop. His name is Sun Yaohua. He showed us your picture, said he's your good friend. He also said that, from now on, you are the most precious lifelong, super free member of our breakfast shop." "Thank you." Lin Yuan didn't insist. He was quite surprised. It is said that celebrities in the entertainment industry like to invest in catering. He didn't expect Senior Sun Yaohua to be also interested in it. He had set up a milk tea shop a while ago, and today he invested in a breakfast shop. Should he also consider investing in the future? Forget it. He should not think about this for now. The first volume of Zhu Xian has been completed, and Lin Yuan plans to release it as soon as possible. He will choose Silver Blue Books as his publisher. Lin Yuan has a good impression of Silver Blue Books. During the serialization of King of the Net, both the distribution and promotion channels were quite comprehensive, and they even increased their contract share in the middle. He has no reason to change his partner. Also, Lin Yuan had once cooperated with Silver Blue Books, Fun Reads, on a short story, and the experience was also. They gave a satisfying amount of compensation. Unlike the trepidation he felt last time, Lin Yuan is quite confident in Zhu Xian this time. Thinking of this, on his way to school, Lin Yuan sent a message to his editor, Yang Feng. "I have finished my new book." So fast, Yang Feng responded almost instantly. "Can you send it to me now?" The reason why Yang Feng replied so quickly was because he set Chu Kuang as his special attention. Although he is responsible for communication with many authors, Chu Kuang is the most famous author Yang Feng is in charge of, so he must pay special attention to him. Before Chu Kuang could reply, Yang Feng, fingers flying across his phone screen, continued to ask, "Is your new book still about tennis? You should know this sport best, and with the experience of the last book, writing it should be easier. I think it won't be difficult to achieve another success." Yang Feng was cheering Chu Kuang on. He believed that Chu Kuang's new book would definitely continue to write about the sports competition theme that he is best at and persist in this niche genre. This is also the matter most expected by everyone in the fantasy editorial department of Silver Blue Books. Chu Kuang, no. Yang Feng, then what are you writing? If he's not writing about tennis, is Chu Kuang planning to write about the currently popular basketball or football? Recently, many people in the industry are following Chu Kuang's trend and writing about sports competitions, mostly focusing on football and basketball. Is Chu Kuang planning to teach these people how to write about basketball or football? That's quite audacious. Chu Kuang really lives up to his reputation. Yang Feng felt that his speculation was quite accurate, but when he saw the answer given by Chu Kuang, he was stunned. Because the two words Chu Kuang replied with made even him, an editor, feel somewhat estranged. Ciencia. Chu Kuang wants to write ciencia. The question is, what is ciencia? Yang Feng felt like he was going to split apart. As a professional editor, of course he wouldn't not know what ciencia is. But precisely because he knows, he feels it's troublesome, like immortal and demon war, more or less. Lin Yuan had looked up the information before and knew that Immortal and Demon War was Blue Star's most recent ciencia work. After this work, Qin Continent had no other noteworthy ciencia novels. It has been about 80 years till now. Can I call you? I am about to go to class. Chu Kuang stopped replying after that. However, Yang Feng's mailbox received a novel called Zhu Xian. Yang Feng was both amused and frustrated. After all, Chu Kuang was really going to persist in the niche genre till the end. Writing a ciencia novel? Is Chu Kuang an old-fashioned guy? He is clearly a university student. Readers who have feelings for ciencia probably have to trace back to Yang Feng's grandfather's generation. Immortal and Demon War was a work praised by that generation. Now someone wants to write ciencia. Yang Feng simply can't imagine it. Yang Feng arrived at the company with a mournful face. His colleagues found Yang Feng's appearance very strange. Did another author go off the rails again? Worse than that, Yang Feng said, Chu Kuang is starting a new book. Everyone was taken aback, then they all laughed. That's a good thing. Chu Kuang is starting a new book. Why do you look so gloomy? Exactly. Chu Kuang is willing to write a novel again. You should be happy. I was worried that Chu Kuang might cooperate with other publishers. Now it seems that he is quite satisfied with our Silver Blue Books. Does the new book also write about tennis? I feel like he would write about basketball or football. The colleagues were quite interested in discussing this. Yang Feng looked at everyone and said, Chu Kuang's new book is about ciencia. The editorial department was silent instantly. After a long time, someone asked tentatively, Is it the ciencia I know about? Yang Feng forced a smile. Do you know Immortal and Demon War? Really? A ciencia novel? What year is this? Everyone was really confused. The scene turned silent once again, ignoring everyone else. Yang Feng has already taken a seat at the desk. No matter what, he has to review the manuscript to see what on earth Chu Kuang has written in this ciencia novel. To be honest, Yang Feng almost gritted his teeth when he opened Zhu Xian. The first thing that caught his eye was the preface of the book. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and regard all things as straw dogs. This is the first sentence in the preface of Zhu Xian. If Yang Feng has read fewer books, he might think this sentence is amazing. In the past, some people even thought this sentence was the original creation of Zhu Xian. However, Yang Feng has read the Tao Te Ching. He knew that this sentence came from that work. Laozi was one of the most famous people during the spring and autumn period. Therefore, there are two conjectures in the academic world about this sentence. The first conjecture is, Laozi wanted to express the idea of fairness between heaven and earth. The second conjecture is, heaven is not kind and only treats all things as lifeless offerings. No matter which conjecture is in line with Laozi's thoughts, the fact that Chu Kuang could think of quoting this sentence as the beginning of the novel gives the impression that he seized the initiative. It seems that Chu Kuang didn't decide to write Xianxia on a whim, but had done some homework in advance. But why did he insist on writing Xianxia? Yang Feng shook his head and continued to read. Editors read books very quickly, and so did Yang Feng. The preface, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Yang Feng read them very quickly. But when he read to Chapter 3, Yang Feng suddenly stopped, like someone had pressed the pause button on him. When the image resumed, as if rebooting, somehow, Yang Feng opened the preface of Zhu Xian and started to read it again. This time, his reading speed is incredibly slow. He is practically reading word by word. This is the first time in Yang Feng's editing career that he has read a book at such a turtle's pace. As if he was afraid of missing a word. Chapter 113 won't allow you to speak about teacher Chu Kuang like this. The off-work time at Silver Blue Books is at 11 in the morning, and work resumes at 1 in the afternoon, leaving a 2-hour gap, which is enough for everyone to have lunch or rest. However, very few people went home, and everyone would usually rest in the office at noon. 11:15 a.m. The editors in the youth fantasy department had just finished their meal in the company cafeteria, and as they returned to the office in small groups, they found Yang Feng sitting still in front of his computer, seemingly out of sorts. They all shook their heads. Everyone sympathized with Yang Feng. It was really tough for Yang Feng, who had finally found a best-selling author, Chu Kuang. However, King of the Net ended quickly in less than half a year of serialization. Yang Feng then placed his hopes on Chu Kuang's new book, but Chu Kuang chose a theme that made no sense. Not just Yang Feng. If this situation was faced by any other editor in the department, it would be unbearable. Yang Feng was probably brainstorming how to persuade Chu Kuang to change the theme. Thus, everyone took turns in patting Yang Feng on the shoulder. Go have a meal first. There's still room for maneuver in this. You can talk to Chu Kuang later, make him understand the situation in our circle, persuade him to continue writing a sports competition story. Even if he can't match the success of King of the Net, with his skills, it won't be far off. He sure can't write fantasy. The theme is too old-fashioned. After his shoulder was patted by his colleagues repeatedly, Yang Feng seemed to have snapped back to reality. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his face rosing red, fervently shouting, "You all don't know shit." After an exchange of puzzled glances, everyone began to doubt whether Yang Feng had become mentally disturbed due to the shock. Therefore, because they felt even more sympathy for him, they did not blame him for his outburst. "Bro, take it easy. This is not your fault. It's all Chu Kuang's fault." The sudden ending of King of the Net shows that Chu Kuang is a very capricious writer, and the writing of such capricious writers is full of uncertainties. Don't be too upset. Everyone thought that after their consolation, Yang Feng would feel better. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Feng seemed somewhat angry as he glared at them and said, "I won't let you speak ill of Mr. Chu Kuang like that." Everyone. Yang Feng was full of excitement, just like a dehydrated fish returning to the embrace of the lake, filled with life's passion. You bunch of people obviously don't understand what fantasy is. Teacher Chu Kuang's talent is beyond your comprehension and imagination. Yang Feng was really excited. When talking about fantasy, people had to trace back to 8 decades ago to Immortal and Demon War. That was why many editors' first reaction when they heard that Chu Kuang wanted to write fantasy was that this theme was outdated. Yang Feng initially thought the same. Until 10 minutes ago, When he had finished reading the first volume of Zhu Xian, he understood how much he had misunderstood. Chu Kuang's imagination had exceeded all the editor's expectations. So this is how fantasy could be written. Under the grand and novel worldview, the scenes of the Qingyun sect's bamboo peak unfold gradually, like a mist-shrouded traditional Chinese painting. Zhang Xiaofan and his mundane burning stick, his playmate and senior sister Tian Linger, who is eccentric and quirky, the strange yet kind-hearted younger brothers, as well as the mysterious master. Nearly every character seems to have emerged from the paper. The blood-swallowing pearl, the three-eyed spirit monkey, the battle of Buddha, Tao, and Devil, Qingyun's seven-sect martial arts contest. The development of each storyline made Yang Feng's heart surge. The emergence of every setting made Yang Feng exclaim with admiration, especially when he saw Zhang Xiaofan's frustration in the early stages and the imminent convening of the six-sect martial arts contest by the Qingyun sect. The pacing of the story always fell at the most exciting spots. Yang Feng was utterly impressed. He didn't pay attention to his colleagues who were consoling him. He didn't give any elaborate explanation about how brilliant this novel was either. Instead, he just sent the file of Zhu Xian to everyone's email, believing they would understand his feelings once they finished reading it. Having finished these tasks, Yang Feng went downstairs to have lunch. Yang Feng was indeed acting odd today. His colleagues stood in place, dumbfounded for a while until they each returned to their seats. They then saw Zhu Xian from Yang Feng quietly lying in their individual mailboxes. Chu Kuang's new book. Yang Feng sent it to us. Let's see what Chu Kuang wrote. After a pause, everyone mutually exchanged a few words before each of them, curious, opened the book. It was Chu Kuang's new novel, after all. Even if it was the baffling fantasy genre, they were still somewhat interested. Besides, Yang Feng had purposely sent the document to everyone's email, obviously hoping that everyone could help take a look. Everyone started reading. Albert Einstein, from Earth, once gave an interesting interpretation of the theory of relativity. When a person is bored, they will feel that time passes very slowly, but when dating a beautiful girl, they will feel that time flies. This is Blue Star. The editors in the fantasy department didn't know who Einstein was, but to them, a good novel is like a beautiful girl. If they had to choose, they would even choose a novel over a girl. This shares the same logic as some otakus ignoring goddesses for games. Continuing with the theory of relativity. When reading a boring novel, editors feel that time passes slowly. But when they read an excellent novel, they feel that time passes incredibly fast. The 2-hour lunch break seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone even forgot about resting. Resting is a daily routine in the editorial department. If they don't rest for a while, it can easily affect their work performance in the afternoon. But today, there weren't any such allowances in the fantasy editorial department. As working hours in the afternoon began, everyone was still engrossively reading the first volume of Zhu Xian. Work? Not important. Everyone was totally drawn into Zhu Xian, reading very seriously. The editorial department was unprecedentedly quiet. Everyone hadn't even heard Yang Feng's footsteps when he came back to start his work. Yang Feng smiled. He fully understood his colleagues' feelings because he had experienced the same thing that morning. Zhu Xian must be published. Even if Chu Kuang decided to switch to writing a sports competition story now, Yang Feng wouldn't be pleased. Let Chu Kuang write fantasy. Write sports competitions? At this moment, several company executives passed by. Seeing the editors in the fantasy department engrossed in their work, they nodded with satisfaction. The fantasy department is highly enthusiastic about their work, making a great start as soon as the afternoon shift begins. Good. That's how it should be. Better than other departments. Normally, it takes time for these editors to get into the working state, because they tend to be drowsy from just completing their rest, and it would take them some time to shake off the sleepiness and return to work. The executives left, satisfied. What the executives didn't know was that soon after they left, one of the editors suddenly yelled at his computer screen in frustration and anger. Damn it, it's already over. Chapter 114. 111. The essence of human nature is a repeater. Flipping page, flipping page, flipping page, flipping page. This editor reads books faster than anyone else in the department. Now, he had reached an important chapter in the first volume of Zhu Xian, where the Qin Yun sect's seven-sect martial arts contest is about to start. But his mouse was at risk of breaking, and the next chapter still hadn't appeared, so he was anxious. Did the first volume end here? Chu Kuang is baiting me with an unfinished chapter. However, just because this editor had finished reading, that didn't mean all the others were done too. Everyone else was engrossed in reading when they suddenly heard his rants and, irritated, stared at him threateningly. Shut up. Don't you dare spoil it for us. Not daring to incite their wrath, the editor closed his mouth obediently. However, his comments did serve as a reminder to the other editors who were still reading. As they read, they were praying inwardly. May the progress bar stay strong. Everyone knows that the progress bar never holds up. The editors read books considerably faster than regular readers. Even if they tried to read more carefully, the progress bar would ultimately perform its legendary disappearing act. So when everyone had finished reading the pitiful first volume of Zhu Xian, the editorial department went into turmoil. The editors exclaimed, "What the hell, it's over! What the hell, it's over! What the hell, it's over!" It was as though they were not a group of editors, but a collection of echo machines. Perhaps the essence of humanity is to echo things. The editor who finished reading first finally dared to speak. Reading too fast is an occupational hazard for us editors. Everyone wholeheartedly agreed. The most troublesome thing was not the speed of their reading, but the abrupt end of the first volume of Zhu Xian, which left them very frustrated. Why is Chu Kuang's work so short? How unreal to leave us hanging like this. I want to see Zhang Xiaofan make a move. Being stuck in the middle like this is torture. Why did it suddenly finish when it was getting good? In fact, Chu Kuang's work wasn't short at all. A 200,000-word update was quite substantial. Most novels were published in volumes. Some novels were brave enough to be published as one volume after just over 100,000 words. A 200,000-word volume was undoubtedly conscientious in the industry. Ultimately, everyone's frustration stemmed from the unfinished chapter. The Qin Yun sect's seven-sect martial arts contest was clearly a significant climax. Who would want to stop right before the climax? So what do you think? Yang Feng spoke with a relaxed smile on his face. Earlier, Yang Feng had been more excited than anyone, but seeing everyone else's reactions, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Awesome, cool, mind-blowing. The editors had an awfully limited vocabulary of descriptive words. They were editors for crying out loud, and all they could come up with was, "What the hell?" 2 minutes later, reason gradually returned to the editors. This book has completely redefined the genre of immortal fantasy. Chu Kuang has started a new trend. So this is how you can write an immortal fantasy novel. In Zhu Xian, I even detected a hint of martial arts, but its themes are obviously more sophisticated than that. Chu Kuang's work might lead the market trend again. Martial arts novels once enjoyed great popularity. Most of the old men in the fantasy department, over 90%, have fantasized about venturing in the martial arts world, so they had a soft spot for the genre. Unfortunately, the era of martial arts novels had ended. Just like with the Celestial Dynasty on Earth, martial arts books were once the pillar of the book market. The popularity of the genre was even more exaggerated than the most popular genre today, otherworldly adventures. But now, no one can stomach martial arts novels anymore. The level of excitement they offer is far from sufficient for today's readers. This is the trend of the times. You can't go against the flow. Even if Elder Jean traveled to the future, he wouldn't be able to change this inevitable conclusion. But after reading Zhu Xian today, everyone felt the long-lost sensation of martial arts. Yet, this novel was not just a martial arts story. It elevated martial arts to a whole new level with its immortal fantasy elements. No wonder he didn't want to continue writing about sports competitions. So immortal fantasy is the true romance of men. Chu Kuang really knows his stuff. This book totally slapped my face. Who could have imagined Chu Kuang's immortal fantasy would look like this? Though it's still an immortal fantasy genre, its content and structure are completely different from Immortal and Demon War. This is an entirely new way of composing an immortal fantasy story. The past, Immortal and Demon War, simply rehashed various mythological templates, creating a story of conflict between the righteous and the evil. It was really a martial arts story in disguise. The author merely raised the level of power in martial arts. But Zhu Xian, written by Chu Kuang, portrayed a vivid world of cultivation. When everyone was reading this book, they even felt a sense of realism, as if this world truly existed. Even though it was mystical, the worldview was self-consistent. The pursuit of cultivating the Tao was intricately profound. This world emphasized serendipity, the cycle of cause and effect, and the mystery of magical treasures. Especially, the occasional mention of the Zhu Xian sword. Formation added a touch of expectation. Although Chu Kuang didn't delve deeper into how terrifying the Zhu Xian sword formation was, the two characters, Zhu Xian, alone were enough to make everyone look forward to it, feeling the vast grandeur. Looking back, the opening sentence, "Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all creatures as straw dogs," is not simple. It feels like this saying by the sage Lao Tzu was tailor-made for this story, and the more you think about it, the more burning it makes you feel. At this point, Chief Editor Xiong entered. Seeing the editors whispering excitedly, he roared, "Stop goofing around and get back to work." Bunny bears have appeared. All the editors, shocked, abruptly closed their mouths and put on their serious working faces. As the chief editor of the fantasy department, Xiong had quite an imposing manner. Last time when Yu Rong from Fun Reads arranged for Chu Kuang's submission without his permission, Xiong made a big fuss at the magazine department. Many people still remembered it vividly. This is what happened. At this moment, only Yang Feng dared to speak. "Chu Kuang sent me his new book. I reckon we can start promoting it earlier and directly publish it next month." Chu Kuang's new book? Xiong's face softened. "Is it still about tennis or another sport?" Yang Feng replied. "He wrote about immortal fantasy this time." Xiong's face stiffened for a moment. "You're joking, right?" Yang Feng wasn't surprised by Xiong's reaction and quickly replied, "You should read it first. I've sent the draft to your mailbox." Xiong looked puzzled as he walked toward his office. Just before he closed the door, he couldn't help but turn back and question Yang Feng once more. "Are you sure you're not teasing me? Please read it first," Yang Feng said, smiling. The others remained silent, sporting unusual expressions, observing Xiong, and secretly looked forward to old Xiong's reaction after reading Zhu Xian. The answer was revealed. Just as the workday was coming to an end, Xiong suddenly burst out of his office, sprinting like a man possessed and ignoring everyone. His heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Bang! Without uttering a single word, he disappeared out of sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only the violently swaying door making creaking noises. That's the fastest I've ever seen Xiong run. The editors were fascinated, sharing secret glances. This was truly a bunny bear in the wild. Chapter 115, 112. Sincerity is priceless. Silver Blue Books. An office somewhere. Editor-in-Chief Liu Bei was getting ready to head for a meeting when he saw Xiong huffing and puffing like a heavy tank, running towards him. What happened? Liu Bei quickly stepped aside. Xiong leaned against the door, panting heavily. It was a while before he could speak. "I've just sent you the new book by Chu Kuang. You must read it." Chu Kuang's new book? A notion struck Liu Bei, and he nodded. Seeing Xiong panting heavily again, he didn't say anything more and directly proceeded to the meeting room. It was an internal meeting. A leader was pontificating about a certain proposal, while Liu Bei surreptitiously took out his phone and opened the newly released book by Chu Kuang that Xiong had mentioned. Liu Bei is a big fan of Chu Kuang. The short novel The Gift of the Magi, written by him last time, deeply moved Liu Bei. He even took time off during the new year to go home and spend the holiday with his family. Since then, he had been following Chu Kuang's work enthusiastically. Zhu Xian. The title of this novel is quite domineering, Liu Bei thought to himself. He began to sneakily read the book in the meeting, which tended to be long and tedious, typically lasting more than a few hours. Just don't get caught. It wasn't the first time Liu Bei was slacking off during a meeting, and he had never gotten caught before. He didn't just bury his head into the novel. He would occasionally pretend to listen attentively to the meeting reports, nodding his head occasionally, and even solemnly tap on his laptop as if he was taking notes for the meeting. In reality, all he typed was gibberish, the kind that even programmers wouldn't understand. But Liu Bei was less cautious this time. He hadn't expected Zhu Xian to be so mesmerizing that he was completely enthralled within just 10 minutes. He totally forgot to pretend to be taking meeting notes, and even missed when someone called his name. Editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief. Finally, the leader who had been expounding on his views banged the table in anger. His voice was full of fury. Liu Bei. Liu Bei was brought back to reality. He couldn't help but grin sheepishly and reluctantly put away his phone. Most of the higher-ups present at the meeting were his peers. If he wasn't so annoying, they wouldn't have referred to him by name. The meeting continued. Liu Bei was in agony. He wanted to continue reading because all he could think of was the plot of Zhu Xian. He couldn't help but anticipate the next developments. He didn't pay any attention to the discussion during the meeting. All he wanted was for the meeting to end quickly so he could go back to his book. Meeting adjourned. Finally, the meeting ended. Liu Bei quickly left the meeting room and was about to call Xiong when he noticed that Xiong was waiting for him by the door. He sounded quite anxious. Should we increase Chu Kuang's contract? What was it before? 7%. Raise it to 10%. Liu Bei immediately responded. This was the rate given to many best-selling authors. Though Chu Kuang wasn't quite there yet, Liu Bei was convinced that this new book by Chu Kuang would no doubt be as popular as his previous work, King of the Net. He was sure of this, even though he'd read only a small portion. Got it. Xiong was not surprised. After reading Zhu Xian Heat, never thought that. His first reaction was that this novel would take off. A fantasy novel could be this fascinating. He was stunned. That's why he sprinted out of the meeting room earlier. He had to personally liaise with the public relations, publishing, and other departments, and draw the editor-in-chief's attention to just how good this novel was. Remember, just as Xiong was about to leave, Liu Bei spoke again, sounding a tad annoyed. I asked you to get me an autograph from Chu Kuang last time. Why didn't you do it? Xiong was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about it, and he thought the editor-in-chief had as well. But the appearance of Zhu Xian reminded Liu Bei. Lin Yuan had no idea of the impact Zhu Xian was causing at the editorial department. However, he received a call from Yang Feng that evening after school. Teacher Chu Kuang. Yang Feng could clearly detect a diminishing assertiveness in his voice when speaking with Chu Kuang. Your new book is simply amazing. The company is considering publishing the first volume of Zhu Xian next month. What are your thoughts on this? It wasn't like this before. In the past, Yang Feng might have said something like this. Chu Kuang, congrats. Your novel has passed our editorial department's review. We have arranged for the publication of your novel next month. The message is the same, but with a different attitude. Lin Yuan, however, was completely oblivious to the subtle shift in Yang Feng's tone. As always, he was succinct. You can publish it. When are we signing the contract? Well, Yang Feng laughed and said, the company has decided to raise your novel's royalty to 10%, which is a high rate in the industry. Please let us know if there are other things you need. That's great. Lin Yuan subconsciously raised his tone. Yang Feng was somewhat surprised. Didn't Chu Kuang not care about money? Why was he so excited at the news of a higher royalty? Right. Money can represent many things. Perhaps what teacher Chu Kuang cared about was not the small increase in the royalty, but the company's recognition of his writing skills and the sincerity expressed through the money. Yes, royalties have a price. Sincerity is priceless. He must have faced some psychological pressure writing in a genre like fantasy this time, so he probably needed validation now more than ever. Thinking about this, Yang Feng laughed and said, as long as you're satisfied. Also, I need to inform you that the company will soon start the pre-sale promotion for Zhu Xian. Is that all? Yeah, that will be all. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Silver Blue Books always took the initiative to raise prices, which pleased Lin Yuan. It seems like the decision to continue cooperating with Silver Blue Books was the right one. Will they continue to raise prices in the future? He should ask his sister about it later. His sister, Lin Xian, is a publishing guru. She should know more about this. Speaking of this, Lin Yuan had considered taking Zhu Xian to his sister's publishing company. But after investigating, Lin Yuan found that his sister's publishing house was not large enough and would definitely not make as much money as Silver Blue Books. Therefore, he decided against it. Compared to boosting sales for his sister, making money was more important. As for his sister, he could simply share some of his earnings with her. She was working hard to earn a higher salary, which Lin Yuan understood perfectly. His sister must love money even more. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't love money? That very night, when Lin Yuan and Yang Feng finished their call, news about the author Chu Kuang releasing a new book in July was finally posted on the official website of Silver Blue Books. This was a preheating mode for the new book's promotion. When the news came out, Chu Kuang's fans were thrilled. Chapter 116, 113, Redefining Fantasy. Although the previous King of the Net was only serialized for a few months and even finished in less than half a year, Chu Kuang had accumulated some fans during the serialization of this novel. These fans have been closely following Silver Blue Books, waiting for news on Chu Kuang's new book, so when they saw that Chu Kuang was about to release a new book, they were quite excited and anticipatory. Faster than I expected. King of the Net ended not too long ago. Most other authors would rest for a few months after finishing a book, but Chu Kuang seems to have no plans for rest and hurriedly churned out a new book. I just love Chu Kuang's unpredictability. Because of King of the Net, I became a fan of athletic novels. After Chu Kuang's work ended, I looked for many similar novels. Quite a few people in the market were imitating him, but compared to Chu Kuang, other sports novels I read always seemed to fall short. After all, Chu Kuang is the originator. Chu Kuang's new book is also an athletic genre, right? Should we ask if Chu Kuang's new book is still about yaoi? Ha ha ha. I feel like the decent youth academy tennis club has been ruined by you guys, always saying they're yaoi, when it's clearly a proper tennis sports novel, serious face. King of the Net is a male-oriented novel that perfectly portrays the characters of the Youth Academy Tennis Club, with some interesting daily life scenes and a group of men sweating together every day. Many readers jokingly called this novel a yaoi novel disguised as a sports novel. Because of this characteristic, the ostensibly male-oriented King of the Net surprisingly attracted quite a few female fans. These fans didn't care about the competitions in the novel. They were only interested in the characters' daily interactions, and their various yaoi fantasies could also bring them great joy. In this world that values copyright, if not for copyright disputes, King of the Net, fan fictions would probably be everywhere by now. Never underestimate the creative power of yaoi fans. If they were allowed to run wild, they could probably sustain several fiction websites no regular guy would ever tap into. But worth mentioning is, almost all fans think that Chu Kuang would continue to write sports competitive genres as he has pioneered the market for this genre. He wouldn't abandon the big market he has opened after the hard work he put into King of the Net, right? That's naturally the logic. Moreover, authors do care about maintaining a stable fan base. Chu Kuang's pen name is firmly tied to fantasy novels and sports novels. If he were to change his genre, fans might not buy it. It's not only the fans who think this. Publishing houses also think the same way, because now the sports genre is no longer unpopular. Although it's still a niche compared to mainstream genres, it could still support several bestsellers. If he continues to write in this genre, even if Chu Kuang had the worst of luck, he could still manage a decent amount of sales. Given Chu Kuang's skill at writing sports novels, would he only aim for decent sales? The publishing houses in the industry wouldn't belittle Chu Kuang like that, choosing to view him in as positive a light as possible. Perhaps it could be another King of the Net. Everyone was even a bit panicked, especially some publishers who competed fiercely with Silver Blue Books, because Chu Kuang's speed in starting his new book was a bit too fast. Who would finish their old book and immediately start a new one without rest? Is he some kind of alien? If there were to be another very successful work, then the end of King of the Net would not be a loss for Silver Blue Books but a boon, because it would mean that Silver Blue Books had one more quality work. Chu Kuang indeed is an alien, something everyone in the industry guessed correctly, but everyone made one wrong guess. Chu Kuang's new book did not continue with the sports genre, but switched to two topics that seemed unfamiliar to everyone at first glance. Xinxiao genre. Silver Blue Books did not beat around the bush. They announced that Chu Kuang was going to release a new book that night, and the next day's website banner revealed the genre of Chu Kuang's new book. They also launched a grand promotion through various channels, which made Chu Kuang's fans stunned for a few seconds. What the heck? A Xinxiao novel? It's not a sports novel. Why not keep writing sports? Chu Kuang is clearly gifted in that genre. Even if it's not tennis and switches to basketball or football, I'd still completely accept it. Isn't the switch too drastic? This is a leap from a hot-blooded sports field to immortal and demon war. But the problem is I don't like reading fantasy novels. This ancient theme has long been outdated. What on earth is Chu Kuang thinking? Indeed, no one writes fantasy novels, but the influence of immortal and demon war is still significant. The novel even became a TV drama and is part of many people's childhood memories. Most people's concept of fantasy comes from this work from many years ago. The fans are perplexed. The industry is equally baffled. They have looked carefully at the banner advertisement from Silverblue Books. It does say that Chu Kuang's new book is a fantasy-themed one, and even the slogan is quite arrogant, stating just 2 sentences. Zhu Xian on sale July 1st. Watch Chu Kuang redefine fantasy. Several people in the industry are a bit apprehensive. It would be unfair to say they're not optimistic. Silverblue Books is not stupid. If Chu Kuang's work was really garbage, the company wouldn't bother promoting Chu Kuang's new book. They would have rejected the manuscript. But how good can Chu Kuang write? How great can a fantasy novel be? As for those called redefining fantasy, those in the know understand that such statements are just for show. Every advertisement has to make bold claims. Even terrible movies claim to be epic-making before their release. I understand. Some industry insiders speculate. Perhaps this novel called Zhu Xian is decent. As you know, there are some novels that fall in the middle range, too good to reject outright, but unlikely to be a huge hit. Plus, Chu Kuang being the author, Silverblue Books definitely wouldn't want to offend him, give his proven abilities, so they simply gave him an opportunity. Best-selling authors have some say. For non-best-selling authors, if editors reject their works, it's done. But for best-selling authors, even if the work is not especially good, editors will not easily reject it, especially if the best-selling author insists on publishing it. In order not to offend the author, the publisher will usually give it a chance. What if it becomes a hit? An editor's judgment is not always 100% accurate. There are indeed cases where manuscripts rejected by the first publisher are published by the second and become bestsellers. Isn't it the case that King of the Net was not initially favored by the industry? It seems like Chu Kuang enjoys such challenges. He always writes challenging themes. Most people in the industry accept this reasoning. But the chief editor of Prosperity Publishing House feels that things are not that simple, given that Silverblue Books have made such a grand promotion. To appease Chu Kuang, they really did not need to go that far. Could there be a bombshell inside? It's not surprising that the chief editor of Prosperity Publishing House is suspicious. It is mainly because King of the Net made him lose face once. People of his status learn lessons from their failures. Unlike some, who, despite previous failures, still use the old perspective to view things. He believes many others are also concerned. No, there's a problem. Liu Bei is not stupid. He's hiding a bombshell. The more Prosperity's chief editor thinks about it, the more he feels his opinion is valid. He paces back and forth in the room. But no matter how much he thinks, he can't figure out how a novel with a fantasy theme could become a bombshell in the book market. So his eyelid keeps twitching. This feeling makes him uneasy. What on earth has Chu Kuang written this time? Chapter 117, 114, Top 100. The chief editor of Silverblue Books was tormented. A torment accompanied him throughout the whole month of June. He hoped desperately it was a matter of paranoia, for if his worries came to pass, the torture would be even worse. As for Lin Yuan, his life remained the same. He even started writing the second volume of Zhu Xian. Open-ended commitments weren't a good habit. They would affect Lin Yuan's income. At least in terms of money-making, Lin Yuan was still very diligent. However, one can't be making money forever. For instance, Tribe Literature recently contacted Lin Yuan and intended to commission another short story from him, but Lin Yuan declined. He only had 2 short stories left, which he wanted to save because the price for this new short story wasn't going to be a loss for him. His reason for the refusal was lack of inspiration for a short story lately. He used the same excuse to decline Silverblue's magazine department's request. The only thing that kept him on the fence was that both sides were offering a similar price. He didn't know which platform to choose to maximize the benefits. Both fell for Lin Yuan's tall tale. In the eyes of a normal person, it would seem strange if a writer were to constantly have new inspirations, especially since the short stories Chu Kuang releases are always so classic. A classic work signifies the difficulty of creation, who could effortlessly produce such masterpieces. Classic novels are not as common as cabbages. This was another reason why Lin Yuan turned down the two short stories. There are limits to genius. If Lin Yuan started releasing dozens of classic songs customized by the system, the public would likely be scared rather than surprised. So, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He indeed lacked prestige value. But panicking wouldn't help either. On the other hand, Xiaofan was still busy with her competition. The June tournament of Bloom had a tight schedule. She had taken quite a few days off, but the vocal music department wasn't giving her a hard time. While the school didn't endorse students stepping into the entertainment industry at such an early age, it didn't outright stop students either. On one day in mid-June, Lin Yuan and Jian Yi accompanied Xiaofan to the Bloom competition again. This was the second time after the auditions that the two accompanied her to a competition, mainly because the competition held significant weight, determining whether Xiaofan would make it into the national top 2. Xiaofan was slightly traumatized. She had competed twice before but didn't make it into the top 2. She was always just a sliver short of winning. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi tried to boost her confidence, hoping that she could break her own limits today. Only by making it into the top 2 could she have the chance to appear in front of the audience in Qin continent. Just like the auditions, the atmosphere at the location was bustling. The competition for the top 2 spots was underway simultaneously in various major cities. While there were 100 spots, only 5 from Sioux City would be selected. Each city had to contribute a certain number of competitors, so the competition that Xiaofan faced was quite stiff. I'll go to the backstage for a moment. Xiaofan scurried off as soon as Lin Yuan and Jian Yi arrived at the venue. The two finally caught on this time. Xiaofan definitely went to the restroom. This was a signature behavior of Xiaofan's. Whenever she was nervous, she felt the need to use the restroom. If she was extremely nervous, she would need to defecate. If she was moderately nervous, urinating would suffice. And if it was mild nervousness, she would just squat in the restroom for a bit. It wasn't that Xiaofan had shared this with them. As a girl, she would have been too embarrassed. They merely concluded this through observation and did not dare to mention it in front of her. What if they got murdered? This time, it should be a small one, right? That would indicate she was only moderately nervous. A moderate amount of nervousness could be beneficial for the competition. Although Xiaofan performed late into the event, when it was her turn to go on stage, Lin Yuan and Jian Yi could tell that her state was acceptable. At least she was not clamping her legs together in a way that suggested she needed to use the restroom. Wait for me, whether for my chilling beauty or for me. The song Xiaofan chose for the competition for the top 2 was Easy to Ignite and Explode. Lin Yuan himself chose this song for her. It suited Xiaofan's voice pretty well, as she inherently possessed a bold and uninhibited personality akin to a man's. She rushed into a basketball game brawl even faster than Lin Yuan. If she wasn't so buoyant, she wouldn't get along so well with two guys. She sang the song with ease. As the song ended, the audience broke into enthusiastic applauses. After a brief discussion, the 4 judges awarded Xiaofan a spot in the top 2 from Qin continent. The applause became even louder. She's becoming a star, Jian Yi suddenly remarked, somewhat pensively. As a performing arts student, Jian Yi's dream also resided in this entertainment industry. Seeing Xiaofan getting better and better, he felt the urge to make strides too. However, it generally takes longer to gain fame in acting than in singing. Lin Yuan nodded. As one of the contestants in the top 2 of Qin continent, Xiaofan was likely to be covered by the local Sioux City media, since she was likely to appear on television in the near future, bringing glory for Sioux City. Lin Yuan. Jian Yi turned to Lin Yuan, his expression somewhat serious. In the end, how far Xiaofan goes depends on herself. She can't rely on you forever. You just need to support her when necessary. I'll try my best, Lin Yuan replied. Jian Yi wanted to say more, but after considering for a moment, he decided against it. He secretly hoped that Lin Yuan could always help Xiaofan. However, he didn't want Lin Yuan to sacrifice his own career for that. He stammered. I know. What do you know? Whatever it is, I know. Lin Yuan smiled naturally. Jian Yi rolled his eyes. I actually think that neither you nor Xiaofan has a personality that suits the entertainment industry. You can navigate your way because you're behind the scenes, but Xiaofan may have to step into the spotlight in the future. That's my only concern. I understand your concern. Aren't you worried? Lin Yuan didn't say anything. By now, Xia Fan had finished her performance, and several reporters quickly started interviewing her. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi didn't approach her until the interviews were over. They then celebrated with Xia Fan. Jian Yi asked her with a smile, "How does it feel to advance into the top 2? I need to use the restroom." Xia Fan darted off again and was nowhere to be seen. All Lin Yuan and Jian Yi could do was give each other a look. For a while after this, Xia Fan had no competition, but she practiced even harder every day. She had to go through the top 100, then 80, then 50, and so on in the competition. Although the schedule wasn't as tight, the competition was intensifying. The composition department was also tense. Given that the remaining time in June was rapidly diminishing, there wasn't much time left to prepare for the annual assessment. Since this year's annual assessment was of unprecedented significance, everyone was giving it their all and didn't dare to relax for a moment. Lin Yuan decided to submit his works along with everyone else. After all, Initial Dream had already been recorded. He didn't need to refine his works further. According to the teacher's instructions, as long as he handed in his works before the deadline at the end of the month, the school would arrange for professionals to review them in July. However, Silver Blue Books made some moves. Yang Feng sent a message to Lin Yuan, informing him that the initial print run for the first volume of Zhu Xian would be 1 million copies. This number was 10 times greater than the initial print run of Lin Yuan's first work, raising Lin Yuan's expectations for the sales of this novel. Chapter 118, 115, Gone Mad. What are you writing? Let me have a listen. Why won't you let me hear it? I'd rather not embarrass myself. Everyone seemed to be keeping their compositions for this year's exam very close to their chest, vigilantly guarding their work as though it was something extraordinary. Very few were willing to share their songs prematurely. However, by the end of the month, everyone had handed in their compositions. Lin Yuan also submitted his song. It's easy to understand the mentality of many students in the music composition department. Anyone who chooses this major nurtures an inner maestro dream. And perhaps Lin Yuan was the most knowledgeable about his classmates' works, as he was involved in the arrangement production of 70% of his classmates. Speaking objectively, Lin Yuan thought that some of his classmates' works were quite good. The music environment of Qin continent could easily nurture promising composers. Perhaps 1 or 2 industry leaders could emerge from his class in the future. That being said, Lin Yuan had a lot of confidence in Initial Dream. It was one of the most influential, inspiring songs in the Celestial Dynasty, and its brilliance had been proven countless times. However, what some people might not know was that this song was not originally from the Celestial Dynasty. It was a cover of a popular track by Neon's top diva, Nakajima Miyuki, performed by the Taiwanese singer Christine Fan. The song was called Riding on the Back of a Silver Dragon. No wonder there was a saying that Nakajima Miyuki was responsible for the livelihood of half the Chinese music scene. Many of the Taiwanese and Hong Kong songs that people loved when they were young turned out to be covers of Neon's works when they grew up. Also, at the end of this month, the publishing department of Silver Blue Books was counting the number of pre-orders for the new book, Zhu Xian, from various booksellers. As the employees reported the numbers, the female department head Shi Yun's expression did not look very good. New Cafe Bookstore, 80,000 copies. Soaring Dragon Bookstore, 50,000 copies. Universal Bookstore, 30,000 copies. Yaji Book Society, 20,000 copies. Pinnacle Bookstore, 10,000 copies. Time Bookstore, 10,000 copies. The counting continued, but Shi Yun's face was getting worse and worse. The company's editorial department was completely confident in Zhu Xian. The editor-in-chief had personally issued the order, so this book had an initial print run of 1 million copies, seeming quite certain of its potential success. But the market apparently didn't feel the same way. Silver Blue Books had printed a full 1 million copies of Zhu Xian. However, according to Shi Yun's calculations, the total orders from the booksellers in the Qin continent amounted to only about 280,000 copies. A portion of these orders was made because of Chu Kuang's performance on his last book. Is this too few? We did extensive promotion this time, so logically, the order amount shouldn't be this low. One of Shi Yun's subordinates frowned. It seems that these booksellers and many other publishers in the industry are of the same thought, expecting Zhu Xian to flop. Chu Kuang's new book was a fantasy fairy story. When this news first came out, various discussions arose within the industry, with hardly anyone optimistic about this theme. Many people thought that Chu Kuang's new book would flop. Silver Blue Books agreed to publish it, possibly because they could not resist Chu Kuang's insistence. Even if the book didn't flop, the sales would certainly be far lower than Chu Kuang's previous book, King of the Net. Some people on the internet even carried out a survey targeting the readers of King of the Net. The survey presented them with 3 choices, asking if they would support Chu Kuang's new fantasy fairy book. The result was 6 to 3 to 1. 60% chose not to support, 30% chose to support, and 10% of the readers chose to wait and see. This did not look promising for Chu Kuang's new book. It seemed that most booksellers held the same view and were not very optimistic about Chu Kuang's new book, hence the extremely cautious order amounts. This was a dangerous signal for Shi Yun. With a print run of 1 million copies, only 280,000 copies were sold. Could it be that the remaining 720,000 copies would end up unsold? She decided to talk to the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief, Liu Bei, was surfing the web in his office. Seeing Shi Yun approaching, he smiled and asked, "How are the orders?" "The total order amount is 280,000 copies." Shi Yun's expression was somewhat worried. Liu Bei was taken aback. Had they really only sold that many? He laughed and said, "I can't blame the bookstores. If I were in their position, I too wouldn't dare to commit to large purchases. What if no one buys the books?" "Shi Yun, then why had you allowed so many prints? And you're grinning ear to ear?" Liu Bei was oblivious to Shi Yun's grumbling, his smile still brilliant. "The top 10 bookstores have all placed their orders with us, right?" Shi Yun replied. "Tranquility Bookstore hasn't ordered yet." Liu Bei nodded. "I'll handle Tranquility Bookstore's order." After saying that, Liu Bei made a phone call. Shi Yun did not speak, quietly waiting on the side. The call went through quickly, and the first thing Liu Bei said was, "Pei Du, do you want to play bigger?" "How big?" Pei Du, the general manager of Tranquility Bookstore, smirked and said, "You want to persuade me to order more Zhu Xian, right? I was just thinking of contacting you. How about 100,000 copies? You have such little faith in Chu Kuang." "It's not that I lack confidence in Chu Kuang. It's that I lack confidence in the fantasy genre. Let's stop beating around the bush. Tell me what Silver Blue Books is really up to." Liu Bei put on a nonchalant demeanor. "What I'm selling is the ultimate tonic." Shi Yun rolled her eyes. She was only responsible for publishing and sales and didn't know much about novels. Pei Du gave a bitter smile. "Tranquility Bookstore is the 5th largest chain bookstore in the country. You know, I've been the general manager for only 1 year, and my position is not very stable. There are so many eyes waiting for me to make a mistake. If you scam me too much, I might have to leave my position next year. If you want to secure your position as the general manager of Tranquility Bookstore, believe me, order 1 million copies." Shi Yun really wanted to remind Liu Bei that their company didn't have that much stock. But on second thought, the person in charge of Tranquility Bookstore was no fool. How could Liu Bei easily trick him? As expected, Pei Du burst into laughter. He and Liu Bei were good friends, so there was less restraint in their conversation. "Are you kidding? Bro, do you dare to print 1 million copies?" "You don't have to worry about that," Liu Bei said leisurely. Pei Du gritted his teeth. "Then I'll go along with you. Let's place an order for 500,000 copies." He didn't believe that the other party would scam him. If the other party dared to scam him, they would completely offend Tranquility Bookstore. Besides, they had a good relationship. The value of this relationship was much higher than several 100,000 copies of the order. "That's a bit less. Since you've mentioned 500,000 copies, why not just make it 700,000 copies?" Liu Bei's eyes twinkled. Pei Du exclaimed, "Are you crazy, or am I crazy?" Liu Bei raised his voice. "Neither of us is crazy. If anyone is about to go crazy, it's those who are prudently watching. This time, I want to let the entire Qin continent know that believe in Silver Blue Books, and you will rule the world. Believe in Chu Kuang, and you will live forever." "Sounds like you're a cult leader." Pei Du's tone was a little complex. Silver Blue Books has developed to its current status from a medium-sized publishing company. I, Liu Bei, May not claim great credit, but at least I have made significant contributions. What do you think I've based this on? Peidu did not respond. There was a silence on the phone for 3 full minutes. Liu Bei was silent too, demonstrating his patience. No one knew what kind of struggle Peidu was going through in his heart. After 3 minutes, he suddenly roared, "God damn it. I'll trust you once, 700,000 copies. Great. Get ready for your bonus and performance next year. Got to go. Don't say got to go. That's unlucky. I need to face the upcoming storm." He hung up the phone. Liu Bei said, "It's done." Shi Yun, who had been listening to the whole call, was amazed. A 700,000 copy order right off the bat, and it was concluded just like that? No wonder Liu Bei was the chief editor. His ability to charm people was frightening. But the company did clear its inventory. But what if Zhu Xian didn't sell? In the future, won't Tranquility Bookstore blacklist Silverblue books? If things go wrong, Mr. Peidu might be buried alive in the stock of Zhu Xian. Chapter 119, 116. Hurry up and replenish stock. The last night of June, when 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian were moved into Tranquility Bookstore's warehouses and onto the shelves, the company was in turmoil. Peidu, have you gone mad? You ordered 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian. Do you know how many copies the other bookstores in Qin continent ordered? At most, less than 100,000. Others avoid it like the plague, yet you treat it like a treasure? You didn't take a cut from Silverblue Books, did you? Peidu took a series of phone calls from several executives, facing criticism, doubts, and worries. His response to each call was the same. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. Was he regretting it? A bit, yes. The executive's reaction was fiercer than Peidu had imagined. Even his subordinates looked worried, thinking that Peidu had been swindled by Silverblue Books. The general manager is in trouble now. Silverblue Books must not have been able to sell the books, so they sold them in bulk to us. Now all we can do is pray that the readers will buy a lot tomorrow. With the 70,000 inventory, sell however much we can. The more leftovers, the greater the manager's responsibility. Peidu gritted his teeth. Regretting it now would be useless. He gritted his teeth again, issuing 3 commands in a row. The first command, the headline on the company's official website tomorrow must be Zhu Xian. The second command, starting tonight, replace all the promo banners at all Tranquility Bookstore's branches with Zhu Xian. The third command, Zhu Xian should be the only book on the front shelves in all Tranquility Bookstores. All other books should be relegated to the secondary shelves. Peidu wants every person stepping into Tranquility Bookstore to see Zhu Xian first. Understood. His subordinates could only execute the commands. The general manager has lost his mind. Given how much noise Tranquility Bookstore was making, the industry insiders who kept abreast of the news took notice. Their reaction to the shocking news was unanimous. Peidu has gone mad. No one knew what hallucinogenic potion Silverblue Books had given Peidu by taking such a risk. Peidu was seemingly gambling with his position as general manager. Way too reckless. Is Peidu a fan of Chu Kuang? Other than Chu Kuang's fans, I can't think of anyone else who would have such high confidence in Zhu Xian. He might be dismissed soon. Everybody's playing it safe, only he's going all out. Just as there is competition between publishing houses, there's also competition among the major bookstores in Qin continent. Now that Tranquility Bookstore was making such a bold move, many people were laughing. If the books don't sell, of course, Tranquility Bookstore can handle it. Even if all 700,000 copies remain unsold, it's not an issue. As one of the nationally ranked chain bookstores, Tranquility Bookstore certainly has the capacity to absorb that. Nonetheless, it would be quite a significant loss. If Zhu Xian flops, Tranquility Bookstore's reputation will suffer as a result. This was the scene that people were most happy to see. Everybody was waiting for the next day. That night, countless people were eagerly waiting for the dawn. As for Peidu, he couldn't fall asleep that whole night, constantly feeling anxious. He ended up staying awake until the break of dawn. I feel terrible. The older generation's ability to pull all-nighters is typically poor. Peidu, who was 40 this year, felt an overwhelming headache after staying awake the whole night. He felt a bit better after drinking a cup of water. Should he try to sleep some more? Peidu shook his head, deciding to drop by the bookstore as he was feeling too restless. Tranquility Bookstore, ranked 5th in Qin continent, had several branches in Sioux City alone. Peidu arrived at the largest one. This branch had 3 floors. After arriving, he ordered the store to be opened, and he went in for inspection. The individuals below did indeed leave all the banners for Zhu Xian, as he had requested. The front row of bookshelves, generally reserved for the bookstore's highly recommended books, was currently displaying Zhu Xian. In the entire Sioux City, no, it should be said that in the entire Qin continent, only the Tranquility bookstore gave such high treatment to Zhu Xian. Manager, we haven't started business yet. One of the bookstore's employees carefully reminded him, clearly aware of what Peidu would face today. It's okay. Peidu gave a wave of his hand, found a corner to sit down, and began to rest his eyes. The people below didn't dare to say much. Each of them prepared to face their day's work. An hour later, the bookstore officially opened. A bustling sound aroused, jolting awake the nearly asleep Peidu. Rubbing his eyes, he saw quite a few customers had already entered. Many customers exhibited surprise upon entry, because within the entire Tranquility bookstore, from the banners to the walls right down to the bookshelves, it was all Zhu Xian. It was hard not to notice. Very few books get to enjoy such a pervasive promotional strategy. Thus, in their curiosity, many customers picked up Zhu Xian to read. Peidu's drowsiness suddenly disappeared, his reddened eyes fixated on each customer picking up Zhu Xian. Only 2 words filled his mind. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Peidu was even thinking of walking up and promoting it himself, but this wasn't a clothing store. His sudden approach would only scare customers. Indeed, he frightened a customer. One of the customers who had picked up Zhu Xian for reading suddenly noticed a man in the corner staring at him with bloodshot eyes, nearly throwing the book in his hand. I apologize. Peidu coughed once, continuously waving his hand to express his apologies, then averted his gaze. However, the corner of his eyes was still on these customers, the little person in his mind constantly screaming, buy it, buy it, buy it. Somewhat supernaturally, after the little person in Peidu's mind had roared for a while, the first customer who picked up Zhu Xian really went to the counter to pay. Following that, more and more customers began reading Zhu Xian. The grandiose recommendation by the bookstore was indeed quite effective for the customers. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. More and more customers purchased Zhu Xian at the counter. Even the salespeople at the front desk looked at each other in bewilderment. Looks like it's selling well. Is this due to the promotion? An answer to this question was found half an hour later, as 2/3 of the copies of Zhu Xian on the shelves had been sold. The top shelves were already empty. The sales were happening at an alarmingly fast pace. Is it really that popular? The girls at the front desk had already widened their eyes. Their experience as front desk workers told them that this couldn't be solely attributed to the promotional effects. Quality determines the sales volumes of a book. Promotion merely adds icing to the cake. Sometime later, a customer appeared at the counter, looking quite pleased, held up a copy of Zhu Xian, and said, "Check out. Is the book good?" One of the girls at the counter couldn't help but ask a question. Upon asking, she realized that it seemed inappropriate given her position. Hee. The customer paused, then laughed. Is that a question? Of course, it's a declarative sentence. Peidu appeared at the counter at some point. He gave the customer a small smile, then turned his head and roared in a nasal voice. What are you standing around for? Don't you see we need to restock? The girls at the cash register were startled before they noticed that the shelves which used to be full of Zhu Xian were almost empty. Chapter 120, 117, You've been removed from group chat. This is just the beginning. Within 2 hours after the bookstore front shelves were refilled with books, Zhu Xian sold out again. Restock, Peidu practically bellowed. The bookstore employees were dumbstruck. No one expected Zhu Xian, a novel predicted to fail in the market, to sell out entirely on its release day. It hasn't been 3 hours, has it? The employee in charge of restocking looked puzzled. Restocking twice in less than 3 hours was a treatment only the most popular books could enjoy. Didn't a lot of people say that Zhu Xian would not sell? Do you call this a failure? Then show me what success looks like. The moment the shelves were filled with copies of Zhu Xian again, a figure shot in through the door, practically sprinting towards Peidu, with an urgent tone. Why aren't you answering your phone, sir? This was Pei Du's secretary. All Pei Du's focus was on the book Zhu Xian. He had no mind to check whether his phone was ringing or not. Didn't notice it. What's the matter? We have a hit. The assistant excitedly stated. Zhu Xian is a complete success. All other branches in Sioux City are selling like hotcakes. Thank God you ordered 700,000 copies in advance. Otherwise, our branches would have run out of stock. Other branches too. Pei Du's voice quivered slightly. He had roughly guessed the situation at the other branches based on what was happening here, but when he heard the assistant's report, he still couldn't help but feel thrilled. He had won this gamble. His assistant noticed the emphasis on the word "to" in Pei Du's words, turned his head slightly, and noticed several customers at the checkout counter holding Zhu Xian in their hands. Even the other branches are selling fast. This is hotter than king of the net. He suddenly shivered with excitement and gave Pei Du a thumbs up, lavishly praising him. Sir, you are indeed insightful. You saw through everything. Nobody understands Zhu Xian better than you. That's not what you said yesterday. The secretary paused, then laughed bitterly. That's why I'm just a small secretary, and you're the general manager of Tranquility Bookstore. Our whole company owes you an apology. We were blind and did not appreciate your foresight and grand vision. Pei Du subconsciously puffed out his chest. He felt like he had just had refreshing watermelon on a hot summer day, his body filled with a sense of satisfaction and pleasure. The fatigue from staying up late seemed to disappear, and he felt he could have a good night's sleep tonight. Company losses? 700,000 in inventory? Going to bury myself? Sorry, but these 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian are my ladder to the clouds. No one will be able to threaten my position as general manager next year. If my year-end bonus isn't doubled, don't blame me for throwing a fit. Thinking of this, Pei Du suddenly remembered Liu Bei's classic line during their previous phone call. Those who trust silver blue books will rule the world, and those who trust Chu Kuang will gain eternal life. That's a good line. And no, it's mine. He gave his assistant a light pat on the shoulder and calmly said, Those who trust Chu Kuang will rule the world, and those who trust Pei Du, me, will gain eternal life. Amazing, truly amazing. The secretary was instantly awestruck. Pei Du didn't bother with his assistant's flattering remarks. He was suddenly curious, wondering what the other book dealers in Qin continent must be feeling. It seemed they only stocked a little bit. Was that enough? The beginning of the month is the busiest time for bookstores, so all major bookstores pay great attention to it. The big book dealers are even more eager, ready to make a great success. But soon, they found something was wrong. Very wrong. It seemed that over 50% of the customers, after scanning the new books of the month, chose Zhu Xian without discussing this with others. Why? Upon discovering this phenomenon, the big book traders were somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that Zhu Xian, being a wuxia novel, wouldn't sell well? Wasn't it said that Chu Kuang's new book is doomed to fail? And a book that sells this well is considered dead on arrival? Of course, it's a good thing that regardless of the book content, as long as it sells well, because the goal of business is to make money, and for book merchants, it makes no difference which book the customers buy. But the problem is, there's not much of Zhu Xian left in the warehouses. The customers still have money in their pockets, but there are no books left to buy. What should we do? Noises everywhere. No one knew where it started, or perhaps it started everywhere at the same time. In any case, all the major bookstores were in uproar. Why is this book selling so fast? Our Zhu Xian books have sold out. We've restocked 3 times and sold out every time. Boss, we're out of Zhu Xian. Why did we only get 10,000 copies of Zhu Xian? We've sold 40,000 out of 50,000. It's only morning. What about the afternoon? Damn it. Who can tell me why this thing is selling so fast? When all the major bookstores have run out of Zhu Xian, all the book dealers outside Tranquility Bookstore were dumbfounded. You can't make bricks without straw. For these book merchants, the cruelest thing in the world is stocking up too many books. That don't sell. But an even crueler thing is what's happening before their eyes right now. Customers still have money in their pockets, but there are no books left to sell. It's okay, the other stores are also running out of stock. Some leaders tried to reassure the people in charge of the branches in this manner. They usually take comfort in this, as it's inevitable for book merchants to misjudge the sales of a book sometimes. What matters next is which merchant can restock faster. About this, A manager of a branch bookstore had to remind his superior. The Tranquility Bookstore next door ordered a whole 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian. We really have no stock left, but they are still abundant. The leader. This was reminding the decision-makers of the major book traders that the problem was not that Zhu Xian was selling fast, but that we initially ordered too few. But mate, do I need you to remind me? Who the hell doesn't know that Tranquility Bookstore ordered 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian as if they were crazy? We just mocked their manager last night. At this moment, the Qin continent's book industry is in a state of deep despair. A big book dealer sputtered angrily. Who was the first to say that Zhu Xian would flop because it's a wuxia genre? Stand up and I promise I won't kill him. I only purchased 50,000 copies. I only purchased 30,000. Should I just hit my head to death with a block of tofu? Because I only purchased 10,000. I only purchased 5,000. Ha ha ha, you're so miserable. Must be getting old. Why am I crying while laughing? In a group chat for book circle fellows, all the major book dealers began to compete about their miseries. At that moment, Peidu suddenly appeared in the group chat with a Tranquility Bookstore avatar. We at Tranquility also only ordered 700,000 copies, but I feel it might not be enough. Yes, he was showing off. With expectant eyes fixed on his phone screen, Peidu then saw one system prompt. You have been removed from the group chat. Chapter 121, 118, Weather Vane. The wave of Zhu Xian has already surged unstoppably. By noon, there's a lot of discussion online. Chu Kuang's book is freaking awesome. So this is what immortals and knights are all about. I feel sorry for my previous ignorance. As a fan of Chu Kuang, I even doubted Chu Kuang's talents. Even if he doesn't write about sports, he's still this good. It made me all fired up. I bought the book this morning and read it during class. My teacher confiscated it. Now my teacher is more engrossed in it than I ever was. Can I even get the book back? Readers had only read it for a short time and didn't get very far, but it was enough for them to hail Zhu Xian as a classic. Couldn't help it. They hadn't seen immortals and knights before. This was too addictive. In particular, Chu Kuang's fans were fanatically recommending Zhu Xian. Seeing the massive recommendation posts, readers who weren't interested in the book before couldn't help but get itching curious, wondering, is it really that good? Is it better than King of the Net? With these thoughts, these people went to bookstores in the afternoon, trying to see what Zhu Xian was all about. But what they got was a unanimous response from the bookstores. We're sold out of this book and urgently restocking it. Please come back in a few days. It's sold out? The other meaning of sold out is that the book is selling too well, and there's a shortage. Anyway, when telling this to customers, the expressions of the bookstore owners are a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Radar's readers. Some people weren't that eager for the book, Zhu Xian, at first. But when they heard these words, they were all pepped up. After all, how could a book selling like hotcakes not be good? Must buy. Some even went to several bookstores, but unfortunately couldn't find it. Thankfully, enthusiastic netizens gave friendly advice. There's only one bookstore left in Qin continent that still has stock, and that's Tranquility Bookstore. Hurry up and buy it, or it'll be sold out. Of course, it won't be sold out if they're late. Tranquility Bookstore had stocked up on 700,000 copies. A great initial print of 1 million, yet it still creates a hunger marketing effect. Of course, Tranquility Bookstore knew that Zhu Xian had sold out in other bookstores, so it was promoting everywhere that they still had copies, urging everyone to buy them quickly. In Qin continent, this is the only stocked place. If you miss this, there's no other place. Readers rushed to Tranquility Bookstore. The other booksellers were about to vomit blood, desperately urging Silver Blue Books to deliver the goods. Silver Blue Books replied, "We're working overtime to print them. We will deliver the goods within 3 days at most." This time difference is killing. The golden period for novel sales is the first 3 days. During these 3 days, Tranquility Bookstore could easily handle countless readers. By the time the other booksellers receive the stock from Silver Blue, countless readers will have already bought Zhu Xian at Tranquility Bookstore. This wave is devastating. Tranquility Bookstore is making a killing, and they can't say that Tranquility Bookstore monopolized the sales, since it was the other booksellers themselves who were too conservative at the beginning, setting low initial stock numbers. Now with Zhu Xian selling so well, it's too late to regret it. Silver Blue Books also didn't expect the sales of Zhu Xian to be so explosive. Even though the first round of printing was a whopping 1 million copies, it gives a sense that it won't last long. Even Tranquility Bookstore, with the most stock, requested to place an order for 300,000 more copies. Is this Immortals and Knights? Is this still Immortals and Knights? Silver Blue's editor-in-chief, Liu Bei, was grinning from ear to ear. Judging by this trend, the monthly sales of Zhu Xian have exploded, surpassing Chu Kuang's previous book. Just think about what happened not long ago. Chu Kuang finished King of the Net, and many laughed at Silver Blue for losing a bestseller. Everyone thought that it would be hard for Chu Kuang to reach the same heights even if he wrote another sports-themed book. Now, not only did Chu Kuang not continue with the sports theme, but he also wrote a new book hotter than King of the Net, purely slapping the faces of the industry and Silver Blue's own editors. Of course, the slaps in the face made Liu Bei absolutely delighted. If you knew earlier that Chu Kuang would write a more powerful book after completing King of the Net, even your competitors would pray for Chu Kuang to never finish his first book. Indeed, it was so. Upon witnessing the booming success of Zhu Xian, the literary world was collectively stunned. Although they didn't lose real money like the booksellers, watching Silver Blue with another bestseller even more popular than King of the Net certainly dampened their spirits. This was possible. Immortals and Knights could also be popular? No wonder Silver Blue was promoting it so desperately. It wasn't to please Chu Kuang, but because they had full confidence in this book. Who could have imagined that Immortal and Demon War could also be this popular? Do you really think Chu Kuang's new book is like Immortal and Demon War? The promotional statement already said it. He's redefining Immortals and Knights. Didn't you say promotional statements are deceptive? Enough talking from you. So did we indirectly harm those booksellers? It was us who said that this book wouldn't be good. The booksellers must have listened to us, and that's why they were conservative in stocking the book. Hush. Within Prosperity Publishing House, the editor-in-chief, Liu Kaiwei, smacks his forehead fiercely. I knew it. I frickin' knew it. A bomb. Liu Bei really had a bomb. How many people did he blow up with it? Think about it. Liu Bei is such a shrewd man. If Chu Kuang's new book wasn't good enough, how could he provide such massive promotional resources? Liu Kaiwei saw this outcome beforehand. Yet, Liu Kaiwei couldn't figure out how Chu Kuang made a dead genre come alive. It's actually the Immortals and Knights genre. Specifically, the Immortals and Knights genre. How many years has it been since the last Immortals and Knights novel, Immortal and Demon War, appeared? Editor-in-chief. A few editors walked in, just in time to see Liu Kaiwei beating his chest and stomping his feet. They looked at each other, somewhat confused. Was it because of Chu Kuang? Chu Kuang's new book was a big hit, and Silver Blue was snagging all the sales. As a competitor, Prosperity of course felt uncomfortable. Thinking of that, one of the editors soothingly said, "There's nothing we can do." Who could have expected Chu Kuang to play like this? He chose a niche genre no one cared about anymore, and was successful not twice, but twice in a row. What are you all standing around for? Liu Kaiwei glared at the few editors in front of him. The editors cautiously asked, "What should we do?" "Follow the trend, follow the trend." Liu Kaiwei pounded the table. These people were like pigs. Their reactions were too slow. Tell your authors to follow the trend and write novels about Immortals and Knights. From the moment Chu Kuang made his meteoric rise, the wind direction of this market started to change. Chapter 122, 119 Lin Yuan's request. More and more people are purchasing Zhu Xian. More and more people are reading Zhu Xian. And as time moved 2 days forward, when the first volume of Zhu Xian, with its 200,000 words, was gradually finished by batches of readers, everyone turned out spontaneously into identical installment junkies. What the hell is that all? As the saying goes, with a blade in hand one day, slaughtering all the cliffhangers till doomsday. Right now, these readers really wanted to send Chu Kuang some gifts. Maybe blades? Of course, this is just a joke, right? In the novel forum, the discussion over Zhu Xian had long exceeded that of its release day. Anyone who read slower and entered the forum was bombarded with huge amounts of spoiler-filled posts. When will Zhang Xiaofan stand up? You're the unprecedented dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. When will the burning stick shock the Qingyun sect? Mark my words, in this round, Xiaofan is sure to win the 7-sect martial arts contest championship, shocking Qingyun and winning the heart of senior sister Tianling. What a wonderful Xianxia world. How unrestrained it must be to fly through the sky on a sword. No wonder they say it redefines Xianxia. If Chu Kuang's previous book intrigued me with sports competition, then this book, Zhu Xian, has made me fall in love with Xianxia novels. Heaven and earth do not discriminate. All things are straw dogs. This is Xianxia. Not just the readers reading Zhu Xian, but editors and other writers within the industry had also read through the novel. Upon reading it, everyone was rendered speechless. After a long while, an experienced chief editor sighed and said, Chu Kuang isn't redefining Xianxia novels. He's clearly laying down the foundation and establishing his own school of thought. Set in stone, establishing his own school of thought. No one questioned whether Xianxia could become popular anymore. What really mattered was how to write Xianxia. Chu Kuang distinctly demonstrated this with Zhu Xian. He's a pioneer. 2 consecutive books, creating 2 different genres. Chu Kuang is becoming the trendsetter of the industry. In future, Xianxia might also become a popular new category for many authors. I actually think that in future the Xianxia category might be even hotter than the sports competition category. The greatest significance of Chu Kuang's 2 books is actually injecting new vitality into our industry. Previously, everyone rushed to write stories about adventures in different worlds, but now Chu Kuang has given everyone 2 new alternatives. The potential of Xianxia novels is limitless. I'm not upset that Chu Kuang's books are getting more and more popular with each one. Chu Kuang establishing his own school of thought is a good thing for the industry. We people in the industry should feel thankful for him. What I'm upset about is why such an author who could develop his own school of thought belongs to Silver Blue Books. In the past, adventures in different worlds was the most popular genre, while the other genres were stagnant. But now, Chu Kuang has popularized sports competitions. In the future, Xianxia would most likely become extremely popular too. People might not be able to imitate the story of Zhu Xian, but when Chu Kuang establishes a new writing style for Xianxia, there are many who can write similar stories based on this. It's the same as the Celestial Dynasty. When one sows, another reaps. The foundation of Zhu Xian is also another Xianxia novel. That book is called Misty Journey. Even if more popular Xianxia works appear in the future, based on the success of Zhu Xian, Chu Kuang was destined to become the most representative figure of this genre, just like how he is now regarded as the leading figure in the sports competition genre. Lin Yuan received the physical copy of the first volume of Zhu Xian, which was sent free of charge by Silver Blue Books. Yang Feng requested Lin Yuan to mail back a copy to him and to make sure to sign it before mailing. This was an autographed book wanted by the editor-in-chief. Lin Yuan agreed. He signed it with his pen name, Chu Kuang. This was the first time he signed a book for someone, and his first thought was, can I sell my autographed books? Of course, this thought passed quickly. The value of a signature is minimal compared to what he earned from teaching painting. However, Lin Yuan was naturally aware of the popularity of Zhu Xian. On the day the book became a big hit, Yang Feng called Lin Yuan, sounding as excited as if he was going to share the money with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was also really happy. Although he predicted that Zhu Xian would possibly be a hit when he was writing it, after all, it was leading the trend of Xianxia. In fact, Zhu Xian is not strictly Xianxia. It is more like a romance story disguised as a Xianxia novel. The fact that everyone is focusing on the Xianxia aspect is a testament to how well the content of the novel is arranged, allowing the essence of this Xianxia world to be fully displayed. If possible, he could consider working with the system to craft a true Xianxia cultivation novel in the future. But for now, Lin Yuan doesn't need to consider this too far in advance. After mailing the signed book, Lin Yuan made a phone call to his sister. What's up? Lin Xian sounded somewhat listless. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and asked, are you short on money? Lin Xian said, can you remove the question mark? Lin Yuan. Lin Xian cleared her throat. So you're going to give me some pocket money? Nice. Seems like your sister didn't adore you for nothing. Are you feeling down? Lin Xian suspiciously said. Are you trying to change the subject? As soon as she finished speaking, She noticed that Lin Yuan had transferred 50,000 to her. Her tone immediately became excited. I'm in a great mood. What about before? Lin Yuan asked with concern. Lin Xin pouted. Recently, there really were some annoying things. One of my authors was starting a new book, which originally received a lot of promotions, and the press was quite optimistic, but then he encountered a monster. Monster? That Chu Kuang I mentioned during the Lunar New Year celebrations. He wrote an amazing new book. In Qin continent, almost all the bookstores are vigorously promoting his book. My author's new book can't even get a marginal recommendation, which can greatly affect the sales. Lin Yuan. How should he respond to this? Should he say it's my fault? Lin Xin sighed. But it doesn't matter anymore. I might be out of a job soon. Lin Yuan worriedly asked, the company is firing you? No, it's not just me leaving if I have to. Our publishing house is being acquired by Silver Blue Books, the same company that Chu Kuang signed with. After they acquire us, we, as little editors, will probably have to leave. Even our leaders might not be spared. Silver Blue Books? Yes, that annoying company. They are the main reason I might lose my job. At most, Chu Kuang is an accomplice. Lin Xian made this as a joke. She had a pretty good attitude. The main reason was she received Lin Yuan's money transfer. Even if she was temporarily unemployed, it didn't matter. She could take her time to look for work. Worst case, she would live off her little brother. The happiness of having a wealthy younger brother was a joy that ordinary people could never quite grasp. Okay. Lin Yuan didn't ask further. After hanging up the phone, in order to fulfill his sister's request, Lin Yuan contacted Yang Feng. He was mainly trying to help his sister by asking Silver Blue Books if they could offer her a position. But would Silver Blue Books be reasonable about this? Chapter 123, 120, Radiance in All Directions. At a barbecue restaurant in Sioux City, the editors from the fantasy department of Silver Blue Books were having a private room dinner. Company gatherings were common, varying in size and scale. This time, the meal was quite grand. Even Xiong, the chief editor, was present, mainly because of the blockbuster sales of Zhu. Xian, the company was very satisfied with the fantasy department's recent work and provided ample rewards. The atmosphere at the meal was lively. Xiong wasn't acting like the boss at all today. He was mixing in well with everyone, toasting and chit-chatting. What I can't get is always in commotion. A cell phone placed on the table by Yang Feng suddenly rang. Xiong, with a mouthful of lamb skewers, couldn't help but grumble as a sign of leadership. I told you all not to pick up calls today, right? The whole point of a gathering is to let loose. We men work our tails off every day, so we should unwind every now and then. All right. Yang Feng hurriedly nodded. Even though Xiong appeared to be very approachable that day, he, as a junior editor, definitely wouldn't dare to defy the chief editor's rules. Just as he was about to hang up, a colleague glanced at the cell phone screen. Oh, it's a call from Chu Kuang. Cough. On hearing this, Xiong, who had a mouthful of meat, nearly choked. He quickly swallowed it, cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, not taking calls at all might also not be the best idea, right? Yang Feng, you go take the call. Everyone. Yang Feng nodded, got up, and walked to a quiet corner to answer the call. For a moment, the atmosphere at the meal turned strange. Xiong took a sip of his drink, laughed it off. Yang Feng 1's ringtone is quite pleasant, isn't it? Yes. It's really nice. It's called Red Roses. The singer is Sun Yaohua. This song is pretty popular lately. Everyone quickly engaged in the banter. Even if there was nothing to talk about, they found something. So, it seemed lively again. After a while, Yang Feng came back. Xiong had been waiting for this, smiled. What did Chu Kuang want at such a late hour? I was just about to report. Yang Feng asked. Is our company planning to acquire a company called Ice River Publishing House recently? Xiong said, yes, there is such a plan. As the chief editor, he had a clue about this matter. Yang Feng nodded. Yes, Chu Kuang's sister works at Ice River Publishing House. He is worried that his sister might lose her job after Ice River gets acquired by us. So he asked me if I could help. But I am just a junior editor. I don't have the authority, so... 01 Xiong gasped. You refused him? Yang Feng quickly shook his hands. No, I said I could try to help. Oh, what's his sister's name? Lin Xian. Xiong sighed in relief. All right, you guys continue eating. I have a call to make. Xiong walked to the corner as well. He placed a call to the editor-in-chief. As a chief editor himself, he had no power in the company's HR arrangements. Once the call was connected, Xiong laughed. I need to report a minor issue to you. The other party asked, what minor issue? Oh, Xiong explained the matter about Chu Kuang's sister. The editor-in-chief was silent for 3 seconds, suddenly sounded displeased. Didn't you just say there's a minor issue to report? Xiong said, yeah. The editor-in-chief questioned, really? When Liu Bei asked this question, it wasn't because Liu Bei had a problem, but because he thought Xiong did. 3 days later, Ice River Publishing House had been officially acquired by Silver Blue Books. The publishing house would be taken over by their representatives. Only 10 people were not fired, but instead had to start working at Silver Blue Books headquarters. Lin Xian was among them. However, aside from the excitement felt by the other 9 regarding Silver Blue Books, she was bewildered. Why wasn't I, who just passed the probationary period, fired by Silver Blue Books? After knowing the 10 people who stayed, aside from Lin Xian, the rest were all notable figures, including a senior editor, 2 chief editors, and 6 senior editors who had been working for nearly 10 years and had managed a number of outstanding writers. The other 9 were also perplexed. Lin Xian seemed out of place, standing among them. There were many editors more experienced than her that had been fired. So why was Lin Xian on the list of 10 people who could work at Silver Blue Books? Don't think too much about it since you've been selected. The senior editor, Han Xiao, addressed Lin Xian. You being kept might be Silver Blue Books' way of showing their regard for young editors. Despite that you've just passed your probation period, you haven't had any issues. In terms of performance, everyone nodded. That made sense to them. The chief editor on the left laughed and said, it's mainly because our senior editor, Han, has a lot of influence in the industry. We originally thought we would have to go to Silver Blue Books ourselves, but instead, they sent a car to fetch us. Han Xiao nodded modestly. He was surprised too. Ice River Publishing House was nowhere near Silver Blue Books League. Yet after the acquisition, Silver Blue Books was unexpectedly offering him such grand treatment. The car seems to be here. The other chief editor's eyes lit up. Senior editor Han's reputation is really big. I never thought Silver Blue Books would send such a fancy car to pick us up. I've researched this luxury vehicle before. It's an extended version. Without a full 10 million yuan, you couldn't even get it. They sent a 10 million yuan luxury car to pick them up? Han Xiao was shocked. So my reputation is that influential? Well, Silver Blue Books. If you treat me as a gentleman, I will surely return the favor. At this moment, several people got out of the car. The one in front was a representative of Silver Blue Books. His attitude was not arrogant at all for being a representative of a large company. Are you all from Ice River Publishing House? Yes. Han Xiao took a step forward. The representative of Silver Blue Books glanced over everyone. His gaze seemed to linger on Lin Xian for 2 seconds. Then he said, please get in the car. Everyone got in the car together. Lin Xian, still confused, followed everyone into the car, surrounded by the excited chatter of her colleagues. Senior editor Han's reputation is huge. Wonder what position senior editor Han will be assigned to at Silver Blue Books. Considering the treatment he keeps receiving, it surely won't be a minor one. Editor-in-chief Han, please do take care of us old folks in the future. What are you talking about? No matter which department we end up in, we all came from Ice River. Editor-in-chief Han surely won't forget us. Though it's harsh to say, getting acquired by Silver Blue Books is a blessing for us. This is one of the largest publishing companies in the Qin continent. I've always dreamed of working at Silver Blue Books. H2. 2 hours later, the vehicle carrying the Ice River Group arrived at the headquarters of Silver Blue Books. The Ice River Group was escorted to the 8th floor. A few people met them head-on, the leader being a stern-faced man. I am Silver Blue Books' editor-in-chief, Liu Bei. The crowd from Ice River shrank back a bit. Is this what an editor-in-chief in a big company is like? His aura is so strong, ordinary people can't handle it. Even Han Xiao couldn't help but feel somewhat weak. However, he also felt a sense of pride. Silver Blue really does take me seriously. The editor-in-chief is personally welcoming me. This is a big deal. Who in the publishing industry doesn't know about Liu Bei? He coughed and said, hello, I am Han Xiao. Liu Bei nodded slightly at Han Xiao, then turned to the crowd, especially at a few female editors. Can I ask which one of you is Lin Xian? Han Xiao. Shouldn't there be a handshake segment? Why has Liu Bei suddenly turned to Lin Xian instead? Lin Xian whispered, "Hello, Chief Editor, it's me." On Liu Bei's stem face, a hint of a gentle smile appeared. He stretched out his hand. "Welcome to Silver Blue Books." "Thank you." Lin Xian's mind became increasingly muddled. Almost instinctively, she shook hands with Liu Bei. "Which department do you want to be in?" Liu Bei's smile became ever warmer. "The people from Ice River." Why is Liu Bei so courteous to Lin Xian? Has our editor-in-chief Han Xiao been sidelined? Has Liu Bei possibly mistaken Lin Xian for our chief editor of Ice River? The age doesn't fit, though. Just then, a mountainous figure darted out from afar, shouting from a distance. "Chief editor, let Ms. Lin Xian join our fantasy department." Liu Bei frowned. Xiong had already rushed in front of Lin Xian, grinning. "I am the editor-in-chief of the youth fantasy department. You can call me Xiong. Come and be our deputy editor. I've not liked our old deputy editor for a long time. We need people in our magazine department." Another figure appeared, who happened to be Yu Rong of the Silver Blue magazine department. He also rushed to Lin Xian's side, even pushing Xiong aside. "Hello, I am the editor-in-chief of Fun Reads. Our department would be very happy to have you join us. I think the position of deputy editor in the magazine department suits you well." The Ice River crowd widened their eyes. Their heads couldn't quite keep up. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was having doubts about his life. A luxury car pickup, a chief editor's reception, editors fighting for her. Is all this not for me, but for Lin Xian? What kind of legendary treatment is this? Could it be that Lin Xian is the favored daughter of Silver Blue Book's owner? Lin Xian didn't know how to react. It was probably all just a dream. But even in her dreams, she dared not be too arrogant. All she could do was say, "I will abide by the company's arrangements." "Well, come with me to the chief editor's office first." Liu Bei glanced at Xiong and Yu Rong, smiling. "The chief editor's office oversees everything. I am your immediate superior. You can slowly understand the situation in each department, decide after a while, and choose a department you like. Of course, if you like the chief editor's office, you are welcome to stay." The chief editor's office, not a high position, but with enormous power. All department editors must respect it. "Okay," Lin Xian said. "Some things you'd better not take seriously. This dream is pretty nice, a bit scary even. Waking up will be okay later." Liu Bei glanced at the others, and then laughed. "Han Xiao can be the editor-in-chief in our science fiction department. What do you think, Mr. Han Xiao?" "Thank you, Chief Editor Liu." Han Xiao quickly replied, somewhat excited. He was the editor-in-chief at Ice River, but at Silver Blue Books, he could only be the chief editor. But for Han Xiao, he'd rather work as chief editor at Silver Blue Books, because working at Silver Blue versus working at Ice River is simply day and night. However, thinking of Lin Xian's direct entry to the chief editor's office, his excitement was suddenly diluted. There was only one thought in his heart. Lin Xian absolutely has connections. She must be taken care of properly in the future. This connection could be terrifying. Nonsense. Who without any connections can be pampered like a granddaughter by Silver Blue Books? The chief editor personally taking on reception duties. This action is almost a declaration to the entire Silver Blue that whoever messes with Lin Xian is against him. Liu Bei? Not to mention the two chief editors of Silver Blue, competing publicly for Lin Xian. It feels like they were ready to start a fight on the spot, if not for Liu Bei's intervention. Han Xiao even somewhat regretted not having cultivated a good relationship with Lin Xian. Who would have thought, though? Cousins with such terrifying connections. But why did Lin Xian join Ice River, a small company, and humble herself as a junior intern editor? Life experience? At this time, Liu Bei glanced at the others from Ice River and smiled at Lin Xian. "If you can't bear to leave your old colleagues, you can choose one from this group to be your assistant." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, all eyes on Lin Xian. Even the two editors of Ice River were excited. That's chief editor's office. Being in the chief editor's office means ascending the sky in one step. What does it matter if we are assistants to Lin Xian? Anyone with a bit of a brain would know. Mingling with Lin Xian guarantees food and drink. Lin Xian. Everyone's reaction is too real. It seems I am not dreaming after all. But if this isn't a dream, then what on earth is happening? Has the world line been changed by someone? There's another possibility. I need to ask my mom when I get home. Maybe I got switched at birth, and I might actually be the illegitimate daughter of some big shot. If that's the case, then it's also okay. In the future, whether it's my younger siblings or my mother, I won't forget you. If I, Lin Xian, achieve great glory, I will ensure you share in its splendor. Chapter 124, 121. Eat ribs tomorrow. All editors like to read novels. And those who do, probably all have a bit of a delusional streak. For example, when an author continually emphasizes how handsome their protagonist is, they start to feel an intense sense of identification. This is known as being delusional. By the time Lin Xian was off work in the evening, she had calmed down and quit her various flights of fancy. She excitedly gave Lin Yuan a call. "Little bro, guess where I am?" Lin Yuan said, "Sioux City." Lin Xian paused. "How did you know?" "I guessed." The truth was, Yang Feng had told Lin Yuan at noon. Lin Xian didn't dwell on it, but rather excitedly said, "I'm now working at Silver Blue Books. It won't be long now before I meet my idol." Lin Yuan felt puzzled. "Who's your idol?" She found it odd. "Shouldn't you be asking why I'm working at Silver Blue Books?" Lin Yuan. Lin Xian laughed somewhat proudly. "You really wish to know, don't you? I didn't get fired. After Ice River was acquired, I and a few colleagues were transferred over to Silver Blue. They must have seen something in my abilities." Lin Yuan said half-heartedly, "Wow, impressive." Lin Xian quickly changed the subject. "Actually, I'm more suspicious about whether the editor-in-chief of Silver Blue is enchanted by my beauty." "How dare he?" Lin Yuan let out in a heightened tone. Lin Xian laughed dismissively. "I'm just kidding. Tell me honestly, are you a little obsessed with your older sister?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not obsessed with my little brother. Instead, I'm smitten with a girl. My one true love is Big Yao Yao." Lin Yuan. "What the hell is she talking about?" Lin Xian continued. "Actually, I don't really know why, but Silver Blue has been quite accommodating with me. However, I've just arrived in Sioux City and have nowhere to stay. Do you have a place for me?" Everyone in their family knew that Lin Yuan had rented a place off campus. Students wanting to live off campus had to get their guardian's approval. "Indeed," Lin Yuan said, "don't waste your money on renting a place. You can just comfortably live in my apartment. The room is big enough. I can send you the address." "That works. Haven't you asked me who my idol is?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who?" His sister laughed. "Chu Kuang." Lin Yuan looked stunned. "I thought you hated him." Lin Xian coughed. "We may have been rivals in the past, but times change. Now Chu Kuang is my idol. I should be able to get his autograph before too long." Lin Yuan thought for a moment. "I've got books from when I was a kid that he signed. Mom probably hasn't thrown them away. They're all in our old house." "What good is your autograph going to do me? It's not like I can sell it." "You want an autograph just to sell? What else would I want it for? Is it worth a lot?" Lin Yuan was now quite intrigued. Lin Xian thought for a moment. "I have a feeling it will be valuable in the future." Lin Yuan. "In that case, I'd better stick to teaching painting." Lin Xian said casually. "Okay, well I should give Mom a call to let her know about my new job, so she won't worry." "Right." After ending the call, Lin Yuan texted his address to his sister. As for his sister coming to work in Sioux City, Lin Yuan was pretty happy about it. Silver Blue Books is really nice. I should publish my next short work there at Silver Blue. Even if they pay a bit less, it would be worthwhile to curry favor with them. They ought to treat my sister well in return. Meanwhile, Silver Blue Books. In the editor-in-chief's office, Liu Bei sat enjoying his music when a woman knocked at the door. Liu Bei said, "Come in." As the woman stepped in, she bowed. "It's all just as you've expected." Ever since Zhu Xian was released, all the publishers, including Ding Sheng, are hot on the heels of Chu Kuang's trail. They are inquiring around. It looks like they want to pinch him. But I've followed your instructions to keep Chu Kuang's personal information as private as possible. Those who always want to pinch my people, keep dreaming. A sneer appeared on Liu Bei's face, yet he didn't seem stressed. The woman sounded unsure. But I must remind the editor-in-chief, as per their current diligent persistence, it's only a matter of time before they get Chu Kuang's details. At that point, will they? Rest assured. Liu Bei stared out the window. Even if I gave Chu Kuang's information to them now, it would be hard for them to poach him. Why is that? You don't need to know. Liu Bei grinned. Henceforth, you won't need to worry about this. Go back to your office work. There's a newcomer in the editor-in-chief's office. As the first secretary of the office, you have to take good care of her. This will be your top priority. Yes. After the woman nodded and left, she still felt puzzled. A newcomer? Who could it be that would garner such attention? When Lin Xian arrived at Lin Yuan's place, as per the address given, her eyes widened. This is the place you rented? Yes. Lin Yuan replied, smiling. He had already informed Ms. Zhao about it. Ms. Zhao, as always, was quite understanding. When she heard that the person was Lin Yuan's sister, she immediately allowed Lin Xian to stay as long as she wanted and even suggested having a meal together sometime. Hello, you must be Ms. Lin's younger brother. I'm Zhang Cheng, Ms. Lin's assistant. Just as Lin Xian entered, a bald head peeked out from behind her to greet Lin Yuan. Perhaps calling him bald was a bit inappropriate as he still had a few stubbornly gelled strands of hair that wouldn't budge no matter how he shook his head. Chief editor, you really don't need to be so formal. Lin Xian felt helpless. This was the assistant she eventually chose. Zhang Cheng, her former chief editor from her time at Ice River. However, it's not that she was deliberately trying to torment her former chief editor. When the editor-in-chief asked her to choose an assistant today, Zhang Cheng kept making faces at her, insisting that he become her assistant. Lin Xian was desperate. Do you invite discomfort to yourself by getting your former chief editor as your current assistant? Tonight, Zhang Cheng insisted on coming with her because there was so much luggage, and he didn't want a girl like her to carry everything by herself. Lin Xian could only go along with it. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Hello." Zhang Cheng nodded, glanced inside the house, and laughed. "I'll leave now. Ms. Lin, if you need anything, remember to call me." "All right, take care, Chief Editor." Zhang Cheng waved his hand. "Don't call me Chief Editor, just call me Little Zhang. You're at Silver Blue. How would the real chief editors think if you call me that?" Lin Xian, helpless, said, "Then I'll just call you Old Zhang, as that's how we used to refer to you privately." Zhang Cheng. In the moonlight, Zhang Cheng left. Light on his feet and a smile on his face, he truly realized Lin Xian's background wasn't that simple. Firstly, this apartment complex isn't cheap. Lin Yuan is clearly a student, and yet he can afford to live here. How could this be possible without some kind of backing? Moreover, the house deco is gorgeous. Thinking that back at the company, Lin Xian used to eat noodles with everyone, and once nearly started a fight over a sausage. It really makes you emotional. What a man of the people. In the future, as long as he takes good care of this lady at Silver Blue, getting a decent position shouldn't be an issue at all. Your prospects are looking very bright. Just that he's curious about who could be backing up this powerful lady. After Zhang Cheng left, Lin Xian scanned the rooms. "Which one is mine?" Lin Yuan asked. "How about the master bedroom?" Lin Xian made a face. "You think I have that kind of authority in this house? If our mother finds out, I'll never fit in again." "Then, this one." Lin Yuan pointed to the left. "This is Xia Fan's room. If you want to stay here in the future, it's fine. I've spoken to her before. She's likely going to be away at contests and won't have much opportunity to stay here. In fact, Jian Yi and Xia Fan only came over a few times. As students, it's very hard for them to stay for the night, even on weekends. If worst comes to worst and it gets fully booked, they could just let Jian Yi sleep on the sofa. He probably wouldn't mind." Lin Xian nodded. Jian Yi and Xia Fan were good friends of Lin Yuan. They often visited Lin Yuan's house before going to college, so Lin Xian knew them. "Oh yeah." As if she recalled something, Lin Xian chuckled. "Our little sister is about to do her college entrance examination this month." "So soon?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had completely forgotten. July is the season for college entrance examinations, and their sister Lin Yao is a senior high school student this year. Therefore, she indeed needs to take the college entrance examination. Lin Xian spoke mysteriously. "Can you guess which university she wants to enroll in?" After thinking for a bit, Lin Yuan said, "Is she also planning to apply to the Qin Continent Art Academy?" Lin Xian snapped her fingers. "Correct answer. Since brother is at Qin Art, of course she'd want to come here as well. Once she's in your college, you have to ensure she isn't getting bullied," Lin Yuan decisively said. "I'll protect her." As for whether Lin Yao can be admitted to Qin Art, no one in the family has any doubts. Lin Yao, their youngest sister, is truly a top student. Her academic performance has always been among the best in school. Every year, whenever Lin Xian asked her what gift she wanted, Yao's answer was always, study materials. Lin Yuan suddenly came up with a question. Has Mom agreed? Lin Xian made a face. If it were up to her, Mom definitely won't agree. Studying art is expensive, and it's only you, her son, that can make such a choice freely. For us, we have to submit to Mom's arrangements. But now it's different. You've earned quite a bit of money, and the family is doing better. Since Big Yao Yao wants to study art, Mom has agreed. That's good. He's not sure what major Yao is going to choose. Doesn't she really like drawing? As for this matter, Lin Yuan surely won't intervene. He supports his sisters in whatever they choose to do. Things will be better from now on. Lin Xian said softly, Big Yao Yao and I will both be in Sioux City. We can also take care of each other. In fact, when we were young, we've also had grudges against you. We felt that Mom was too biased and gave all the best things to you, as if we seemed redundant. I've even suspected that Mom only gave birth to us so we could look after you in the future. Lin Yuan was silent. Lin Xian revealed a smile. But then I remember, there was a time when Mom saved pork ribs for you, but you secretly passed it to us. That day, Big Yao Yao cried all night without making a sound because we all slept together in the same room with Mom. Are you surprised? We, your sisters, indeed held grudges too. Lin Yuan still remained silent. Lin Xian whispered, Are you upset? Lin Yuan shook his head. I was thinking, we should have pork ribs for dinner tomorrow. I have a good friend. He's my senior and is incredibly knowledgeable about food. Lin Xian. She pinched Lin Yuan's cheek, turned around, and said, You should go washed up and go to bed. I'll clean up the room. Lin Yuan nodded. Chapter 125, 122 Senior Yao Hua's Memoir. The next morning, Lin Yuan took his sister downstairs for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, their sister was about to pay the bill. The cashier, Aunt, quickly waved her hand. No need. No need. Huh. What has happened to me recently? Can I get a free meal at a diner just by showing my face? Am I the protagonist of this world after all? And Sioux City is the blessed land witnessing my rise. The cashier aunt looked at Lin Yuan and shattered Lin Xian's wild imagination with a single sentence. May I ask you, what is your relationship with him? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then said, He's my younger brother. The aunt smiled. Is he your real younger brother? It makes sense considering how much you look alike. Your family's genes are really good. No worries, you two can have breakfast here for free. Lin Xian. Lin Yuan said thanks and took his sister away. Lin Xian, puzzled. Did you pay a lump sum for a year's worth of breakfasts? Lin Yuan shook his head. The owner of the breakfast shop is my friend. Lin Xian was surprised. That's a neat coincidence. Your friend's diner just happens to be not far from your place. Lin Yuan said, Yes, after you finish your work, send me a message, and we will go eat ribs. It's my friend treat. Going to eat ribs? Okay. I also meet your new friends. Might as well call Jian Yi and others. Haven't seen them for a while. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. His sister was preparing to take a taxi to the company. After pondering, Lin Yuan suggested, Don't you have a driving license? Just buy a car. Lin Xian sighed. At this point you're not good with numbers. It's cheaper to take a cab than owning a car. It's convenient, Lin Yuan retorted. Considering this, Lin Xian felt he was right. As her siblings are going to live in Sioux City, having a car would be more convenient. Well, I will buy one later. What kind of car do you like? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Are you short of money? Entirely clueless about cars, Lin Xian figured purchasing a vehicle is probably an expensive affair. Lin Xian. Wasn't this something she had heard before? Is this brother's way of expressing his love? Before his sister could answer, Lin Yuan directly transferred her 50,000. Only at such times would he reveal his astounding generosity. 50,000. Seeing the mobile prompt, Lin Xian was almost stunned by the sheer amount of money. If it wasn't her brother, she'd have to repay him with her body, right? Don't know who's going to benefit from her brother in the future. If anyone harbors any dodgy intentions, she'll destroy them one by one. No one can escape her sharp eye. Not long afterwards, Lin Yuan started walking towards the school. He was somewhat hesitant. He was considering whether to go to the Qi continent as an exchange student next year. Now that his sister had come to Sioux City, his younger sister would probably be coming soon as well. Was he ready to leave them in the next year? He'd think about it more. He went on to the classroom. On the way, he sent messages to Jian Yi and Xia Fan telling them that his sister had come to work in Sioux City and inviting them to have lunch today. The two happily agreed. Jian Yi and Xia Fan liked Lin Yuan's sister very much. When they were young, Lin Xian took them to the game arcade. At that time, everyone was the king of the gaming world. Unfortunately, they were caught by their parents. Reached the classroom. The first class was the professional class of Counselor Hua Li. As always, Lin Yuan listened attentively. However, at the end of the class, Hua Li announced something. Your academic assessment for the school year will be officially reviewed by the school tomorrow. Please prepare yourself. Mentally. Inside the classroom, everyone immediately became nervous. The significance of this year's academic assessment is self-evident, and everyone had indeed made a lot of effort for this, naturally hoping for a good result. Don't be too nervous. Hua Li smiled. There is also something else I need to tell you. The Faculty of East Art will be visiting tomorrow, so remember to keep the classroom clean. Don't make any disciplinary errors, such as skipping classes. If you get caught, you'll be in trouble. We can't lose face in front of East Art. Got it, the students replied. East Art and Qin Art have been rivals for a long time. As the leaders of East Art are coming to visit Qin Art, the students naturally wouldn't slack off. This issue concerned the reputation of the school. Whenever such a situation arises, the students become particularly attuned to the situation. Noon. Senior Sun Yaohua's car appeared in front of Qin Art's door. Lin Yuan introduced to Jian Yi. This is Senior Sun Yaohua. Jian Yi greeted. Hello, Senior. My name is Jian Yi, Lin Yuan's good friend. Sun Yaohua laughed. Hello, everyone. Get in the car. As soon as Xia Fan got in the car, she said, Senior Yaohua, we didn't expect you to hide the fact that Lin Yuan is seeing you from us. Xia Fan doesn't need Lin Yuan's introduction because she knows Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua glanced at Lin Yuan. Noticing that he remained relatively calm, he diverted the topic with an awkward smile. Well, I prefer to keep a low profile. Isn't it ribs we're having today? I know a restaurant that serves great ribs. Slurp. Xia Fan's attention was successfully diverted. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Yuan saw that his sister was already there and greeted from afar. Long time no see. Lin Xian also greeted Jian Yi and Xia Fan. Xia Fan went straight up and hugged Lin Xian. Seeing this, Jian Yi was tempted to do the same, but ultimately held himself back. He was bullied by Lin Xian as a kid. Even so, he joked, Sister, you're getting more and more beautiful. Lin Xian said, Flattery will get you nowhere. Don't you dare lead Lin Yuan astray. Jian Yi dared not make a sound. Then Lin Yuan introduced Sun Yaohua to Lin Xian. After everyone had exchanged greetings, they sat down. Xia Fan was very close to Lin Xian and kept talking to her. Sister, will you be working in Sioux City in the future? Lin Xian smiled. Yes, I will keep an eye on you all. Let's have hot pot sometime. I haven't had hot pot with my sister for a long time. I remember when we were kids, you dreamed of having hot pot every day. Lin Yuan coughed. There's no need to bring up those old stories. I haven't mentioned you're nervous. Xia Fan immediately raised her hand in surrender. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi played dumb as usual. Meanwhile, Sun Yaohua was secretly typing on his phone's notepad. It was a memo he cherished. 32. Xian Yu's sister will be working in Sioux City in the future. My lady likes hot pot. Can consider opening a hot pot restaurant in the future. This notepad was full of many such notes. 1. Xian Yu likes to eat knuckles, not too sweet. 2. Xian Yu has no classes Wednesday morning, can arrange for meals. 3. Xian Yu likes to drink strawberry-flavored and orange-flavored juices. She doesn't like to add pearls to her milk tea. The tea shop should have a special set meal. 4. Xian Yu doesn't eat much for breakfast. She must order a steamed bun and a soy milk every day. Sometimes she will change the soy milk to briny tofu pudding, so I decided to switch from sweet to savory party. 5. Pick Xian Yu up from school on rainy days. 6. The cabin temperature Xian Yu prefers in summer is 25 degrees. 7. So far, the notebook has 32 entries. After some thought, Sun Yaohua added another. 33. Xia Fan and Jian Yi are Xian Yu's good friends. When she gets nervous, what happens? After thinking about it again, Sun Yaohua crossed out the words, and Jian Yi. At this moment, the waiter brought the dishes. As everyone saw one platter of ribs after another being served, they were more and more surprised. Sun Yaohua casually introduced them. This is winter melon rib soup. This is potato stew ribs. This steamed meat is also made with ribs. This is sweet and sour ribs. I don't know if you guys like it. There's also braised ribs. This is spicy salt ribs. This fancy one is cheese ribs. I heard some girls like it. Real ribs feast? Sun Yaohua looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, are you satisfied? If there's anything else you need, we can add it. Lin Yuan replied. We can't finish it all. Jianni said, I can take it to go. The guys in our dorm love ribs. Is it all right, brother Sun? Sun Yaohua waved his hand grandly. Why bother with taking it to go? Just have them cook another portion. Jianni, is this the domineering aura of a senior? Xia Fan clenched her fist. Senior, you've steeled my resolve to become a singer. Go for it, Sun Yaohua said, looking at Lin Xian with a full smile. Sister, what do you like to eat? This restaurant has a lot of other dishes too, but their ribs are the most famous. Feel free to order. Lin Xian, a breakfast store, rib feast, something seems off? Why does this scene feel so eerily familiar? What am I overlooking? After washing her hands and not bothering with gloves, she picked up a large bone. As Lin Xian gnawed away, she pondered. Chapter 126, 123 Farewell. Qin Continent Art Academy. Summer vacation is nearing, and in one of the large classrooms of the sophomore composition department, mentors are busy scrutinizing students' annual assessment pieces. At this moment, a commotion suddenly echoed from the entrance. I've heard that Qin Art is teeming with talents. Director, sure shouldn't mind our group of East Art professors coming over to your composition department to learn a few things. East Art. The teachers in the large office lifted their heads simultaneously upon hearing the voice at the door, turning their attention to the entrance. The full name of East Art is East Qin Art Academy. It is the second top-ranking art school in Qin Continent. It's said that originally, East Qin Art Academy also wanted to be known as Qin Art, but it was not feasible. Qin Continent Art Academy was stronger, hence the title Qin Art belonged to Qin Continent Art Academy. East Qin Art Academy could only be abbreviated as East Art. East Art held a long-standing grudge about this and has been eyeing the position of elder brother Qin Art for many years. The mentors were aware that East Art intended to visit Qin Art today, but they hadn't expected that the composition department of East Art would actually show up halfway through, an unexpected hint of confrontational intent. Everyone, the leading figure in Qin Art's composition department, Shi Cheng, and the professors were ushering the team of East Art composition professors into the room. Once inside, Shi Cheng announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Zhang Wenwu and the East Art composition teaching team to visit our composition department. Clatter, clatter. The professors on Qin Art's side start clapping. You are all too kind. East Art's Professor Zhang Wenwu laughed. Being a century-old institution, Qin Art has produced an abundance of talent. Our East Art's visit today is purely to learn from your experience. Everyone applauded again, all the while thinking, I don't believe a word you're saying. Please, continue with your reviews. Shi Cheng gestured for calm, then addressed Zhang Wenwu and others. Over here, please. You can sit down and have some tea first. Thank you. After Professor Zhang Wenwu and other professors from East Art sat down, they began to chat with Shi Cheng. Are you reviewing your students' annual assessment pieces today? Shi Cheng nodded. Zhang Wenwu laughed. We finished reviewing our students' work yesterday. In fact, we invited the leader of the dazzling Silver Glow composition department over for a while. It turned out that dazzling Silver Glow signed one of our sophomore students on the spot, even asking the student to come in on the weekends to work. Shi Cheng's eyelids twitched. He had been longtime rivals with Zhang Wenwu, and they understood each other very well. The moment they interacted, he could guess the other party's intention. No wonder Zhang Wenwu didn't follow the rest of their school team and insisted on visiting Qin Art's composition department. Turned out, he came to brag in front of him. Inevitably, being contracted with one of the top 3 companies in Qin Continent during sophomore year and also having the benefit of working on the weekends was not something an ordinary person could do. By the way, did you also invite someone from the entertainment companies? Zhang Wenwu asked, feigning concern. Shi Cheng nodded. We invited the composition department of Starlight. Zhang Wenwu sighed. Qin Art's influence is indeed powerful. Shi Cheng shrugged. The feeling is mutual. Zhang Wenwu laughed. I wonder if I could listen to some of Qin Art's outstanding student works later, just to see how big the gap is between our East Art and your esteemed academy. Shi Cheng smiled. Of course you can. He summoned an assistant in front of Zhang Wenwu and instructed the assistant to collect the top students' work from the reviewing teachers and bring them over. After the assistant had left, Zhang Wenwu assumed a more comfortable position and spoke. Instead of sitting idly, I thought I might share with you the best piece from our sophomore composition department. After Dazzling Silver Glow listened to this song, they signed the student on the spot. Would you like to listen to it? Shi Cheng responded, I'd be delighted to. He was intrigued to find out what kind of work could make Dazzling Silver Glow sign someone on the spot. Zhang Wenwu sent the song to Shi Cheng and the composition professors of Qin Art. They all put on headphones to listen to the song. Only halfway through the song, the expressions on Shi Cheng and others' faces had changed. Zhang Wenwu tasted his tea with hidden pride gleaming in his eyes. Exactly. He had come today to stir up Qin Art. Why should Qin Art receive such high educational resources every year? East Art's overall abilities were not much less than those of Qin Art. After listening to the entire song, Shi Cheng fell silent. The professors of Qin Art behind Shi Cheng were stunned. Was this a piece composed by a sophomore student? What do you think? Zhang Wenwu asked, appearing humble and eager to learn. Shi Cheng's eyelids twitched. He swallowed his pride and said, Impressive, truly a commendable masterpiece. Zhang Wenwu looked at the professors of Qin Art. The professors of Qin Art could only follow suit and say, Indeed, it's a good song. As professionals, they couldn't deny that East Art's song was of commendable quality. But considering the competitive atmosphere between the two schools, they felt somewhat uneasy. Ha ha. Zhang Wenwu and professors of East Art laughed. Professor Shi, why not guess who composed this song? Shi Cheng was taken aback. Do I know this person? Zhang Wenwu answered. Zhou, does it ring any bells? Shi Cheng's face darkened instantly. He knew about Zhou. Zhou's father, Zhou Yuan, was a widely acclaimed maestro in Qin continent, a member of a prestigious musical family. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Under his father's guidance, Zhou was lauded as a composition prodigy since his childhood. When he was a high school senior, he composed popular pieces. Later on, Zhou topped the National Higher Education Entrance Examination 2 years ago, and the news of his talent shook the industry. All institutions in Qin continent extended an olive branch to Zhou. Chapter 127, 123, Farewell_2. But the result? Zhou chose East Art instead. Qin Art, as the top institution in Qin continent, lost a significant amount of face then. Now, Zhou's composing skills have surprisingly reached such heights. If Zhang Wenwu was just here to flaunt their school's excellent works, Shi Cheng wouldn't feel too upset. But the fact that the composition was Zhou's made Shi Cheng profoundly disturbed. How did Qin Art miss out on such an outstanding student? Zhang Wenwu, clearly satisfied with Shi Cheng's reaction, teased, Qin Art is full of talent. I believe there must be students even better than Zhou. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to your sister. Zhou's a demon. Who in our school can rival him? Shi Cheng knows his composition students well. He was painfully aware that Qin Art currently had no students superior to Zhou. At least not now. Perhaps when the students mature, someone could challenge Zhou. After all, not all geniuses shine at university. At that moment, Shi Cheng's assistant sent over a piece. This is a work by Yin Mengjia from Class 5, the best-rated one by the mentors so far. Zhang Wenwu asked, Can I take a listen? Shi Cheng had no choice but to share the composition for everyone to listen. After hearing it, Zhang Wenwu nodded. Not bad. It's indeed good. Yin Mengjia, being a sophomore in the composition department, was among the frontrunners. This song of hers was remarkable and could even be released. But clearly, compared to Zhou's song, there was still a considerable gap. Hence, Zhang Wenwu's praise did not please Shi Cheng, but instead felt like a stab to his chest. Anymore, there was a hint of frustration in Shi Cheng's voice. The assistant nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly left with a serious expression, aware that Professor Shi was agitated. Soon, several other songs were presented, all of them excellent compositions. Zhang Wenwu affirmed each piece, but they all fell short. Nothing compared to Zhou. The mighty Qin Arts sophomore composition department was being overshadowed by an individual from East Art, Zhou. Hey. After several rounds of praise, Zhang Wenwu sighed. Professor Shi, why hide your best work? I'll admit, the songs I just heard were good, but I believe a top institution like Qin Art must have even better pieces. Can you give some face? Let's keep it civil for future relations. Shi Cheng rolled his eyes in frustration. If I can't present a better piece than Zhou today, does that mean I'll have to concede that Qin Art's composition level is indeed inferior to East Art? Exactly. The professors from East Art who came with Zhang Wenwu spoke up. These songs are decent, but clearly fall short of Zhou's standards. I can't believe this is the best QJN Art has. They must be hiding their best work. Professor Shi, show us what you have. The educational resources Qin Art receives annually are more than double ours at East Art. Compared to them, we struggle at East Art. We only have a few piano rooms, and students have to queue up to use public facilities. Shi Cheng could only call out to his assistant. Ask them to hurry with their review. Retrieve more songs. Our friends from East Art are waiting. Understood. The assistant briskly left the room. The tutors in charge of reviewing the students' work seemed to have understood Shi Cheng's predicament. East Art seemed to come here for a challenge. Qin Art can't lose. On the surface, it appears to be a matter of reputation. But East Art wouldn't have come all this way just to show off. If East Art goes back and publicizes how their composition department surpasses Qin Art's, what would be the implications? We must retaliate. But the problem is, the piece that East Art has brought is strong. The songs that have just been submitted seem to be lacking in some way. More than half have been reviewed. Are there powerful counterworks in the remaining half? The composition department tutors have no idea. By the way, Zhang Wenwu smiled at Shi Cheng. This song by Zhou may get released after not too long. The performer has been decided. They say it's Chun Jiyu, a top singer from Dazzling Silver Glow. Shi Cheng forced a smile. Congratulations. Clearly, if it managed to attract a top singer like Chun Jiyu, Zhou's song was outstanding. Zhang Wenwu shrugged. Chun Jiyu has been searching for suitable songs, but unfortunately, none had met his expectations. After hearing Zhou's song, he decided on it immediately. This surprised us. Chun Jiyu, a top-tier singer, rarely chooses works by newcomers. Show off? What a show-off. Shi Cheng felt uneasy in the sofa he sat on and adjusted his position a few times, but remained uncomfortable. He concluded it was probably because of Zhang Wenwu sitting next to him. At that moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Already annoyed, Shi Cheng got more annoyed hearing the commotion. He immediately stood up. What kind of image are we projecting? Do we want to make a joke of ourselves in front of our guests? Professor Shi's words are full of innuendos. Zhang Wenwu caught on, but instead of getting angry, he dismissively waved. No harm done. Don't be mad. Over there, they're discussing a new piece. The assistant ran over and whispered an explanation. Zhang Wenwu heard and raised an eyebrow. Finally, another song. I thought, how could such a large composition department as Qin Art not produce a single superior piece? Chapter 128, 123, Farewell_3. Shi Cheng didn't say anything. He hoped that Zhang Wenwu and the others would leave quickly, because no matter what song they choose next, it will be useless and humiliating in front of Zhou's piece. Give it a listen. Zhang Wenwu laughed. Brother Shi, you can't be this stingy, right? Who are we to each other anyway, right? Of course. Shi Cheng quickly shot a glance at him and gnashed his teeth. What are you waiting for? Bring the song over. The assistant responded and quickly sent over a song, quietly explaining. This is a piece by Lin Yuan from the 5th class in the composition department. Lin Yuan. Shi Cheng sighed inwardly. He knew all the students in the composition department who had decent skills, but this was the first time he heard Lin Yuan's name. The teachers must have seen something extraordinary in this Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause of celebration. But today, Shi Cheng just couldn't bring himself to feel happy. How could a student with limited talent, no matter how extraordinary his performance, possibly compare with Zhou's piece? Zhang Wenwu raised an eyebrow. You seem to lack confidence in your own students. Shi Cheng glanced at him. I have complete confidence in all of Qin Art's students. Each of them is a treasure of our institution. This was absolutely heartfelt. He would never blame his students for not being able to write a better song than Zhou Yu's. Who knows what the future holds? Being behind at the moment doesn't mean one will be behind for a lifetime. That's good. Zhang Wenwu did not continue to provoke Shi Cheng, because if he kept doing so, Shi Cheng might lose his temper, and that would be too much. Listen to the song. Listen to the song. The professors at Qin Art tried to keep the peace. Zhang Wenwu nodded and put on his headphones to listen to this song. His expression was relaxed and carefree, for he didn't believe anyone's work could surpass Zhou Yu's. Shi Cheng and the professors from Qin Art also put on their headphones and listened to the song, though their expressions were somewhat grave. Within their headphones, the singing began. The natural melody connected to the clean drum beats, setting off the prelude from repressed to increasingly passionate, making every single lyric distinctly audible. This song, as the melodic sense increased, the professors around Shi Cheng gradually widened their eyes, and all shared a glance, each seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, the smile on Zhang Wenwu's face gradually faded. The song in the headset continued. The harmonious melody fused together unexpectedly, making people unable to resist the urge to follow the beat. He irksomely shifted in his seat. The sofa at Qin Art, as he sat in it, felt a bit hard. In the headphones, the melody had already transitioned into the chorus's rhythm. The enunciation of the lyrics was still clear, with each word echoing like a bomb, exploding large holes in Zhang Wenwu's heart. Brilliant build-up, perfect transition. Shi Cheng's mouth fell open, his eyes full of amazement while countless words of praise flashed through his mind, almost making him want to applaud and exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, the professors around him all had even more expressive reactions, especially the professors from East Art. Some even stood up involuntarily while listening to the song, their legs moving unnaturally. The entire song is only 4 minutes long. Main tune, chorus, repeat, a very common format. Yet, facing this very common format, Zhang Wenwu felt for the first time that 4 minutes could be so long that he increasingly found the sofa underneath his, but somewhat hard. Why doesn't Qin Art have softer couches? Not only Zhang Wenwu, but also the professors from East Art felt uneasy while listening to the song to the point that some of them couldn't help but stand up, realizing that it was inappropriate, and quickly sitting back down. 4 minutes later, everyone finished listening to the song. The room sank into an eerie silence, almost quiet enough to hear a pin drop, no one knowing whether they were savoring the song they just listened to or thinking about something else. In any case, no one was speaking. Zhang Wenwu wanted to talk, but he opened his mouth only to feel like his throat was being choked, so he couldn't say anything. This feeling was incredibly unpleasant. Normally, this was when Shi Cheng should say something, considering how much he'd been annoyed by East Art. But Shi Cheng was also somewhat taken aback, his mind completely filled with initial dream. It took him a good 10 seconds to suddenly pinch his thigh. The sudden pang of pain brought him back to reality. What the hell? What song is this? Even better than Zhou Yu's. Lin Yuan is from our school. Why haven't I heard about him in the past? At this moment, Shi Cheng's mind was in a whirlwind. He suppressed the craziness in his heart and tried hard to maintain his calm, but his voice trembled slightly. I think this song sounds okay. What do you think, Professor Zhang? How does it compare to Zhou Yu's? I feel it's a little weaker than Zhou Yu's. Indeed, Zhou Yu's song is indeed not simple. East Art, relying on Zhou Yu alone, silenced all of us at Qin Art. Professor Zhang, having such an outstanding student is really something to be happy and grateful for. Earlier, Zhang Wenwu made a bunch of sarcastic comments. Now, the professors at Qin Art decided to follow his example. One after another, they began to speak up, sounding their counterattack. Compare with Zhou Yu? Sorry, it's not that we're looking down on Zhou Yu, but Lin Yuan's song is indeed stronger than Zhou Yu's. Not bad. Not bad. Zhang Wenwu seemed somewhat lost for the moment. The professors from East Art around him either looked up at the ceiling or down at the floor, as if they'd discovered something interesting, occasionally accompanied by 1 or 2 throat-clearing coughs. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Zhang Wenwu simply couldn't take it anymore. He forced a laugh and stood up. Brother, I just remembered. It seems like I have some business to attend to. Is that so? Shi Cheng also stood up, tall and straight. Despite being shorter, He seemed to radiate the imposing presence of a small mountain. Professor Zhang, aren't you going to give a couple of further comments? I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I'll be leaving now. Zhang Wenwu quickly ushered the team of professors from East Art out. However, as they left, Shecheng and the others saw him quietly raise a thumb from his back. He finally admitted that East Art had lost. Chapter 129, 124 Iron Forged Friendships. Zhang Wenwu left with the composition professors of East Art as if they were flying. Once they stepped out of the Qin Art teaching building, the professors could finally no longer contain themselves. What a great song! Who exactly is Lin Yuan? Even stronger than Zhou Yu. Saying Lin Yuan is stronger than Zhou Yu might not be accurate. Perhaps it was an exceptional performance from the student named Lin Yuan. Judging from Shecheng's reaction, Lin Yuan doesn't seem to be a very renowned talent in the composition department. But we have to admit that the song he composed is really good. Among all the inspirational songs I've heard, it's easily among the top 10 in terms of quality. Initial Dream? Just in terms of this performance, Initial Dream is actually better than Zhou Yu's composition. After all, Qin Art is still Qin Art. We initially came here to challenge them, but we didn't expect such an outcome. We've made a fool of ourselves. Listening to the discussions among his professors, Zhang Wenwu felt conflicted. Ultimately, he had underestimated Qin Art. He did not expect that even with a talented student like Zhou Yu in his own school, they couldn't suppress Qin Art's rising star. Just who was this student called Lin Yuan? Inside the teaching building, the same question also echoed in the large lecture hall of the composition department. Shecheng was staring at the instructors who were about to complete their work, his voice trembling with excitement. Will the tutor of Class 5 come over? Head Professor Hua Li, the class advisor and professional subject tutor of Lin Yuan, quickly arrived in front of Shecheng and said with a wry smile, Lin Yuan is a student of our class. His grades in professional courses are quite good, but his composing ability is just average among the second-year students in the composition department. I didn't expect his composition for the annual examination to be so excellent. When the teacher who had just reviewed the song mentioned Lin Yuan to me, I was quite surprised. Is Lin Yuan average? What exactly are you referring to? Huali fell into thought, counting on his fingers. Speaking of appearance, Lin Yuan is not just average. He is particularly popular in the class. Even in terms of drawing ability, Lin Yuan is quite talented. He even helped our class to win first place in the Blackboard newspaper competition. Is this what I asked? Shecheng retorted unhappily. Even in our field of composition, how can a student who can create Initial Dream be considered average? Even if he was outperforming himself, it also indicates that he has a very high ceiling. You should pay more attention to your students in the future. I can't believe that our composition department has such a talented person hidden. A genius of the composition department. This was Shecheng's evaluation. Huali nodded her head repeatedly. She too had heard Initial Dream just a while ago. Lin Yuan truly deserved the genius label. Everyone knows that the precondition for outperforming oneself is to possess enough potential. Just then, there was a noise at the door. Shecheng looked over. It turned out to be the people from Starlight's side coming over. The leader was impressively the head of Starlight's composition department, Zhou Weiming. He greeted them with a full smile. Zhou, long time no see. Professor Shi. Zhou Weiming also showed a smile. He respects the head professor of the composition department of Qin Art. Many of the industry's top composers have come out of the Qin Art's composition department. Do you have any promising talents to recommend to me this time? There really is one. Shecheng smiled proudly and took Zhou Weiming to the neighboring resting room, presenting Initial Dream like a treasured item. Zhou Weiming was startled. A song that Shecheng took out so solemnly. Its quality definitely wouldn't be low. He and few representatives of Starlight's composition department put on headphones and listened to the song once. A few minutes later, all the representatives of Starlight showed stunned expressions. All of them were seasoned listeners. They knew a good piece when they heard one. Such a great song. Manager, we must sign. A second-year student with such talent. This person, we Starlight must secure. Qin Art, the top-class institution of Qin continent, indeed produces talents. It looks like we need to come to Qin Art more often in the future. This is the birthplace of composers. Starlight representatives were shocked. Zhou Weiming's heart was also somewhat surprised. Initial Dream had an astonishing quality, and it was a work of a second-year student. Qin art indeed has hidden talents. It truly is the institution where Xianyu studied. He looked seriously at Shi Cheng with a sincere and solemn attitude. May I ask, Professor Shi, can I meet the creator of this song? Shi Cheng gave a slight smile. Of course. Zhou Weiming's reaction was completely within Shi Cheng's expectations. Even for this song alone, they must sign Lin Yuan today. I am going now. As Shi Cheng was about to turn around, Zhou Weiming asked eagerly, "What's the name of this student?" He certainly had a reason to be eager. The quality of this song was extremely high. In Zhou Weiming's memory, the only second-year student who could compose a song of this caliber was Xianyu. He didn't expect to encounter another one at Qin Art. Today, another talent like Xianyu? Starlight really hit the jackpot this year. If the other companies amongst the top 3 heard this song, they would also undoubtedly sign the person without hesitation. There was absolutely no reason to let go. His name is Lin Yuan. Shi Cheng answered almost immediately. The name of this student was firmly embedded in his mind. Zhou Weiming. The representatives of Starlight, who were initially extremely excited, showed strange expressions when they heard this name. They looked at each other, speechless. I'll go call him. Shi Cheng didn't notice everyone's reaction. Zhou Weiming chuckled softly. No need, Professor. Shi Cheng paused. Do you think you're not satisfied? Zhou Weiming waved his hand. What are you talking about? I was just wondering how there could be such a monster like Lin Yuan, so casually. He was really frustrated. He originally thought that he had encountered another rare genius like Xianyu, but it turned out that a Buddhist temple had been flooded by water from its own backyard. This so-called genius was actually our company's Dragon King. A monster? Shi Cheng couldn't understand Zhou Weiming's reactions. Weren't they extremely excited just a moment ago? Why did they suddenly appear disappointed? Professor. Zhou Weiming motioned for the others to leave first, then leaned into Shi Cheng's ear. We are old friends, so I'll not hide from you. Actually, Lin Yuan. What happened to Lin Yuan? Shi Cheng was upset. Why was Zhou being so cryptic? Zhou sighed. Lin Yuan is Xianyu. He's already a senior composer in our Starlight. I can't exactly sign him again. What? Shi Cheng's expression became incredibly exciting as he froze on the spot. Zhou Weiming whispered, You must not let this secret out. Xianyu doesn't like attracting attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his true identity for so long. As for the reason I told you, you should be very clear. Shi Cheng gradually regained his senses. He had experienced 2 shocks today, and each one was bigger than the last. It was surprising that he was able to recover, and he admired his own resilience. Of course, he understood what Zhou meant. Telling him that Lin Yuan was Xianyu was a reminder. He would have to take good care of Lin Yuan in the future, and for such a genius student, even if he were given special treatment, it would be entirely justified. He must be treated well. He must be cared for. Even if Shi Cheng was kicked in the head by a donkey, he absolutely wouldn't let Lin Yuan suffer the slightest grievance at school. He suddenly burst into laughter. So Lin Yuan was Xianyu. Xianyu was actually a sophomore student. Xianyu was actually our QJN Arts student. East Art is so aggressive, bringing Zouyu's work to challenge Qin Art. They must not know the meaning of death. You have Zouyu? We have Xianyu. Your fish is fake. Our fish is real. Zouyu is a genius? In front of Xian. You. Would you dare say Zouyu is a genius? But you can't really blame East Art. After all, I just found out about it too. If it weren't for Zhou, I would still be in the dark. East Art is just unlucky. If East Art knew that the almighty Xianyu was hiding in the sophomore music department of Qin Art, they would probably not have dared to come over and challenge us, even if they had the guts to do so. So should I be going? Zhou smiled and said. Although it was a farce, he still had reason to be happy. Xianyu has actually written such an excellent song. It hasn't been long since Red Rose dominated the season. His talent is simply terrifying. But why didn't he tell me about it again? Well, he's never greeted me when he had a song in hand. Just spoil him, that's all. Zhou waved goodbye and left. Watching the retreating figure of Zhou and his group, Shi Cheng originally wanted to have Zhou listen to some other good works, but he immediately felt it was unnecessary. The gap was too big. Compared with Xianyu, these kiddos still needed some more hammering. Moreover, this matter indeed needs to be kept secret. If Lin Yuan himself doesn't take the initiative to tell others, it would be contrary to Lin Yuan's original intention for me to spread it around, wouldn't it? Although if the outside world knew that Xianyu is a sophomore student in the composition department of Qin Art, it would be of great benefits to the school, but comparing to these benefits, Lin Yuan's feelings are indeed more important. Moreover, this matter will eventually be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the benefits will still belong to Qin Art. It's just a matter of sooner or later. With that in mind, Shicheng comfortably sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The sofas at Qin Art were really soft. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Shicheng turned his head and couldn't help but laugh. Professor Kong, what wind brought you here? Is the art department so free recently? The visitor was Kong'an, the head professor of the art department at Qjian Art. Now Kong'an has officially become the head of the painting department. He is on the same level with Shicheng. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The point was that the two had entered Qin Art as teachers together. Their relationship was exceptional. They were very close to each other. True friendship. Kong'an also laughed heartily. Is there anything to celebrate today? You've been grinning from ear to ear. Is there? Shicheng waved his hand. Have a seat. I have some top-notch tea leaves here. I'd like to invite you to have a cup. Although we are in the same school, we rarely have the opportunity to meet. Yes, Kong'an sighed. We are the best of friends. Today, my best friend is here to ask you for a small favor. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Don't be ridiculous. As Shicheng brewed tea, he declared definitively, don't just talk about asking for one small favor. Even if you asked 100 favors from me today, I would promise you all. Kong'an was touched for a moment. This is the ironclad friendship that doesn't change with time nor fades with the passing of time. Chapter 130, 126, Unboxing. Lin Yuan was unaware of the stories triggered by Initial Dream. Just before the end of school, his academic advisor and counselor, Hua Li, approached Lin Yuan, chuckled, and said, your song received the highest score in this review. Lin Yuan nodded. Hua Li looked at Lin Yuan, feeling that this student was unusually calm. Don't you have anything to say? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then asked, can I be an exchange student in my junior year? Hua Li was taken aback. Do you want to go to Qi Continent? Lin Yuan replied, thinking about it. He wanted to discuss it with his family. Hua Li laughed. I see. I can reserve a spot for you. Let me know when you make a decision. With the quality of Initial Dream and Lin Yuan's decent past performances, it wouldn't be hard for him to secure a spot as an exchange student. The exchange program only lasts for 2 semesters, less than a year in total. In the grand scheme of a 5-year university program, it would pass in the blink of an eye. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. Not long after he returned home, his sister came back from work. She carried many groceries and busied herself in the kitchen as soon as she got home. Soon, the appetizing aroma of stir-fried food wafted out, making Lin Yuan's mouth water. Wait a bit. While stir-frying, his sister said to Lin Yuan in the living room, eating in the cafeteria is fine, but I always feel like it's unhealthy to dine out too much. I'll cook for you from now on, and we can eat out occasionally. Okay. A half hour later, 2 dishes, a soup, and 2 bowls of rice were laid out on the table, and the siblings started eating. Sis. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan said, I'm considering whether or not to go to Qi Continent as an exchange student next year. If you disagree, I'll give up. Exchange student? Lin Xian was excited. This is great. I wanted to be an exchange student when I was in university, but I didn't make it because my grades weren't good enough. You agree? Why wouldn't I? After a moment's thought, Lin Xian understood Lin Yuan's concern. She laughed. You're worried because I'm working in Sioux City, and you think it's not good for you to just leave. What's the big deal? Being an exchange student only lasts for a year at most. Are you planning to stay in Qi Continent and never come back? Certainly not. Lin Yuan was simply curious about Blue Star. He wanted to know what the other states of Blue Star were like. Conveniently, Jian Yi was also going to Qi Continent, so they could keep each other company. Shall I talk to Mom? I'll talk to Mom. She doesn't understand the concept of exchange students. However, Big Yao Yao might not be happy. She just came here for school, and now you're going to Qi Continent. You said you would protect her. I'll ask my friends to help. Lin Yuan planned to ask his friends in the painting department to look after Lin Yao. At the worst, he would temporarily stop raising his tutoring fees. He could increase them again when he came back from Qi continent. Lin Xin nodded. Then she glanced at her phone and suddenly said, "It started." "What started?" "The competition." While speaking, her sister turned on the TV. The competition Bloom was being broadcast on TV. "Did you see that? I think I just saw Xia Fan on the screen." Excited, Lin Xin pointed at the TV screen. Lin Yuan nodded. He did indeed see Xia Fan in the screen. Lin Xin was excited to see a familiar face on TV. Xia Fan advanced to the national top 50 yesterday, so she doesn't compete today. However, a lot of her fans are appearing online now. I've also joined her fan group. Lin Yuan nodded. This was no surprise. In Lin Yuan's mind, making it into the top 50 wouldn't be too hard for Xia Fan, given her abilities. It's time for the top 50 to advance into the top 20. Lin Xin anticipated, "I believe Xia Fan will definitely advance. The judges all think highly of her. By then, she'll have even more fans." "Yeah." Lin Yuan smiled. He was happy for Xia Fan's achievements. Just then, Lin Yuan received a message from Xia Fan in their group chat. "Made it into the top 50. Next is the top 20. Lin Yuan texted back, "Congratulations." Jian Yi also joined in. Xia Fan, championship in sight." "Xia Fan? That doesn't rhyme at all. My fans are calling me Fairy Xia Fan." "Jian Yi, your pun is so bad." "Fine deducted." Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan chatting on his phone, Lin Xin got upset. "Do you three have a secret group chat? Are you hiding things from me? Not even inviting me?" "Hold on." Lin Yuan told Jian Yi and Xia Fan, then added Lin Xin into the group chat. "Xia Fan, hello sis." Jian Yi, hello sis. Without a word, Lin Xin sent out a $10 red envelope divided into 4 shares. After grabbing a share, Lin Yuan sighed. He got 40 cents. Jian Yi was in the same boat, also getting 60 cents. Xia Fan got $2. Lin Xin, who sent out the red envelope herself, got $7. She was exceedingly smug. "The luckiest one is here. Quick, kneel." Lin Yuan stared at his sister, quietly getting up. Lin Xin was startled by Lin Yuan's gaze and stepped back. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Yuan got closer and closer. Lin Xin pretended to be scared. "We can't, we're siblings." Ignoring her shilly-sholly, Lin Yuan reached out and gave her a big pinch on the face. His sister was disgruntled. "Be gentle." Lin Yuan mumbled. "Being gentle is useless." After pinching for about 10 seconds, Lin Yuan decided it was enough. He quickly retreated to his room and shut the door behind him. "Where's Lin Yuan? Why is he silent?" Jian Yi and Xia Fan asked in the chat. Lin Xin replied, "My little brother has grown up. He's such a nuisance, he ruined my makeup." Jian Yi, Xia Fan. Lin Xin, Xia Fan, give me some autographs next time. I'll sell them and give you a quarter, no, a third of the profits. Lin Yuan leaned against his bedroom door. While he still had some holdover luck, he quickly summoned the system. "Quickly, open a bronze treasure chest for me." Opening. After loading for a few seconds, the system pinged. "Congratulations on your jackpot. You have won a silver treasure chest prize, a famous painter Qi Baishe character card. You will gain Qi Baishe's peak painting state for an hour after using it. Recommended for creating ink shrimp paintings." Lin Yuan was taken aback. If you say that this luck was good, it was definitely excellent. Lin Yuan knew the value of the shrimp paintings created by Qi Baishe at his peak. But the problem was, even if he could paint the shrimps that Qi Baishe was best at, he certainly wouldn't be able to sell them at Qi Baishe's prices in the short term. Small gains are still gains. Lin Yuan pondered. He now only had 1 silver treasure chest left. But he didn't have to open it now. He needed to accumulate more luck. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. He had to wait for a natural opportunity. Lin Yuan opened his door and came out. Lin Xin asked, "So soon?" Lin Yuan nodded. "I'll do the dishes." Lin Xin didn't object. "Good. Wash your hands too." If their mom were here, Lin Yuan wouldn't have to wash the dishes. But with their mom gone, Lin Xin took liberties. Bullying her little brother brought her the most joy. Chapter 131, 126. Unboxing. Lin Yuan was unaware of the stories triggered by Initial Dream. Just before the end of school, his academic advisor and counselor, Hua Li, approached Lin Yuan, chuckled, and said, "Your song received the highest score in this review." Lin Yuan nodded. Hmm. Huali looked at Lin Yuan, feeling that this student was unusually calm. Don't you have anything to say? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then asked, Can I be an exchange student in my junior year? Huali was taken aback. Do you want to go to Qi continent? Lin Yuan replied, thinking about it. He wanted to discuss it with his family. Huali laughed. I see. I can reserve a spot for you. Let me know when you make a decision. With the quality of Initial Dream and Lin Yuan's decent past performances, it wouldn't be hard for him to secure a spot as an exchange student. The exchange program only lasts for 2 semesters, less than a year in total. In the grand scheme of a 5-year university program, it would pass in the blink of an eye. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. Not long after he returned home, his sister came back from work. She carried many groceries and busied herself in the kitchen as soon as she got home. Soon, the appetizing aroma of stir-fried food wafted out, making Lin Yuan's mouth water. Wait a bit. While stir-frying, his sister said to Lin Yuan in the living room, Eating in the cafeteria is fine, but I always feel like it's unhealthy to dine out too much. I'll cook for you from now on, and we can eat out occasionally. Okay. A half hour later, 2 dishes, a soup, and 2 bowls of rice were laid out on the table, and the siblings started eating. Sis. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan said, I'm considering whether or not to go to Qi continent as an exchange student next year. If you disagree, I'll give up. Exchange student? Lin Xian was excited. This is great. I wanted to be an exchange student when I was in university, but I didn't make it because my grades weren't good enough. You agree? Why wouldn't I? After a moment's thought, Lin Xian understood Lin Yuan's concern. She laughed. You're worried because I'm working in Sioux City, and you think it's not good for you to just leave. What's the big deal? Being an exchange student only lasts for a year at most. Are you planning to stay in Qi continent and never come back? Certainly not. Lin Yuan was simply curious about Blue Star. He wanted to know what the other states of Blue Star were like. Conveniently, Jian Yi was also going to Qi continent, so they could keep each other company. Shall I talk to Mom? I'll talk to Mom. She doesn't understand the concept of exchange students. However, Big Yao Yao might not be happy. She just came here for school, and now you're going to Qi continent. You said you would protect her. I'll ask my friends to help. Lin Yuan planned to ask his friends in the painting department to look after Lin Yao. At the worst, he would temporarily stop raising his tutoring fees. He could increase them again when he came back from Qi continent. Lin Xian nodded. Then she glanced at her phone and suddenly said, It started. What started? The competition. While speaking, her sister turned on the TV. The competition Bloom was being broadcast on TV. Did you see that? I think I just saw Xia Fan on the screen. Excited, Lin Xian pointed at the TV screen. Lin Yuan nodded. He did indeed see Xia Fan in the screen. Lin Xian was excited to see a familiar face on TV. Xia Fan advanced to the national top 50 yesterday, so she doesn't compete today. However, a lot of her fans are appearing online now. I've also joined her fan group. Lin Yuan nodded. This was no surprise. In Lin Yuan's mind, making it into the top 50 wouldn't be too hard for Xia Fan, given her abilities. It's time for the top 50 to advance into the top 20. Lin Xian anticipated, I believe Xia Fan will definitely advance. The judges all think highly of her. By then, she'll have even more fans. Yeah. Lin Yuan smiled. He was happy for Xia Fan's achievements. Just then, Lin Yuan received a message from Xia Fan in their group chat. Made it into the top 50. Next is the top 20. Lin Yuan texted back, Congratulations. Jian Yi also joined in. Xia Fan, championship in sight. Xia Fan. That doesn't rhyme at all. My fans are calling me Fairy Xia Fan. Jian Yi. Your pun is so bad. Fine deducted. Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan chatting on his phone, Lin Xian got upset. Do you 3 have a secret group chat? Are you hiding things from me? Not even inviting me? Hold on. Lin Yuan told Jian Yi and Xia Fan, then added Lin Xian into the group chat. Xia Fan, hello sis. Jian Yi, hello sis. Without a word, Lin Xian sent out a $10 red envelope divided into 4 shares. After grabbing a share, Lin Yuan sighed. He got 40 cents. Jian Yi was in the same boat, also getting 60 cents. Xia Fan got $2. Lin Xian, who sent out the red envelope herself, got $7. She was exceedingly smug, The luckiest one is here. Quick, kneel. Lin Yuan stared at his sister, quietly getting up. Lin Xian was startled by Lin Yuan's gaze and stepped back. What are you trying to do? Lin Yuan got closer and closer. Lin Xian pretended to be scared. We can't. We're siblings. Ignoring her shilly-sholly, Lin Yuan reached out and gave her a big pinch on the face. His sister was disgruntled. Be gentle. Lin Yuan mumbled. Being gentle is useless. After pinching for about 10 seconds, Lin Yuan decided it was enough. He quickly retreated to his room and shut the door behind him. Where's Lin Yuan? Why is he silent? Jian Yi and Xia Fan asked in the chat. Lin Xian replied, my little brother has grown up. He's such a nuisance, he ruined my makeup. Jian Yi, Xia Fan. Lin Xian, Xia Fan, give me some autographs next time. I'll sell them and give you a quarter, no, a third of the profits. Lin Yuan leaned against his bedroom door. While he still had some holdover luck, he quickly summoned the system. Quickly, open a bronze treasure chest for me. Opening. After loading for a few seconds, the system pinged. Congratulations on your jackpot. You have won a silver treasure chest prize, a famous painter Qi Baishe character card. You will gain Qi Baishe's peak painting state for an hour after using it. Recommended for creating ink shrimp paintings. Lin Yuan was taken aback. If you say that this luck was good, it was definitely excellent. Lin Yuan knew the value of the shrimp paintings created by Qi Baishe at his peak. But the problem was, even if he could paint the shrimps that Qi Baishe was best at, he certainly wouldn't be able to sell them at Qi Baishe's prices in the short term. Small gains are still gains. Lin Yuan pondered. He now only had one silver treasure chest left. But he didn't have to open it now. He needed to accumulate more luck. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. He had to wait for a natural opportunity. Lin Yuan opened his door and came out. Lin Xian asked, so soon? Lin Yuan nodded. I'll do the dishes. Lin Xian didn't object. Good. Wash your hands too. If their mom were here, Lin Yuan wouldn't have to wash the dishes. But with their mom gone, Lin Xian took liberties. Bullying her little brother brought her the most joy. Chapter 132, 127 Jump into the Fire Pit. Summer Vacation Precautions. Lin Yuan never thought that he, as a university student, would still receive a university student's summer safety guide issued by the school. He had only received such a thing in primary school. What's more amazing is that the content of this guide actually isn't too different from the elementary school student summer vacation safety guide. Don't play with fire. Don't swim near the river. Don't cross on a red light, etc. If one must mention a difference, it's probably that the university student's safety guide mentions avoid nightclubs and dancing, something beyond the realm of primary school students. Regardless, the annual summer vacation finally arrived. Returning to the company, Lin Yuan went straight upstairs to see Supervisor Zhou running. You're here, Zhou said. Do you want some tea? Lin Yuan nodded. Considering the high-end tea leaves were free, it would be a waste not to drink it. What's going on? Zhou poured a cup of tea for Lin Yuan. He assumed that Lin Yuan wanted to discuss the song, Initial Dream. Lin Yuan asked, Can I go to the Qi continent for my junior year? Zhou was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, asking, Why? Lin Yuan explained the exchange student situation and added, During those 2 semesters, I can still write songs over there and email them to you. He didn't want it to affect his work. Zhou looked at Lin Yuan, pondering. Did you hear something about the Qi continent? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Zhou knew he was clueless. He shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, You know that Yang Zhongming has returned to the Qin continent, right? Lin Yuan nodded. Yang Zhongming was a maestro-level figure, a hot topic, so he would occasionally hear his colleagues mentioning it at work. MHM. Zhou tapped his fingers on the desk. Our Starlight Company actually has a small branch over there in the Qi continent. Although Yang Zhongming didn't pay much attention to the branch while he was in Qi continent, he would occasionally look after it. Now that Yang Zhongming is back, the situation there has gotten quite bad. After all, the Qi continent is quite different from our Qin continent, especially in regard to the music scene. It's like night and day. Lin Yuan nodded, although he wasn't sure how this was related to him. I'll be straightforward with you. Zhou heaved a sigh. The situation at the branch in Qi continent isn't great. The higher-ups have been pressuring me to send someone over for help, but none of our top people want to go. The working conditions there are quite tough. so the issue has remained unresolved. If you decide to go to Qi continent, this task would fall to you. You won't be able to avoid or push it away. As one of our top composers, I would rather you not go. Lin Yuan remembered that he had overheard Zhou discussing sending someone to the Qi continent on the phone. It seemed like he might be the one chosen to go. He asked, "Over there, will my job still be to write songs?" Zhou laughed and said, "Of course." Lin Yuan nodded. "I can accept that." No matter how different the music environment was, as long as he was writing songs, he wasn't worried about being incapable. Zhou stared at Lin Yuan for a while before saying, "All right then, it's only for less than a year. If things don't go well, it's no big deal. Consider it as me giving you a year-long vacation. So I don't need to send my songs back here? No, you'll have enough headaches managing the mess in Qi continent. Where will you even find time for this side of things? To help with your work, the company will assign you as a special representative from the headquarters. You will be the representative of the composing department assigned by Starlight's headquarters, a position roughly equivalent to a manager over there." Okay. From that point onwards, it was pretty much settled for Lin Yuan to go to Qi continent. Word somehow spread among the composition department on the 10th floor about Lin Yuan going to work in the subsidiary at the Qi continent. His coworker Wu Yong rushed over, asking Lin Yuan, "Why are you jumping into a fire pit in Qi continent for no reason?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled, "A fire pit? Isn't it just a fire pit? Writing songs over there is much harder, full of demanding clients who know nothing about music yet love to meddle and give orders. It's not like here in Qi continent where you have creative freedom." Wu Yong seemed rather agitated. "I see," Lin Yuan pondered. Unable to dissuade him, Wu Yong continued, "Others avoid that place like the plague, and you want to go there. Why bother? The branch in Qi continent is hanging by a thread, and it's expected to go bankrupt within a few years. By then, you'd be held responsible." Lin Yuan said, "I will try my best." Upon hearing his answer, Wu Yong rolled his eyes. If efforts could save the subsidiary, would it be in such a mess? But seeing Lin Yuan's determination, Wu Yong gave up trying to dissuade him. In the following days, Lin Yuan went about his normal work routine. In his free time, Lin Yuan would work on Zhu Xian. Of course, to Lin Yuan, his working hours could also be counted as free time. Meanwhile, his younger sister, Lin Yao, had finished her college entrance exam and was waiting for the acceptance letter from a university. Jian Yi had returned home for the vacation, and Xia Fan had joined the program Bloom, either rehearsing or competing. Everyone occasionally had a little chat about the current state of affairs in the group chat. In short, everybody had their own respective things to be busy with. However, when Lin Yuan mentioned in the group chat that he was going to be an exchange student in Qi continent, Jian Yi was overjoyed. He had thought that he would be going to the Qi continent alone, but now he was glad to have Lin Yuan's company. "We'll meet at Qi Arts." Qi Arts was short for the Qi Continent Art Academy. After a few minutes, Jian Yi popped back into the group chat. "I looked it up. The students at Qi Arts have separate campuses. I'm at the Performance Academy, while you're at the Music Academy, which is 2 kilometers away. It might not be convenient for us to meet up regularly. Just keep grinning." Xia Fan popped up in the chat. Lin Yuan is now an exchange student too. "I'll be the only one left at Qi Arts next year." Lin Xian replied, "Sister will accompany you. By the way, have you finished your competition?" Xia Fan replied, "It's over. I'm now in the top 20 nationwide. Don't leak it out though. We need to keep the viewers in suspense. You guys can watch the TV tonight. Congratulations. Signature. Way to go." Everyone was happy for Xia Fan. That night, both Lin Yuan and Lin Xian watched the latest episode of Bloom. Recently, as long as Bloom was broadcasting, Lin Xian would watch every episode. Naturally, Lin Yuan had watched them all too. The show aired every Saturday. When the host announced Xia Fan as one of the top 20 contestants, Lin Xian immediately jumped with joy. Top 20, top 20. Lin Yuan was a bit confused. Hadn't they already known the result in the group chat earlier? As a good friend, he naturally also followed Xia Fan's progress. There were plenty of online discussions about Bloom now. As one of the strong contenders this year, Xia Fan had gained a bit of popularity. Looking at the current trend, Lin Yuan thought Xia Fan really might make it to the end of the competition. Chapter 133, 128 Perennial Runner-Up 1. Lin Yuan's judgment was not wrong. In the subsequent rounds of the competition, Xia Fan's advancement was unstoppable, and she even made it to the final four, attracting attention from many sectors. There was one thing that even Lin Yuan did not see coming. Xia Fan turned out to be the rare type of competitor who excels in huge competitions. She was usually a girl who would want to rush to the bathroom when nervous. However, the tense and heated atmosphere of the competition seemed to stimulate Xia Fan's potential, making her performance better and better with each match. However, as the competition progressed to this stage, Xia Fan got busier and busier, so much so that she was spending less and less time chatting in the group. Her most recent appearance was simply a hurried comment. "The organizers won't let us use our smartphones. They're afraid we'll leak details of the competition." That's very normal. The competition needs viewers. Knowing the results in advance would take away all the suspense. So at times like this, competitors usually have no access to their phones. Jian Yi and Lin Xian were discussing the competition show Bloom in the group chat every day. Each of the top four competitors is very strong. Indeed, they are all very strong, but I think Xia Fan's toughest opponent in this competition is Tang Yu. Tang Yu's innate ethereal voice is fantastic. If she can beat Tang Yu, Xia Fan can win the championship. I feel Xia Fan is no less than Tang Yu. Tang Yu's singing skills are slightly weaker than Xia Fan's, and she got to the top four because of her vocal advantage. One could only say they each have their own merits. Lin Yuan was also following the competition, so he knew who Tang Yu that his sister and Jian Yi were discussing was. This girl was also a competitor in Bloom. Among the competitors this time, Tang Yu currently had the highest popularity and support, with Xia Fan in second place. Just based on the overt data, Tang Yu had the best odds of winning the championship. Just have to see how the competition goes tomorrow night. It was now the end of July, and on August 1st tomorrow, the championship battle of Bloom would take place. Lin Xian even wanted to go and watch the competition live. However, everyone had work to do, and moreover, the finals were happening in another city. Even if they went to the venue, they might not be able to get in touch with Xia Fan, so they all had to give up on it. Meanwhile, at Brilliant Silverlight Company, as a top-ranked singer, Chun Jiu didn't have the mood to follow a talent show, even though he was defeated by Zhao Yinggu, the champion of the last season of Bloom. One must always look forward. Let the past be the past. Chun Jiu had already put the shadow of Red Rose behind him, and he was preparing to make another dash for the charts. His goal, number 1 in August. Originally, the frequency at which Chun Jiu released new songs was not so high. However, having had to settle for second place twice when releasing new songs made Chun Jiu develop a peculiar obsession with the championship of the season. "I must get first place once." In fact, Chun Jiu could have released a song in July, but there were 4 top-ranked singers having showdowns in July, so Chun Jiu decided to avoid it. He wasn't some daredevil who was keen on clashing head-on. August was fine. There was only one top-ranked singer competing with Chun Jiu. To everyone, that person was all too familiar. Starlight's top singer, Jin Shuyu. In other words, this was the long-awaited Battle of the Yes. Who would have expected that, after Jin Shuyu and Chun Jiu brushed past each other in June, they would encounter each other yet again in August, when both sides publicly declared their intentions to vie for the championship of August? The industry was greatly amused. What a coincidence, isn't it? Is it really the Battle of the Yes? Ha ha. The Battle of the Yes might come late, but it never fails to arrive. It seems that Chun Jiu and Jin Shuyu are unfinished with each other. Feels like we're back in June again. But this time, there's no Xianyu to stir things up. The 2 top singers can have a good fight in August. Chun Jiu paid no mind to the industry's teasing, with him and Jin Shuyu both being top-ranked singers, and their popularity being almost equal. It was all about the quality of their songs. Chun Jiu was not afraid, because Chun Jiu was very confident about the quality of his song this time. Although the songwriter this time was a newcomer, not a top-tier one, and was even only a sophomore in the composition department of East Art, that newcomer was very talented, and Chun Jiu knew that the song would be a hit as soon as he heard it. The company was also very supportive of Chun Jiu's chart battle this time. After all, Chun Jiu had come second twice, and both times he had lost to non-top-ranked competitors, which made it somewhat embarrassing. As June came to an end, the media were jokingly saying that Chun Jiu was the perennial runner-up. This was not a good reputation for a top-ranked singer. To completely wipe off the perennial runner-up label, Chun Jiu had to win the championship. This battle was a must-win situation. However, learning from the previous experience, Chun Jiu had specifically asked his agent to do some investigation this time. Nothing much, just to make sure if there would be any fish in August. I swear, there really isn't one this time. For caution's sake, the agent spent 3 days investigating before telling Chun Jiu the results. I said last time that I would definitely check properly next time. Do you believe me now? Phew. Chun Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. If there's no Xianyu, I'm not worried about having a direct showdown with Jin Shuyu. This is a war of us top-ranked singers. Yes, indeed. The agent sighed. That fish really is troublesome. Every time he collaborates with some unknown little singer and gets us into a mess, this time without him, you will definitely make a clean sweep. Chun Jiu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Don't jinx it. The agent didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you being too cautious? Don't you think that your song is a match for Jin Shuyu's? You should know that the company reserved this song especially for you. The quality is top-notch. Chun Jiu nodded. Indeed. The agent spread his hands. See, this round is already sealed. Chun Jiu covered the agent's hand with his own. Please, no more jinxing. He was already killed by the agent's jinx twice. Chun Jiu was really scared of his agent's mouth now. Even without Xianyu this time. To be on the safe side, Chun Jiu had to keep his agent's mouth shut to prevent him from jinxing again. Crashes often result from misinterpreted remarks. It was a lesson learned from the previous 2 times. A few seconds later, Chun Jiu let go of his hand. The agent said, helplessly, I get it. He felt that Chun Jiu was being overly cautious. A round that was already in the bag shouldn't be handled so carefully. Even if he won, it wouldn't be satisfying enough. It seemed that the shadow Xianyu had left on Chun Jiu was quite large. He hoped that time would heal everything. I'm leaving then. The agent found it uninteresting and left with a wave of his hand. Chun Jiu nodded, thinking to himself, Jin Shuyu probably deliberately avoided the fierce competition last month. That's why he eventually chose to release his song in August. Since we're on the same page, let's use this opportunity in August to settle the score. Chapter 134, 129 Swan Caillou, Pickled Cabbage Fish. On the same day, in the city center of Sun City, Qin Continent, the huge grand stadium was brightly lit at the moment. A long red carpet extended from the entrance to the steps above. Security personnel filled every corner, and countless reporters arrived at the scene. Talent show grand finale. It was being broadcast live here. Inside the grand stadium, it was incredibly noisy and frenzied. Halfway through the contest, the audience's cheers rose higher and higher, almost blowing the roof off the grand stadium. The event lived up to its reputation as the top talent show in Qin Continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the male host's voice was extremely loud. After several rounds of brutal and fierce competition tonight, the 2 contestants who have advanced to the final round of this season's Bloom have been determined, and they are Tengyu, Xiafan, Xiafan. The audience responded enthusiastically. The female host's voice was somewhat crisp. Our on-site audience has just announced the names of the 2 contestants, and I believe the viewers in front of the television sets are as excited as they are. However, we may have to take a short rest for a few minutes, allowing these 2 excellent contestants to prepare for the next song. The performance of these 2 contestants will ultimately determine who will win this season's competition. Backstage at the competition, Xia Fan was anxiously waiting when a voice suddenly came from behind her. Just keep your mood in check. Your opponent is also nervous right now. If you perform consistently, you have a great chance of advancing. Xia Fan stood up. Ms. Zhao. The speaker was Zhao Ju, who had come from Starlight. Xia Fan was surprised to see Zhao Ju herself at the scene. The 2 had met only once before when Xia Fan signed a pre-contract with Starlight, so their relationship was not too unfamiliar. You're doing well. Zhao Ju began with a smile. Her personal appearance at the Bloom event wasn't just because Xia Fan was Lin Yuan's friend. It was mainly because Xia Fan had surprisingly advanced to the top 4 and even secured a precious spot in the final, only a step away from becoming the champion. This excited Zhao Ju when she originally agreed to sign a contract with Xiao Fan. It was completely out of respect for Lin Yuan. Back then, Zhao Ju had no idea how strong Xiao Fan was. She was simply doing Lin Yuan a favor. But to her surprise, Xiao Fan's performance in the Bloom competition was stunning, repeatedly bringing surprise to Zhao Ju. It turned out that Zhao Ju didn't do Lin Yuan a favor, but rather Lin Yuan did her a favor. With such a strong talent as Xiao Fan, there were no concerns about signing contracts with companies. I need to use the washroom, Xiao Fan said with a bit of embarrassment. Zhao Ju nodded with a smile and casually comforted. You have already proved that you are very good by breaking into the finals. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. I will keep an eye on things here for you. Xiao Fan nodded. Zhao Ju watched Xiao Fan's receding figure, pursing her lips. Although she was comforting Xiao Fan, Zhao Ju wanted more than anything else for Xiao Fan to win the championship. Xiao Fan had already pre-signed a contract with Starlight, and if she won the championship, it would mean that the champions of 2 consecutive Blooms joined Starlight. This would be a massive boost to Starlight's reputation. Starlight would surely surpass Sanxi and Dazzling Silver Glow in popularity. If Xiao Fan ended up as the runner-up, the result would, of course, be good, but compared to the significance of the championship, it would be a lot less. Just then, Zhao Ju glanced backstage and suddenly noticed a somewhat familiar figure. Why was she here? Zhao Ju couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be? 10 minutes later, Xiao Fan returned. She noticed that something was off about Zhao Ju's expression and asked, Ms. Zhao, is there something wrong? Actually, there is. Zhao Ju began. I just saw Ximei. You may not know who she is, but she's the chief agent of Dazzling Silver Glow. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Zhao Ju narrowed her eyes. If I'm not wrong, Ximei is probably here for Tang Yu. Quick to act indeed. Xiao Fan was a bit worried. Can she manipulate the results of the competition? Zhao Ju chuckled. Ximei does not have that ability. Furthermore, I'm here so even if she wanted to cheat, she wouldn't get a chance. However, concerned, Xiao Fan asked, however what? Zhao Ju shook her head. Let's watch the competition. It's almost Tang Yu's turn to go on stage. Let's hope my suspicions are unwarranted. On stage, the host was mindful of the time while maintaining the interaction rhythm with the audience. When the director's cue came through his earpiece, the male host started to laugh. Thank you all for waiting. Now, let's welcome contestant Tang Yu to bring us her final song of the night. If Tang Yu, Tang Yu, Tang Yu. The audience cheered again. And while the elevator stage was on par with the main stage, Tang Yu finally made her appearance. Accompanying her was a rather unfamiliar accompaniment. Peach blossoms were in full bloom that year. Your figure still appears, shaking the ocean of blossoms. A new song. The 4 program judges, all of whom had a great reputation in the industry, looked at each other, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They had never heard this song before. It was clearly an unreleased new song. Tang Yu's final song was a new one. Was she that confident? Singing a new song on a talent show stage is not a safe proposition, since a new song needs a period for the audience to accept it. On the other hand, familiar old songs can immediately evoke familiarity and intimacy from the audience. So, most of the contestants choose to sing old songs that have already been released. Unless the contestant's new song is so good it is refreshing at first listen. Otherwise, choosing an old song is always the safest option. However, as they listened, the judges gradually revealed satisfied expressions. This new song was outstanding. No wonder, Tang Yu had been prepared. This new song seemed tailor-made for her. From the melody to the lyrics, it perfectly complements Tang Yu's voice and temperament. No wonder she dares to bring out a new song during the finals. This was her secret weapon. She must have been hiding this for a long time. The staff in charge of rehearsals also had a wry smile upon hearing Tang Yu's song. She changed the song? This wasn't the song they had prepared beforehand. The contestants this time had deep strategies. Backstage, Zhao Ju's face changed. The very thing I was worried about happened. No wonder Ximei was here. This song must be from one of the ace composers from Dazzling Silver Glow. It is tailor-made for Tang Yu. She looked at Xiao Fan and said earnestly, My preparation was inadequate. I should have helped you prepare a song ahead of time. Xiao Fan wanted to say that he needed to use the restroom, but a voice came from behind. I did not expect to meet you at the Bloom backstage. Did you also sign contracts in advance with the candidates? Without turning around, Zhao Ju knew who it was. Shi Mei from Dazzling Silver Glow. Her longtime rival. She turned to Shi Mei with a faint smile. Didn't you also sign a contract with Tang Yu in advance? Even painstakingly wrote such a song for her. Not bad, right? Shi Mei shrugged. Wait until our Tang Yu wins the championship. I will be the first to announce the contract details to the reporters. You can't always be the one from Starlight to sign with the winner. Zhao Ju sneered. You think you've won? Shi Mei glanced at Xia Fan, whose nervousness made him stiff, and chuckled ambiguously. Or else. Yes. Shi Mei already knew what the last song Xia Fan chose was. Bloom had rehearsals every day, so it was impossible to hide it. Just a very safe old song. Similarly, Tang Yu's rehearsal song could not be kept secret. However, this was Shi Mei's cleverness. To hide Tang Yu's last song, she deliberately threw a smoke bomb. Let Tang Yu practice a safe old song publicly, but arranged Tang Yu to practice a new song in secret. Zhao Ju didn't look too good. On stage, Tang Yu had finished singing. The atmosphere at the scene was unprecedented, and everyone was shouting Tang Yu's name. The 4 judges also took turns commenting on Tang Yu's song, giving high praises in their words. Zhao Ju. Shi Mei was extremely pleased and seemed to be enjoying Zhao Ju's expression. Can you bring out that fish now to save the show? Or let's have a meal later. There's a pickled fish restaurant in Sun City. It tastes amazing. Xia Fan suddenly looked up. She suddenly smiled, but her eyes were icy as she stared at Shi Mei. Not necessarily, Auntie. Shi Mei was upset. Am I that old? Then, Shi Mei was surprised. Xia Fan was so nervous just now that she couldn't speak. How did she suddenly change like a different person? Yes, like a different person. This feeling was so strange. Xia Fan turned to look at the stage and said lightly, I didn't want to do this originally because I thought it was a bit unfair. I wanted to win the championship on my own skills, but if you guys started, it wouldn't be unfair, especially since you've mentioned him. Shi Mei was blank. What? A few staff members came over and reminded Shi Mei. Please don't disturb the contestant. The contestant needs to prepare to go on stage. Shi Mei glared at Xia Fan, then turned and left, her 8-centimeter heels click-clacking on the floor. Well done. Zhao Ju gave Xia Fan a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to talk to Shi Mei like that. What's that saying again? Better to lose in performance than in spirit. From now on, Ms. Zhao's got your back. If we lose this competition, we lose. We at Starlight don't care. No, Ms. Zhao. Today, I won't lose in performance or in spirit. Xia Fan's eyes suddenly became unprecedentedly serious. This was the first time she had been so serious during the competition. I have to win this competition. Zhao Ju was astonished. As she was pondering on how to comfort Xia Fan, the next moment, something happened that left Zhao Ju dumbfounded. Thud. Xia Fan abruptly tore off the fancy decorations she was wearing and let these luxurious decorations fall to the ground. Otherwise, Xia Fan, would disappoint my friend. Are you crazy? Zhao Ju wanted to stop her, but it was too late. With decorations scattered all over the ground and pearls rolling everywhere, Xia Fan was left in her simplest clothes. How can she compete like this? Zhao Ju felt a splitting headache and said helplessly, You think Shi Mei came here to show off, but it's not that. She's not that childish. How could the chief agent of Dazzling Silver Glow be so short-sighted? She just wanted to mess with your mentality. She's afraid of losing too. If you really lose your composure because of this, you will be doing her a favor. I know. Xia Fan looked towards the stage, her eyes sparkling like brilliant fireworks in a sky full of stars. Just this once, I don't want to lose. Please inform backstage, Ms. Zhao. I want to change the song. Chapter 135, 130, Initial Dream. On stage, the praises given by the 4 judges to Tang Yu had pushed the atmosphere of the scene to its peak. Almost all the audience members were ignited, madly shouting the name of another contestant. This stage, so difficult to take on. The host could not suppress his excitement. Unexpectedly, contestant Tang Yu has brought us a new song as beautiful as heavenly music. Her voice is still echoing in my ears. But the next contestant should not be underestimated. Let's welcome Xia Fan with a round of applause. The lights flicker. Xia Fan steps onto the stage. At this moment, everyone from the director to the staff and the judges were stunned because Xia Fan was dressed too plainly. Normally, Contestants should be fully dressed up for the final competition. What's going on? Backstage, the director was furious. The staff explained helplessly. We dressed her very nicely, with earrings and strings of small pearls on her skirt. She must have taken them off herself. We have no idea why. The director was helpless. What's going on here? Tang Yu did the same thing just now. She suddenly changed the prepared song before stepping onto the stage. Thank goodness the song turned out unexpectedly well, so the director didn't get angry. But his heart was beating wildly, fearing that something would go wrong. Director, we have a problem. Just as the director reluctantly accepted Xia Fan's decision to remove her decorations, the staff member's shout came into his ear. Xia Fan's agent suddenly demands to change the song. We can't offend Zhao Ju from Starlight. Do we change it? Change. Let her change her song. Let her change as she wish. Let her sing whatever she wants. The director felt the scene had turned into chaos. But a contestant's request to change the song was allowed. Given that Tang Yu had already changed her song at the last minute, why wouldn't they allow Xia Fan to do the same? But in this situation, would it be useful for Xia Fan to change her song? Meanwhile, under the stage, the audience were whispering to each other, discussing the song Tang Yu just performed, still not quite recovered from the atmosphere it created. Most of the audience present are relatively neutral and wouldn't particularly lean towards either singer. Their support would go to whoever sang better. Tang Yu hid her talent pretty deep. She even sang a new song, and it's especially suitable for her voice. Feels similar to Zhao Yingge from last year. Exactly. Zhao Yingge's championship was highly valuable. Actually, Xia Fan is not bad either. I've watched many of her performances and have a deep impression of her. It's just that this is the final. Tang Yu's trump card is too strong. Not only the audience, even the judges had a small sigh in their hearts. Xia Fan had only a slim chance of succeeding. The suspense in this final round was minimal, especially after Tang Yu took the stage first and completely captivated the audience. Just then, the lights started flickering. A soft piano sound rang out, followed by a drum beat and the progression of various instruments, gradually bringing us into a whole new mood. This mood even dissipated the impact that the previous song had on the audience. Xia Fan stood on the stage in her simple attire and began her performance. Her voice, just like her attire, was simply simple. If pride hadn't been cruelly shattered by the cold sea of reality, how would one know the effort required to get far? If dreams never hung by a thread on the brink of a cliff, how would one know the persistent ones possess invisible wings? The audience, who had been whispering to each other, gradually raised their heads. Their conversation ceased in the melody of Xia Fan's song. This song, somewhat unfamiliar, but it seems quite pleasant. The four judges once again exchanged looks and then simultaneously straightened up their bodies, startled for a moment. A new song? Another new song? From the intro, it doesn't seem like a randomly chosen piece. Is Xia Fan trying to combat Tang Yu's new song with her own new one? Interesting. A moment after the initial surprise, the judges became somewhat excited. New song against new song, this final round is even more exciting than they anticipated. On stage, Xia Fan's enunciation was exceptionally clear. Her bright voice echoed. Her voice seemed to contain a streak of defiance, a strength, an unwillingness to concede. As if something was about to break through the soil, bask in the sunlight, but it was still struggling at the moment. It feels like it was just a tiny bit away, but it's this tiny bit that made all the audience inexplicably hold their breath. Plant the seeds of tears in your heart, and a flower of courage will bloom. When weariness strikes, close your eyes and you can smell a scent of fragrance. It's like sleeping deeply until the day breaks. You can walk and hum a song, with a light pace, like a light piercing through the darkness, like a gust of wind blowing the fog away, or like a pair of gentle hands, soothing the unknown wounds. It was just a moment. The spectators' gaze concentrated on the stage. The expressions of the judges gradually changed. Xia Fan was dressed very simply, not elaborately like Tang Yu, but her figure seemed to shine, and her voice seamlessly merged with the music, rising bit by bit into the sky. When you're down, you always feel the weight of loneliness. How much you long for someone to offer warmth and lend a shoulder. I'm so glad the bond we share is so strong. We weathered through storms, remained connected as usual. When the high point came, The audience felt the gap within their hearts being gradually filled by this resounding song. Just like stepping up a staircase, Xiao Fan's voice was constantly rising. When the emotion reached the second high point, everyone felt a thorough catharsis and release. The initial dream holds tightly in hand, the place you want to go most. How could you turn back halfway? The drawn-out note twisted smoothly and seemed to pause slightly for the next note. Xiao Fan held the microphone with both hands. At that moment, countless lenses roared into action. The sky full of lights chased the figure on the stage, finally focusing on Xiao Fan's faintly pale knuckles wrapped around the microphone. Her figure leaning slightly backwards. Her clear yet unruly voice seemed to rip through everything. Her voice surged like a rushing tidal wave, enveloping the vast studio. Everyone felt as if they were basking in the scorching sunlight, their bodies gradually heating up. Stubborn and piercing, thoroughly liberating. Xiao Fan's gaze finally rested on the sky. Next came an even more exaggerated high note that shocked the audience. This was the emotional climax of the entire song. The initial dream will surely be reached, longing truly realized. Then you can really say you've reached heaven. The crowd roared. Almost at the same time, the judges abruptly stood up. As if echoing this scene, the countless audience members erupted in cheers, flashlights spinning rapidly. Some audience members also stood up. Camera 3. The director backstage went crazy. Without worrying whether the stage was in chaos, he instinctively roared with Xiao Fan, pointing and commanding the staff from afar. Keep the spotlight on the singer from the left. All stage lights follow up. The audience reaction must catch up. Close up on the 4 judges. I want to see their expressions. Expressions. The camera zoomed in. The judges' reactions varied, but it was clear they were all hyped. When the 4 judges simultaneously opened their mouths wide, their exaggerated reactions said it all. They completely forgot any sense of image control, which seemed comparable to a constipated expression. The audience's emotions exploded together. Wow, what is this? I'm going crazy. At that moment, all their minds were blank. They just lost themselves in the ocean of the song, with almost unconscious screams from the audience one after another, just about ready to jump even if there was a precipice ahead of them. Some were waving their fists. Some were clapping their hands until they turned red from the screaming. In the backstage, Tang Yu widened her eyes, almost forgetting to breathe, and next to her, Shimei took a step back in shock, screamed, and twisted her ankle because her high heels were too high. Only one person was still calm at this moment. That person was Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju even wore a smile. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the conversation she had with Xiao Fan before she went on stage. It was very simple. Why did you change the song? Because it's Xian Yu's song. Chapter 136, 131, Champion. When Tang Yu finished singing, the audience felt that the champion of this edition had already been decided. When Xiao Fan finished singing, the audience again felt that the champion of this edition had already been decided. Well then, although Chinese is profound and broad, the second time there truly was no doubt, because all the audience was shouting the same name. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Most of the audience was neutral, which is the great benefit of being neutral. They're fans of whoever sings well. Before, they were fans of Tang Yu. Now they are fans of Xiao Fan. It seemed like a continuous change. The male host quickly stepped onto the stage, his voice resonating. What a gluttonous feast. I believe that the audience here and those watching at home must be equally excited, but we still have to calm down. Yes. The female host also stood on the stage and said, who would have thought that 2 new songs would emerge in the battle for this edition's championship? And both songs had us all going crazy. Would our 4 judges like to share their thoughts? The camera turned to the 4 judges. The 4 judges were very excited, took their time to compose themselves amidst much laughter. I think I've calmed down. The first judge laughed, but I really don't know how to comment on this song. I can only say that the composer who can write such a song is definitely not a nobody. The song is good. The singing is also good. If you insist on my comments, I can only say, Xiao Fan's song is my favorite of this competition. A perfect level performance. The second judge also gave a very high evaluation and then turned to Xiao Fan. Can you reveal the name of this song, and who is the composer behind it? Whoosh. All eyes turned to Xiao Fan. Everyone was intrigued by this explosive song and curious about the creator. Xia Fan glanced to the side of the stage. Zhao Ju nodded at her gently. There was no need to keep it secret, as Xia Fan had already signed a contract with Starlight. Xia Fan took a deep breath and smiled. The name of the song is Initial Dream, and the creator of the music and words is Admirable Fish. Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd. Shi Mei, hearing this from a distance, almost stumbled and fell, but was caught by Tang Yu. Admirable Fish. It was actually Admirable Fish. Right now, Shi Mei really wanted to die. She had previously gone after Xia Fan and even teased Zhao Ju, suggesting to let that fish save the day. And what happened? Did it work out as I wished? Oh, my big mouth. Tang Yu gave a bitter smile. It's really Admirable Fish. I love his songs, and I deliberately sang Big Fish in the top 4 round. No worries. Shi Mei bit her lip and hummed. Dazzling Silver Glow also has many excellent composers, and their skills are not worse than Admirable Fish. Tang Yu. But I like Admirable Fish. Tang Yu had once fantasized about entering the music industry and wondered if she would have an intersection with teacher Admirable Fish. As a result, she did intersect with Admirable Fish, but the way they intersected was somewhat hard to describe. Was she beaten by Admirable Fish's composition? Tang Yu suddenly thought, how great would it be if Admirable Fish was a composer for Dazzling Silver Glow? Of course, she dared not express such thoughts, as she is now a singer of Dazzling Silver Glow, and Dazzling Silver Glow and Starlight are well-known competitors. I'm not at all surprised. After a moment of shock, the third judge exclaimed, some of the audience may not be so familiar with teacher Admirable Fish, and some might not even know who Admirable Fish is, but you should remember Red Rose, right? This hot single released in June is the work of teacher Admirable Fish, who is a king of composers in our music industry. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below was boiling. The third judge was taken aback, wondering what he had said wrong. Why was the audience reacting so much? He looked at his 3 companions. The 3 of them were also puzzled. The judges could only turn their heads to the audience and listen to the voices of the audience, only to hear the audience shouting, I know Admirable Fish. I've heard his songs. I'm a fan of Admirable Fish. Sorry, we are very familiar. The judges instantly gave embarrassed laughs, while the hosts couldn't help but take a little joy in their discomfort. It seems that our judges underestimated our audience. Admirable Fish is also quite well known outside the circle. This is very normal. Anyone who has been following music recently should not feel too unfamiliar with the name Admirable Fish. Red Rose just won the seasonal championship in June. Plus, albeit few, each of Admirable Fish's songs have a high popularity. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes. The audience shouted. The current discussion among the audience is not about who Admirable Fish is. Even if some don't really know him, they would pretend to, so as not to seem outdated. And for the real fans of Admirable Fish, the excitement was tremendous. Admirable Fish is so strong. A true ace composer. The judges thought we don't understand Admirable Fish. Wasn't the song Big Fish sung by Tang Yu just before produced by Admirable Fish? I am a dedicated fan of Admirable Fish. I bet no one here understands him better than Ito. Nonsense, I understand him better. As a fan who has followed Admirable Fish since the era of Life Like a Summer Flower, do I need you to introduce him to me? When I first saw the comments praising Admirable Fish online, you probably didn't even know who he was. The audience is having a lively discussion. The judges couldn't help but laugh. Admirable Fish, as a composer, is usually behind the scenes in the entertainment circle. It's rare for a behind-the-scene figure to be so familiar to so many audiences. Generally, only a maestro-level figure can enjoy such audience treatment. They say a real man deserves a fine sword. After the laughter, the 4th judge spoke up, giving a thumbs up. An excellent song needs an excellent singer to harness its full power. I think Xia Fan fully brought out the power of this song today. You proved with your strength that Admirable Fish was right to give you this song. You did justice to it. After everyone's comments, the host said, next is the voting session. We still need to choose today's champion. Although Xia Fan was outstanding, Tang Yu also delivered a brilliant performance to us. Everyone knows, those words were merely pleasantries. Although Tang Yu performed wonderfully, when compared to Xia Fan, she was a bit off. Without many comments, the reaction from the audience and the judges explained everything. This is, after all, a program that values fair competition. But the process that needs to be gone through should still be gone through. As the public judges gradually cast their votes, eventually, Xia Fan lifted the championship trophy during the song playback of Initial Dream. Starlight shone brilliantly. Tang Yu, as the runner-up, stood next to Xia Fan on stage, holding the runner-up trophy, her smile a bit bitter. Congratulations. As she hugged Xia Fan politely, Tang Yu suddenly leaned into Xia Fan's ear and whispered, "Your card is better than mine." She felt a bit of envy and unwillingness. Of course, Xia Fan could hear the meaning beneath Tang Yu's words. So, Xia Fan also leaned into the counterpart's ear and puzzled. "But, you're the ones who moved first." Xia Fan was of course puzzled. In order to prove her strength, she made a commitment to herself. Xia Fan vowed, "As long as the opponent doesn't use nuclear weapons, I'll definitely not deploy Admirable Fish. If I lose, I lose. If my skills are inferior, there's nothing to say. However, the opponent chose to play the ace. Then there's no need for me to hold back. Besides, shouldn't have messed with her mindset, let alone used Lin Yuan as a joke. If it wasn't for this, Xia Fan's final song would not have performed that well. After all, Tang Yu's performance was really good. The atmosphere at the time was really hard to manage. It was Ximei who gave Xia Fan a must-win motive. Tang Yu bit her lip and said nothing more. After the competition, Ximei quickly left with Tang Yu, answering only a few questions from the press hastily on the way. She felt a bit depressed staying here, and walking was very tiring. She shouldn't have worn high heels. She had to go. Zhao Ju definitely wasn't in a hurry to leave. She purposely made a debut with Xia Fan in front of the reporters and publicly announced a piece of news. When she announced this piece of news, she glanced at Ximei, who was leaving quickly. "Our Starlight has signed a contract with Xia Fan, and I have decided that Xia Fan will officially join this season's new song chart competition." Click, click. The reporters went crazy with photos, one question after another, all revolving around today's champion, and Xia Fan answered each one in turn. For some reason, after the final round, she seemed to have been reborn from the ashes and felt no more nerves. If it were before, faced with so many reporters asking questions, it would probably just make her anxious about the location of the bathroom, right? Meanwhile, in Sioux City, at Wudong Garden Community, as Xia Fan won the championship in the live broadcast of the final round, Lin Xian, who was watching the TV, suddenly jumped 3 feet high in excitement. When Xia Fan announced that her last song was composed by her brother himself, Lin Xian's excitement was beyond words. We won. You're amazing, little brother," Lin Yuan said. Xia Fan was the best. Xia Fan had previously recorded Initial Dream. But no matter if it was the recorded examination version or the countless tryout versions before, none of them were as good as Xia Fan's performance tonight on this stage. This is the best version of Initial Dream. So good that even Lin Yuan was astonished. Xia Fan raised the key. Not only were her high notes powerful, it was a perfect performance. This further made Lin Yuan realize human potential is endless. Champion Mighty. Jian Yi immediately sent a message in the group chat on his phone. It was clear he had also watched the final round of Bloom in full at home. To express his happiness, Jian Yi also sent a 1 yuan red envelope in all seriousness. Chapter 137-132, The Thinker. After the competition, a great number of discussions sprung up online. Xia Fan's name was mentioned frequently. Additionally, discussions about Xian Yu appeared in spades for the first time ever. Xian Yu is indeed famous. All his works so far have been fairly popular. However, due to his behind-the-scenes persona, no work of his has ever had the chance to truly explode into fame. But the stage of Bloom has made it impossible for everyone to ignore his existence any longer. Have you guys noticed? Someone joked, considering that Zhao Yinggu was in the last competition, both the previous and current champions of Bloom have collaborated with Xian Yu. So, is it the case now that the champion of this program will have to collaborate with Xian Yu to be truly successful? This was of course just a joke. Everyone quickly shifted their focus back to Initial Dream. As Zhao Ju mentioned, this song was officially released at the stroke of midnight on the 1st of August, and it was not the studio version. It was the live version from Bloom. The recording, of course, was technically processed. Things like audience cheers and applause were mostly edited out, only leaving behind the screams that filled the venue after the song ended. Using Zhao Zhu's own words, the live version was released first, and a studio version would be released later. After all, re-recording takes time. Lin Yuan did have a recorded version, as it was his annual assessment piece, but its effect may not necessarily be better than the live version. Many viewers who had watched the program came to download Initial Dream. This song is definitely going to be a hit. There's no doubt it's the championship song for this season. It would be strange if this song didn't take first place. It's the champion song for Bloom, and it's a new song from Xianyu. At this point, someone realized, aren't there two top-tier singers releasing songs in August? The battle of the two, yes? I just listened to the songs of Chun Jiyu and Jin Shuyu, and Chun Jiyu's is really good, far better than Jin Shuyu's. Wait a minute, does this mean that Chun Jiyu could potentially take second place? This woke everyone up. Was Chun Jiyu about to solidify his status as the perennial runner-up even more? Also at the stroke of midnight in August, Chun Jiyu sat nervously in front of his bedroom computer. He refreshed the interfaces of numerous music players. However, upon seeing the headlines of the song promotions, he froze. His whole body seemed to turn into a gray statue. A statue that could be named the Thinker. There must be something wrong with how I opened it. It took a minute for Chun Jiyu to crack a relieved smile. It was common for systems to have glitches. There was even a time when he released a new song, but it wasn't displayed on any of the music players until I am. He closed the player. Chun Jiyu reopened it, and he once again turned into a statue. His manager appeared at the door, and after smiling a bit, he stepped in. But when he saw Chun Jiyu sitting stunned in front of his computer, an inexplicably strange feeling arose in his heart. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Are you okay? He asked, tentatively. Chun Jiyu snapped back to reality. He looked warmly at his manager with a genial smile and beckoned. I'm fine. I'm sure everything will be all right. Come closer. Let's listen to the song together. That's great. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. When he first walked in, he thought something had happened. But what could possibly happen? There was no Xianyu this month, and Jin Shuyu was nothing to worry about. What song is it? He sat down with a laugh. But almost immediately, he cried out in horror. Chun Jiyu, what are you doing? Nothing. Chun Jiyu wound the headphone cord around the manager's neck, pushing down on his struggling body, and chanted, Let's die together. Let's die together. Didn't you say that there would be no Xianyu this month, and I would surely take first place? Why did Xianyu still appear? It was definitely your jinx. Chun Jiyu really was an exceptional singer. His lung capacity was frightening. Murder. The manager squawked, face as white as a sheet. Xianyu's song release method this time was too special. Who could have expected it? Still, considering this was a lawful society, Chun Jiyu finally held back his destructive urges and calmed down. 5 minutes later, he and his manager sat together, expressionless as they listened to Initial Dream in its entirety. On the computer screen, rolling across the news headline was the message, Xia Fan defeats Tang Yu. Bloom creates shockwaves by claiming the championship. The new song Initial Dream is a hit amongst the audience. Witness how teacher Admirable Fish descended like a deity. This news really is nonsense. The agent's voice was without any ups and downs. How could a deity descend to earth? It's just that Admirable Fish has released a new song. Anyway, I think it's all right. Huh, nothing more than that. Chun Jiyu had a derisive smile on his face. Both of them stood up, walking towards the refrigerator like zombies. They withdrew the red wine they had wanted to open to celebrate their first-place prize last time, but never got the chance to. Chun Jiyu said, I'm afraid I won't get to drink this wine anymore. Might as well finish it today. The agent nodded his head, indeed. While saying that, the agent sent a message to his wife. I won't be coming home tonight. His wife replied, Going that all out? The agent replied, I'm afraid he'll do something foolish, so I want to stay with him. Sorry, his wife replied, about to put down his phone. The agent suddenly saw a Weibo message. His expression started to become a bit peculiar. Jiyu, what's up? Chun Jiyu was pouring the wine. The agent, with a complex tone, suddenly said, You've made it to the top trend. Chun Jiyu looked up at the agent. You must be mistaken. I guess it's been 2 years since I last made it to the hot trend, and I haven't even made the top 10 this year. But you are on it now, the agent said. Look, your fans have increased by more than 100,000. By the way, how many comments do you usually get on your Weibo posts? Chun Jiu thought for a moment. Over 10,000, I guess. The agent said. The comments on the Weibo post about your new song have already exceeded 100,000. It seems like you've made it big. My song won. Chun Jiu suddenly felt blood rushing to his head. He grabbed his agent's phone, looking forward to seeing the comments. Top comment, heartbreaking. Second top comment, pat on the head. Third top comment, stay strong. Fourth top comment. Chun Jiu's face was indescribably complex. He suddenly said with full of grief and indignation, "This trending topic, I'd rather not have it." Meanwhile, Jin Shiyu was a bit nervous as he opened up Chun Jiu's new song, and after listening for a few minutes, his eyebrows furrowed. First place is suspended. Glancing at various banner advertisements, Jin Shiyu suddenly saw a push notification. Admirable Fish's new song helps Xiaofan clinch. Bloom Championship, Initial Dream, launched to a shocking reception. He quickly clicked on it. Midway through listening, he abruptly took off his earphones. He took out his phone. Jin Shiyu posted on his friend circle. The content was just 3 words. Everyone will die? The attached image was a picture of a fish. After thinking about it, Jin Shiyu felt that this was not appropriate, as he had a lot of friends within the company. What if someone in the company starts spreading rumors? What if Teacher Admirable Fish thinks I'm expressing my dissatisfaction with him? So, he just made the visibility of this friend circle post only visible to Chun Jiu. They both were top-tier singers in the same circle. Adding each other as friends was a normal thing. Only that the two of them never chatted after becoming friends. 5 minutes later, for the first time in his life, Jin Shiyu received a like from Chun Jiu. Another 2 minutes later, the other party even commented, "Your words, I feel like I've heard them somewhere." Never mind, I don't remember. What I'm curious about is, why didn't you rest for a few more months last time? Jin Shiyu replied, "Yeah, why didn't I rest for a few more months?" Chun Jiu replied again, "Some things, once you're used to it, it gets better. In this world, no one understands you, Jin Shiyu, better than I do. But I must say, your company sure is ruthless." Jin Shiyu replied again, "Company actions, please do not blame the employees." Chapter 138, 133, What is that delicious smell? At this time, it was already summer vacation. Not only were the students on holiday, the mentors and professors of various universities could also enjoy their rare rest. What to do during the break? Of course, to watch some programs. The mentors and professors of Qin Art chose the show Bloom. Firstly, this was the hottest show at the moment, and secondly, Xiaofan, a contestant in the show, was a student from Qin Art. Everyone naturally wanted to cheer for Xiaofan. But after the program was over, the mentors and professors from the composition department of Qin Art were left dumbfounded. Especially Hua Li, the mentor of Class 5 in the composition department of Qin Art. She could tell right away that the song Xiaofan was singing was Initial Dream. But that wasn't the point. The point was, Xiaofan said that Initial Dream was Xian Yu's song. Hua Li was furious. She opened the group chat of the composition department and started typing frantically, sending several messages in a row. "Did you guys watch the grand finale of Bloom? It was too much, just too much. Xiaofan actually said this song belonged to Xian Yu, but it clearly is Lin Yuan's song. I'm trembling with rage and breaking out in a cold sweat in broad daylight. At everyone, we as a centuries-old school under Qin Art must help Lin Yuan get justice." There was an eerie silence in the group chat for a few seconds. Mentor of Class 4. "Don't you think you're the one who's gone too far, Teacher Hua Li?" Mentor of Class 2. "Your boastfulness is too obvious." Mentor of Class 1. "Teacher Hua Li, you should quit the group yourself." Mentor of Class 6. "Zhou? Who is that?" Professor Jean. "So Lin Yuan is Xian Yu. No wonder his song can easily knock Zhou out of the park." Professor Li of Composition. "Ha ha dash. Our school actually has such a gem." Professor Wang of Qin Art. "East Art is doomed." Professor Wang of Qin Art. "Suffering." Handsome Professor Zhang. "I just checked the exam records. I think I might not have given Lin Yuan a passing grade for life, like a summer flower." Hua Li. She pinched her own leg and slapped her own face before typing again. I'm sorry everyone. I was confused. Lin Yuan is Xian Yu. Xian Yu is Lin Yuan. So that's how it is. You only figured it out now? Everyone was speechless. At this time, Professor Shurcheng, everyone. Since all of you know now, I don't need to hide it anymore. I hope you all keep quiet about the news that Lin Yuan is Xianyu. Lin Yuan doesn't like being subject to excessive attention and disturbance from the outside world. As his teachers, we must provide him with a quiet space to create. Received. 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 At this point, the mentor of Class 3 expressed some concerns. The news that Lin Yuan is Xianyu is probably not just known by us now. East Art also knows. Feeling foolish now, aren't you? This time Hua Li was quick enough to respond. East Art probably wants to keep this secret more than we do. What good will it do them to reveal that Lin Yuan is Xianyu? Everyone. Teacher of Class 7. Now, I'm worried about how Hua Li will continue teaching. Xianyu is in her specialized class. Who exactly is teaching whom? Hua Li, stop talking. Hua Li, he wants to go to Qi Continent as an exchange student. No, he will definitely go to Qi Continent as an exchange student. Indeed. In the composition department group chat of East Art, it was somewhat similar to the atmosphere in Qin Art's composition department group. However, the mentors and professors of East Art were feeling entirely different at this moment. They did not experience the joy of discovering big news. Qin Art student is Xianyu. His name seems to be Lin Yuan. Last time we even brought Zhou Yu's works to challenge them. How can Zhou Yu compare with Xianyu? No, this is too embarrassing. Let's not see those people from Qin Art again. Qin Art set us up. The composition group of East Art is thrilled. Zhang Wenwu quietly tags everyone. Don't spread this around. It could affect our composition department's admission next year. It seems that Qin Art has concealed the news. They probably wanted to give Lin Yuan a quiet environment to work in. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Everyone. You have to admire Professor Zhang's smoothness, even guessing Qin Art's motives. But why did you drag us into your showdown last time? Couldn't you go alone? For various reasons, both sides decided to keep things confidential at the same time. The bubble would eventually burst, but no one wanted to be the one to burst it. And then comes the next day. The industry was dumbfounded when Xianyu topped the charts with Initial Dream, while Chun Jiu took the second place. Everyone was laughing so hard they almost went crazy, especially over at Sansi. The group chat exploded once again, just like in June. Chun Jiu. I look up at the sky. Why are there only fish? Chun Jiu. Even my breath smells fishy. I'm laughing my ass off. Xianyu. Brother Jiu. Our fates are tied together by fish. Xianyu, surprise. It's me again. Chun Jiu. Today, I'm going to prove with my abilities just how strong Xianyu really is. The world is full of hazy flames. I fear you might fly away, leave me here, but what I fear the most is that you might stay here forever. The wings of the big fish, too vast, as I let go of the rope of time. Each drop of my tears flows towards you, flowing back to the moment we first met. Good Lord, they even included the lyrics from Big Fish. It's quite fitting for the situation. Of course, Sansi had reasons to be joyful. While Brilliant Silver Fire and Starlight were at war, all they could do was enjoy the show and have some fun. Just then, someone suddenly said in the group chat, "Oh my God, can you guys please stop? Everyone in Qin Continent is using Chun Jiu's memes. His popularity has skyrocketed." What? Everyone was stunned. The person shared several screenshots in the group. Chun Jiu is trending #1 on Tribe. He's on the front news headlines, and most popular meme on the internet today is still Chun Jiu. I just got a tip off. A company is offering 20 million for Chun Jiu to endorse a fishing rod. Why a fishing rod? Obviously for fishing. Nobody is better at fishing than Chun Jiu. This isn't the point though. The point is the endorsement fee. 20 million. Chun Jiu has never been worth this much before. Chun Jiu, he's popular? The perennial runner-up, popular? What kind of world is this? The chatter in the group went haywire instantly. Everyone was shocked. It's definitely good that Starlight is schooling Brilliant Silverlight. But the issue is, now Chun Jiu's popularity exploded, trending all over the internet. It turns out that it's not Starlight schooling Brilliant Silverlight. It's Brilliant Silverlight and Starlight both ended up winning. What about us at Sansi? Did we just become spectators? A silence fell. The group fell silent. Meanwhile, within Brilliant Silverlight, Chun Jiu was glaring at his manager. This is an insult to my character. It tramples on my dignity. Even if I were to starve to death or throw myself off this building, I would never accept the endorsement for a fishing rod. They've upped it to 30 million. What's that delicious smell? I'm quite hungry. Let's go grab a bite and chat about the endorsement deal. Sure. There's also another thing. What? The company plans for you to release another song next month. Why? There's the king of singing next month. Why would I walk into a bullet? Because there's the king of singing. That's how you could secure second place. This is what the company suggests. Everything has been arranged. All that is left is for you to make your appearance. Chun Jiu stared at his manager, enunciating each word. Do you think you're being funny? Chapter 139, 134. This is a stock trading novel. The competition in Qin continent's music scene is brutally harsh. In this survival of the fittest environment, people only remember the victors. But the arrival of Chun Jiu breaks this rule, as he is known as the perennial runner-up. Has he broken out of the pack? As a result, all sorts of endorsements and activities suddenly poured in unceasingly, and Chun Jiu immediately became a hot topic. Forget about Sansi. Even Starlight and Dazzling Silver Glow didn't expect it. Between the fiercely fought Big Three, there's unexpectedly an opportunity for peaceful development and mutual winning. It seemed like an intense fight on both sides. Is this the result? Are they sharing their pain? Sansi is really angry. You guys should keep fighting. Hit harder. See that drill bit? Pick it up and hit each other's heads. You won't kill each other this way. But when all is said and done, Starlight is the biggest winner because not only did they secure the top hit for August, but they also claimed the title of Bloom for 2 consecutive terms. Look at that. With 2 championships in a row in their bowl, doesn't it show that Starlight is the best entertainment company in Qin continent? No doubt about it. Zhaoju immediately arranged the best resources for Xia Fan, even better than what last season's champion Zhao Yinggu received when he joined Starlight. Plain and simple. Because Xia Fan is not just the champion of Bloom, but also a good friend of Xianyu. This kind of connection, even Starlight internally has to take it seriously. Xia Fan officially makes his debut. Regarding this, Jian Yi feels a bit sentimental. He messages Lin Yuan in the group. Xia Fan is now a celebrity. From now on we will be in 2 different worlds. Lin Yuan. Jian Yi quietly retracts his message. Only its sister and I are in a different world. Lin Xian. Jian Yi, why are you tagging me? I just bought a car outside. With that, Lin Xian sends a photo of the new car. The bright price tag on the front side of the car reads 500,000. Jian Yi retracts again. Never mind, I disturbed you. The group owner has initiated a group-wide mute. Jian Yi is the group owner, at least in this small group. He's the king. Some people seem to be songwriters on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're authors. This sunny August, there was something else that was closely related to Lin Yuan. Over at Silver Blue Books, the 2nd volume of Zhu Xian has been published. The readers have finally gotten to the eagerly awaited 7-sect martial arts contest of Xinjiang sect. Many people started reading it as soon as they got the book. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Xiaofan didn't win first place in the contest. However, Zhang Xiaofan still managed to make it into the top 4 thanks to his outstanding performance. But none of this mattered anymore. Because what the readers cared about the most in the 7-sect martial arts contest wasn't Zhang Xiaofan's ranking, but his love line. Zhang Xiaofan, heartbroken, his childhood friend, who was also his senior sister, has fallen for one of the senior brothers of Qingyun's sect, and she's even defying her father's will just to be with him. This scene deeply hurt Zhang Xiaofan. Many readers also felt choked up, even feeling a little bitter, because in the first volume of Zhu Xian, many readers thought that the senior sister, Tian Linger, would be the main female character. Now the main female lead is gone. Chu Kuang is just floating away. Should we just abandon this novel? But soon, everyone found a more potential female lead, who was the genius female disciple of Qingyun's sect, the dream lover of countless people in the sect, a woman who was like a banished immortal. Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki is a female character, who catches the reader's eyes from the start. This girl not only boasts better looks than Tian Linger, but also wields greater strength. Although her personality seems cold, it's evident between the lines that she has something special for Zhang Xiaofan. The readers feel this special bond profoundly. This is the sense of immersion one gets from reading novels. When such a character appears, readers instinctively associate her with being the female lead. Tian Linger stands no chance now. Even if Chu Kuang decided to change his mind now, making Tian Linger fall in love with Zhang Xiaofan, readers just wouldn't buy it. The reason, though, quite banal. Who doesn't have a bit of psychological cleanliness, right? But Lu Sueki is acceptable. She's very acceptable. Okay, this book is decent. No need to drop it for now. Out with the old, in with the new, right? The readers burst into laughter. As the storyline progressively deepens, the magnificent world of cultivation gradually unfolds, like an unraveling scroll. One day, Zhang Xiaofan and a few other disciples from the Qingyun sect went down the mountain for experience. In addition to dispelling demons, another indispensable female character made her stunning debut. It's Biao. Biao's appearance provides another exciting element for readers. Lu Sueki is fond of Zhang Xiaofan, but Biao is fonder. In contrast to Lu Sueki and Zhang Xiaofan's ambiguous relationship, Biao is clearly infatuated with him. Her feelings are evident to everyone. When Zhang Xiaofan is feeble in the cave, it's Biao who tirelessly cares for him. Readers can hardly resist this plot, and Biao swiftly captures the hearts of some of them. When Biao is in trouble, Zhang Xiaofan takes care of her, and in the end, they fall asleep in each other's arms. Oh my, they're now as close as skin and flesh. Seeing this, some readers reveal an amused smile. Now things are getting interesting. One after another, two important female characters appear, and both are more popular than Tian Linger. Zhu Xian officially ignites the inevitable fan wars, turning an otherwise serious cultivation narrative into a speculative playground. All of us demand Lu Sueki for the female lead. A genius, cold and aloof, Sundara, who but Lu Sueki? All in on Lu Sueki, no questions asked. Sorry, Lu Sueki, I prefer Biao. Biao is a repellent demoness character, uninteresting. Biao is great, the little princess of the Ghost King sect, perfect. Biao and Zhang Xiaofan quarrel but appreciate each other, looking good. Chu Kuang is mad, turning Zhang Xiaofan's heartbreak into an opportunity for two superior girls, Lu Sueki and Biao, to enter the scene. I simply can't decide, so I choose both. Only children pick sides. Biao, Lu Sueki, I want them all. Before even completing the second volume, both sides are already engaged in fierce debate. However, when everyone finishes reading the second volume of Zhu Xian, readers suddenly stop arguing because Chu Kuang, that guy, pulled again. Hey, cliffhanger. The plot pauses at the full moon ancient well section. This well, being 3,000 years old, legend has it that anyone who peers into it on a full moon night, with a sincere heart, can see the person they desire the most. At full moon, Zhang Xiaofan gazes into the ancient well. Who does he see in the ancient well during the full moon? Who exactly is the person he genuinely yearns for in his heart? Is it Biao, Lu Sueki, or Tian Linger? No matter how much the readers pore over the book, the answer remains elusive, because the second volume ends here. The novel coldly concludes with the line, "To find out what happens next, stay tuned." Chu Kuang, how could you be so skilled? This act is even more shameful than running an ad during the climax of a TV series. The author deserves to be burned at the stake on a pillar of disgrace. This is infuriating. Readers vent their anger and frustration. Only a cliffhanger could unite the Biao and Xueqi factions. Let's temporarily put aside our differences and focus our ridicule on Chu Kuang. Someday, with a sword in hand, we'll slay all those authors who leave us hanging. Chapter 140-135. Villa. Lin Yuan also noticed the book discussion on the internet. This was as he expected. As one of the three exceptional novels of the early network novel era dubbed by netizens, it was not surprising that Zhu Xian had such a heated topic. This could also be seen in the sales. When King of the Net was serialized, its average sales rank was about 11th in the field of youth fantasy novels in the Qin continent. However, the sales of Zhu Xian in the first month of release rushed into the top 10 of the youth fantasy readers. It is currently ranked 10th. Some people might find it weird. Why does the author write Zhu Xian so hyped, but the ranking is only 10th? In fact, this ranking is already incredibly high, because Zhu Xian has a major flaw. that is, the word count. The previous King of the Net at least produced 5 volumes. But the book, Zhu Xian, is only in its 2nd volume. Each volume sold is counted as a sale of the novel. Others have dozens of volumes of past serialized content to help boost sales. But Lin Yuan only has so much content to sell. Of course the sales will suffer. And if a novel's plot remains consistent, more often than not, the more words a work has, the higher its sales volume, because the work's influence will affect more and more people over time. In other words, those with less content naturally suffer in comparison in terms of sales. You can imagine, if Naruto or One Piece didn't have such a long series, would these 2 works still have such a significant impact? Let's take a more obvious example. You can look at the top 10 bestsellers on Point Mother. How many books can rush into the top 10 in sales when they reach hundreds of thousands of words? Without recommendations or without large rewards, the works that can occupy the top 10 sales on Point Mother for a long term are basically those with word counts in the millions. Because only when there are many words will there be more chapter subscriptions each day. The same is true for the sales of novels in the Qin continent. You're trying to compete with those who sell volumes of content with just 1 or 2 volumes. How can you compare? It's naturally a disadvantage. This is also why Silver Blue Books previously wanted to persuade Lin Yuan to write King of the Net longer. If King of the Net could be written longer without compromising the plot, it would have no major problem becoming one of the top 10 bestsellers in the future. Of course, as long as Chu Kuang does not fail in his writing, the sales ranking of Zhu Xian will inevitably go up once more volumes accumulate. This is a matter of course. This time, Silver Blue Books has high hopes. Yang Feng even asked Chu Kuang for a novel outline plan when Zhu Xian Volume 2 was released, whimsically thinking that the grand background of this story wouldn't end so soon, right? But when Yang Feng saw the Zhu Xian outline plan sent by Lin Yuan, his smile instantly froze. 8 volumes. Chu Kuang plans to write Zhu Xian in 8 volumes? Yes, indeed, it's an improvement, 3 volumes more than King of the Net. But the problem is, 8 volumes isn't much either. It's still a bit short of 2 million words. He became anxious, reported to the chief editor immediately, and the chief editor reported it to the general editor. The general editor was also at his wit's end, just shook his head, and asked Yang Feng to try to persuade him. Yang Feng. Last time web literature was too short, Yang Feng was tasked to persuade Chu Kuang to write more, but Chu Kuang completely ignored him. Can it work this time? He plucked up his courage to make a call. When Lin Yuan answered the phone, as soon as he heard it was about stretching out the story again, he immediately refused. The word count is already set. All right. Yang Feng was helpless, feeling his role as an editor was too humble. Neither the chief editor nor the general editor dared to forcibly urge Chu Kuang to write more, so he definitely didn't have the guts. He could only let Chu Kuang have his way. Lin Yuan had no other options. This time it wasn't the system messing things up. The original Zhu Xian had just over 1.5 million words, and the system even helped him add another 100,000 words. Next time. Definitely next time. He hoped that the system would have a moment of conscience and provide him with a long novel next time, preferably one that would allow him to serialize it to 10 million words. However, for Lin Yuan, writing more books also has its benefits. Because now, Chu Kuang, his pseudonym, has 2 novels earning money together. It's not that King of the Net won't be popular. After it's completed, new readers will still buy books, but the number of these new readers is surely not comparable to the serialization period. This share of the profit, Silver Blue Books is still ready to pay on time. With this money, combined with the royalties from the songs under Xian Yu's name, there are already an extra 20 million deposits in Lin Yuan's bank account. 20 million. House prices on Blue Star are not exaggerated. A price of nearly 20 million is enough for Lin Yuan to choose a pretty nice villa. Lin Yuan is even considering whether to buy a villa in Sioux City. With his character, of course, it's hard to make such a decision. But if it's for his family, Lin Yuan is willing to consider this. After all, in the future, his sisters will be in Sioux City. Perhaps, he will also develop long-term in Sioux City in the future. Not to mention, Lin Yuan also has the idea of bringing his mother to Sioux City. He doesn't want to leave his mother alone in his hometown. When she gets older, Without her children by her side, she will inevitably feel lonely. Moreover, Lin Yuan also has his own friends. In the future, when his friends come over, they can have a place to stay. With many rooms in the villa, there is no fear of crowding. As a child, they were all afraid of being squeezed. Mainly now he has always been living in Ms. Zhao's house. She didn't even collect the rent, so Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed about bringing his family here to live. Now that he has money, it's better to buy a house sooner and return Ms. Zhao's place. He simply mentioned this idea to his older sister. Buy a villa? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian started laughing. Of course it would be nice to live in a villa. Who wouldn't want to? But we can't afford to buy one, can we? Are villas in Sioux City very expensive? Villas in Sioux City start at least at 10 million. Do you think that's expensive? Lin Xian had heard from colleagues about house prices in Sioux City and knew that a senior executive at Silver Blue Books lived in a 10 million worth villa. Lin Yuan said, "Let's buy one then." Lin Yuan wanted to take care of this matter before leaving Qin continent. Lin Xian was stunned. Do you treat a villa as Chinese cabbage? Can you just say you want to buy one, and then you can? After a long silence, she stared at Lin Yuan and said, "You make so much money from composing?" Lin Yuan replied, "It's okay." Actually, he also had royalties from Chu Kuang. As all contracts have been upgraded, the commission has increased a lot. The income of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang combined, it's very easy to earn more than 10 million a month. And in the future his income will only become higher and higher. Can you really afford it? Lin Xian asked in shock. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered that Lin Yuan had casually given her 500,000 to buy a car. It seemed it might really be possible. She suddenly felt that her own brother was the biggest obstacle in her life. With such a brother, she couldn't find a reason why she needed to strive. Let's settle then. Lin Yuan didn't ask for his mother's opinion again. If his mother had a comment, he could push it onto his sister. Lin Xian was a bit stunned. Settled? Lin Yuan nodded. Sister, let's take a leave of absence from your work tomorrow, and we can go house hunting together. Chapter 141, 136. Masks and sunglasses are a star's essential one. Even though he had the thought of buying a villa, Lin Yuan didn't know where to start, so he instinctively sought consultation. I should ask Senior Yao Hua. Whenever Lin Yuan encountered a problem, he would naturally think of Senior son Yao Hua. He wasn't sure why. After all, Lin Yuan's biggest impression of Yao Hua was one word: reliable. As usual, Senior son Yao Hua's phone was always answered on the first ring. As soon as he answered the phone, Sun Yao Hua, with his usual enthusiasm, asked, Junior, is there anything I can help you with? I want to buy a villa. Lin Yuan directly expressed his thoughts. Sun Yao Hua laughed and asked, do you have any specific requirements for the villa? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied, as close as possible to my current residential area. Sun Yao Hua knew where Lin Yuan lived. After all, he often drops Lin Yuan home after work. Anything else? I guess it depends on the specifics. All right, I get it. Should I pick you up from your place tomorrow? No need, my sister has a car. That works too. Sun Yao Hua seemed a little regretful. Then, how about I send you the address tomorrow, and we can meet up? Okay. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Sun Yao Hua is indeed very reliable. Lin Xian, who saw Lin Yuan in this call, confirmed one thing. Her brother is serious. He really wants to buy a villa. A villa in Sioux City. This news shocked Lin Xian, and she woke up the next day still feeling groggy. Fortunately, she remembered to take a leave from her department head. The head of the editor's office is Liu Bei. However, for matters like taking a leave, it's usually Liu Bei's secretary who handles it. Liu Bei had previously instructed his secretary to take good care of Lin Xian. So, Lin Xian got her leave approval easily. She drove her recently purchased car to pick up Lin Yuan and casually asked, did you ask for a leave from your work? Not yet. Right after Lin Yuan spoke, his phone rang. It was Zhou who called. Lin Xian queried, your boss? Lin Yuan nodded and answered the call. Old Zhou's tone was rather caring. Why didn't you come to work today? Would it be awkward to mention buying a house? Lin Yuan thought for 3 seconds, then replied, I'm out gathering material. I'll tell. There was suddenly a silence on the other end of the phone. After the same interval of 3 seconds, Zhou finally spoke again. His tone was somewhat flustered. I see. Thank you. After hanging up, Lin Yuan said to his sister, let's get going. Lin Xian, can I use accompanying the writer to gather material? As an excuse for a leave next time? It doesn't seem like it works for the editor's office. Besides, her little brother isn't an author of silver blue books. Pity. After they set off, Lin Yuan made a call to Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua promptly said, "Ready to go? I've sent the location to your phone. I'll wait for you guys here. Be careful on the road, Junior." Okay. After Lin Yuan hung up the phone, he informed his sister of the meeting place. 10 minutes later, they met up. But what surprised Lin Yuan was that Yaohua, of all people, was wearing a mask and sunglasses under the scorching summer sun, totally obscuring his face. "Senior, are you sick?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Sun Yaohua waved his hands and said, "No, don't worry. I'm a celebrity after all. If these people see me, it would cause a stir in public." Lin Xian was surprised. "Are you that famous?" She only knew about Sun Yaohua because he sang a song written by her brother, so she didn't have a clear idea about Yaohua's popularity. "Not bad." Sun Yaohua coughed and stood proud with his chest out. But when eyes began to shift towards him, he instantly lowered his head, looking cautious. "People are everywhere." Sun Yaohua continued in a low voice. "Let's go in. I've had my manager get in touch with their manager directly. Someone will meet us." After receiving a call late last night, Sun Yaohua had his manager start scouting for villas right away. His manager might not be a bigwig, but thanks to the nature of his job, he had a pretty broad network. As soon as the manager heard that Admirable Fish was looking to buy a villa, he didn't even sleep. He made dozens of calls throughout the night and finally found a decent villa. Upon entering, the manager was indeed waiting for them. Following the standard introductions was a tour through a 3-story model villa with a basement. Lin Yuan found it to be quite nice. He didn't say anything, though, letting his sister decide was fine. If his sister liked it, then it was good. Anyway, Lin Yuan was buying the villa for his family, so it was important that they were happy. He felt that anything which largely met their needs was enough. "What do you guys think?" After a long introduction, the manager finally asked Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua were following Lin Xian, so the manager assumed that she was the decision-maker. "Lin Xian, what could I think?" Lin Xian was riddled with insecurity. From the moment she stepped into the model villa and saw the extravagant style she had only watched on TV before, she was unable to absorb any of the manager's villa introductions. Her mind was filled with doubts. "Is this the right place for me? How do I act like I'm used to buying villas? No. How do I act like I can afford a villa? I can't fake it. I don't know anything. Why isn't my little brother saying anything? Don't you realize how embarrassed your sister is right now? And what about this manager? He asked for everyone's opinions. Why is he only glaring at me? Just because I'm pretty? Are you discriminating against beautiful girls?" When Sun Yaohua saw Lin Xian's silence, he thought to himself, "Sure enough, even the sister can be as quiet as her little brother sometimes." Fortunately, Sun Yaohua had experience. Although he had never bought a villa, as soon as his junior mentioned buying one last night, he had researched and sought advice from seniors who had experience in buying villas, asking how to avoid being cheated. The seniors were quite accommodating. Although when Sun Yaohua made the first call, the respected senior replied with, "I'm busy," and hung up straight away. However, when he called the second time, saying he wanted to gather advice for teacher Admirable Fish about buying a villa, the senior had somehow wrapped up what he was doing within a second and even arranged to meet at a restaurant for a lengthy chat, sharing a ton of honest advice. Before he left, the senior even held his hand saying, "I'd like to introduce so to you if I have a chance." However, Sun Yaohua's memory was not so formidable, and he kind of forgot what the senior had said at the end. In sum, Sun Yaohua himself was now half a villa connoisseur. He removed his mask and sunglasses and began to naturally communicate with the manager. Through the conversation between Sun Yaohua and the manager, Lin Yuan and Lin Xian got a basic understanding of the villa. "I think it's pretty good." Finally, Lin Xian spoke out. She felt there was nothing wrong with this comment. Her true feelings of being a privilege-deprived individual had been perfectly concealed. "My sister is happy with it?" Lin Yuan nodded and looked at the manager. "Can we get a discount?" The manager laughed. "Since you were introduced by my friend, I can offer you the most favorable price." After discussing for half an hour, they finally signed a pre-purchase contract. When they went back to the lobby, Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yaohua and suddenly asked, "Senior, aren't you wearing masks anymore?" "Alt, I forgot. Sun Yaohua was startled in realization. Just as he was about to put his mask and sunglasses back on, Lin Xian, with a weird look on her face, spoke. I think it's unnecessary now. Everyone looked around. People were coming and going in the lobby. Each person was busy with their own matters. Although many people saw Sun Yaohua, they calmly walked by him. Even a few people who passed by him simply said, "Excuse me, sir. Can you move away? You are blocking the entrance." Sun Yaohua vacantly moved aside. Lin Xian sighed, patted Sun Yaohua's shoulder, and said, "When we get back, I'll have Xia Fan give you some exposure. I'm sure you'll get recognized someday." Sun Yaohua. Chapter 142, 137 Qi language. The villa was unfinished and needed renovations. The handover date was close, but in the meantime, Lin Yuan and his companions still had to live in their original home. After settling this matter, Lin Yuan and his team found a restaurant nearby to have dinner. During dinner, Lin Yuan spoke to Sun Yaohua. "Senior, I'm going to study at Qi Continent Art Academy for a year as an exchange student." Lin Yuan already regarded Sun Yaohua as a friend, hence he felt the need to tell him about this decision. Qi Continent? Sun Yaohua was taken aback and felt a pang of disappointment. However, realizing Lin would be away for only a year made him feel better. "I wish you a joyous year there, Junior. I'll visit you in Qi Continent when I get the chance." Sun Yaohua expressed some concern. "If you are going to Qi Continent, won't the company shove the subsidiary matters onto you?" Lin Yuan nodded. "That's correct." Sun Yaohua's expression changed slightly. "Are you aware of the situation there?" "What situation?" Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Sun Yaohua sighed. "The music environment in Qi Continent is far from being as good as ours in Qin Continent. After all, our Qin Continent is the land of music. It's less accommodating for the composers over there." "Why do you say that?" A lot of people said that Qi Continent was a trap, but Lin Yuan never quite understood. Sun Yaohua explained. "Over there, it's predominantly the realm of TV series and film. The game industry is also booming. As a result, the music mainly focuses on customized compositions for these mediums. The composition of songs is tailor-made according to the client's needs." "Customized?" Lin Yuan began to understand. Unlike free composition, tailored songs have many restrictive elements and stick to specific themes. Just like the movie Dragon Fish Dance, produced in Qi Continent. It customized an impressionist tune with Starlight. Lin Yuan could not possibly send Red Rose as an entry, right? This has nothing to do with whether Red Rose is outstanding. What they want is music that matches the theme of the Dragon Fish Dance movie, and even the composition style is predetermined. Many composers in 10th floor couldn't handle this project, and it was only because Lin Yuan had big fish on hand that he was able to complete the order. No wonder Starlight's composers are reluctant to go to Qi Continent. Most composers enjoy the freedom of creating whatever they feel inspired to, not being dictated by a client's demand, as if writing songs for the sake of writing them. However, Lin Yuan, who can order songs from the system, isn't afraid of such situations. The system's song library is rich. There's another issue. Sun Yaohua helplessly asked. "Junior, do you speak the dialect of Qi Continent?" Lin Yuan was stunned. "Don't they speak Mandarin over there? Isn't the language standardized in Blue Star?" Sun Yaohua shook his head. "People over there definitely speak Mandarin. There is no one in Blue Star who doesn't. However, the issue lies in that the music pieces sung in local dialect are more mainstream. Let me sing a few phrases for you." Sun Yaohua cleared his throat and sang. "I'm the black pineapple. You're my black phoenix." Lin Yuan. Unbelievable, but that was Cantonese from the Celestial Dynasty? The so-called Qi dialect was Cantonese? Don't take it too seriously. It's indeed an alternate universe. Having sung, Sun Yaohua looked at Lin Yuan. "Junior, since you usually write both lyrics and music, according to their customs there, you might need to collaborate with lyrical writers." Lin Yuan didn't respond. With a disposable glove on, Sun Yaohua peeled a shrimp for Lin Yuan. Of course, Mandarin songs exist there as well. Your Big Fish had a pretty good response over in Qi Continent. Jiang Kuei had gone there for some activities and sang this song. But overall, Mandarin songs aren't very popular when compared to songs in the Qi dialect. Lin Yuan nodded. If it's just to this extent, Qi Continent would not be a fiery pit for him. Anyway, when you go there, Don't be too serious. Sun Yaohua cautioned. As a singer, my understanding of the branch company's situation is limited. But from what I know, it's quite a troublesome state. There have been a few legal disputes with clients because they ordered a custom song and then couldn't find a suitable piece. In the end, they had to turn to our headquarters for help, unleashing our trump card to finally resolve the issue. Lin Yuan nodded again and took a bite of the shrimp he was handed. Sun Yaohua swiftly stripped a few more shrimps, leaving Lin Yuan slightly stunned. Someone had done the same for Lin Xian before. That man had tried to pursue Lin Xian, but he was not as attentive as Sun Yaohua. He forgot to wear disposable gloves. Sister, have some too. Sun Yaohua also peeled a few for Lin Xian. Seeing that her eyes looked somewhat puzzled, Sun Yaohua coughed lightly and said, well, mainly, I just love peeling shrimp for people. Yes, I enjoy peeling shrimp. Lin Xian. Good habit, please keep it up. Sun Yaohua's attention quickly returned to Lin Yuan, saying with great resentment, in any case, there are clients all over the Qi continent. The composers in our company who have been there all complain about it. They say that the place is littered with demanding clients who know nothing about composition, yet love to interfere and blindly direct the composers. If you ever come across such difficult clients, just ignore them. It's not worth getting angry with them. Treat them like they are your kids. No, like they are your grandkids. Oh, Lin Yuan questioned. Then why did Yang Zhongming go to the Qi continent? Well, after pondering for a while, Sun Yaohua said, even though the Qi continent is not friendly to composers, songs in the Qi language are quite nice to listen to. It might be due to the 9 tones and 6 accents inherent in the Qi language, which has more intonation than normal Mandarin. Father Yang probably went there to learn the Qi language. Just like you. He also enjoys composing both the words and the music. In fact, many composers like to write their lyrics. You composers often feel that you know the best what lyrics your music should get, don't you? Demanding clients? Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, clients can be difficult to deal with. Besides, Sun Yaohua was right. Usually, composing and writing lyrics are separate jobs. But, on Blue Star, a lot of composers like to write lyrics for their own music. Their theory is, nobody understands better than them what lyrics should match their music. But many composers' lyrics are not very well written. At these times, the company would intervene and assign professional lyricists to the task. There is nothing composers can do when their lyrics are simply not good enough. Therefore, writing the lyrics for your own music isn't an easy feat. Lin Yuan can write lyrics for his own songs. He has never encountered a situation where the company has assigned someone else to write for him, mainly because his lyrics have always been quite good. The reviewing department at the company has repeatedly failed to point out any issues as his musical and lyrical harmonies have constantly remained at an impressive level. As for the 9 tones and 6 accents Sun Yaohua mentioned for Qi language songs, it's not a fabrication. Lin Yuan remembers that the phonology of Cantonese is indeed more complex than Mandarin. Mandarin has only 4 tones, while standard Cantonese retains the entering tone, divided into high flat, low flat, high rising, low rising, high departing, low departing, high entering, mid entering, low entering, which amounts to 9 tones in total. Cantonese has 19 initial consonants: lip, tongue, teeth, dental, throat. A 5-category system of initial consonants. 59 finals. Perhaps this is why some people believe Cantonese songs sound better than Mandarin ones. The Qin continent is dominated by Mandarin songs. So Lin Yuan initially thought that this world didn't have Cantonese. He never expected that. The so-called dialect of Qi continent was in fact Cantonese. This wasn't due to the original's lack of knowledge or exposure. After all, the official language commonly used in Qi continent was still Mandarin. There isn't a tradition in the different continents to communicate in their respective dialects. But given this revelation, does English, Japanese, Russian, or even Korean exist in this world, but exist only in the form of dialects? He has to research this later. Lin Yuan's system contains many songs from his past life that are in different languages. If he doesn't have the language foundation, he would have to rewrite them into Mandarin versions. That was what Lin Yuan had planned originally. Some songs can undergo such changes, like Initial Dream, which was translated from Japanese. However, the meaning of some songs gets lost when translations are made. After all, Some lyric rhymes match perfectly with the music. Chapter 143, 138 Farewell. What a shame. When they were parting ways after the meal, Sun Yahua voiced his regret. I just took out a loan to open a hot pot restaurant. I was planning to invite my junior to try it out once it opens, but it seems like you'll be setting off to Qi continent by the end of this month, won't you? You have me. Lin Xian's eyes brightened instantly. Sun Yahua hurriedly nodded. Of course, my sister can come over anytime. I'll inform the manager. As long as you're willing to come, it's always free. I'll send you the address later. We're opening at the end of next month. You can come over then. I'll be counting on you. Lin Xian replied happily. As for being called sister by Sun Yahua, she didn't correct him. Even though Sun Yahua might be older than her, calling her sister didn't seem to be a problem. After all, she didn't exactly look her age. What was there to fear from a mere title? Also, Sun Yahua laughed. I also own a milk tea shop and a breakfast shop. I can also take you to try those. In the future, feel free to bring people over. It's all free of charge. After all, I'm good friends with Junior. I will come back to eat. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling a bit regretful about not being able to savor the hot pot immediately. He believed Brother Sun's hot pot restaurant must be excellent, for Brother Sun has a profound understanding of gourmet food, and he can always find the best restaurants in Sioux City. Sun Yahua was invigorated. Lin Yuan did not deny their relationship, indicating that the junior Lin Yuan also believed they had a good relationship. When Junior sets off, he should definitely see him off at the airport to strengthen their friendship. Speaking of which, when Lin Yuan returned home after bidding senior Sun Yahua goodbye, he indeed felt a twinge of separation anxiety. Having been together for so long, it feels strange to suddenly part for a whole semester. In the following days, this feeling of separation grew stronger and stronger. Xiaofan also found time between her various work commitments to have a gathering with Lin Yuan. It really wasn't easy for her to find time given how her career is just getting started. In addition, as a starlight artist, Jiang Kuei got to know about Admirable Fish's plan for Qi continent from some colleagues. Admirable Fish is a new talent in Qin continent's music scene. Among all the musicians in Qin continent, most only collaborated with Admirable Fish once. Only Jiang Kuei and Sun Yahua got a second-time collaboration with Lin Yuan. In fact, Jiang Kuei even got to collaborate with Lin Yuan for the second time before Sun Yahua did. No one knew if there would be a third time. But upon hearing that Admirable Fish was leaving, Jiang Kuei immediately invited Lin Yuan for a meal and also gifted him a meticulously prepared present. What's this? Lin Yuan was curious. Jiang Kuei replied somewhat embarrassingly. I recently learned some pastry skills. I baked these egg yolk pastries just before I stepped out. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Ice cream and pudding are his favorites. However, egg yolk pastries aren't bad either. The pastries looked pretty round and seemed very delicate. He happily accepted the gift, then dutifully expressed his thanks. There's egg yolk inside, correct? Yes, I've used salted egg yolk. I'm not sure if that suits your taste. I love egg yolk, both chicken and duck egg yolk. They're both delicious. When Lin Yuan used to eat mooncakes, he always chose the one with egg yolk. He would always have a fierce competition with his sister, but most of the time, they would just share it, half for each. His sister would eat the egg yolk. Lin Yuan would eat the other parts. Being able to enjoy salted egg yolk by himself today, what could be more delightful than this? I'm glad you like it. Seeing Lin Yuan so excited, Jiang Kuei clenched her fist in secret. Her relationship with Lin Yuan wasn't as close as Sun Yaohua's, so she had been worried that this meeting might seem a little abrupt. This gift was also something she had mulled over for a long time. Since teacher Admirable Fish's songs are so popular, he must not be short of money. If he doesn't lack money, he certainly wouldn't care about it much and wouldn't have high pursuits on the material level. Even if she got him a gift worth tens of thousands, such as tea leaves, teacher Admirable Fish might not be thrilled. He might even feel that she was vulgar, no different from those others who tried hard to curry favor with him, like Sun Yaohua. But the egg yolk pastry was different. Although it was cheap, it was full of sincerity. Teacher Admirable Fish will certainly realize that she had put a lot of thought into it. Sun Yaohua, sorry, this time I won again. Jiang Kuei couldn't help but feel a bit triumphant, but at the same time, she also felt a bit regretful. She had initially planned to gradually interact with teacher Admirable Fish more, but things didn't go as planned. Because she was too slow, Teacher Admirable Fish was already about to head off to Chi Continent. Once he left, she wouldn't be able to see him for a long period of time. This was something she couldn't accept. When Teacher Admirable Fish returned, she needed to find a way to spend more time with him, and couldn't let senior Sun Yaohua continue having the upper hand. That guy was just too vulgar in his thoughts, and had no idea about what Teacher Admirable Fish truly desired. Parting sorrow often led to sentimentality, and Lin Yuan felt somewhat sentimental because the next day, he once again skipped work. Not for any particular reason. He was merely off to the Qin art piano room to play the piano once more. Before he even reached the school, Lin Yuan received another phone call from Zhou. "Why didn't you come to work again today?" Lin Yuan replied, "I went out for some inspiration." Zhou sighed heavily. "You can't always use that excuse. What if someone other than me checks on you at work today? This excuse might not be valid." Lin Yuan gave another reason. "I went out to gather some materials." Zhou was silent for a while, and then somberly replied, "How is that any different from your previous excuse?" Lin Yuan answered, "I changed 2 words. Zhou, I can't bother arguing with you. Anyway, even if another person checks at work, they will eventually report back to me." With this thought, Zhou helplessly gave in. "Okay then, I got it. Thank you." Lin Yuan ended the call. He had just arrived at the school gate. Even though it was vacation time, the school gate remained open, with a guard stationed there. After a few exchanges, where he confirmed his student status, the guard readily let him in. When walking to the piano room corridor, Lin Yuan was still deciding on the best room, when suddenly he heard a surprised voice from far away. "Lin Yuan." He turned his head and saw that it was Gu Shi. Running into Gu Shi could only mean trouble. However, since Gu Shi had helped the composition department last time, Lin Yuan did not brush her off. He simply nodded and said, "Hello." Gu Shi rushed up to him. "Are you here to play the piano?" Lin Yuan replied, "I won't get the chance to play here next semester." Gu Shi paused momentarily, before catching on. "You are going to be an exchange student." Lin Yuan didn't deny. Gu Shi was immediately struck with despair. She also received an exchange student slot, but she refused because she was afraid that once she went to Qi Continent, she would not see Lin Yuan. In a shocking turn of events, Lin Yuan was actually going to be an exchange student. If only she had known earlier, she would also have gone to Qi Continent. She was so anxious she didn't know what to do. After a long hesitation, she finally asked, "How long will you be playing here?" "I'm not sure. Could you please wait for me for a bit? I'll be back very quickly. Please don't leave. Make it quick." Lin Yuan did not know why she wanted him to wait, but he didn't ask. He simply walked into the piano room and began to play the piano. Gu Shi took out her mobile phone and quickly dashed off. Once outside, she made a call. "Think of a way for me to get transferred to Qi Continent as an exchange student for a year." "Yes, I've changed my mind." Okay. Please." After finishing the call, Gu Shi rushed downstairs. 20 minutes later, she returned with a beautifully wrapped gift box in her hands. When Lin Yuan finished playing the piano, when she was sure Lin Yuan would not continue playing, she entered and said, "I didn't know Lin Yuan was leaving, so I didn't prepare anything. I just purchased a gift for you." "Thank you." Lin Yuan hesitated slightly, but accepted the gift. After all, whether accepting one gift or 2, he was just accepting. Gu Shi smiled and said, "Do you want to open it and see?" Lin Yuan agreed. He too was curious about what was inside. Upon opening, it turned out that it was a round ball. "This is a 3D printed blue star," Gu Shi introduced with a smile. She thought this gift held substantial significance, the implication being that no matter where they were still on the same planet. A gift should be something meaningful. She admired her quick thinking. She believed that Lin Yuan would understand the meaning behind this. Lin Yuan looked at the miniature blue star in his hand, thought for a second, and brought up a question that Gu Shi would never have expected to hear in her life. "Does it contain a yolk?" Chapter 144, 139 Mr. Lin. At the end of August, the airport, Lin Xian, Xia Fan, and Sun Yaohua accompanied Lin Yuan as he left. This time, Sun Yaohua didn't wear a mask or sunglasses. His mindset evolved from not wanting to be recognized to eagerly wanting to be acknowledged by passers-by. "He must be a star, right? Seems like it. What is his name again?" A murmur came from afar. Sun Yaohua puffed up his chest and turned his head with a smile. But his smile froze the next moment as he saw several people rushing towards Xia Fan, some taking pictures, some asking for autographs. Xia Fan, Xia Fan. The buzz revolved around them. Just moments after Lin Yuan had gone onto the plane, Sun Yaowa had already started feeling lonely in this vast airport, being numbly pushed out by the crowd. Lin Yuan was not quite used to the feeling of flying. It wasn't fear of heights, but his eardrums were uncomfortable as the plane soared higher. He could only try to sleep as much as possible. After all, this journey lasts 7 hours. The ticket was booked by his sister. She purchased a business-class ticket straight away. By the time Lin Yuan found out, it was too late, and he could only mourn silently. After all, there was a considerable price gap between business class and economy class. The difference could have afforded him a substantial amount of egg yolks. At this point, the villa was about to be handed over. Lin Yuan also bore the renovation costs. He left the details to his sister. After all these expenses, Lin Yuan was left with little money. Fortunately, September was looming, and in a few days, new manuscript fees and song royalties would be credited, so Lin Yuan wasn't worried. 7 hours later, Lin Yuan arrived in Qi Continent. It was still daylight in Qi Continent. Lin Yuan slept for half the journey. When he disembarked, he felt dizzy. After retrieving his luggage and washing his face in the restroom, he regained some clarity. Qi Continent, Yicheng, the city Lin Yuan arrived at. As one of the most developed cities in Qi Continent, it has a 4-hour time difference from Su City in Qin Continent, which should not be too difficult for Lin Yuan to adjust. 2. He made a phone call. This was the number Zhou left for Lin Yuan, stating that Lin Yuan should contact him upon reaching Qi Continent. He would have someone pick him up and take him to the branch office, where his accommodations were already arranged. The call was answered. A girl's voice on the phone inquired, "May I speak with Teacher Admirable Fish? I am waiting at the lounge on the first floor. The car is in the parking lot below. You can see me once you come out. I am wearing a red coat." "I see you." Lin Yuan looked at the girl in the distance. Seeing Lin Yuan's face, the other party was visibly startled. She put down her phone, walked over and asked with some uncertainty, "I am Gu Dong from Starlight Music's branch office. Are you Teacher Admirable Fish?" Lin Yuan nodded. Gu Dong was somewhat surprised. The representative that the headquarters sent was so young that it was beyond her expectations. However, Gu Dong had researched about Admirable Fish before and knew that he was a renowned composer in Qin Continent. Hence, she did not dare to neglect him due to his youth. "Should we head to the office first?" "Sure." Admirable Fish spoke little. He seemed cold. Gu Dong tentatively judged as she offered to take Lin Yuan's suitcase. "You must be tired from the flight. I will take care of the luggage. The parking lot is right below. You can just follow me." Lin Yuan did not refuse. As the car exited the airport, Gu Dong introduced the situation to Lin Yuan. "From now on, I will be your secretary in the branch office. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Also, I have a personal question. Admirable Fish is your real name?" "My name is Lin Yuan." Gu Dong nodded, recognizing Admirable Fish as a pseudonym. "Then I shall call you Mr. Lin, or if you prefer to be called Teacher Admirable Fish, that's fine too. I will communicate this with the company. Either way." Lin Yuan was succinct. Gu Dong forced a smile, stopped speaking, and focused on driving. Lin Yuan took out his phone to send a message to his sister. Apart from the time difference, there wasn't much obstacle in communication between the two sides. After sending the message, Lin Yuan downloaded several popular music apps from Qi Continent. 2 of these were also popular in Qin Continent, showing that they did have a lot of common ground, easing Lin Yuan's homesickness slightly. With earphones on, Lin Yuan started listening to music. He listened to the popular music of Qi Continent. The style was quite different from that of Qin Continent, and overall the quality was inferior to that of Qin Continent. This held true to the reputation of Qin Continent as the land of music. The Qi language was certainly more popular here. Of the Qi Continent's popular songs Lin Yuan randomly played, over 70% were sung in Qi language, and the remaining 30% were sung in Mandarin. After listening for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at the branch office. Lin Yuan and Gu Dong got off the car and arrived in front of a company whose wall had the words Starlight Music. In terms of scale, it was incomparable to the headquarters. Even the name of the company was slightly faded and rusted due to lack of maintenance. The company has 3 floors. Gu Dong introduced. Facilities such as recording studios are on the first floor. The second floor is mostly work areas, and the third floor consists of offices. As the representative sent by the central office, you are on equal footing with the general manager, so we have arranged an office for you. Chapter 145, 139, Mr. Lin_2. Lin Yuan nodded his head. The company's location was a bit remote, but the advantage of this was a nicer surrounding environment with more open space. The three-floor company was far smaller in scale compared to the headquarters. Hearing about the difficulty of the branch's development, Lin Yuan could understand. The building didn't have an elevator. The two had to climb the stairs. Lin Yuan didn't find it too bothersome as he followed Gu Dong through a tour of the company. As they passed the second-floor workspace, many employees curiously glanced at Lin Yuan trailing behind Gu Dong. Gu Dong has brought someone back. Is that person a representative sent by the headquarters? Why does he look so young? Perhaps they sent him here because he's young and easy to bully. Our shitty company has never been a priority for the headquarters. The manager had to ask for several months before they were willing to send someone here. Now, it's clear that they're treating this guy as a lifesaver, completely forgetting that a single person can't save a sinking ship. I doubt he has even graduated yet. I'm now worried that our company will shut down this year. Sending over a youngster seems like they're just making a show of effort. It's not easy finding a job these days. Have you all secured your next positions? Don't speculate. I'm a loyal employee. You've really got the nerve. You had a great record of job hopping 5 times before coming to our company. If it wasn't for our desperate need for manpower, HR wouldn't have even hired you. Unaware of the office chatter, Lin Yuan, led by Gu Dong, had entered his office. Although the office was not large, it had a nice view. Gazing outside the window, he saw a large grass field, reminding him of his position at the headquarters. A nameplate sat on his desk. Headquarter Representative, Xianyu. His black office desk was complemented by the fresh plants set around the room, evidently cared for ahead of time. We can hold a meeting later to introduce you to the staff. The manager would like to host a welcome ceremony for you tonight. He attaches great importance to your arrival, Gu Dong said, with a smiling face. Behind her smile, however, was bitterness. Dad seemed eager to have someone sent to us from the headquarters, placing all hope on this representative. However, the situation with the branch is not something one person could simply resolve. No need. Lin Yuan refused flatly. He didn't care for welcome ceremonies. At present, he had a more important concern. How is my accommodation arranged? Is it close to Qi Continent Art Academy? Would it be convenient for me to go to school? Gu Dong. Her heart sank even more. This representative was still a student. When the headquarters sent him, they made it clear over the phone. Zhou Ruiming also called the manager to repeatedly emphasize, Xianyu comes to Qi Continent primarily to study. He is going as an exchange student of Qin art. The underlying message was clear. Don't give Xianyu too much work. Gathering herself, Gu Dong smiled weakly. The place you'll be staying is a bit far from the company, but it's very close to your school. This was a special request from the headquarters. We have already rented an apartment for you. The rent will be covered by our branch. Thank you. Lin Yuan was relieved. At this moment, a commotion erupted from outside the room. The specific content was unclear, but Lin Yuan could grasp the gist of it. If your company can't handle it, why not contact your headquarters? We signed the agreement based on Starlight headquarters' reputation. You assured us. The voices got closer. Lin Yuan heard a middle-aged man apologizing. We will prepare a few more songs to send to you that will surely satisfy you. We had great cooperation before, and we hold your orders in high regard. Before he could finish the sentence, a few men wearing suits passed by Lin Yuan's office. Seeing the name played outside the office, they immediately stopped. When did your headquarters send a representative? Why didn't you inform us? The door was left open. The leader spotted Lin Yuan standing behind the desk instantly, and seeing the name played on the desk, he raised his voice. Are you the representative sent by Starlight's headquarters? Please contact them for us. Your branch cannot handle our order. Ask them to do it. We did sign a contract in black and white. Our representative just arrived. The apologetic voice sounded again, and a middle-aged man with a slight belly, looking embarrassed, appeared at the door. He bowed to Lin Yuan and escorted the group out of the company. Their voices gradually faded. Lin Yuan asked, "Who was that?" Gu Dong admitted helplessly. "That's the branch's general manager, Gu Qiangyun, also my father. The group that just left is our biggest client at the moment. We had several collaborations before. However, this time they were not satisfied with the work we turned in, so they came to urge us. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Oh, Lin Yuan sat down. Seeing Lin Yuan's lack of reaction, Gu Dong couldn't help but feel disappointed. On second thought, she felt that she was presumptuous. How could the branch's predicaments be resolved? Just by the arrival of a representative from the headquarters? Chapter 146, 139, Mr. Lin_3. Right. The chair underneath him must be new, giving a comfortable feeling. Lin Yuan quite liked the working environment here. After settling in a bit, he said, "Please send me the address of my residence later. After work. I'll take you there," Gudong offered. Lin Yuan nodded, saving some taxi fare. At that moment, the company manager, Gu Qiangyun, returned. He knocked on the door and gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry for the unexpected situation on your first day. I'm the branch manager, Gu Qiangyun. Nice to meet you." He offered his hand for a handshake. Lin Yuan politely shook it. Then he curiously asked, "I've just arrived, so I'm not too familiar with the situation. Is it common for our branch to have orders like the one we just discussed?" Gudong. Gu Qiangyun. There was an awkward silence for a few seconds before Gu Qiangyun coughed and said, "Actually, our company hasn't received any new orders for 2 months. The order we were discussing is the only one we have. That's too few. We're a small company." Sweat trickled down Gu Qiangyun's face. Although the representative from headquarters was young, he seemed rather fierce. Was he dissatisfied with our work here? What if he reported us to the headquarters? I see. Unlike what Gu Qiangyun had imagined, Lin Yuan wasn't frowning heavily. He was only interested in the order's price. How much is the client willing to pay for this order? 800,000 yuan. Gu Qiangyun answered. Now Lin Yuan was indeed frowning. The price for this order was too low. When he accepted the Dragon Fish Dance order back at headquarters, the client offered 5 million. How come the prices for orders within Qi continent were so low? It's a trap. Definitely a trap. Gu Qiangyun cautiously observed Lin Yuan's face and noticed that he was frowning indeed, which made him feel a bit heavy-hearted. Lin Yuan seemed to be very dissatisfied with their work here. Would he report them to the headquarters? Understood. Lin Yuan wasn't frowning as heavily as Gu Qiangyun had imagined. He asked about the order's price. How much is the client willing to pay for this? 800,000. Gu Qiangyun answered. Lin Yuan knitted his brows this time. The price of this order was too low. When he received the Dragon Fish Dance order at headquarters, the price was 5 million. Why were the internal order prices in Qi continent so low? It's a trap here. Definitely a trap. Gu Qiangyun carefully observed Lin Yuan's face, noticing he was indeed frowning. His heart sank. You seem to be used to the headquarters. Starlight is a top-tier entertainment company in Qi continent, but Starlight Entertainment in Qi continent is actually a small music company. Our success rate with orders isn't really good. The highest order we've received was around 1 million yuan. Only large entertainment companies can receive large orders worth millions. Order success rate. Something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Qiangyun blinked, realizing Lin Yuan didn't quite understand the situation here. He perked up and explained, since there are a large number of films and dramas produced in Qi continent every year, along with some game projects, their demand for music is also huge. High-quality products usually come from Qi continent's customizations. However, some smaller projects can't afford Qi continent's prices, so they will work with local small music companies. Lin Yuan made a thoughtful face. On the side, Gudong added, due to our company's limited capabilities, if the client is dissatisfied with our songs, our order will be cancelled. In that case, both parties would negotiate based on the original contract. Sometimes the contract is voided, and sometimes we have to pay a penalty. Hold on. Lin Yuan found a loophole. What if a client specifically uses our music not meeting standards as an excuse to receive penalties? After all, whether a song is good or not is quite subjective. Don't worry. Gu Qiangyun smiled. That won't happen. In most cases, we simply cancel the order. We only include penalty clauses in contracts with reputable clients in Qi continent. The penalty is generally not hefty, so it wouldn't be worthwhile for clients to risk a reputation crisis to screw us over. Besides, Qi Continent has a special audit association. When both parties don't agree on the result, it will be settled through relevant channels. The audit association is very fair. If you are not satisfied with their results, you can release the song for public review. Lin Yuan nodded. Although there were still some subjective factors, having such an arrangement was already extensive. If 90 out of 100 people think a song is unqualified, even if it's a subjective opinion, it's relatively objective. Besides, most companies do value their reputations very much. Once a company's reputation is damaged, it would be difficult to survive in this industry. In fact, Gu Dong further eased Lin Yuan's worries. There hasn't been any dissatisfaction with the results of the Music Audit Association. The members of the association are respected predecessors in the music industry and are professional in Qi Continent. This is their job. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. So if we can improve the success rate of our orders, the price offered by future clients will get higher, potentially reaching several million per order? Yes. Gu Qiangyun wanted to remind Lin Yuan that not many companies in Qi Continent could receive orders worth several million yuan. If a client was willing to pay several million yuan for a custom-made song, why wouldn't they go to the prestigious land of music in Qi Continent? However, seeing the determined look in Lin Yuan's eyes, he wisely held his tongue. Having dreams is a good thing. Lin Yuan felt better. The situation here wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He said, "Then let's work on improving the company's order success rate first. Please send me the details of that order." Huh? Gu Qiangyun and Gu Dong looked at each other in shock. His words sounded so easy, like improving the company's order success rate. Did he realize how many months it took to finalize an order? Is there a problem? Lin Yuan looked up at the two. Gu Dong quickly replied, "Just a moment, please. I'll bring the order over." This order was supposed to be handled by our composition department, but since it was never finalized, it's now in the public pool and anyone can take it. You can see if it suits you. All right. Lin Yuan was prepared. Even though the prices for orders were low at the moment, according to Qi Continent's explanation, as long as the success rate for orders increased, the future offers from clients would also increase. He was prepared. Chapter 147, 140. The Laughter of the River and Lake. 5 minutes later, Gu Qiangyun took his leave. Gu Dong entered Lin Yuan's office with the order in hand. She introduced, "This is a song customization order for a martial arts game. One of our Qi Continent's biggest characteristics is our well-developed film and television industry. But apart from that, the gaming industry of Qi Continent is also top-notch on Blue Star." "Mr. Lin, do you play video games?" Lin Yuan replied, "Occasionally." He used to play games with Xia Fan and Jianni. Lin Yuan found the most pleasure in multiplayer gaming. Playing alone didn't hold much appeal to him, so as everyone got busier, he basically stopped gaming altogether. I see. Gu Dong had already gotten used to Lin Yuan's way of speaking. It was normal for people from the headquarters to be somewhat aloof. After all, the scale between the branch and headquarters was vast. Moreover, Mr. Lin was probably somewhat dissatisfied, having been sent to the Qi Continent to clean up the branch's mess. She could understand his sentiments. After Lin Yuan took the order from Gu Dong, he didn't show any intention to open it. He stood up and said, "That'll be all for today. Could you drop me off at my accommodations on your way, and maybe take a detour around Qi Continent Art Academy? I want to get a feel for the environment." "Sure." He didn't even glance at it. Gu Dong felt increasingly disappointed, although she didn't dare to show it. "Mr. Lin's luggage is still in my car. We can head there directly." "Okay." Lin Yuan headed downstairs. Gu Dong slightly pursed her lips, then quickly followed. While driving Lin Yuan to his accommodations, Gu Dong quickly introduced some local points of interest. There is a scenic area to the east. "Mr. Lin, if you're interested and have time, you could visit. Shall I take you to the academy first?" "Just a drive-by is fine." Lin Yuan had no intention of entering the academy. The start of the semester was a week away, and the school hadn't opened its doors yet. As an exchange student, the registration procedure might be quite troublesome. Okay. The distance from the company to the academy was about 6 or 7 kilometers. It seemed a bit far, but it was just a 20-minute drive. That is Qi Art. Following Gu Dong's gaze, Lin Yuan saw a university in the distance. Apart from slight architectural differences, its scale wasn't inferior to Qin Art. It was truly on par with Qin art. After a brief tour, Gudong took Lin Yuan back to his accommodations. It was an exquisite residential area. The complex was called Pear Blossom Garden, a rather pleasant name. The company had arranged a beautifully decorated two-bedroom apartment for Lin Yuan. Of course, the space couldn't compare to his accommodations in Qin continent, but it was more than enough for Lin Yuan alone. As for the environment, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. It was clear that a lot of thought had been put into preparing the living arrangements. Gudong asked, "Mr. Lin, do you usually cook for yourself?" Yes. Lin Yuan occasionally cooked in Qin continent, and his cooking skills were passable. However, most of the time, he ate at school or at the company, so he didn't get many opportunities to cook for himself. In that case, please remember that if you exit the complex and turn left, there's a market approximately 600 meters away. Gudong had familiarized herself with the environment beforehand, as she was the one who rented this place. Okay. Lin Yuan began to unpack. Gudong hesitated before saying, "The room was cleaned yesterday, and the bed sheets are new, having been washed once already. They very clean. Mr. Lin, is there anything else you need me for? If not, I should head back to the company, as work isn't finished yet." She emphasized the phrase, "work isn't finished," slightly, but she didn't dare to be too bold. As a result, her point didn't come across very strongly. "You should head back first then. Thank you for your help." Lin Yuan nodded and began to tidy up briefly. There wasn't much to tidy up, after all. The room had already been cleaned, and all that remained was sorting out some clothes. After tidying up, Lin Yuan threw himself on the bed. It wasn't that he wanted to leave work early. The flight had just been too taxing, especially for someone who rarely flies. His head was in a fog, and despite sleeping for a few hours on the plane, the discomfort was not completely gone. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan was feeling a little better. He felt a little discomfort in his stomach and went into the bathroom. While relieving himself, he finally took out and read the company's only order. It was a song order for a martial arts video game. Although the era of martial art novels had passed, martial arts video games always held a significant market on Blue Star. After all, playing video games and reading novels are two completely different experiences. The order's main requirement was to write a song with a strong taste of the ancient martial world. The game's background was rather common, revolving around a young boy roaming the martial world with his sword and eventually becoming a martial arts master. Of course, being a martial arts-themed game, it naturally included elements of romance. The young boy's childhood friend and love was killed when he first stepped into the martial world. Thus, a desire for revenge was fostered within him. He began to practice martial arts and killed strong enemies one after another. Later, he met a girl who resembled his lost love. So, he began to fall in love with her. The two experienced storms and adversity together. Upon discovering the truth that she was just a replacement, the girl made the decision to leave the boy. It wasn't until 10 years later that they reunited again. By then, the girl discovered that the boy really had fallen in love with her and had been looking for her all these years. By this time, the boy already had white hair, but they still happily held each other's hands. The order detailed the story more coherently with thousands of words. This was the overview of the storyline that Lin Yuan had summarized. Hence, the order included the following note. Besides exuding a martial world aura, the song should elicit a sense of lingering romantic sorrow. Apart from this, the note also laid out a third requirement. The song should be in Mandarin because the game will be released all over Blue Star. A game targeting the Qi continent audience would, of course, be in Qi language. But targeting the entire Blue Star, it would definitely need to be in Mandarin. Lin Yuan originally thought that he had to write a song in Qi language. Unexpectedly, the first order required a song in Mandarin. He activated the system and repeated the order requirements. How much would it cost to customize a song like this? System, 500,000. Although the requirements were relatively complicated, this type of song was common. Hence, the pricing set by the system wasn't too high. Weighing the order shares and potential profit derived from song downloads after the game's launch, Lin Yuan felt that this deal was rather profitable. Will you customize it? Yes, please. Lin Yuan had about 1 million left in his account, certainly enough to spend 500,000 to customize a song. Random song selection in progress. Approximately 30 seconds later, the system had made its selection. Congratulations on acquiring the song Laughter of Jianghu. Would you like to preview it now? Preview. Lin Yuan responded. He had some recollection of this song. It seemed to be from the soundtrack of a previous life's version of The Return of the Condor Heroes. The system played Zhou Huajin's version. As Lin Yuan listened to the song, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The song was quite fitting for the game, encompassing the grievances and love stories of the martial world in its lyrics. Laughter of the Jianghu, with resentment settled, and guarded motives. Smiles hide knives. Unreachable love. Unable to let go. Unable to forget. Your goodness. What looks like flower isn't flower. What looks like fog isn't fog. Its rhythm was also quite appropriate. As per the order's requirements, this song should fit the bill. Thinking this, Lin Yuan casually flushed the toilet. Chapter 148, 141. Everything is fine, Part 1. On the other side, Gudong drove back to the company. When passing by the second floor, employees from the music composition took a few glances around. They saw that the representative from head office had not followed, so they quickly surrounded Gudong. Where is he? He went off work already? So domineering. Coming and going as he pleases. That's something only an executive could do. Indeed, the great old one from headquarters, completely dismissive of our branch office. What's the deal with this dude from the head office? He looks so young, can he make it? After all, a novice is unlikely to work out. How can one person save our entire branch office? Who is he? Odong glanced at everyone and said, Don't you have mobile phones? Google it yourselves. Xian Yu, the Xian from envy, jealousy, and hate, and Yu from sashimi. Sounds familiar? Someone opened their mouth doubtfully. Everyone began to take out their phones to search. Because the distance was too great and the regional cultures were different, the information they found was relatively general, but it was still enough to surprise many people. A top-tier composer? This is the first time I've heard of such a young top-tier composer. Could he be the legendary genius? He seems capable for his age. Of course, otherwise why would he be chosen as our representative? But it seems that he just became a top-tier composer and was sent to our branch office. Why didn't the headquarters send someone more experienced? Maybe he's really capable? I don't know about capability, but definitely arrogant. He left work early on his first day. As a representative from the head office, he is of the same rank as our manager. No one can control him. I guess the manager also dares not. After all, the company is relying on him to bring in projects and ease the situation. Wait, wasn't he the creator of Big Fish? That song was also very popular in Qi Continent. It's the theme song of the movie Dragon Fish Dance. Did the head office send him here thinking that he has had previous success? Enough with that. The group was full of lively discussion. Gudong proceeded to the third floor. She entered the CEO's office and called out, Dad. Gu Qiangyun said dissatisfiedly, How many times have I told you? Call me manager in the company. Manager daddy? That sounds so weird. Mr. Gu. What is it? Gu Qiangyun stood up nervously. Was Mr. Lin satisfied with the house? He was quite satisfied with the house. Gudong complained. But don't you think he's too arrogant? On his first day, he didn't even want to work. I spent half of yesterday cleaning his office. Can you please hire a cleaner? No. Gu Qiangyun said. The company's performance isn't good. Hiring a cleaner would increase expenses. You and the staff can do some cleaning. Even as the manager, I clean the office myself. I didn't ask you to clean the bathroom. Gudong. Gu Qiangyun frowned, and then a glimmer of hope lit up his face. However, with Mr. Lin here, he should be able to help us alleviate some pressure. You're thinking too optimistically. Gudong recalled previous events. I showed him the order, thinking that he was eager to work, but he didn't even look at it and asked for a place to live. I guess he's already forgotten about the order. It doesn't matter if he doesn't remember it now. We can remind him later. Gu Qiangyun really regarded Lin Yuan as a lifesaver. Didn't you ask your friend for information on him? He's quite famous in Qin Continent. After all, he is a top-tier composer. Mr. Gu. Gudong sighed. But he's just a student after all, and a new top-tier composer. He is not the seasoned master you were expecting. Do you think he came because of our branch office? Gu Qiangyun became restless. What do you mean by that? Gudong shrugged, resigned to the facts. As a student, it would already be pretty good if he could work 2 days a week. Exchange students are usually very busy. Therefore, I suspect that he came to Chi Continent to study as an exchange student, not for work at our company. That seems to be the case. When Gu Qiangyun remembered the call he had with Zhou and considered the current situation, he began to understand. He became despondent. In other words, the head office never planned to care about our branch. It just so happened that a top-tier composer was coming to Chi Continent as an exchange student. In order to keep up appearances, they gave him the title of representative. So, it was very incidental. Taking up the position as branch representative was just a side job. This is probably the truth. Therefore, I advise you not to have too high expectations. We are, after all, just his nannies, Gudong said, trying to hold back her sadness. She couldn't bear to disappoint her father further. Exchange students usually don't stay more than a school year, less than 1 year in total. Rescuing a company within such a short time? It was an unrealistic task. If he could stay a few years longer, there might be some hope. Look on the bright side. No matter what, Mr. Lin is a top-tier composer. In a year's time, even if he could help with 1 or 2 projects, it would still be sufficient to keep us afloat. Gu Qiangyun tried to cheer himself up. Gudong squeezed out a comforting smile and walked away. Oh, Yu Qiangyun called out. Wait, don't you have Mr. Lin's contact into? Add him to our company group chat so he can get familiar with the environment. Got it. Gudong took out her phone and added Lin Yuan to the group chat. There was a total of 125 people in the group, making Lin Yuan the 126th. Welcome. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan join the group, Gu Qiangyun immediately began to send red packets, starting with 100 yuan. Biting his lip, Gu Qiangyun changed it to 300 yuan and sent out the red packets. Everyone grabbed eagerly. It was surprising to see that the person with the fastest hand was Lin Yuan, although the amount he grabbed was just 2 cents. Welcome. Welcome. The other people in the group also shouted welcome. Thank you. Lin Yuan politely replied to everyone, and then at manager Gu Qiangyun. Can we get a new order as soon as possible? Gu Qiangyun was startled, hearing him say that. Where on earth would our lousy company get a new order from? The one we have on hand is an order we managed to negotiate a few months ago, and it seems it's about to fall through, given that the headquarters is no longer interested in us. Hey, next door in her office. Gudong sighed. But Gu Qiangyun dared not get angry and carefully at Lin Yuan in response. Mr. Lin, we can slowly discuss new orders, but we should take things one step at a time. We need to first complete the order we currently have. Take a look at the order in your hand. Lin Yuan. It's already done. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, the entire group chat fell silent. Everyone in the group was silent for several minutes, and Gu Qiangyun was silent for several minutes too. Unable to sit still, he carefully studied the text for a long while, investigated the gaps between the words and punctuation several times, and finally confirmed Lin Yuan's words were indeed already done. At this moment, even the good-tempered Gu Qiangyun felt somewhat aggravated. He wanted to ask Lin Yuan, "Hey, are you messing with me? Do you find it fun to fool me? From the time you left work early to now, it's only been enough time for me to go to the bathroom a few times, assuming that I'm not constipated today. And you're telling me that the order that has been perturbing our branch office for months is already done?" Chapter 149, 142 Bring in a New Deal. Chi Continent. The composition department of Starlight Music is eerily quiet. Colleagues glanced at one another, their faces full of confusion. After a long while, someone uncertainly asked, "Does it's done mean he's finished the order for this martial arts game? How long has it been? Counting the time for the commute. Only about an hour or 2, right?" Humph. Someone scoffed. "If his song is any good, I'll eat my keyboard right here and now, believe it or not." Impossible. Is Mr. Lin getting too cocky? Because he is a top composer from the land of music, he thinks he can crush us with his skills? So he casually composed a song while taking a restroom break, thinking it would outdo us? And that he could fool the client like that? Is he joking? Surely, he's just too young. The client will make you realize why they're the boss. And didn't Mr. Lin consider us when he did that? Does he really think that an order we couldn't fulfill over several months could be easily tackled by him? Because of all this, a silence descended on the chat group. A silence so deep it felt almost suffocating. Finally, Gudong couldn't help but tag Lin Yuan. The client has high expectations. They won't accept any mediocre songs. I hope Mr. Lin can be more serious in composing and not try to fool the client with a song that took only a few hours to make. Although Gu Qiangyun was also upset, he was more worried about offending Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was a top composer from the Qin continent. What if Lin got mad and decided not to help? We must keep him pleased. He let out a sigh, quickly tried to smooth things over in the group chat. Maybe Mr. Lin was inspired as soon as he looked at the order. With Mr. Lin's ability, he is definitely better than all us slackers at our company. But, Mr. Lin, I would suggest refining the composition a bit. Lin Yuan didn't explain. He simply tagged Gu Qiangyun. Email. The group chat was filled with ellipses. Nobody dared to speak their minds directly, let alone tag Lin Yuan like Gudong. After all, Mr. Lin's position was high up. But through a series of ellipses, indirect expressions of dissatisfaction were possible, especially given everyone was posting ellipses. After all, were there safety in numbers? Feeling helpless, Gu Qiangyun shared his email address. Lin Yuan immediately sent the song to Gu Qiangyun's email. You have joined the chat group, the real company group. After sending the email, Gu Qiangyun found himself pulled into a new group chat by his daughter, and all his colleagues were also pulled in. This group was no different from the earlier one. The only difference was, Lin Yuan wasn't in this group. So, the group that Lin Yuan just joined turned out to be the fake group. What's happening? Asked Gu Qiangyun, disgruntled. Gudong's office was right next to his. If the volume was high enough, she could hear his voice. Gudong didn't answer. In the so-called real group, everyone was shocked or excited. Ms. Gudong is really assertive. Ms. Gudong is awesome, stand up to him. What's going on? Right, luckily, we have this group. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare comment in that one. The representative is showing no regard for us. At this moment, Gudong tagged Gu Qiangyun. Can you let us listen to the song as well? Let's see just how good the song that a gold medal composer managed to write in their precious 1-hour break is. Gu Qiangyun shook his head. Everyone was so against Mr. Lin. This isn't right. The company was still relying on Mr. Lin's help. And there was no question about Lin's ability. At such a young age, he had already won a gold medal. Was there even a need to question his ability? The only issue was because of his outstanding talent at such a young age, Mr. Lin could be a little arrogant. But that could be understandable, right? Later, he would have to do some diplomatic work with everyone. They must not offend Mr. Lin. With this in mind, Gu Qiangyun decided not to upload the song into the group chat. Regardless of his ability, how could a piece by even the greatest composer, written in just 1 or 2 hours, be better than a work that our composition department labored over for several months, yet was still rejected by the client? He put on his headphones and opened his email. The song was titled Laugh of the Jianghu, and it looks like Mr. Lin had already completed the lyrics as well. He moved the mouse and clicked on play. As Gu Qiangyun performed these actions, he didn't hold any expectations. He was even browsing the news while listening to the song. The news would mention new projects from various companies in the Qi continent. Perhaps he could find new order opportunities? For the larger music companies, orders came to them. For Starlight Music, they had to find their own orders. For example, this new web series being produced by a small company, they would definitely need a theme song, insert songs, in-credit songs, etc. He should later look into making contact with them. There's also this news mentioned. Thud. Suddenly, Gu Qiangyun's hand, which was moving the mouse, paused. The song Laugh of the Jianghu was still playing through his headphones. The strange synthetic sound had just reached the chorus. Appearing like flower but not a flower, like mist but not mist. A relentless river that can't be held back, a lone hero with an iron will and bones. Turns out the hero is lonely. Goosebumps suddenly rose up all over his body. Suddenly, Gu Qiangyun felt a chill coursing through him. He hastily scrolled back to the beginning of the song. This time, without any distractions, Gu Qiangyun focused intently on the song. At some point, Gu Qiangyun found his body involuntarily moving to the rhythm of the music. His body moved, causing the cold tea in front of him to ripple. The sun had set by this time. The red of the evening sunset gleamed through the window, casting a yellow light across the room. Within this scene, Gu Qiangyun's expression was growing more exaggerated. When the song finished, he felt a tingle through his entire body, like he had just touched an electric current. Then, there was a knock on the door. Gudong pushed the door open and came in. Then, Gudong was taken aback. She saw Gu Qiangyun slumping in his couch, his entire body completely relaxed, a tinge of happiness on his face. Gudong wasn't sure if she was describing it correctly, but that's the only word that she could find to describe the smile on Gu Qiangyun's face. What happened? She asked anxiously. Gu Qiangyun ignored her. She raised her voice. Manager? Gu Qiangyun still ignored her. She raised her voice again. Dad. Soon as if waking from a dream, Gu Qiangyun looked at his daughter standing by the door, then at the computer before finally speaking. Go and bring the new order in. Just as she thought, Gudong let out a sigh. Are we really going to give up on this current order? We spent a lot of efforts to get this order, and breaking the contract won't be cheap. Couldn't we contact the head office? Wait. Gu Qiangyun waved his hand, took out his phone, and typed a message in the new group that Gudong had created before. From now on, the client isn't your boss. Mr. Lin is. Once finished, Gu Qiangyun directly uploaded the downloaded laugh of the Jianghu to the group file, then looked up at his daughter before saying, It's done. Chapter 150, 143 Sorry for being human_1. Starlight Music, 2nd floor, composing department. Everyone is looking at the message the manager sent to the group, frowning deeply. We have accepted being called daddy by our clients as we've been tossed around by them. We're just trying to make some money. This isn't embarrassing. But why on earth did the manager refer to Mr. Lin as our father? Because he was sent by headquarters? Because he's on the same level as the manager and could be considered as a boss of the branch. Company? We don't accept this. No one accepts this. Because here on the land of Qi continent, we have enough corporate daddies. Already, these were the complex thoughts in everyone's minds. Those with less complex thoughts had already plugged in their headphones to listen to the Jianghu laughs. At the same time, Gudong also returned to his office and started listening to this song. A few minutes later, Gudong took off his headphones almost mechanically, with a storm raging in his mind. He looked down at the group he just created. No one in the group was speaking. Then he glanced at the fake group on the other screen where Lin Yuan was, and saw that it already had 99 plus new messages. At Mr. Lin, you are the GOAT. Wow, Mr. Lin is too powerful. Mr. Lin, please accept me as your fan. Just now someone in our department said that the song Mr. Lin wrote in such a short time can't possibly be any good. I, as the head of the composing department, promptly refuted him. Mr. Lin, you are a top-rated musician from the land of music. We can't let others cast doubt on you. That guy, after listening to the song, fully submitted, and I gave him a STEM lesson. Boss, look, did you drop something? How dare anybody question Mr. Lin? Are they tired of life? Doesn't everyone know that Mr. Lin was sent to our company to save the world? And this is how you treat our savior? Upon seeing these group messages, Gudong choked on his own frustration and wished he could fire the whole lot. Have they lost their shame? The deal isn't even closed yet. Such sycophants, such bootlicking, it's a disgrace to the company. Unable to remain silent any longer, he typed angrily. Those who doubted Mr. Lin before, step forward. Write a self-criticism of 3,000 words, and let me review it. It's your great fortune to meet such an excellent leader like Mr. Lin after 8 lifetimes of accumulated luck. Everyone, weren't you the one causing all the trouble before? Finally, someone spoke up in the new group next door. This is really not fun. Lil Gudong, didn't you also not believe in him before? And boss, you were the one who first said that Mr. Lin couldn't possibly complete this order. If I remember correctly, the boss even said if the deal could be completed, he would eat his keyboard. How will you eat it? With peanut butter or with beef sauce? Will it be red braised or steamed? Big brother, don't blame the second brother. Who the hell would have thought that a top-ranked composer from Qin continent would be this mighty? WTF, I just found out today what a true GOAT is. It's not that the top-ranked composers from Qin continent are powerful. If you randomly pick one from Qin continent, he wouldn't be able to complete the task in such a short time. We've met a real deity. I almost thought Father Yang was involved. When teacher Yang Zhongming was in Qi continent, we occasionally asked him for help. While his moves were sure, accurate, and ruthless, guaranteeing success, he wasn't this quick, was he? Everyone was truly bewildered by Mr. Lin. Not because the Jianghu laughs was that good. The quality of the song was indeed not bad. but not to the extent of garnering worship from all. The truly terrifying part was, the song was composed at an alarmingly fast pace. Some people even suspected, did Mr. Lin finish this while sitting on the toilet? Alright. Of course, that's just an exaggerated guess. Everyone was simply too stunned. As Mr. Lin is a top composer in the land of music, it isn't surprising he could produce song of such quality. After all, his status as a top composer is indisputable. If you'd said that Mr. Lin had spent 2 months, or even 1 month, to complete this song, people wouldn't have so many doubts. But how much time has Mr. Lin had since he received the order? From the moment he ended work, to the point he announced in the group chat that he'd finished the composition, how much time had passed? He was able to complete a composition of this caliber in such a short amount of time. It's downright freaky. Not to mention, he even wrote the lyrics himself. And the ideas behind the lyrics are also ingenious. Compared to Mr. Lin, the composers at Starlight Music only have one feeling. Sorry for being so mediocre. At this point, Gu Qiangyun popped up in the group. He mentioned everyone. Don't rush to apologize just yet. I have already sent laughter. In Jianghu to the client. The order for the martial arts game should be nearly complete by Mr. Lin. Our urgent task now is to quickly pull in new orders. It's the same old story. Strong companies can have clients actively seeking cooperation, while a no-good company like Starlight Music has to look for its own business. The staff in the composition department not only have to be responsible for composing, but also part-time sales. And it's not just them. Even Gu Dong and the manager Gu Qiangyun have to look for business outside. Because Starlight Music is facing 2 dilemmas at the same time. The first dilemma, the ability of the composers is limited, leading to a low order completion rate. The second dilemma, the company's order acceptance rate, is also very low. A formidable client will frown at the past performance of Starlight Music. So when negotiating for orders, they have no choice but to tout the prestige of the head office. This trick used to work well. But now, even the prestige of the head office isn't very effective. After all, Starlight Music is just a branch. Its value has been pretty much evaluated by the industry. Because of this reason, the company occasionally takes on small private orders to sustain its operations. These small orders often only have a commission of tens of thousands yuan. But for the composition department, every little bit counts. The staff still possess basic operating skills. They can generally handle these small orders. By the way, Gu Dong reminded, if you guys run into trouble while negotiating orders, don't use the prestige of the head office anymore. That doesn't work anymore. You can now say that a top composer has been dispatched from our head office. But let me make one thing clear. Never let Mr. Lin handle cheap orders. During the daytime discussion, Gu Dong noticed. Mr. Lin was unhappy with the price of orders. It makes sense. As a top composer, the price he got for orders in Qin continent must have been very high. Now being transferred to a branch office and having to do orders in the hundreds of thousands, he obviously wouldn't be pleased. We should ask Mr. Lin what style he specializes in. Every composer has their own area of expertise. Some composers are particularly good at rock, while others are good at writing sentimental love songs. Everyone now suspects that Mr. Lin is probably best at composing classical songs with grand ideas. Otherwise, why was Laughter in Jianghu completed so easily? He must be so proficient in it, that the moment he saw the order, he directly wrote a song. Gu Dong thought for a while. He mentioned Lin Yuan in the old chat group. The company is preparing to take new orders. May I ask what music styles do you specialize in, Mr. Lin? Everyone opened the main chat, curious about Lin Yuan's response. In everyone's imagination, a genius like Mr. Lin would probably list several categories, such as rock, sentimental ballads, hip-hop, and so on, to demonstrate his diverse range of music styles. After all, Big Fish was also excellent, but it wasn't a traditional martial arts style song. This indicates that Mr. Lin must be proficient in several styles of music, fitting for someone of Lin Yuan's status as a top composer. However, 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan only replied with 2 words. Those words were expensive ones. Chapter 151, 144. Here again, already a character in the song 1. The other party that Starlight Music was liaising with was Dream Dragon Games, and the game with the order demand was called Heroes Mate. Dream Dragon is a very large game company. This game, Heroes Mate, was just one of the medium and small-scale projects developed by their teams. At this moment, Dream Dragon's Hero's Mate Game Development Department. Game Director Cheng Feifan was banging the table. The game is about to undergo internal testing soon, and yet you're telling me the theme music for the 5th level isn't ready yet? We're rushing them. The subordinate in charge of the music part spoke with a face full of shame. Who knew they'd be so unreliable? I thought after all they are a branch of Starlight Entertainment in Qin Continent. Their standards shouldn't be too bad. I will definitely settle the score with them. Idiots. Cheng Feifan's anger didn't diminish. You decided to cooperate with them without conducting a proper investigation beforehand. Did you pick them because they were cheaper? How much kickback did you take? None. Hearing these words, the music lead's face turned white. He stammered, "Director, I truly did not." They were very confident during the initial discussions. We had even added a clause for penalties in case of breaching the contract. If they can't produce work to our requirements, we can claim compensation. Seeing them sign such a hefty breach penalty, I thought they could do it. Cheng Feifan felt a headache. Dream Dragon is such a large company. Do we really need their breach penalty? To Cheng Feifan's right, the deputy director also frowned and said, "Don't cooperate with this company again in the future. Put them on the blacklist." Understood. The music lead kept nodding, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll press them now. If they can't give a satisfactory answer today, I'll cancel this cooperation and make them compensate for our losses." Cheng Feifan didn't say anything. The music lead dials a number, just about to blow his top, but his face suddenly changes. The new composition is already sent over? Don't blame me for being blunt. If it still doesn't work this time, we will cancel our agreement. Besides, I will let the whole industry know how bad your company's performance is. After saying that, the music lead angrily hung up the phone. He then turned to look at Cheng Feifan again. He resumed his humble manner. "Director, they've sent over another piece. I'll listen to it right now." "Play it." "Aloud," Cheng Feifan said coldly. The music lead was as silent as a cicada in winter, resignedly nodded his head, opened his email, and saw Starlight Music's new work. The title is Laughter in Jianghu. If this song doesn't pass, he's going to have a hard time today. Taking into account the songs sent by Starlight Music previously, the music lead suddenly felt, today his odds don't look good. What are you dilly-dallying for? Cheng Feifan's murderous gaze swept over. The music lead shivered as he clicked the play button. Cheng Feifan said displeasedly, "Do you want me to listen to the drone of mosquitoes with this volume?" The music lead clumsily turned the phone volume to maximum and connected the phone to the conference room sound system and inadvertently increased the volume there as well, just as the prelude finished. When the music lead suddenly turned up the volume to its maximum, coupled with the excellent acoustics of the sound system, the first few lines of Laughter in Jianghu rang out like a thunderclap. Laughter in Jianghu, grudges are resolved. Men duel, smiles hide blades. Worldly laughter, laughs at loneliness. Heart too high, unattainable. The sudden increase in volume startled everyone present, their eardrums buzzing. Idiot. The deputy director's heart rate accelerated from the shock. He was about to scold the music lead when he was stunned to see Cheng Feifan standing up. The music lead fumbled for the volume button, but Cheng Feifan abruptly said, "Don't move." The music lead was immediately scared into immobility. The song was being played on a repeating loop through the loudspeaker. Moonlight shines, road is long. People grow old, hearts remain young. Can't love enough, can't let go. Can't forget your goodness. Cheng Feifan had his eyes slightly closed. As the simple lyrics flowed, the image of a young man wandering the world with his sword seemed to emerge in front of him. Grudges and fairness. Pleasantness disguising malice. The young man eventually goes with the wind, stirring up the bloody storm and becoming a figure feared by everyone in the world. Later, he met a girl. The girl looked too much like his deceased childhood sweetheart. He fell in love with her, but she left him because the girl didn't want to be anyone else's substitute. The young man searched for her for decades, roamed the world, traversed mountains and rivers, yet he still couldn't forget the girl's goodness. At this time, he had already become a well-known hero among the people, but no one could see the loneliness in his eyes. Who exactly is the one he loves? He knows it clearer than anyone else. No one can be replaced by anyone else. A true heart can only have one place. I love you, not because you resemble her. At this moment, not only Cheng Fifan, everyone in the room, who were initially startled by the volume of the song, were gradually drawn in by it. Their expressions gradually changed, whether it was the lyrics or the melody. This song was a perfect match for the game's story, especially when the following lyrics rang out, such as flowers are not flowers, mist is not mist, the endless river cannot be retained, a body full of heroic aspirations and iron-like determination. It turns out that heroes are lonely. Cheng Fifan suddenly opened his eyes. Flowers are not flowers. Mist is not mist. If this endless river can't be retained, then no matter where in the world, no matter how many years, I'm going to find you and tell you. I love you not because you are like someone, but because you are you. This story comes from Cheng Fifan, coming from his dream of a wandering world he had when he was young, and some private experiences that are not worth telling to the outsiders. After developing the game Hero's Mate, Cheng Fifan didn't have a sense of achievement in realizing his dream. But after hearing this song, Cheng Fifan suddenly felt this story was finally complete. Laughter in Jianghu loves freedom. Guitar or flute, pour the wine. Laugh at the sky, forgetting everything. Casual like the wind, light and floating. When the young man returns, his temples are already gray, but she still looks as youthful as ever, leaning on each other like a picture. Cheng Fifan suddenly felt a prickling sensation in his eyes. At first listen, I did not understand the meaning of the music, but at second listen, I became a person in the song. When the singing gradually faded, everyone's hearts moved slightly along with the resonating eardrums. When everyone realized that Cheng Fifan's eyes were red, they couldn't help but surround him. Director, are you all right? Cheng Fifan waved his hand and said, This one is it. What's the name of the song? The music lead nodded vigorously. Laughter in Jianghu. Compared to the emotions of other people just listening to the song, he, with his professional ability, had already appreciated the high technical quality of the song. What a laughter in Jianghu! Cheng Fifan's expression was complicated. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly stopped. Continue collaborating with this company in the future, and make sure to thank the lyricist and the composer of the song for me when the official handover occurs. Chapter 152, 145 Lin Yuan's Persistences. The next day, all the songwriters at Starlight Entertainment opened the company's main group chat. The first message they saw was from Gu Changyun. Congratulations to Mr. Lin on the successful deal. Even though everyone felt that this deal was secured after hearing Rivers and Lakes laugh, they were still somewhat shocked by the message before them. It's done just like that? No modifications needed? Isn't it usual to have some kind of modification request? Mr. Lin is just too awesome. Salute to the big shot. Offering up my knee to the great. 1. Under normal circumstances, even if the client is satisfied with the song, they will put forward some modification suggestions to make it better suited to their game. Only when they are completely satisfied will they choose to use it directly, without any modifications. Obviously, Rivers and Lakes Laugh is a perfect fit and doesn't need any modifications at all. By the way, does the client know how long it took Mr. Lin to create this song? If they knew, their faces must have been quite a sight to behold, right? Well, maybe not. At first, everyone was taken aback. But after some careful thought, someone guessed that the reason why Lin Yuan was able to complete this martial arts games order so quickly was because he had a backlog of unpublished works. Among the works he had accumulated, there was probably a song like Rivers and Lakes Laugh. The song just happened to meet the client's demands. So he didn't have to compose it all, just needed to make some slight modifications to complete such a song. This would explain the seemingly miraculous scene in everyone's eyes. The coincidence is indeed striking. However, compared with the idea that Lin Yuan had written Rivers and Lakes Laugh in such a short time, everyone found this speculation more plausible. How can a normal person compose a song so quickly? Of course, no one would question Mr. Lin's specific reasons. Lin Yuan was clearly a formidable character, as if these 4 words were written on his face. I'm quite aloof. So, without knowing him well, people didn't have the courage to initiate a conversation, especially considering that he was so young and already held an ace position in the field of music composition. However, Everyone thinks back to yesterday when Gu Dong asked Mr. Lin in the group chat about his preferred music style, and he actually answered, expensive ones. Thinking about it today, everyone still finds the situation a bit strange. What do you mean by expensive? You only excel at the expensive ones? Lil Guding asked you about the style. Why are you thinking about the price? Is this the confidence of a big shot? Confident to master any style? Of course, people wouldn't take him seriously. There are so many styles of music, it's impossible for anyone to be proficient in all of them. But one thing is certain, Mr. Lin is indeed quite prideful. It can be said that he has a great deal of courage due to his skill. What everyone fears, however, isn't Lin Yuan's arrogance. What they are afraid of is Lin Yuan not having the ability. If one has the ability, even if they act arrogant within the company, everyone can accept it. It's time to go get some more orders. Previously, the songwriting department was always a bit restrained when taking orders because they were afraid they couldn't deliver, but now that they have Mr. Lin, everyone is more confident. Some people are not even going out with the thought of getting their own orders. This time, they are completely pulling orders for Lin Yuan. Obviously, this process won't be smooth. After all, Starlight Music's reputation in Qi continent really isn't that great. Lin Yuan thought he would have to take a taxi to the company, but he was surprised to find that Gu Dong was waiting to pick him up early in the morning. Thank you, Lin Yuan said as soon as he got in the car. Gu Dong's feelings towards Lin Yuan were completely different now. However, his enthusiasm remained the same. It's not convenient for you to take a taxi all the way from here to the office. It's my job to assist you. Of course, I will be picking you up and dropping you off. Lin Yuan asked. What about your previous works? Gu Dong laughed. I used to be the manager's assistant, but the company can't afford any extra assistants. So, now that I am your assistant, he has to manage his own affairs. Anyway, the company's business isn't too busy. He can handle it. Lin Yuan understood. Upon arriving at the company, he went upstairs and knocked on Gu Qiangyun's door. Could you please send me details about the company's singers? We need to prepare for the song recording. Gu Qiangyun was taken aback. Which singers? We don't have any singers in our company. Lin Yuan was also startled. The branch company doesn't have any singers? Does this mean that once the song is sold, it has nothing to do with the company? Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Gu Qiangyun probably guessed what was going on and laughed bitterly. Managing artists falls under artist management. We do not have the resources for that. You're probably used to the ways of the headquarters. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Truth be told, he didn't like leaving the production of the songs entirely to someone else. Although, this song is provided by the system, and the money he gets from selling it is the same. Even if Lin Yuan participates in the recording process, he won't get any extra money. But Lin Yuan has this type of compulsion. He's always worried that others will ruin these songs. So he is very resistant to this kind of thing. No matter how you look at it, if these songs are wasted because of him, Lin Yuan would feel guilty. After all, in another world, these songs were the hard work of others. That's why he usually participates in the song recording process when he was in Qin continent. It's only under some special circumstances that he hands it over to others. But he won't be staying in Qi continent for long. It's too late to train a group of singers for the branch company. Gu Qiangyun started to get nervous. He felt that Lin Yuan was not too pleased. He can figure out something for other things, but for this, he was really out of ideas. He doesn't have the extra money to engage in the singer's business. Lin Yuan understood Gu Qiangyun's difficulties, so he said, "It'll be fine this time. After all, you guys are following the contract. But before signing the contract in the future, please let the client know in advance that I have the final say in the recording of the song and the selection of the singers." What? What the heck are you up to? You're directly challenging the client? Gu Qiangyun felt his world collapsing. Mr. Lin, there's no such rule. The situation is, when signing contracts, it's usually the client who puts forward their demands. We have no right to put forward conditions. The client is the boss. Our job is to produce the songs. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Qiangyun. Gu Qiangyun quickly corrected himself. Of course, I don't mean that we are the sons of the client. Even if we are, you definitely aren't. But considering the market situation in Qi continent, we really don't have the right to dictate terms to the client. If they don't make things difficult for us, we should be grateful already. Then we won't sign. Lin Yuan did not intend to compromise. Even if the client asked Lin Yuan to change the song, he would consider it as long as it's a reasonable request. Once the contract is signed, he should fulfill his obligations. But to just give away the song and not know how these songs will be treated afterwards, Lin Yuan cannot accept that. Mr. Lin, Gu Qiangyun tried to persuade him. Please make allowances. Qi continent and Qin continent are not the same after all. We have our own rules here. Please do as I said. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and returned to his office. Chapter 153, 146. Dilemma. Lin Yuan was not one who easily mingled with people, and although he frequented the company over the days, the only people he knew well were still Gu Qiangyun and his daughter. However, he quickly familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. He tried all the nearby restaurants in rotation. It was different from Fujian continent. The food here was not spicy, and the locals had a penchant for adding sugar to their dishes. Lin Yuan preferred rich flavors, so he didn't quite get used to the food here, but he was able to find food he liked, so it was edible. What's worth mentioning is, the pastries here were surprisingly good. Sometimes before ending work, Lin Yuan would buy some to take home. At this time, the start of a new term at Qi Art was approaching. 3 days prior to the opening of Qi Art, the company finally got a lead on a new order. The speed was fast. Normally, it would take 1 to 2 months for the company to secure an order. This lead was secured by Gu Dong. However, the credit for securing this order didn't really go to the company, but to Xianyu. The prospective client was initially unwilling to cooperate with Starlight Music. Gu Dong finally mentioned Xianyu, stating that he was a top-notch composer sent from the head office in Qin continent who could compose a theme song for them. Only then did the client show interest. The company took this matter very seriously. When the client came to the company to discuss cooperation, Mr. Gu, as the manager of the branch, personally greeted them. Your company is worse off than I imagined. The person in charge of the client company looked at the ordinary-looking building and commented upon getting out of the car. This time the client was a film company. They had made a movie and needed a theme song. Haha. Gu Qiangyun embarrassedly smiled. What matters are the talents. Our company is full of talents, especially our spokesperson, Teacher Admirable Fish, who is a musical genius from the land of music. It took us a long time pleading with the head office in Qin continent to finally convince them to let him come here. The client's person in charge nonchalantly said, if it weren't for this Xianyu, I wouldn't have come to your company. The song Big Fish isn't bad. Yes. Gu Qiangyun was used to the client's attitude. After they entered, he and Gu Dong led the client into the reception office. The client, drinking tea prepared by Gu Dong, laid out their requirements. I'll state our requirements. We need a song themed on urban romance. The client's demands were very specific, which took quite a while to explain. Gu Qiangyun was all ears. After the client finished explaining, Gu Qiangyun rubbed his hands and began. The situation is like this. I understand. The client's representative said, is it the price? If we're satisfied, we can increase it. That's not what we mean. Gu Qiangyun hesitated. Our teacher, Admirable Fish, has a requirement when writing songs. He has to decide who sings and produces the song after it's written. The room went silent for about 10 seconds. Gu Dong widened her eyes. She had no idea about this. After 10 seconds, the client's representative stared at Gu Qiangyun. Is Mr. Gu serious? Yes. Gu Qiangyun helplessly. He, of course, knew that this order was highly desirable. However, he had approached Lin Yuan several times in the past few days, and Lin Yuan remained unyielding on this matter. Hence, he could only discuss it with the client with difficulty. Before they sat down to formally discuss the order, he hadn't dared to mention this. The company isn't big, but it has big demands. The client's representative stood up. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'll take my leave. Gu Qiangyun was anxious. Please reconsider. The singer and producer for the song, Big Fish, was also chosen by our teacher Admirable Fish. Being involved in the production is one thing, but we've already chosen the singer. Are you saying we can't sing unless you give us the green light? The person from the client side spoke irritably. Gu Qiangyun hurriedly said, Teacher Admirable Fish is very professional. The client's representative glared at Gu Qiangyun. Our company also has a professional music department. Are you implying they're not professional? That's not what I meant. In any case, we won't accept such a condition. I believe not many clients. In Chi continent, we'll accept such a requirement. If we didn't know better, we'd think you're the client. The client's representative left with his team angrily. As they left, they grumbled. Such impudence from a contractor. I've never seen it. Who do you think you are? My apologies, my apologies. Gu Qiangyun's expression fell after seeing off the client. Gu Dong, who was standing by, looked at Gu Qiangyun. Is this true? Mr. Lin. It's true. Gu Qiangyun let out a sigh. Gu Dong helplessly suggested. It's a shame to lose such a promising lead. Maybe try talking to Lin Yuan again. Gu Qiangyun shook his head. There have been too many talks. If we continue, he might get annoyed. I see. Gu Dong gritted her teeth and said, I believe someone will agree sooner or later. I'll go secure more leads. The endorsement of Teacher Admirable Fish is very effective. Gu Qiangyun remained silent. He knew how troublesome this matter was. How could the clients of Qi continent, who are used to being in control, possibly accept being dictated by a composer when buying a song? Xianyu's reputation was not so formidable yet. The attitude of the client just now could be counted as decent. If they had met a client with a worse temper, they might have been berated on the spot. Gu Dong consoled. Don't worry, it's just that these clients don't know what's good for them. The order from Dream Dragon worked out, right? They even especially thanked Mr. Lin in the end. I'm leaving now. I'll be back with some good news. With that, Gu Dong left. Gu Qiangyun looked bitter. When it came to individuality, Representative Lin was just as strong-willed as Maestro Yang Zhongming, who would occasionally take orders in Qi continent. This matter quickly spread within the company. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Yuan's demands. Is this true? Mr. Lin wants the clients to relinquish their influence on the choice of singer and the production of the song? Would any client agree to this? I've been working on a new perspective order these past 2 days. I suppose even if I secure it, the client probably won't agree to Lin Yuan's demand, right? It's too difficult. I doubt there are any clients in Qi continent who would agree to this condition, although I can understand Lin Yuan's demand, who would want others to determine what their hard-worked song should sound like. Qi continent is a territory of the clients. Do you remember the order I finished last year? It was clearly a song suited for male vocals, but they insisted on having a female singer. I was utterly frustrated at that time. They even blamed me for the song not being to their liking. How could a female singer bring out the advantages of that song? Everyone either complained or grumbled, eventually all sighing in resignation. What can we do? Keep looking for more orders. At this moment, everyone felt the weight of their responsibilities. Chapter 154. 147. The next day, at Qin continent. The semester start at Qin Art is 1 day earlier than at the Qi continent. Many vehicles are parked at the front gate, mainly to send the new freshmen to school. Among them, 2 girls come out from a red sedan. We're here. The girl on the left is Lin Xian. She opens the trunk and takes out her younger sister Lin Yao's luggage. Are you sure you want to live on campus? Our place is quite close to the school. It would be convenient for me to take care of you. There are evening study sessions for the first year. Lin Yao replies. It's more convenient to live on campus. Lin Xian chuckles. Most students try to live off campus to avoid evening study sessions of the first year. How come you're doing the opposite? You're in university now. You don't have to put so much pressure on yourself to study. I like studying. Lin Yao helps her sister with the luggage. Lin Xian laughs. If anyone else said that, I probably wouldn't believe them. But it's quite convincing coming from you. Then you can live on campus for your first year. In the second year, we can live off campus. By then, your brother should be back. Lin Yao replies, okay. Lin Xian casually states, your brother said he would take care of you previously, but now he's nowhere to be found. You can only rely on Cloud City now. But being an exchange student is indeed a rare chance for development. You can consider it in your third year. Lin Yao replies, okay. Lin Xian laughs again. She's already used to Lin Yao's personality. Among the 3 kids at home, Lin Yuan and Lin Yao are the most alike. Whether it's their response to things or their views on certain matters, even their tastes are quite similar. The sisters drag their luggage. Upon arrival at the school gate, members of the Qin Art Student Council are in charge. Each incoming student needs to register their name. However, when Lin Yao states her name, the senior responsible for registration suddenly lifts his head. Your name is Lin Yao? Lin Yao replies, yes. The senior in charge of registration takes a closer look at Lin Yao's information, confirming in a questioning tone. You are Lin Yao from Class 1, Art Major, first year, 18 years old this year, coming from the direction of Cloud City. Did I get it right? Is there anything incorrect? Lin Xian casts a strange look at him. The senior chuckles and shakes his head, then suddenly turns to the crowd and shouts, Brother Zhong, the person you are looking for is here. This is our student Lin Yao. Lin Xian and her sister look at each other, puzzled. A group of dozens of students suddenly emerge from afar, headed by Zhong Yu. He rushes towards Lin Yao with a smile on his face. You are Lin Yuan's sister, Lin Yao, right? He asked us to take care of you. We'll help you with your luggage. Lin Xian. Before she could react, the crowd had already divided the luggage between them. Zhong Yu then smiles. I'll take you to your dormitory. The school requires uniform bed covers for boarding students. One of the seniors will help you collect those later on. Hello, student Lin Yao. The art majors greet her cordially. Lin Xian is perplexed. With a beaming smile, Zhong Yu guides her while introducing the campus. Our Qin art is quite beautiful. There's a small forest in the east, a large garden to the west, and an artificial lake to the north. Most of us are seniors from the art major. Once you've settled into your classes, let me know. I'm familiar with most of the first-year advisors, so I can handle the introductions for you. If you have any needs or difficulties in daily life, don't hesitate to tell me. We seniors can handle anything in this school. Lin Xian. She can sense Lin Yuan's favoritism towards Lin Yao. This scenario feels familiar. It closely resembled the attitude of the chief editors towards her when she first joined Silver Blue Books. Wait, what? Is there a connection between these events? Lin Xian wears a skeptical expression, unable to pinpoint the key factor. In contrast, Lin Yao remains calm throughout, a stark difference from her sister's reaction when facing a similar situation. She seems to have expected all of this. Several students in the distance are watching the group of seniors fawning over a freshman girl, and they're all wearing confused expressions. There's no way they're all attracted by the girl's beauty. Females in the art academy generally are quite good-looking, and there are many who are just as beautiful as Lin Yao. No one has seen anyone else receive such high-class treatment before, and there are even a few senior girls among them. Lin Xian makes a long-distance call to Lin Yuan. Due to the time difference, Lin Yuan had gotten up not long ago. Upon receiving the call, he explains to his sister, I know Zhong Yu. I asked him and his friends to look after Yao Yao. They're not bad people, don't worry about it. I got it. Lin Xian finally feels a little more at ease. At this time, Zhong Yu is still chatting with Lin Yao, his enthusiasm making it seem as if he has an ulterior motive. Once you've settled in the dormitory, you can come visit our painting club. The goat is in our club. He's quite an influential figure. Half of the club are his students. Lin Yao asks, Goat? Zhong Yu replies, That's your brother. Lin Yao nods thoughtfully. Zhong Yu exchanges glances with the people around him. They all share a knowing smile. This attitude is exactly the same as the goat's. Now that the goat has gone to Qi continent as an exchange student, seeing how similar his sister's character is to his, they feel an unexpected sense of familiarity. What the hell? Only Lin Xian cannot keep her composure anymore. Listening to their conversation, she suddenly feels she doesn't really know Lin Yuan. It seems as if this naughty little brother is hiding something from her. Why dox it? Seem like the entire art department is ready to mobilize at his command, turning into Lin Yao's personal guards? Isn't he a composition major? At this moment, Lin Xian even imagines Lin Yuan smirking awkwardly, although Lin Yuan will probably never show such a smile. Meanwhile, in the large teaching building of the art department, in the office of the chief professor, Kong looks at the assistant in front of him with some surprise. You're saying that Lin Yuan's sister is coming to the Qin Continent Art Academy this year, and has chosen our art department? The assistant nods, yes. Kong asks, what's her name? The assistant answers, student Lin Yao. Kong paces back and forth, then flashes a smile. Although we couldn't get Lin Yuan into the art department, his sister is coming here. He will have to pay more attention to our art department in the future, don't you think? The assistant. Kong says, the highest level class for first-year advisors should be Class 1. You go arrange it, and let Lin Yao join Class 1. I'll speak with their advisors. This student is very important. The assistant nods. Kong laughs. If Lin Yao is as talented as her brother, I'll teach her personally. It's quite interesting that while her brother adamantly refused to join the art department, his sister applied to us directly. It seems Lin Yuan still has unfinished business with our art department. The assistant. Obsession is indeed a terrifying thing. Chapter 155, 148 Thunderbolt Entertainment. Lin Yuan was not too familiar with the specifics of Qin continent, and after he left the house, he didn't head to the company. Instead, he called Gudong to help him pick up someone from the airport. Jian Yi had arrived in Qi continent. Classes at Qi Art were starting tomorrow. Jian Yi originally planned to register at the school, but Lin Yuan had already pondered this matter, so he suggested, "Why don't you live with me? I have a spare room." Lin Yuan lived in a two-bedroom flat. He usually slept in the master bedroom, and the guest room was basically empty. Having Jian Yi there would be quite convenient. They would both only be staying here for an academic year. Since their colleges were quite far apart, seeing each other every day would be troublesome, so living together would give them both some company. That sounds good. Let's do it. After thinking for a while, Jenny nodded. He and Lin Yuan were both exchange students who had come over in their third year of college. The thought of living in a dormitory with strangers felt odd to him, so he'd rather live with Lin Yuan. I'll have to let my family know later. Lin Yuan nodded. On the ride home, Jian Yi and Gudong got to know each other a bit, although it was their first meeting, so they only exchanged a few simple words, and the conversation soon came back to Lin Yuan. Are you settling in all right? Lin Yuan nodded. Jenny laughed. As soon as I got off the plane, I started observing. Qi continent is really different from Qin continent. The architectural style is different, and the local people here communicate in Qi language. I think I need to learn some Qi language. Lin Yuan stayed silent. He actually knew a little bit of Qi language. To be precise, he knew Cantonese, which was not too alien to him, though he didn't speak it very fluently. He only knew enough to make the locals understand him. The internet is different here too. Jian Yi took out his phone and browsed the internet. I feel like, while the internet is interconnected across the continents, the focus varies from continent to continent. We use a platform called Tribe back home, but over here in Qi continent, something called blogging seems to be popular. Yet, they both seem to serve similar purposes. Lin Yuan nodded. Blue Star was made up of 8 major continents, each of which was equivalent to several countries on Earth in terms of size. Though the world of Blue Star was under unified governance, the concept of countries did not exist. However, differences and competition between continents were everywhere. It was reminiscent of the disparities between different countries in Lin Yuan's previous life. One major commonality amongst all the continents was that their official languages were all Mandarin. This was to be expected, because the cultures and lifestyles were different in each continent. Distinctions were quite apparent. It seemed like the officials in each continent had intentionally emphasized these distinctions. Though the internet was not segregated, there were some directional differences. If people did not actively seek to explore other continents, their understanding of each other would be quite limited. For example, when you search for Xianyu in Qin continent, various latest related news would pop up instantly in great detail. But when you do the same search in Qi continent, you could only find very basic information, such as Xianyu's works. More detailed news wouldn't be easy to come by. Lin Yuan couldn't quite pinpoint the reason, but perhaps the underlying cause was still the competition between the continents. On the day after they settled in, Qi Art finally started. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi each went to their respective colleges to register. The college had a set of procedures specifically arranged for exchange students. Once all these procedures were taken care of, Lin Yuan was placed in Class 3 of the Composition Department, Year 3, at Qi Art. He wasn't the only exchange student. Besides Lin Yuan, there were 2 other exchange students in the class. However, when the teacher introduced the 3 new exchange students in the class, Lin Yuan was obviously the most noticed and welcomed one. The biggest similarity between Qi continent and Qin continent, apart from the common official language, was that everyone judged by appearances. This phrase was probably applicable to the entire Blue Star, even the 2 new planets. Anyways, when the girls in the class saw Lin Yuan walk in, their eyes uniformly lit up. As a result, the applause Lin Yuan received during his welcome was particularly enthusiastic. After the routine self-introductions were over, Lin Yuan was assigned to a seat at the back of the class. His seatmate was a male student who, though not as enthusiastic as the girls, was still polite. He introduced himself in a soft voice. Tang Ming. Nice to meet you. Lin Yuan nodded, put down his backpack, and settled in. Boarding students just needed to bring their textbooks to class every day, so Lin Yuan, as a commuter, had to carry a small backpack every day. But it was the same back in Qin continent, so he was used to it. There were no classes on the first day. The classes officially began only on the second day. Lin Yuan was initially worried that the courses in Qin continent and Qi continent would differ significantly. However, after carefully attending a few classes, he realized that there was not much difference in the progress of the courses in both regions. He didn't fall behind in class because he was an exchange student. This was probably related to the universality of composition knowledge. He adapted over the following days. Lin Yuan was completely used to it by then. During Lin Yuan's school days, Starlight Music continued to explore new single deals. In the process, they managed to attract 2 potential deals, but just like before, the 2 new potential clients walked away frustrated upon hearing Xian Yu's demands. This can't continue. Gu Qiangyan sighed. The 3 recent deals that had fallen through were all collaborations intended to involve Xian Yu. All had fizzled out because of Xian Yu's demands. When had clients in Qi continent ever been easy to deal with? Indeed, we can't go on. The music composition department head said helplessly. If we continue like this for the next few months, how long can our company survive? We need to find a way to change the situation. Should we consider lowering our prices? No, Gu Dong objected. Have we forgotten what Mr. Lin said? If we accept low price orders and have Mr. Lin work, what's the point of us struggling to invite our ace? The biggest problem now is Qi continent. Gu Dong suddenly had a brainwave. She mumbled to herself. We seem to be in a thought trap. We have always been seeking cooperation with small and medium-sized companies. Why not cooperate with large companies? Only large companies are suitable for Mr. Lin's status. Are you out of your mind? The department head chuckled bitterly. If we can't even get small and medium-sized orders, do you still want to go after large companies' orders? Do you think large companies would be easier to deal with? In fact, the clients of large companies would be even more demanding. Gu Qiangyan also shook his head. To deal with large companies seemed more hopeless. Gu Dong's eyes were flickering. But this particular company, perhaps we could try. This may be our only hope. If we can't cooperate with them, it will probably be hard for us to find better opportunities. Which company? Thunderbolt Entertainment Company. Both Gu Qiangyun and the music composition department head stared wide-eyed at Gu Dong, thinking that she was daydreaming. Thunderbolt was one of the largest entertainment companies in Qi continent. They would usually place their orders directly in Qin continent and hardly work with local music companies. You guys forgot. Gu Dong smiled. Thunderbolt Entertainment has previously cooperated with Teacher Admirable Fish, and it's not difficult to guess that they were extremely satisfied with the results. You mean? Gu Qiangyan suddenly understood. Indeed, the clients from Qi continent are difficult to please, but the animation film Dragon Fish Dance they previously launched was a perfect collaboration project with an impression song composed by Xian Yu. You mean Big Fish? The music composition department had finally caught on too. His emotions in turmoil. Would Thunderbolt Entertainment be willing? I never even dared to dream about such big companies before. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't look at us favorably. We have the key to open the door now. Gu Dong suddenly stood up. I don't believe I can't open the doors of Thunderbolt Entertainment this time. They have always liked working with people from the land of music. Now that people from the land of music are right under their noses, it would be unreasonable for Thunderbolt to directly push us away. Chapter 156, 149 Cooperation in 10 achieved. Gu Dong is a woman of action. As soon as she came up with a plan, she drove directly to Thunderbolt Entertainment, whose headquarters was located in Yichang, the largest city in Qi continent. She parked her car. Taking a deep breath, Gu Dong marched straight into the company's lobby. However, she was promptly stopped by the receptionist, a polite young woman who asked, "Excuse me, madam, did you have an appointment scheduled prior to your visit?" No. Gu Dong, of course, was fully aware that appointments or employee badges were required to enter such big companies. I am a representative from Starlight Music. We are seeking a potential cooperation with your company. Could you possibly help me contact someone from your music department? Starlight Music? The receptionist seemed a little perplexed. Gudong hurriedly explained. Our current representative is Teacher Admirable Fish. He composed the theme song for a film previously released by your company, Dragon Fish Dance. Please wait. With that said, the receptionist nodded her head, turned, and made a phone call. After whispering a few sentences, she turned back to Gudong. Please follow Little Wong. He'll guide you to the music department on the 8th floor. Gudong felt a surge of exhilaration. Had the company not been interested, she would have been sent away at the front desk. There was absolutely no need for them to let her upstairs. Teacher Admirable Fish's reputation indeed had some pull at Thunderbolt Entertainment. 5 minutes later, in the guest room on the 8th floor, Gudong met with a representative of Thunderbolt Entertainment. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Fan Longha, the deputy director of Thunderbolt Music. Has Teacher Admirable Fish arrived in Chi Continent already, serving as a representative of Starlight subsidiary? Deputy Director Fan, hello. Gudong nervously greeted back. Indeed, Teacher Admirable Fish is currently the representative at our subsidiary. We were interested in inquiring whether there would be any opportunities for collaboration between us, considering Teacher Admirable Fish has previously worked once with your esteemed company. Absolutely. As the assistant director of the company's music department, Fan Longha was well aware of who Teacher Admirable Fish was. While he was not too concerned with Starlight's subsidiary, he did indeed view Admirable Fish importantly. We were very satisfied with the song Big Fish. So shall we. Having no previous experience working with big companies like Thunderbolt Entertainment, Gudong was taken aback by the speed of their agreement. A little baffled, she asked in confusion, how do we go about collaborating then? Just a moment. Fan Longha called over one of his subordinates, and after inquiring about a few specifics, he turned to Gudong with a smile. Our company is currently working on a new series, a drama you may have heard of. It's titled Me and You. The male lead actor is Tan Kai. Gudong replied instantly. The promotion for this drama was very extensive, with leading actor Tan Kai being one of Chi Continent's top actors. As someone who pays close attention to entertainment news, Gudong was well aware of this. But isn't this drama about to be aired soon? Shouldn't the songs and all have been finalized by now? Indeed they have. Fan Longha offered a slight smile, but I don't like the theme song of this drama. If Teacher Admirable Fish can create a better piece, I am willing to replace the current theme song. After all, we have already purchased the rights to it. Whether we choose to use it or not is up to us. Gudong was left with her mouth agape. Teacher Admirable Fish's reputation was even greater than she had imagined. Thunderbolt Entertainment was willing to replace the song at the last minute for him, an unheard of prospect. Of course, this is dependent on Mr. Lin creating a better song, which she was certain wasn't a challenge for him. What was challenging, however? With a hint of embarrassment, Gudong continued. We of course will accept this request. However, Teacher Admirable Fish has a request of his own. He wishes to select the singer for this song himself, and also wishes to be involved in the final recording of the song. Fan Longha froze. After a minute of silence, just when Gudong thought Fan Longha was about to lose his temper, he broke into a smile. I have been working in Chi Continent for many years now, and this is the first time I have heard such a request. However, as a fellow from Chi Continent, I can understand Teacher Admirable Fish's request. You're from Chi Continent? Gudong looked at Fan Longha in surprise. Fan Longha shrugged. Born and raised in Chi Continent, I just moved to Chi Continent for work. Therefore, probably only a fellow Chi Continent resident like me, who keeps a keen eye on our home province and its affairs, would dare to accept your request. I am quite familiar with Teacher Admirable Fish's work, and I am particularly fond of the excellent song Big Fish that he has created for our company. So you? Yes, I agree. Overwhelmed with joy, Gudong stood up to bow repeatedly to him, but Fan Longha gestured for her to stop. Although I have agreed, I need you to understand that if the song does not meet our requirements, we won't be able to accept it. Understood, understood. It was completely normal and fair for the client to have quality requirements for the song. Thank you for choosing our company. Please give me the detailed requirements for the song, and I will inform Teacher Admirable Fish immediately. One more thing, Fan Longha continued. Since the TV drama is scheduled for broadcast next month, Teacher Admirable Fish will only have a month to work on the song. Please make sure to inform him of this. Of course, you can also refuse. You mean just 1 month? Gudong's excitement plummeted. With such a tight deadline, how could they create a top-quality song? However, thinking about how hard she had worked to secure an intention for this job, she clenched her teeth and did not refuse outright. I will relay the message. I'll be in touch. Sure. Fan Longha requested a document from his subordinate and passed it to Gudong. This contains the detailed requirements for the composition of the song. If Teacher Admirable Fish feels the time is insufficient, we can cancel this collaboration. No worries. We would still love to work with you folks in the future should there be opportunities. Okay. With that said, Gudong felt a bit relieved. It was clear that they valued Teacher Admirable Fish's capabilities highly. There was a high probability that nothing would come out of this partnership, but there remained the potential for future opportunities. Then I should get going? Goodbye. I'll escort you out. No need. Gudong waved her hand in fast dismissal, but Fan Longha still accompanied her to the elevator. After seeing Gudong off, Fan Longha hesitated for a moment before dialing a number on his mobile. Call the music department for a small meeting. 10 minutes later, many staff members from Thunderbolt Entertainment's music department gathered in a conference room. Fan Longha glanced at everyone and said, "Hold off on submitting the theme song for Me and You. I managed to contact Teacher Admirable Fish today." Admirable Fish? Dragonfish Dance. The author of Big Fish. Several of the department's staff members were taken aback by the news. Understanding dawned on them all at once, and they fell silent, keeping their heads down and avoiding eye contact with Fan Longha. Footsteps were heard from outside the door. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. A woman's voice filled with dominance and assertiveness echoed through the room. "The theme song for Me and You has been decided by me long ago. Do we have a problem here, Deputy Director Fan, with the decision made by me, the main director?" Chapter 157, Workplace Competitions. The workplace is a complex microcosm where expecting harmonious relations between each department is a bit unrealistic. For example, in the music department of Thunderbolt Music, Manager Luo Qi and Deputy Manager Fan Longha represent two different voices. In other words, these two don't get along. Today's scene is just a microcosm of the ongoing power struggle between the two managers. The employees of the music department are used to such conflicts. That's why everyone remained silent when Fan Longha just proposed to replace the theme song of Me and You. When immortals fight, it's the mortals who suffer. It's better to keep out of it. After all, this is a song decided by the manager in advance. The basic tone has been set, but Fan Longha, as the deputy manager, wants to overturn it. What signal is this? This is obviously a declaration of war, openly saying that Fan Longha despises your choice of theme song, Luo Qi. Manager Luo. Fan Longha smiled faintly. I feel the quality of the theme song of Me and You is not good enough. If we encounter more suitable works, we can replace it. After all, we all want this drama to be better. Really? Luo Qj raised an eyebrow. Don't forget that this drama is about to be officially broadcasted in about a month. The company won't delay the broadcast time for a song, and I don't think there's any problem with the current song. Now, you think there's a problem with my taste. You have misunderstood, but let's not jump to conclusions too soon. Fan Longha said, if someone can create a better song within a month, why can't we change it? Luo Qi asked. Who are you looking for? Fan Longha responded. Teacher Admirable Fish. Luo Qi was not completely unfamiliar with this name. The creator of Big Fish, but don't you think a month is too short? Moreover, even if we call Mu Ying to sing again, she may not necessarily agree. It might not be Mu Ying. Fan Longha shook his head. Teacher Admirable Fish will choose the singer himself. Of course, I will limit the scope of this choice within the company. He will also participate in the recording process personally, as he is currently in Qi Continent. The meeting room suddenly became lively. Does Admirable Fish really have such a demand? Luo Qi stared at Fan Longha with slight exaggeration. Who gave Admirable Fish such authority? Fan Longha remained silent. He also acknowledged that Admirable Fish's request was somewhat unruly, but it was this unruliness that increased Fan Longha's expectations of Admirable Fish. Deputy Manager Fan. Luo Qi casually said, Are you crazy or am I? Now you not only want to change Mu YMG's song, but you also plan not to let Mu Ying participate in the recording of the new song. She, as a top female singer in Qi continent, would have worked for nothing in the past. How did she work for nothing? Isn't that song still ours? Just find an opportunity to release it in the future. After thinking about it, Fan Longha added, "Of course, I will also try my best to let Mu Ying sing the new song. After all, Mu Ying's vocal conditions are excellent. If Admirable Fish insists on choosing someone else, then I really can't help it." "I disagree," Luo Qi coldly stated. Fan Longha insisted. "Teacher Admirable Fish has a very strong creative ability. Although a month's time is somewhat short, he might be able to write a better song than the current one. I have great confidence in him." "What confidence?" Luo Qi lightly smiled. "I have a feeling you just want to overthrow my song and prove that my previous choices as a manager were wrong. Since you have so much confidence in Admirable Fish, would you dare to take responsibility for this?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The juicy part was finally coming. Now it's no longer about the issue of changing songs, but a clash between the manager and deputy manager in the workplace. Whoever's song is selected by the company in the end will take the upper hand. This has always been the fiercest battlefield between the manager and the deputy manager. And obviously, Luo Qi is now taking the advantage. Because Fan Longha's side is full of unknowns. Who knows if Admirable Fish can do it? And let's not forget, it's only a month. Fan Longha's expression changed a bit, as he really didn't know if Admirable Fish could write a better song. After all, the originally decided theme song wasn't particularly bad. After all, it was meticulously chosen by Thunderbolt. But Fan Longha just thought that it could be improved. He hadn't planned to start a war with Luo Qi today, but apparently, everyone thought he did. Had he initiated a happy charge? In today's meeting, he just wanted to remind everyone not to rush into choosing the songs. Yet Luo Qi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him the center of attention. Now he could not even decline the battle. He then realized that his impromptu actions indeed seemed like an act of provocation. Because today, just hearing Admirable Fish's name somehow boosted his confidence, making him hastily call for this meeting. But Luo Qi caught him there, and he couldn't even explain why he had such confidence in Admirable Fish. Was it because his buddies from Qin continent had been touting Admirable Fish so much that it got to him? Should he back down first? Should he just say he was observing the situation? If he did that today, his prestige would be lost, and there would be no use ever trying to challenge Luo Qi again. Where do you see someone who challenges and then backs down? After a long silence, he finally said, "If Teacher Admirable Fish cannot produce better songs, I'll go with your decisions on the music roles for the rest of this year's 3 TV dramas." "It's your word." Luo Qi was overjoyed. Fan Longha was the only one in the music department who could dissent with Luo Qi. Their constant disputes were precisely for these stakes, weren't they? "Yes, I just said it." Fan Longha looked up at Luo Qi. "But if Ade Admirable Fish's songs are better, what would Director Luo say? What does it have to do with me?" Luo Qi wouldn't fall for this trick. "You're the one who wanted to change songs and gave Admirable Fish the right to mess around. I'm the one whose judgment you are questioning." Fan Longha stared at her. Knowing that she had to give in a little, Luo Qi could only snort. "If Admirable Fish can produce a good song, the decision on the next drama is yours. Let's settle on this then." Fan Longha didn't argue any further. His impulsive actions indeed got the best of him today. He should have waited for a definitive response from Admirable Fish. But he couldn't. If he didn't call this meeting and the company decided on the songs, it would be too late for him to bring up changing songs. This was why Fan Longha disliked Luo Qi. Luo Qi prioritized her own interests and always played safe at work, while he put the company's interests first and strived to achieve the best in every task. Of course, Fan Longha was not that noble. He admitted he had selfish motives too. All his efforts were to impress the company. If he couldn't perform better than Luo Qi, he would forever be her assistant. So, many times, he had to take risks and be aggressive to outshine Luo Qi and grab opportunities to prove himself. But this time, he was too eager. That's why he was caught off guard by Luo Qi today. Now he could only gamble. Gamble that Admirable Fish could write a theme song within a month that would surpass the current one. The question is, would Admirable Fish agree to take on such a challenging task? That was the unknown factor. Not to mention whether he could even write a better piece than the current theme song. If it didn't work, his ambition of getting promoted would be thwarted for at least the following 2 years. Previously, it was his keen eye for music that allowed him to compete with Luo Qi as a mere assistant. This is really playing against the big boys. Chapter 158, 151, Hell Level Difficulty. As soon as Gudong returned to his office, he swiftly headed to Lin Yuan's office, unable to tell whether his expression was one of elation or worry. "Mr. Lin, there's a new contract today. They're willing to allow you to select the singer and participate in the recording." Oh, Lin Yuan's response was as project calm as usual, because he was more concerned with the real question: how much money? Gudong was taken aback. He pulled out the file that the other party had given him and stuttered. "The price hasn't been formally discussed because I think the difficulty of this contract is quite high. They're only giving us a month to create." The phone rang at that moment. Gudong placed the contract on the table, somewhat embarrassed. "I need to take this call." Lin Yuan nodded. The call came from Fan Longha. Because whether Xian Yu could produce a song was now, to some extent, linked to Fan Longha's future. So, Fan Longha, with unprecedented seriousness, opened the conversation with a somewhat urgent question. "Is teacher Xian Yu willing to accept the contract?" "I just returned to the office." "Then you need to ask him promptly." Gudong awkwardly replied. "I'm about to ask him, but, and I hope you won't find this impertinent, how much is your company willing to pay for this contract?" 200, no, 300 million. Fan Longha gritted his teeth. "This is the highest price I can personally decide on. If your company is not satisfied, I will have to discuss it with the senior leaders, but the chances are low. After all, 300 million is already a high price in the market. And we only want the rights to the theme song." Fan Longha was genuinely all in. He even bypassed the bargaining process entirely, because this matter was really paramount. When Gudong heard the price, his heart began to race. Since starting his job, this was the first time he'd dealt with a party that was so affluent. No, not quite right. This was likely to be the largest contract the branch had ever had the chance to accept since its establishment. At that moment, Gudong even had an impulse to agree to it on the spot. However, he understood that the higher the price, the higher the demands. Moreover, the other party had only given them a month to prepare. His eyes filled with a complicated look as he reconfirmed the offered amount. 300 million? Lin Yuan looked up at Gudong and promptly said, "I'll take it." Gudong's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly covered the phone, his voice slightly trembling as he tried to lower it. "But Mr. Lin, you haven't even seen their requirements for the song yet. Plus, they've only given us a month. You should at least see if it's a fit." "It fits," Lin Yuan simply replied. Seeing that Gudong still was staring at him, Lin Yuan naturally picked up the file and glanced at it. 3 seconds later, he repeated himself. "It fits." "You only glanced at it for 3 seconds." Gudong couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, but with Lin Yuan having spoken, he had no choice but to accept it. He released his grip on the phone and tried to respond to Fan Longha calmly. "Teacher Xian Yu accepts." "Great." Fan Longha was a bit excited. Although he didn't know if Xian Yu could create an even better song, being willing to accept the contract was a good start. At least he still had the qualification to continue the competition with Luo Qi. What he was most afraid of was Lin Yuan looking at the short time frame and deciding not to accept it at all. Then, without Luo Qi lifting a finger, he himself would have to just lie flat and accept the ridicule. What's the point of putting up any more of a struggle then? By the way, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up, somewhat hastily. "I can send over a few lyricists to liaise, because we want a song in Qi language. Teacher Xian, you might not be very familiar." "Okay." Gudong agreed with a nod. He turned to look back at Lin Yuan and bit his lip. "Shall we sign the contract tomorrow?" "Let's sign it tonight." Fan Longha was more eager than Gudong had imagined. "That works too." Gudong didn't feel excited at all. After hanging up the phone, he only felt uneasy. He looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Are you really sure about this, Mr. LM? For a big contract like this, there will be a penalty for breach. If we can't produce a suitable song, we're done." "It's fine." Lin Yuan gave the affirmative reply. He knew how difficult it was for the company to get contracts, so he was particularly serious about this one. After all, his salary for the month had been paid in full, and his personal fund now sat at 10 million, more than enough to handle any situation that came up. That night, Fan Longha came to the company with his team to sign the contract. This was a big $3 million deal, so the penalty for breach of contract was a whopping 300,000. If the task wasn't completed, Starlight Music Company would have to pay a compensation of 300,000 to the other party. It was a high-stake gamble. Gu Qiangyun's hand was even shaking uncontrollably as he signed. If they failed this task, their already cash-strapped company would be in even more trouble. After signing the contract, Fan Longha looked around and asked, "Can I meet with Teacher Admirable Fish?" Gudong replied, "He has gone home." It was not because he left early. Lin Yuan strictly adhered to the end-of-day timing, so Gudong personally had him go home. Fan Longha nodded and said seriously, "All right then, I am relying on you for this task. Rest assured, Teacher Admirable Fish is very capable." Gu Qiangyun asserted confidently. It was not that Gu Qiangyun had ample confidence in Admirable Fish, but rather, it was the way he reassured every client. Despite his worries bubbling up, he couldn't let the client see his insecurity. Once Fan Longha left, Gu Qiangyun slumped into his chair, his face turning pale, saying, "What are we going to do about this project? The timing is too strained, and Gudong, you've brought back a hot potato. If we refuse it, I'm afraid we might not have another chance like this in the future. If we accept it, I'm afraid we might get scorched. You shouldn't have mentioned this opportunity in the first place. We have to face it." Gudong sighed softly. She regretted mentioning the offer to Lin Yuan, but what was done was done. Could they go back on it now? Not long after, news of Lin Yuan signing the new contract had spread like wildfire throughout the company, causing an uproar among their team. A $3 million order? Completed in 1 month. Thunderbolt Entertainment truly lives up to its name as a big company. This one deal is equal to so many of our past ones. But are they kidding about the 1-month time frame? I'm freaking out. Given just 1 month, what are the odds that Mr. Lin can produce songs worth 3 million that satisfy their requirements? 50%. Buddy, you're too optimistic. If it were 50%, that'd be great. But I don't even think it's 30%. The penalty is 300,000. If the company can't complete it, what's going to happen in the future? Stop talking. The more you talk, the more scared I get. Is the company going to go bankrupt? Am I going to lose my job? I think Mr. Lin only has a success rate of 10%. If this contract pulls through, the company is going to make a fortune. We could afford to loaf around for a few months. They always say that the maestro doesn't take orders for 3 years, but when he does, we feast for 3. Mr. Lin seems to be following the maestro's footsteps. If anyone's being pessimistic, wake them up. Don't blame Mr. Lin for being rash. He's probably desperate, so that's why he agreed to this deal. After all, there aren't many people who could meet their requirements. Although I also think this deal is very risky, I would also not hesitate to accept if Thunderbolt Entertainment slapped a deal worth 3 million in front of me, asking me to compose a song. I'd definitely not dare to grab it. Dang. It's not about daring to take it or not. It's about not having the confidence, and mostly not having the ability. To write a song worth 3 million in a month is even too demanding for a gold medal, not to mention customizing it to their specific requirements. The entire company's feelings were complex. Everyone was excited about landing a 3 million contract, yet worried about the inability to complete it. The former was merely a bomb. Look, our small and broken-down company was also hit by a 3 million deal. The latter, which was highly likely, left them wondering if the manager was prepared for the 300,000 penalty. They weren't doubting Lin Yuan. Zhang Hu laughs had already proven a lot. However, even though Mr. Lin had previously managed to complete Zhang Hu laughs at an almost terrifying speed. Anyone with common sense knew that such swift song creation was an exception. Songwriting is a meticulous job. The $3 million order would obviously have very high-quality demands for the song. Completing this level of composition within a month is an absolute hellish difficulty. Chapter 159, 152 Distance Between You and Me 1. Lin Yuan returned home to a surprising sight. 2 sealed steaks laid on the table. You're back. It was Saturday. Jian Yi was playing online games in front of the computer in the living room. Seeing Lin Yuan return, he stopped playing, took off his headphones, and said, "Today, You will witness my steak cooking skills. Thank you. Lin Yuan gave a casual smile and headed to his bedroom. Sizzling noises coming from the kitchen suggested that He had begun cooking the steaks. He pulled out a document. Lin Yuan reviewed the requirements of the new order. It was a custom-made theme song for a TV drama called Distance Between You and Me. The plot summary was rather comprehensive, possibly around 5,000 words in length. Based on the title of the drama alone, Lin Yuan had first thought it was a romantic series. But after reading through the plot, he realized it wasn't. Although the plot does have some elements of a romantic drama, the story revolved around a couple that was the envy of everyone during their college years, and they got married right after graduation. Due to their poor economic condition, their married life was filled with hardships. However, they stuck together through thick and thin, without succumbing to the difficulties. Years later, the husband lost his job due to company layoffs and decided to start his own business. But his business failed, leaving him in debt and leading to numerous disputes with his wife. Finally, the wife, unable to handle the stress any longer, decided to divorce him. Years later, the still struggling woman was looking for jobs everywhere. Finally, she landed a job at a big company, only to find out that her ex-husband was the chairman of the company. The plot progression became quite predictable after that. The husband, resentful that the wife had abandoned him at his weakest moment, had intentionally hired her to torture her. The wife bore it all without complaint. During this time, the husband was shocked to discover that the wife had a son. Filled with jealousy, he intensified his abuse towards the wife. It wasn't until the wife's son fell seriously in that their conflict finally came to a head. In a twist of fate, the husband discovered that throughout all these years, the wife has stayed single, and that her son might be his as well. His emotions grew incredibly complex. The rest of the story was about the husband slowly uncovering the wife's struggles and the truth behind their divorce. He remembered how despite their poverty, they were happy together. It was his successive failures that had eventually destroyed their family. The wife had raised the child alone for all these years, without asking him for a single dime. The year they divorced, his mother was in need of medical expenses. Someone had donated money, and it turned out to be the wife's doing. Upon realizing all this, he decided to win her back. At this point, a new man appeared who was also interested in the wife. What followed was a classic case of remorse, a scramble to win her back, and a flurry of various intense scenes. The script didn't specify the ending, but Lin Yuan could guess. The story was rather cliché, but some realistic elements were portrayed quite clearly. The intention of the script was probably to use a touch of reality to showcase an idle drama-like plot, both realistic and romantic. Both the man and woman had their own reasons and difficulties. It was hard to clearly say who was right or wrong, especially since the script mentioned, after deciding to divorce, the wife pursued her dreams, only to find she was pregnant. She had to give birth to the child, once again abandoning her own dreams. Instead of pondering over who was right or wrong, Lin Yuan wondered what kind of song the system would create for this story. The client required a Chi language song. The song needed to reflect the emotions of both main characters, along with elements of dreams and desperation, among other things. All in all, the client's requirements had 7 or 8 different notes. Quite complex. Lin Yuan activated the system and read out the client's requirements. He then asked, "How much to design a song that meets these requirements?" The system replied, 1 million. Lin Yuan nodded, not too surprised. The system had mentioned before that the more detailed the requirements, the higher the customization cost would be. Just for this customization, there were 7 or 8 requirements. If it weren't for the fact that each requirement wasn't too difficult, the customization cost would be even more than 1 million. But the price of this order was 3 million. As long as Lin Yuan completed this order, he would break even immediately. So, the system's pricing could be considered quite reasonable this time. This is a special price. The system said, this is the first time the host is customizing a song with such specific requirements. If there are similar requests in the future, the price will increase accordingly. Understood. Lin Yuan said, let's customize it. System, song customization in progress. Please wait. 30 seconds later, the system dinged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song, like you. There are 2 versions for reference. The left version was the original, and the right version was GMS version. This meant that both males and females could sing this song, but the versions had slightly different connotations. Lin Yuan pondered. He was initially surprised when the system came up with this song, but then realized it wasn't shocking after thinking about the lyrics. The song did meet the requirements. As for the quality, Lin Yuan wasn't worried. The quality of the song had already been verified in another timeline. Lin Yuan listened to both versions of the song. Both versions were good, the former more sorrowful, while the latter imbued with a sense of hope. Dinner's ready. After listening to the song, Jian Yi's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Lin Yuan got up and headed to the living room. There were 2 sets of steak on the table, each accompanied by 2 soft-boiled eggs. The eggs were cooked quite well, but the steaks weren't as good. Lin Yuan noticed that his steak was charred, with visible burnt marks around the edges, which probably explained the burnt smell in the room. Just make do with it. Jian Yi gave a cough before saying, "Who knew it would be this hard? I thought it was easy when I saw chefs on videos cooking steak." Lin Yuan seemed a bit put off. Jian Yi smirked. "How about we order takeout instead? There should be steak options. Anyway, the steak is ruined, and I've wasted over 500 on it." As he spoke, Jian Yi began to pack up the steak. Just then, Lin Yuan stopped him. "Don't waste it." Jian Yi paused, and Lin Yuan was already seated and began eating earnestly with his knife and fork. "That's so touching, bro." Jian Yi laughed and began eating his share. His steak was even more charred than Lin Yuan's. One side had literally turned into a crust, while the other side was still oozing blood. "Why is it tasteless? Seems like I forgot to add seasonings." Chapter 160, Mental Breakdown 1. Lin Yuan didn't immediately send the song to the company. He didn't want to seem too groundbreaking. There's no one who writes songs faster than making steak. Speaking of the last time, Lin Yuan sending out Jianghu Laughs so quickly was purely for the release rate mentioned by Gu Qiangyun, which made him a bit hasty. In the future, he still needs to be low-key, and he can't take out his songs so quickly anymore. The next day was Saturday. Lin Yuan came to the company as usual. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the company's employees' gaze followed him, seemingly wanting to see something from his expression, but unfortunately, the result disappointed everyone. This man had no expression at all. Upon entering the office, Lin Yuan turned on his computer. His job was to compose songs, but, like you, had already been completed. Lin Yuan was too lazy to pose, so using the working hours to write codes was more appropriate. Don't forget that Zhu Xian is still in serialization. The serialization of this novel will not stop because Lin Yuan comes to Qi Continent to study. He just needs to send the manuscript to the editor of Silver Blue Books on time. However, while coding today, Lin Yuan always felt guilty. Not because he feels guilty about writing a novel during working hours, but because he felt guilty about the plot of the next volume of Zhu Xian. Because in the plot of the next volume, Biao will die. Lin Yuan is very clear about the reader's feelings towards Biao, so killing Biao will inevitably trigger a reader riot. Even some readers who didn't have much feeling for Biao, that is, the so-called Xueqi party, might also switch sides when they see Biao die. Not to mention, because the scene of Biao's death is too shocking, she sacrificed herself under the immortal Slayer's sword to save Zhang Xiaofan. Prior to this, Zhang Xiaofan had never explicitly expressed his feelings for Biao. But that's just how the plot goes. There's nothing Lin Yuan can do. He can only behave as if he is a merciless coding machine, furiously typing the plot. "Mr. Lin." Someone was knocking on the door. Lin Yuan stopped coding. "Come in." The first to enter was Gu Dong, followed by 3 unfamiliar men. Lin Yuan asked, "What's up? You already started working?" Gu Dong was surprised to see Lin Yuan's computer in front of him, then explained, "Thunderbolt Entertainment ordered a song in QJ language. As a Qin person, Mr. Lin may not understand Qi language, so they sent 3 experienced songwriters to help with the lyrics of your work." "Hello." After Gu Dong finished the introduction, the 3 songwriters behind her smiled and nodded at Lin Yuan. The man in the lead said, "My name is Huangde. We'll be staying at your company for a while. We can exchange ideas at any time." Lin Yuan said, "I know Qi language." He doesn't need help from Qi language songwriters. The few songwriters were stunned upon hearing this. It's rare for a Qin person to speak Qi language. Huangde directly communicated with Lin Yuan in Qi language, jabbering several sentences. obviously trying to test Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reacted for a while, and probably understood the other's meaning. He hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "Hello." After Lin Yuan spoke a few sentences in Qi language, the expressions on the faces of Huangde and the others were a bit blank. You say he doesn't understand it, but he barely spoke a little. You say he understands it, but based on his shallow understanding of Qi language, what can he write? Gudong awkwardly touched her forehead and laughed bitterly at Huangde. Let Mr. Lin write first, and if there's anything he doesn't understand about the lyrics after the melody has been completed, you can help to rectify it. Humph. Huangde didn't say a word, turned around and left. The remaining two songwriters also followed and left. One of them thought for a while and said, "Come find us after you've finished the song." Okay. Gudong sent the three back. After a while, Gudong came back and looked helplessly at Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, I understand that in Qin continent, you compose your own music and write your own lyrics, but the song lyrics in Qi language have a lot of knowledge involved. As a non-Qi continent person, it's really hard to write lyrics that satisfy." Thunderbolt. Lin Yuan didn't speak. It's not that he likes to pretend, but he has to say he knows Qi language. Otherwise, he can't explain where the lyrics of "like you" came from. Are there no lyrics? Let the other party rewrite the lyrics? That would betray Lin Yuan's original intent. He clearly has a good melody and lyrics. Let's not talk about this first. Gudong sighed. Right now, the lyrics are not the most important. The most important thing is still the melody. Does Mr. Lin have any idea now? Lin Yuan nodded. Gudong was a little surprised upon hearing this. No wonder you were working early in the morning. Have you already started composing formally? Can I? Gudong suddenly paused, because she accidentally caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's notebook. What Lin Yuan had opened at the moment was not any composing software, but a document. Written on the document, Zhang Xiaofan laughed sorrowfully at the sky, his voice filled with agony and despair. What is the right path? What is justice? You have always deceived me. I have struggled all my life. Even if I die, I keep the secret for him. But what am I? What the hell is Zhang Xiaofan? Is Mr. Lin reading a novel? When Gudong saw this document, she subconsciously thought Lin Yuan was reading a novel, so she didn't think about him writing a novel. However, whether it's reading a novel or writing a novel, both are not right. Has he gone mad? Gudong was about to cry. What's happening right now? There's only 1 month left. Instead of working hard to write songs, Lin Yuan is doing some irrelevant stuff during working hours? Gudong almost collapsed on the spot. She didn't dare to yell at Lin Yuan, so she could only say grievously, "Mr. Lin." Lin Yuan looked up. "Is there tea?" Gudong opened her mouth, swallowing all the words she was about to say. She silently turned around, went to the CEO's office next door to get some tea leaves, and made a cup of tea for Lin Yuan. "Thank you," Lin Yuan said. Gudong numbly nodded, and once again went to the CEO's office. "What's wrong?" Gu Qiangyun was surprised to see Gudong. Gudong grimaced. "Prepare the penalty for breach of contract." Gu Qiangyun was shocked and stood up abruptly. "Isn't there another month left? Did Mr. Lin say he couldn't write it? What should we do?" Mr. Lin has already given up. Gudong had no more energy left to panic. He not only drove away the lyricists sent by Thunderbolt, but also started reading novels in the office. Maybe he's looking for inspiration? Gu Qiangyun tried to keep calm. Every songwriter has their own way of finding inspiration, and maybe reading novels is Mr. Lin's way. Maybe. Gudong tried to pull out a smile. Meanwhile, in the office next door, Lin Yuan took a sip of tea and suddenly realized that the difference between tea leaves really did exist. Chapter 154. I'm fine again. In a coffee shop far from Thunderbolt Entertainment, Luo Qi stared at the lyricist sitting in front of him. What did Xian Yu say? The lyricist shook his head. He was one of the 3 lyricists who went to Starlight Entertainment today. Luo Qi asked him to gather information. This Xian Yu is too arrogant. He directly refused to collaborate with the 3 of us lyricists. He wants to write the lyrics himself. Does he understand Qi language? Luo Qi said in surprise. The lyricist curled his lips. His level is mediocre at best. His speech is full of hitches and glitches. He can barely manage to communicate with locals in the Qi language. To believe he can write songs in Qi language is just a dream. But as he refused us, we can only wait for him to finish writing the lyrics before seeing how they need to be changed. Perhaps we will have to rewrite everything. Anyway, Huangde looked extremely unhappy then. Great. Luo Qi was practically bursting with joy, but then realized he was showing his emotions too openly and held back his smile. It seems Fan Longhe chose an unreliable teammate this time. With only a month left, and the opponent not willing to cooperate in songwriting, how will this task be completed? The lyricist shook his head again. On the other side, Fan Longhe met with lyricist Huangde. However, upon hearing Huangde's disgruntled claims that Xianyu had refused his help with the lyrics, that day, Fan Longhe's expression instantly froze. It's not that I didn't want to help, Huangde said. He's the one who didn't cooperate. In Huangde's opinion, Xianyu didn't have the skills, but still insisted on taking on a task he wasn't suited for. This was a common problem with many composers. They liked to independently complete the lyrics and melodies. If it were lyrics in Mandarin, it wouldn't be a problem. The lyrics of Big Fish had proven Xianyu's songwriting ability. However, this time it had to be a song in Qi language. How could someone with a rudimentary understanding of Qi language write a song? Fan Longhe gave a bitter laugh. Even so, once his music is sent over, if the lyrics are truly terrible, we should ask Mr. Huang to help correct them. I will try to convince him of this. I'll do my best, Huangde said. As he stood to leave, Huangde turned back to remind him. If he submits both the melody and the lyrics too late, even I wouldn't be able to compose high-quality lyrics in a short period of time. I hope Director Fan can understand. I understand. Fan Longhe forced a smile. Once Huangde left, Fan Longhe's face grew more helpless. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to see the balance of victory tilting increasingly towards Luo Qi. Now his only hope was that Xianyu's music would be good enough. Good enough that a slip in the lyrics wouldn't matter. After all, time was really short. This time constraint was a huge challenge for both songwriting and lyric writing. And all eyes in the department were watching him now. If he lost to Luo Qi this time, he would be completely excluded from the department's important decision-making process for at least a year. The hope is getting dimmer. Fan Longhe stood up, feeling slightly dizzy under the not-so-strong sunlight above him. What kept him from admitting defeat outright was probably the decreasing days left in this month. Indeed, the days were dwindling, especially for Fan Longhe and Starlight Music. The sense of urgency was pervasive and constant. Lin Yuan, the main party involved, was carrying on as usual, whether it was school or work. Gudong had already given up hope, especially after seeing Lin Yuan working on other things while at work several times. However, she only shared her thoughts with Gu Qiangyun and didn't pass the same sentiment to the others in the company. She didn't want to shake the morale of the troops. Gu Qiangyun, on the other hand, hadn't given up. He always insisted that Lin Yuan is seeking inspiration. As for how much Gu Qiangyun himself believed in this idea, even he wasn't sure. He just didn't dare to think in the same direction as Gu Dong, which was his experience and insight from managing the branch for many years. It's best to maintain a positive attitude before disaster strikes. Dying in pain or dying with hope doesn't make much difference in the intensity of suffering. But, as the end of the month neared, with the deadline for submission looming, Gu Qiangyun could no longer keep up his ostrich mentality. What's bound to come will come. He finally gathered the courage and, along with Gu Dong, knocked on Lin Yuan's door. Come in. Lin Yuan's voice was as calm as ever. Calm enough to make him seem indifferent to being the person responsible for 3 million orders. Calm enough to suggest that he had almost forgotten that he still had a task to complete. At this moment, Gu Qiangyun couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Such calmness and composure in the face of danger truly befits the demeanor of a great leader like Mr. Lin. If this were ancient times, such a person wouldn't show much emotion even when standing at the execution grounds waiting for his beheading, right? Compared to his own ostrich mentality, which was nothing more than self-deception, that seemed much superior. He took the initiative to brew a cup of tea for Lin Yuan and said with a reluctant expression, Mr. Lin, we don't have much time left. What's the date today? Having been busy writing his novel lately, Lin Yuan had completely forgotten about this matter. After all he did daily was head straight to the office. Gu Dong initially tried to remind him, but eventually gave up mentioning it. What's the date today? Gu Dong silently glanced at Gu Qiangyun, his eyes filled with sympathy. Gu Qiangyun almost didn't make it through, but finally managed to come to terms with Lin Yuan, not even remembering the date. It's the 26th of September. Something stirred inside Lin Yuan. It was almost time. Gu Qiangyun anxiously said, "Mr. Lin, we have never asked about the progress of your work due to fear of disturbing your state of mind. But now we really don't have much time left. Hence, even though it might sound naggy to you, I still have to say it. At least come up with a song, good or bad, at least to show some gesture to Thunderbolt music, right? I have said so much, just hope you won't find it annoying." He rambled on for a few minutes. Lin Yuan did not respond, but his facial expression, which couldn't even be masked by his anger, made Gu Qiangyun comprehend 3 words. He's too annoying. Of course, this was all Gu Qiangyun's misunderstanding. Lin Yuan did not find him annoying, but rather wanted to thank him for reminding him of one thing. "I can take new orders now." The expression on Gu Qiangyun's face instantly became rather amusing. He gaped for a long while before finally stammering out, "Not even a semi-finished product? Wouldn't there be at least an attempt of work? Isn't it a bit much to not even do a basic draft? If only I had allowed those in the composing department to try writing a song, then at least we could have shown Thunderbolt Entertainment that we did make an effort, though we didn't have the capability." Lin Yuan looked up at Gu Qiangyun. "It's already done." Gu Qiangyun's thinking was abruptly interrupted. Almost subconsciously, he asked, "What?" Gu Dong, however, gazed at Lin Yuan somewhat blankly, with some fanciful questions suddenly popping up in his mind. "How come it's done all of a sudden? Didn't you say this before? Did I time travel back to the day when Mr. Lin first joined the company? But I don't remember the lottery numbers. Did this happen as a chance given by God for me to change the past, to prevent the Thunderbolt's order beforehand? No. Last time, Mr. Lin seemed to have said these 4 words in the group, but today he's saying them in person. I probably didn't time travel or rebirth. But what happened after Mr. Lin said these 4 words last time?" Gu Dong's breathing suddenly became a bit rushed. Gu Qiangyun apparently realized something as well. His expression, at that moment, like in a slow-motion movie scene, opened his mouth frame by frame, and his eyes widened, revealing the already clear lines of worry on his forehead. Chapter 162, 153. Like you. On the same day, Thunderbolt Entertainment's monthly meeting was convened ahead of schedule. After the department members arrived at the meeting room, they all instinctively looked at Fan Longhe, who was sitting in a corner, gripping his cell phone tightly. Some wanted to go forward and console him, but they were pulled back by their companions. After a moment's hesitation, they chose to give up. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the room. The supervisor, Luo Qi, had arrived. Upon entering, she too glanced at Fan Longhe in the corner. A hint of amusement sparked in her eyes as she announced loudly, "With regard to the theme song for the TV series, I think it's time to confirm it with the relevant departments." "Supervisor Luo." Fan Longhe suddenly raised his head. Luo Qi arched an eyebrow. "Deputy Supervisor Fan, please speak." Fan Longhe's voice was a bit hoarse. "Why has the meeting been moved up? It's not yet the date we agreed upon. Did Supervisor Fan forget something?" Perched on her high chair, Luo Qi lightly crossed her legs. "If we wait any longer, even if your Xian Yu sends over the song, will we have any time left to record it?" Fan Longhe gritted his teeth. Indeed, as Luo Qi had said, if they waited any longer, even if Xian Yu finished the song, the company wouldn't have time to record it. They couldn't possibly change the fixed broadcast date just for an uncertain song. Moreover, even if he sends the song now, don't the lyrics need to be changed? Luo Qi added confidently. Fan Longhe glared at Luo Qi. It was clear that Luo Qi had insiders working for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know so much, even about Xian Yu's reluctance to have others write lyrics. Had he really lost? During the rest of the meeting, Fan Longhe was oblivious to the discussions. Sitting in the corner, he felt like an irrelevant bystander. It wasn't until the meeting ended and someone tapped his shoulder that he managed to come back to his senses. "The meeting is over, Supervisor Fan," a subordinate reminded, who Fan had a good relationship with. Fan Longhe smiled bitterly and nodded. "You shouldn't stick with me. If Luo sees you might suffer in the future." "I don't care." The subordinate shrugged. "I have no interest in climbing up the ladder. I'm content being an office worker." Fan Longhe was moved. Who doesn't want a promotion? It's just a matter of loyalty. Usually, Many subordinates surrounded him, but now only one person stood firmly by his side. Suddenly, Fan Longha's phone rang. He glanced at it and suddenly stood up, a flicker of color in his eyes which quickly faded. They must have already been informed by now. Yes, the subordinate curiously asked. Did the song come? It's a pity it's too late now. We should have dragged it out a bit more. Indeed, Fan Longha smiled. But even if we dragged on, it might not have made a difference. But it was still a $3 million order I placed. Even though it was rushed within a month. Let's listen to it together. The subordinate nodded. The two each took an earphone, and then Fan Longha pressed the play button. The soft and sorrowful piano prelude played, oddly matching Fan Longha's current mood, making him feel even more bitter. Then, processed electronic music began to play, slowly sung in Chi language style. Drenched streets at dusk from the fine rain, looking up aimlessly with wet eyes, gazing at the lonely street lamps, those sentimental memories. Fan Longha slowly raised his head. His subordinate also lifted his head. Their eyes met for a brief second. In their mono earphones, the song continued. Missing you once again surges in my heart. Past laughter still lingers on my face. Wish you could know at this moment. It's me sincerely saying. Their gazes never had a chance to break. Then they saw simultaneously the faint light in each other's eyes, followed by the sudden contraction of their pupils. Like you, those captivating eyes. Laughter even more enchanting. Wish I could caress you again. That lovely face. Hold hands and talk about dreams. Like yesterday. You and me. Fan Longha abruptly stood up. The mono earphone cord fell to the floor. At the same moment he opened his mouth, the subordinate also stood up. I get it now. Removing the earphone, the subordinate rushed out of the meeting room, while Fan Longha dashed toward a high-level office at the end of the corridor, urgently knocking on the door. Come in. A stem voice came from inside. Fan Longha pushed the door open, quickly placing his cell phone on the table. Manager, this is the real theme song the distance between you and me needs. The man raised his head. Luo Qi just confirmed the theme song with me 5 minutes ago. Not that one. Fan Longha stuttered with nervousness. This one is different. This is another song I bought. Manager, could you please take a listen? You're overstepping. The manager stared at Fan Longha, his voice somewhat harsh. But seeing Fan Longha's insistence, he took off his earphone and hit the play button on the phone, though his face clearly showed impatience. As he played the song, the office was filled with the sound of Like You. It was exactly the second part of the song, which Fan Longha had not heard before. I was once so impetuous, full of idealism, often blaming love for taking away my freedom. I hope you will know at this moment. It's me sincerely saying. Like you, those captivating eyes, your laughter even more enchanting. Wish I could caress you again, that lovely face, holding hands and talking about dreams. Like yesterday, you and me. Fan Longha clenched his fists tightly. From love to weariness, from hate to regret. Although the manager hadn't responded yet, he was certain that there was no song more suitable as the theme for the distance between you and me. He took a deep breath. The manager's brow relaxed after a tense moment, his body sinking deeper into the leather chair. At this point in the song, it was transitioning and building up to an even greater climax. I used to wander alone every night, so cold, I often struggled for myself, never realizing her pain. Manager, unable to hold it in any longer, Fan Longha took a slight step forward. The manager didn't stop the song. His fingers followed the rhythm of the song, drumming rapidly against the table. His legs also began rocking rhythmically, lost in enjoyment. It wasn't until the end of the song that he seemed to come back to himself. The room fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, the manager looked at Fan Longha with a frown, shook his head, and joked, Luo Qi is after all your superior. You neither brought this song up early nor later, but chose to do so right after she confirmed with me, really not giving her any face. Fan Longha was nervous. The manager waved his hand, picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Call the TV station and tell them that the theme song for the distance between you and me needs to be changed to another one. Why? Of course, because there's a better song. Yes, 1,000 times better. After ending the call, the manager looked at Fan Longha. I don't care about your feud with Luo Qi. but this song must be recorded within 3 days. Understood. At this moment, Fan Longha's eyes finally burst with dazzling light. Chapter 163, 154 Crushing. When Fan Longha left the manager's office, everyone in the music department's conference room had resumed their seats, but everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Had they not just had a meeting? Why is the deputy director calling another one? Does he want to futilely struggle on his deathbed? Luo Qi also sat in the director's seat, but her mood was inexplicably irritable. As soon as Fan Longha returned, she stared coldly at him. What do you want? Do you need me to give you a few more days? No need for that. Seeing Luo Qi again, Fan Longha's mood was entirely different. He even broke into a gentle smile. Of course, this smile was directed at the employees of the music department. Xian Yu's song has arrived, and I would like everyone to evaluate the quality of this song. The manager's approval was not enough. Fan Longha wanted to win over the entire department with this song in front of Luo Qi. Only in this way could he regain the ground he had lost. The song has arrived? Luo Qi's heart became increasingly irritable. Let's not even talk about the quality of the song right now. Don't we need to revise the lyrics? Only when the lyrics also meet the quality can it be officially recorded. Do you think we have enough time? Fan Longha said. All right. He called the 3 lyricists who had previously been rejected by Xian Yu at Starlight Music in front of everyone. There is an important meeting here. 3 teachers might need to come over. After that, Fan Longha hung up. The conference room started buzzing. Only the subordinate who had just listened to part of Like You with Fan Longha showed a gloating smile. He had witnessed the whole incident today, and besides being shocked, there was an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. We're here. Huang De and the other 2 lyricists arrived. Luo Qi immediately began speaking with them. The conference room was still somewhat noisy. Everyone was whispering discussion. Suddenly, a song echoed from the speaker. The fine rain with the wind drenched the dusk street. Wipe away the rain. My eyes aimlessly look up. The conference room gradually quieted down. Only the synthetic song continued. Luo Qi's heart inexplicably missed a beat. As the director of the music department, her music appreciation ability was definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. So, she could naturally hear the quality of this song. At the same time, the employees of the music department, while listening, gradually revealed surprised expressions. Then these expressions gradually transitioned to shock, because everyone knows how short the creation period of this song was. It only took a month. Until this meeting today, not even a full month has passed, and the 3 lyricists, including Huang De, already had a general idea of the situation. They knew that Luo Qi wanted to play with the lyrics of Xian Yu's song, because everyone thought Xian Yu's Qi language lyrics were a big problem. But as they listened, the expressions of the lyricists changed. They knew the plot of the TV show, which was necessary preparation before writing lyrics. But now as they listened to this song, they realized that their preparation was somewhat superfluous, because the lyrics of this song and the theme of the TV drama are too compatible. Even without looking at the plot summary of the TV drama, we should know what this song is about. Once again, countless thoughts arose in my heart. The past moments of laughter still hang on my face. I was so impulsive. Full of ideals, I complained of loving her without freedom to struggle for myself. Never knew her pain. Would you know now? I like your eyes. They're captivating. From the sense of loss and memories to the moment of reunion. With that belated realization, the liking that had been hidden for many years completely exploded. Isn't this the protagonist's inner portrayal from his point of view? Xian Yu doesn't understand Qi language? Listening to him speak Qi language, it is indeed quite poor. But looking at his lyrics, he understands Qi language even better than the locals of Qi continent. When the song ended, the entire conference room was silent as a graveyard. After a long while, Huang De smiled bitterly. These lyrics are already very good. The songwriter to Huang Da's right opened his mouth. It's not about how excellent these lyrics are written, but how this song's lyrics are too in sync with the theme of the TV show Xian Yu had put in heart. Indeed. The third songwriter also voiced out, even though she had a good relationship with Luo Qi. This is not the best Qi language lyric, but it is absolutely the most suitable lyrics for this TV drama. The 3 of them shook their heads, or sighed, and left the conference room. Luo Qi's face was as black as a pot. She was actually being overturned by her opponent? After everyone in the room saw the lyrics and left, there was a string of exclamation, unified expressions of astonishment and admiration. It was written so beautifully. If I hadn't followed the whole process, I wouldn't have believed that this was a work completed by Xian Yu within a month, worthy of the author of Big Fish. There's no problem with the lyric and song. I can't imagine this song was hurriedly completed, just in terms of quality. Like You completely triumphs the theme song we had confirmed earlier. I think it's a landslide. The former is a standard acceptable work, while the latter is a classic that amazes the ears. But isn't it a bit late now? Do we still have time to change the song? Some looked towards Fan Longhe. Fan Longhe looked at Luo Qi, then smiled. The manager and you all have the same evaluation of this song, so we can still change it. We just have to hurry up with the recording. Luckily, Teacher Admirable Fish has made great progress, including the arrangement part that has also been completed. This song was unexpectedly complete. Melody and lyrics, even the arrangement, everything was done. Now Fan Longhe only felt that the 3 million he had utilized was too damn worth it. Phew. Everyone exhaled in relief, showing relieved smiles. But when they looked at Luo Qi, they immediately stopped laughing. Luo Qi stood up. Well done. She suddenly smiled, looking at Fan Longhe. Congratulations, if I had listened to this song earlier, I would have chosen this one too. Fan Longhe said, Thank you. Luo Qi nodded her head, turned around, and left. She was still maintaining the demeanor of a director, but everyone could imagine how bad Luo Qi's mood must be at the moment. Fan Longhe didn't keep agitating her. After he announced the end of the meeting, he immediately contacted Starlight Music and brought up the matter of recording the song. He hadn't forgotten his promise to the other party that the recording of this song would be handled by Xian Yu. If he wanted to continue collaborating in the future, he had to keep his promise. Mr. Lin. After receiving the news from Thunderbolt Entertainment, Gudong excitedly knocked on Lin Yuan's office door. We were successful. Thunderbolt adopted our song. It seemed that Lin Yuan knew that Gudong would come to him, and he was not surprised that his song was noticed by Thunderbolt. He immediately got up and walked out, saying to the trailing Gudong while walking, Take me to Thunderbolt Entertainment. Lin Yuan knew there was a rush for time. He was not indifferent to the matter. In fact, a few days ago, Lin Yuan had already looked up information about Thunderbolt on the internet. He thought that a simple screening might not find a suitable voice, and was expecting more detailed singer information from Thunderbolt. Turns out that in the first round of screening, he had already found a suitable performer for this song. Chapter 164, 155. Fan Longhe was waiting downstairs. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of the company's building. 2 people got out of it. On the left was Gudong, whom Fan Longhe recognized, and on the right was a tall, good-looking man with a somewhat aloof demeanor. It would seem a bit of an understatement to call him a boy, but referring to him as a young adult might also seem excessive. What was certain, however, was that he was a young man you wouldn't be able to resist taking a second, third, or more glance at. To Gudong's surprise, Fan Longhe was personally there to greet them. She hurriedly introduced, This is Teacher Admirable Fish. Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish. Before Fan Longhe could step forward, a figure suddenly sprinted out from the side, proactively greeting Xian Yu. It was Luo Qi. Fan Longhe stared in disbelief. Luo Qi, with a bright smile and enthusiastic demeanor, extended her hand. I am the head of the music department at Thunderbolt. Welcome to our company for guidance. Lin Yuan exchanged a handshake with her. Fan Longhe had already come to his senses. Gnashing his teeth in irritation, he hurriedly rushed over. Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish. I am Fan Longhe, the head of the music department, who invited you. Deputy Head Fan. Luo Qi deliberately corrected him. Fan Longhe gritted his teeth, but ignored her. She was playing as if she was the one who invited Xian Yu. Meanwhile, Fan Longhe couldn't help but admire her nerve. Although she was defeated by Xian Yu, she could unabashedly show her goodwill towards him, even going so far as to beat him to the punch. Hello. Lin Yuan shared a handshake with Fan Longhe. Can we start recording the song? Yes, sure. Both Fan Longhe and Luo Qi were vying to lead the way. As they walked, each gave a glare to the other, engaging in a palpable competition. Manager Luo Qi, You can get back to your work if you're busy. After all, Teacher Admirable Fish was invited by me. I'm fine. Deputy Fan can go ahead with his work. Luo Qi argued. After all, Teacher Admirable Fish is here in person. As the primary person in charge of the music department, how could I not be the one to host him? Wouldn't that be unseemly? Neither of them was willing to back down. Thus, they led Lin Yuan and Gu Dong to the company's recording studio. All along the way, many employees saw this scene and wore astonished faces. Gu Dong walked at the back, completely baffled. She naturally didn't know what was going on at Thunderbolt, but she could tell that Fan Longhe and Luo Qi were competing to host Mr. Lin. What happened to them being a big company? Why do both of them seem to have the same attitude towards Mr. Lin as our subsidiary companies? Isn't this supposed to be the formidable Qi continent? Who the hell is in charge? Upon arriving at the recording studio, Fan Longhe asked with a laugh, Teacher Admirable Fish, do you have any specific singer in mind? Luo Qi added, if not, I can bring you all the profiles of our company's singers. For your perusal. Lin Yuan asked, Tan Kai is one of your talents, isn't he? Both Luo Qi and Fan Longhe were taken aback. Gudong also stared at Lin Yuan in surprise. Tan Kai is the male protagonist of Distance Between You and Me. No one expected that Xian Yu's chosen singer would be him. Reflecting on this, Fan Longhe said thoughtfully, Tan Kai is indeed one of our talents, but he's an actor, not a singer. Although he made his debut as a singer, his career didn't pan out as planned, so he switched to acting. As it turned out, it appears acting suits him better. This choice seems pretty good. Luo Qi murmured. The lyrics of Like You are sung from the male protagonist's perspective. If the protagonist sings it himself, it could enhance the audience's immersion. Let's go with him then. Lin Yuan had listened to Tan Kai's songs when doing his research. Although the songs were just average, he felt Tan Kai's voice was quite fitting. But I am not sure if Tan Kai would be available. Luo Qi hesitated. Fan Longhe interjected. Let me check. He made a call, and after 2 minutes, he nodded. They're fine with it. After some time, Tan Kai arrived. Gudong, who appeared to be a fan of Tan Kai's, concealed her excitement. Tan Kai walked up to Lin Yuan. Hello, I'm Tan Kai. Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan nodded. Get yourself familiar with the song first. With a smile, Tan Kai replied. Manager Fan sent me the demo earlier. I've pretty much learned it on the way here. Having initially debuted as a singer before transitioning to acting, Tan Kai was still quite competent in this field. He listened to the almost complete demo on a loop during his journey and could now sing it without needing to look at the lyrics. Then let's start recording. Lin Yuan, without wasting any more words, walked straight into the recording studio. Tan Kai gave a small laugh before heading into his recording booth. Actually, he had a shoot scheduled for the day. But when he heard that the theme song was to be re-recorded and he could potentially be the singer, he immediately listened to the demo. After listening to the song once, Tan Kai immediately canceled his shoot for the day. That was because, compared to acting, Tan Kai loved singing more. Especially after hearing a song like You, he was resolute in his decision to perform it. Once inside the recording studio, about half an hour later, Tan Kai's recording was starting to take shape. Fan Longhe was surprised. He had not expected Tan Kai to sing so well. Luo Qi was even more taken aback, immediately followed by amazement at Xian Yu's keen intuition. Out of all the singers in the company, he had surprisingly picked Tan Kai, who was no longer a singer. Looking at the recording results, it was clear Tan Kai was a great match for the song. His mature voice lacked excessive technique, but was not devoid of it, paired with his talent as an actor to tap into and convey emotions. The recording process went extremely smoothly. Several hours later, towards the closing time at the company, the recording of Like You was officially completed, a smooth process that took everyone by surprise. Let's call it a day. After the recording, satisfied with the results, Lin Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Naturally, Luo Qi and Fan Longhe vied to walk him out. But in a twist, Tan Kai also thanked Xian Yu and walked him out. I wish your new drama much success. Could I also have your autograph, please? Once downstairs, after some hesitation, Gudong allowed herself to embrace her fangirl tendencies. Tan Kai was easygoing and readily gave Gudong an autograph. Gudong happily left the building. Lin Yuan said, Let's go home. The staff members at the company had already left for the day. All right, Mr. Lin. Gudong was really excited, not just because she got to meet her favorite actor today, but also because of Thunderbolt Entertainment's attitude towards Lin Yuan. Today, Lin Yuan challenged Gudong's understanding of what it meant to be a subcontractor. In her memory, Qi Continent, being the outsourcer, was always high and mighty, carelessly commanding the subcontractor. But today, compared to being a subcontractor, Mr. Lin seemed more like the outsourcer. Upon stepping into Thunderbolt Entertainment, he promptly began commanding, making numerous demands, and dominated the recording sessions. Thunderbolt seemed to merely follow orders. Who knew a subcontractor could also play the boss? Chapter 165, 156 New Task _1. Back home, Lin Yuan saw that Jian Yi was in the kitchen, and the room was filled with an eerie smell. Jian Yi called out to him, "This is our dinner." Lin Yuan opened his mouth and quickly closed it. The smell was too strong, and he couldn't tell what Jian Yi was cooking. Was he stewing shit? Not wanting to discourage Jian Yi's recent enthusiasm for cooking, he returned to his room and tightly closed the door behind him. Ding dong. The system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the second order of the branch company, triggering a new task. Task name: better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. Task content: given the impending departure of you, the hostel, the branch company is likely to return to its previous state. The host school is to choose any 3 people from Starlight Music as composers and enhance their composing abilities before graduation. Task reward: each day you may use a 2-hour Yang Zhongming character card. Task reminder: Yang Zhongming's knowledge and experience in composing are very rich, but cannot be used by the host for original work. This is because this knowledge does not belong to the host itself. If the host has the desire to compose an original piece, the Yang Zhongming character card will be unusable, and creativity must be based on the host's own knowledge and skills. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment. After some analysis, he roughly understood the system's intention. The system wanted him to use the Yang Zhongming character card to mentor students in the branch company. But the system was afraid he would use Yang Zhongming's knowledge to write songs. After all, a song written in earnest by someone of Yang Zhongming's caliber could be on the same quality level as the ones the system had been providing. Therefore, the system imposed certain restrictions. I accept. With the system's prompt, Lin Yuan saw an extra character card in his warehouse. Activate the character card. Lin Yuan had a thought, and the character card began to activate. Lin Yuan thought he would become Lin Zhongming Yuan, but in fact, Yang Zhongming's personal character had not affected him at all. He only felt that a large amount of composing new knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. Many of these pieces of knowledge were far more advanced than his current college course. It was then that Lin Yuan could comprehend how powerful the maestro really was. In a sense, Yang Zhongming was like a human-shaped textbook of composing knowledge. The amount of composing knowledge in his mind was both shocking and intimidating. He even had a feeling that he wouldn't need much inspiration to complete a decent song. However, the moment he had the idea to compose a song, the memories provided by the Yang Zhongming character card disappeared instantly. Lin Yuan's knowledge of composition returned to the level that he had recently learned in advanced composition and chords. Lin Yuan tried to find an accurate description. I want to create a transformer, but the system cancels the effect of the character card. Without the boost from the character card, I can't create the transformer. This description was fairly precise. Until Lin Yuan gives up creating the transformer. Until Lin Yuan gives up on using this knowledge to write a song, this knowledge will reappear. So the lessons and summary of using the character card are: the system excels at using the power of 4.04. Lin Yuan had a sudden thought. I can't use it directly to compose, but can I deliberately learn this knowledge during the activation of the character card? You can. This is a special usage of the character card. The system asked, does the host want to start learning? Let's start. Lin Yuan looked forward to it. In an instant, he felt that his surroundings became blurry and distorted. When he recovered, he found himself in a clean, small classroom. There was only one person in the classroom, and that emotionless middle-aged man standing on the podium was Yang Zhongming. Lin Yuan asked, where is this? The system said, this is the world within the host's brain. Time here passes very slowly. 2 hours of learning in your mind only takes 2 minutes in the outside world. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Did you bring Yang Zhoming here? What if he wants to use the bathroom? Is there even a bathroom in his head? The system said, this is only a character projection, not bringing Yang Zhoming into this space. Now, Yang Zhoming will teach you. The system default assumes that the Yang Zhoming projection is using the teacher's halo. Lin Yuan. Can the teacher's halo be used like this? That's true. After all, the character card does belong to himself. Before Lin Yuan could say anything else, Yang Zhoming in front of him suddenly began speaking. Don't daydream during class, or you'll have to stand outside. You are now in your 3rd year of college. I'll start explaining from there. All right. Lin Yuan sat upright. It's normal for a teacher to be strict. Students should act like students during class, and there's a time limit on the character card. I can only have this class for 2 hours a day. Every minute counts. Today we will talk about chord progression. Yang Zhoming was still expressionless. He didn't need a textbook and started explaining directly. A lot of what he covered were things Lin Yuan only half understood before. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if it was due to Yang Zhoming's great teaching or the effect of the teacher's halo, but he was quickly able to understand the course. Lin Yuan had never been able to learn this efficiently in school. Therefore, Lin Yuan cherished this time. 2 hours later, Yang Zhoming's memory disappeared, and Lin Yuan snapped back to reality from that wonderful state. He suddenly felt as if he knew nothing. This made Lin Yuan feel a sense of frustration. In terms of actual ability, he was worlds apart from Yang Zhoming. However, the learning efficiency within those 2 hours was truly horrifying. Lin Yuan felt that the academic progress he made in half a month at school could not compare to the 2-hour teaching by Yang Zhoming. He even wished he could continue learning from Yang Zhoming. Unfortunately, the character card was now in a cool-down state and could not be used till tomorrow. Friendly reminder. The system said, if the host is unable to complete the teaching task within the task period, the Yang Zhoming character card will become invalid. Understood. Lin Yuan was resolved to finish this task as he wished to continue learning from Yang Zhoming. With Yang Zhoming's experience and knowledge, along with the effect of the teacher's halo, Lin Yuan felt that teaching 3 decent composers was not all that difficult. Lin Yuan asked, what is the standard for completing the task? The system said, the system has its own evaluation standards. The host needs to do the task well, and when the apprentice can be certified, the system will provide a prompt. Understood. Lin Yuan took out his phone and sent a message to Gudong. Could you send me the profiles of everyone in the composition department, including the songs they have composed in the past? After all this, Lin Yuan got up to open the door, and a strong stench filled his nose. It's just in time. Let's eat, Jian Yi said with a smile. Lin Yuan stepped back. What did you make? Jian Yi said, snail noodles. Chapter 166, 157 Olive Branch _1. He only needs to work on the weekend. From Monday to Friday, Lin Yuan is still a student. However, it's more apt to say that Lin Yuan is Yang Zhoming's student rather than a student of this school's tutors. During Lin Yuan's school term, he studies with Yang Zhoming for 2 hours every day. This doesn't interfere with Lin Yuan's normal classes. Every day, studying with Yang Zhoming inside his brain for 2 hours equates to only 2 real-life minutes. Yet, this does affect Lin Yuan's campus life. The most significant impact is that Lin Yuan found that the teacher's pace of teaching can no longer keep up with his learning speed. Chi Arts teachers have just started teaching the composition knowledge from the first stage of the previous semester. Lin Yuan, however, has already learned with Yang Zhoming up to the 3rd or even the 4th stage of the previous semester's composition knowledge. This results in the teacher's lessons becoming boring to him. Lin Yuan even anticipated the weekend to come sooner so he could do his tasks at the company. But Lin Yuan failed to get the weekend to come earlier. Instead, the drama Distance Between You and Me officially aired that Friday night. Tan Kai is an A-list actor in Chi Continent. Him starring in Distance Between You and Me, produced by Thunderbolt Entertainment, naturally would be a blockbuster drama. So, it drew a lot of interest. But after 2 episodes of this drama aired, online comments about the drama focused not on its plot, but on its theme song. This theme song called Like You is so pleasant to the ears. The drama was fine. It's one of those that I could either watch or not. But when the male and female leads reunite, the theme song suddenly played, causing the story to become fascinating. The old-fashioned plot, yet a godly song. Ha ha ha, it's not that bad of a drama, I guess. I remember the scene in the warehouse where the male and female leads reunited for the first time. The female lead moved boxes, and after moving a dozen of them, she saw the male lead standing opposite her. They stared at each other, and then the music sounded. It really touched me. How should I put it? The past poor boy has turned into today's overbearing CEO. He encounters his wife who abandoned him years ago. This cliché plot is irresistible, and combined with the music, the effect is suddenly more than the sum of its parts. The integration of the song and the drama is just too good. The theme song was sung by Tan Kai himself. I didn't know Tan Kai sounded this good in singing. Plus, he's the male lead. I felt an immediate sense of immersion. The song reignited my passion for the drama. I usually start liking a song because of a drama. This is the first time a song made me interested in a drama. Gudong is a fan of Tan Kai, so she watched the drama as soon as it aired. Seeing these comments from the audience, she couldn't contain her excitement. They're saying the song, like you, saved the drama? Surely that's an exaggeration, especially for professionals like Gudong. A good drama can drive the popularity of an average song, but a good song can hardly boost the popularity of an average drama. So, Gudong understood very well that the recognition for, like you, not only comes from the quality of the song itself, but also from the fact that the drama itself is quite decent. Without the neat integration with the plot, while Like You still sounds good, the audience would only feel that the song is good, not the drama. Therefore, most of these comments were from biased observers. Or perhaps they subconsciously didn't want to admit being attracted by a drama with such a cliché plot. That would make them seem tasteless, wouldn't it? However, in reality, the vast majority of people are tasteless. It is a world that gets won over by clichés. It's even somewhat like novels. Using the same clichés, some directors can make a moving work, while some directors will produce something vulgar and unbearable. Here's a simple example. Some works have been remade. With the same story but a different crew, the effect can be completely different. In general, the performance of this drama has been decent. And subsequently, the Like You original soundtrack released by Starlight Music quickly gained in download numbers, showing signs of becoming a popular song. It's worth mentioning that the song rights are shared by Starlight Music and Thunderbolt Entertainment, but Thunderbolt Entertainment doesn't partake in the download royalties. Tan Kai sang the song, and rightfully he should share in the download dividends as the singer. But during the formal handover negotiations, Thunderbolt Entertainment proactively gave up Tan Kai's share of the royalties. Instead, Starlight Music paid Tan Kai a one-time performance fee of 200,000 yuan, thus buying out the subsequent dividends. This amount was split evenly between Lin Yuan and the company, who made it necessary for the company to pick a singer from another company since they don't have a singer themselves. On the flip side, even if it's the company's own singer, those who sing the song should share the profits with the composer, so essentially there's no difference. Lin Yuan was satisfied with this outcome. Chi Continent's order-based model suits Lin Yuan perfectly because he needs to release songs anyways, and the order's customization fees serve more like extra income for him. The main reason was the existence of the system. This kind of order is difficult for other composers. Extra income from releasing songs? It sounds good, but the song must meet the client's requirements and maintain quality. How difficult is that? But no matter how restrictive the rules are, it's hard to hold back Lin Yuan, because the system's song library is extremely vast. Therefore, Chi Continent may be a minefield for other composers, but for Lin Yuan, it is a place where he can make some extra income. And the most direct impact of this successful order is Starlight Music is now in the spotlight. With abundant funding, the client would select their partners based on their achievements. Starlight Music couldn't show any decent results before, so slightly more powerful clients wouldn't cooperate with them. But now, Like You, produced by Starlight Music, is a hit. For the drama, Distance Between You and Me, it's undoubtedly a very successful theme song. An indisputable success case. Let's not forget, Starlight Music this time cooperated with Thunderbolt Entertainment. Even without mentioning how good Like You is, just a little contemplation would tell that a party chosen by Thunderbolt for cooperation can't be bad. You should know, Thunderbolt Entertainment used to mostly order songs directly from the Qin continent. Therefore, naturally, several clients from Qi continent have started paying attention to Starlight Music. Among them, some moderately sized companies went one step further, directly extending an olive branch to Starlight Entertainment, showing their intent to cooperate. Chapter 167, 158. Disciple_1. Lin Yuan finally made it to Saturday. While Jian Yi was still sleeping in, he had already ridden in Gu Dong's car to the company. It seemed just like the first time Lin Yuan entered the company. Almost the moment Lin Yuan set foot in the company, all eyes were on him. The composers in the composing department looked at him, their eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Can you blame them for not admiring him? A $3 million order, a month of creative time, along with the client-style restrictions. In the eyes of many, Mr. Lin had only a 10% chance of completing the order. But what was the outcome? Mr. Lin not only completed the order, secured Thunderbolt Entertainment, but also exceeded the task. The song, Like You, was a massive hit. Understand this. Completing the order is one thing, but whether the song can become popular is another. For Starlight Music, from the moment the order is transferred, whether the song can become popular or not is no longer the most important issue. As mentioned before, over 80% of customized songs actually don't hit big. Because custom songs are like a specified topic composition, it's hard for composers to fully showcase their completely powerful skills. This is the second major reason why composers from Qi continent dislike the order style of Qi continent. I worked so hard for so many days to write a song you like according to your strict requirements, but the public doesn't like it that much. Why should I do that? I'd rather not take your order, be free to create, write a song that the public likes, and then enjoy the download dividend. Isn't that more appealing? So-called extra rewards. What's scary is that you might eventually lose the basic clientele while trying to get extra rewards. So unless it's a huge order of millions, truly powerful composers really don't like to take it. Therefore, for the composers of Starlight Music, Mr. Lin, who not only completed a hellishly difficult order but also managed to make the song a hit, was truly a godlike being. Lin Yuan didn't react much to this. It's hard to expect a child who's been used to being stared at since childhood to react to this situation. He just calmly walked into his own office. Gu Dong followed him like a bag-carrying sister, despite carrying no bag. See? This is what a maestro looks like. At first, I just felt that Mr. Lin was aloof. Now I feel that even if such a divine being was approachable, I wouldn't dare to babble in front of him. The strong are always lonely, which is why we are weak. Mr. Lin has not been with the company for long, and he has already completed 2 orders. Is this what they call one god leads 4 dogs? What the hell are you talking about? It's clearly one god leads a pack of dogs. Look at Lil Gudong, looking all ingratiating. She's never been this submissive to her dad. I would like to ingratiate myself, but I can't. We would be perfectly fine if only we had 1/5 of Mr. Lin's abilities. We wouldn't be producing just 1 order every few months, and that too only a small order worth 300,000 to 500,000. I heard that the company has new order intentions. It's all because of the Thunderbolt order. Our Starlight Music is actually being contacted by clients for potential orders. The company's composers are engaged in a lively discussion. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Gu Qiangyun was grinning from ear to ear. From last night until now, he had received several calls about potential collaborations with Starlight Music. Of course, these unconfirmed orders are called intended orders. The company's capacity is limited. Gu Qiangyun couldn't possibly accept all the orders and then cram them all onto Mr. Lin. The Thunderbolt assignment had been thrilling enough. He didn't dare to play such a risky game again. He was simply thinking that he would let Mr. Lin choose later. He would first screen the intended orders, as many clients were unfamiliar with Mr. Lin's order acceptance rules. Lin Yuan had no intention of accepting orders today. 1 song a month was his limit. Any more would attract unnecessary attention. He was here today for the task, so once he entered the office, he immediately asked Gu Dong, "Is Shui Liang in the company?" Gu Dong was taken aback, suddenly remembering Lin Yuan had asked for the details of the composition department staff before. Does Mr. Lin need him for something? Yes. Lin Yuan thought for a while, feeling that he needed to explain himself. I plan on taking 3 apprentices in the company's composition department, and Shui Liang is the composer I chose first. Huh. Surprised, Gudong broke into a smile. She knew that Lin Yuan would leave the branch office sooner or later, and it might go back to how it was before. So, it's great that Lin Yuan would be willing to guide the company's composers. After all, Mr. Lin's skills are obvious. But Gudong doesn't expect Lin Yuan to teach someone incredibly talented. Her thoughts are simple. It would be good to slightly improve the strength of the company's composers. After all, learning to compose is not a simple matter, and it requires talent. 5 minutes later, Shuiliang came up. The moment he entered, he was inexplicably nervous. Looking at Lin Yuan, like the other composers in the company, his eyes were filled with subtle admiration. Also, Shuiliang, who was turning 25 this year, being one of the youngest composers in the company. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was even younger than him, his feelings were probably deeper than others. He knew, if it wasn't for Mr. Lin being transferred from the head office, he would probably never have the chance to interact with someone on this level. Shuiliang believed that even in the land of music like Qin continent, Mr. Lin must be an extremely powerful figure. Mr. Lin, he nervously asked, you have business with me? Apart from the usual thoughts, Shuiliang was also slightly worried. Did he do his job poorly and thought Mr. Lin wanted to fire him? Lin Yuan looked up at Shuiliang and said, from today onwards, on every double cultivation day, learn composition from me. Are you willing? What? Shuiliang was stunned for a moment, followed by a surge of ecstasy. I'm willing. I'm willing. I. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He chose Shuiliang for a reason. After reviewing the staff information of the company, Lin Yuan knew that Shuiliang was a composer with a high single-out rate. This man was very smart. He never takes those large orders of hundreds of thousands, but instead focuses on the smaller orders of around 100,000. There's a sense of accumulation. And those orders around 100,000, Shuiliang executed them smoothly. This was his expertise. Because most of these orders don't require high-quality songs, catchy pop songs are enough, so Shuiliang's order completion rate was high. This was also a skill. Lin Yuan thought that Shuiliang's qualifications should not be bad, and another reason was, Shuiliang was not from a background in composition. Before he became a composer, he was actually a programmer. It may sound unrelated, but he indeed was a programmer, and only switched careers to become a composer halfway through. Probably only Starlight Music would ignore his college major and hire him. For someone who had not undergone systematic learning to be able to complete a large number of orders, he must have a talent factor. With this in mind, Lin Yuan asked Gudong to bring in a teaching-dedicated whiteboard and black-colored whiteboard markers. After Gudong left, with a thought, Lin Yuan activated Yang Zhongming's character card, and a myriad of composition knowledge filled his mind. At the same time, the teacher's halo automatically turned on. Let's get started then. Shuiliang could obviously sense that Mr. Lin seemed to have changed somehow in an instant. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly where the change was. He inexplicably felt very insignificant. Chapter 168, 159. Peach and plum trees everywhere, 1. 2 hours later, a puzzled Shuiliang returned to the composition department. His colleagues instantly surrounded him, their faces full of curiosity. What did Mr. Lin want with you? You were gone for quite a while. This is the first time Mr. Lin has summoned someone from our department. Mr. Lin isn't the emperor. Why are you using the term summon? I think summon is very fitting. It suits Mr. Lin's status. That's true. After some chattering, everyone turned to Shuiliang again. Eliang, why are you quiet? Shuiliang looked at everyone, opened his mouth, and after a long time, finally spoke. I am learning composition from the teacher. Everyone was surprised. The teacher? Shuiliang seemed somewhat distracted. Mr. Lin is my teacher. He said he will instruct me in composition in the future. Really? No wonder you were gone for so long. Mr. Lin taught you for 2 hours? No one saw that coming. But what was even more unexpected for Shuiliang was that, as he recalled the class, he was filled with awe. Mr. Lin is too. What? Everyone stared at Shuiliang. After thinking for a while, Shuiliang failed to come up with an appropriate adjective, and it was only when people were about to lose interest and disperse that he finally said, I believe there is no one in the world who understands composition better than Mr. Lin. Everyone. Then, everyone burst into laughter. The head of the music department patted Shuiliang's shoulder. You are a special one among us because you have never systematically studied composition. So, your professional level is a bit lacking. There's no doubt that Mr. Lin, as the ace composer, has a more profound understanding of composition than anyone else in this room. But to say that there's no one in the world who understands composition better than him is a bit of an exaggeration. Aside from Maestro, no one would dare claim to be an unrivaled composer. Shuiliang kept silent. He wanted to tell the group that he had been working hard to improve his knowledge of composition every day and that he had almost self-studied through the university's composition course. He wanted to say, Mr. Lin is on the same level as Maestro, but he knew none of them would believe him. Only he knew what he had gained from his 2-hour study with Mr. Lin. It feels like Mr. Lin has fooled Shuiliang. One of the composers joked. Shuiliang suddenly felt irritated. He looked at the man and said, "That's because you don't understand, Mr. Lin." "I knew it." The colleague laughed even harder. Shuiliang clenched his fist, suddenly calmed down, casually glanced at the man, and said, "You'll understand it later." "What?" The man suddenly became unhappy as well. Shuiliang's demeanor made him uncomfortable, so he sneered. "Just because you studied with Mr. Lin for a few days, you'll become a master with supernatural powers? Oh, will you also get a 3 million deal like Thunderbolt Entertainment? You might have the highest turnover rate in the company, but if I remember correctly, the biggest deal you've made had a down payment of only 200,000, right? Joking is joking, but you've crossed the line." The head frowned, gave the man who had a row with Shuiliang a stern look, then patted Shuiliang's shoulder. "Study hard. This is a rare opportunity. Mr. Lin selected you because he believes in you the most." "All right." Shuiliang nodded vigorously. The one who had a row with Shuiliang sneered, but did not continue to argue. Deep down, he was just a little frustrated that Mr. Lin chose to mentor Shuiliang instead of him. Lin Yuan found it interesting to teach composition because when he activated the Yang Zhoming task card, his memories remained clear. So while he was instructing Shuiliang, he also had a feeling that he was learning himself. The character card worked in mysterious ways. Even though he was teaching others, he felt like he was also teaching himself. Unfortunately, during the teaching process, he couldn't enjoy the teacher's halo. Shuiliang reaped all the benefits of it. "Did my teacher's halo level increase?" Lin Yuan asked the system. The system replied, "Host's teacher's halo effect has been increasing slowly, but it has recently stagnated because the host hasn't taught for a very long time." Lin Yuan understood. He knew that the system was referring to his teaching painting at Qin Art. During that time, Lin Yuan's teacher's halo effect increased quickly. "The problem is," Lin Yuan frowned, "I am currently teaching only one student, and in total for this task, I'll teach only 3 people. Under such circumstances, it will be very difficult for me to continue to increase the teacher's halo." The host has misunderstood. The system responded. The teacher's halo not only increases as the host's teaching range expands, but also with the quality of the host's teaching. In other words, even if the host only teaches one person, if the host can elevate this person to a certain level, the teacher's halo will also get a boost effect, perhaps even level up. Lin Yuan valued the teacher's halo a lot. Because teaching can earn him money, he should technically be charging Shuiliang too. But since this is a system task, and considering Shuiliang is technically his subordinate, Lin Yuan didn't feel comfortable bringing up the matter of charging a fee. But what Lin Yuan didn't realize before was that teaching just one person can also increase the teacher's halo. He asked in his heart, taking Shuiliang's example, does the system mean that if I can teach Shuiliang to become a brilliant composer, the effect might not be worse than if I taught a group of composers? That's correct. That's the strategy of using elite troops. If Lin Yuan had known this earlier, he would have seized a person with good talent and cultivated him for experience. Like at Qin Art before, for instance, he could have focused on teaching Zhongyu more and cultivated him into a true master of painting. It's like grinding in online games. Fighting dozens of small monsters provides 100 experience points, but if you encounter an elite monster, killing just one could also provide the same experience points. I understand now. Lin Yuan was slightly annoyed. Why didn't you say this before? The system surprisingly hesitated for a moment. Because the host has never enjoyed the pleasure of exploring the system. The host only likes money and sees everything through the lens of money. Can the system also taunt? Lin Yuan grew even more irritated. Who says he only likes money? He also likes putting jelly, ice cream, egg yolk, and tea. Realizing it violated protocol probably, the system quickly compensated. Actually, the system has a new function that the host has not discovered yet. The system originally intended to let the host discover and develop it on his own. However, seeing as the host only thinks about the system when he wants to make money, the system has decided to provide hints. What hint? Another reason for the system to encourage the host to take on disciples is that once the disciple reaches the graduation standard, their published works would also generate prestige value, which will be added to the host's account. The system wishes the host will one day have a large group of successful apprentices. Why didn't you say this earlier? Lin Yuan became anxious. If you had told me earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? Why didn't you? Chapter 169, 160, Shuiliang's composing ability _1. Lin Yuan truly regretted it. He hadn't realized that having apprentices had this advantage. If he had known earlier, he would have taken on more apprentices, letting them earn reputation for him. It must be simpler than working hard on his own to earn reputation. Thankfully, there was still Shuiliang. If it could be said that Lin Yuan previously taught Shuiliang just to complete the system task in order to permanently obtain Yang Zhoming's character card, now he sincerely wanted to cultivate Shuiliang into his main apprentice until Shuiliang formally graduated. Under normal circumstances, for Shuiliang to graduate, it was of course not an easy matter, even if his teacher on the surface was Lin Yuan, but in reality, it was Maestro Lin Zhoming Yang Yuan. But Lin Yuan had the teacher's halo. This thing was a tool for teaching apprentices. Even people with extensive teaching experience couldn't compete with it. Moreover, Lin Yuan was essentially giving Maestro a teacher's halo. There were no better teachers than Maestro with a teacher's halo. Therefore, the next day, after Lin Yuan finished teaching Shuiliang, he suddenly made a decision. Not just on weekends. From now on you will study with me for 2 hours every day. I'll send you my address. You can come to my place when I finish school. Just like yesterday. After learning composition with Lin Yuan for 2 hours, Shuiliang felt that he had gained a lot. This was countless times more useful than his self-study from university composition textbooks, or paying to take some online courses. When Shuiliang heard Mr. Lin say he could learn this way for 2 hours every day from now on, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. What's up? Can I call you master? As you wish. Lin Yuan didn't care about what he was called. He was just a bit distressed now, because the effect of his character card was only 2 hours every day. If he used it on Shuiliang, then he wouldn't be able to use it himself. But in order to fast-track this apprentice's education, he had to make this choice. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future. The character card was his, and it was up to him how to use it. Master, Shuiliang respectfully called. Lin Yuan nodded. Just then, a system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Congratulations, host. You've acquired your first apprentice. You may now view the apprentice's information. A thought flashed across Lin Yuan's mind, and within the music category, he saw Shuiliang's information. Name, Shuiliang. Composing ability, 409. Relationship, master apprentice. Status, not yet graduated. Other, not unlocked. Note, the capability value's full score is 1000. The minimal ability standard for an industry-recognized, gold standard composer is 600. Once Shuiliang's ability reaches above 600, he will formally graduate. So that's how it was. As long as he could boost Shuiliang's composing ability score to over 600, that would be considered having successfully taught this apprentice. That's right. He could totally find an apprentice who could draw. It looked like, when he had time, he'd need to pop by Chi Arts Drawing Society. Check for good talent that would be worth teaching. All right, you can go now, Lin Yuan said. Okay, goodbye, master. Shuiliang respectfully bowed, then left Lin Yuan's office. Not long after Shuiliang left, Gu Qianyun came, his face plastered with a smile, his hands holding a few documents. Mr. Lin, these are our recent intention forms. There are 4 in total. Take a look and see if any interest you. Lin Yuan nodded. Among them, 2 were like you, classified as OSD orders. The so-called OSD generally referred to original soundtracks for television dramas or movies, the most common type of order in Qi continent. Of the other two, one was a game order, the other was a private order. After briefly considering, Lin Yuan didn't immediately make a choice, because these orders' prices were all not high, with the most expensive one being only 2 million. Mr. Lin. Gu Qiangyun guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is just a list of intentions. The specifics still need to be discussed. If you haven't made a choice yet, I can continue to filter the selection." Lin Yuan nodded his agreement. Just as Gu Qiangyun was preparing to take away the files, Lin Yuan pointed to a private order and said, "Leave this one here." Gu Qiangyun was surprised. The order was private in nature, priced at only 700,000. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be interested in it. Lin Yuan explained, "I plan to leave it for Shuai Liang." Teaching alone wasn't enough. To quickly improve Shuai Liang's composition skills, he needed some practical work. This order could be a chance for Shuai Liang to practice. It was a test provided by Lin Yuan for Shuai Liang. Gu Qiangyun was taken aback. Of course, he knew that Lin Yuan had been teaching Shuai Liang composition recently. But could Shuai Liang, with his abilities, really fulfill an order of this 700,000 level magnitude? After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then Gu Qiangyun left. The next day, Lin Yuan resumed his regular school routine. After school, when he returned home, he was somewhat annoyed to find Jian Yi cooking again. The previous steak and snail noodles had left some psychological shadow on Lin Yuan, even though he had courageously finished them. He was unsure about what kind of horror dish Jian Yi might create today. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, Lin Yuan found it was none other than his only disciple, Shuai Liang, standing there. "Master." Shuai Liang saluted. Lin Yuan nodded. "Come in." Once Shuai Liang entered and saw another person there, he hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, I am Shuai Liang, Master's disciple." "Hello, Jian Yi." Jian Yi finished his greeting and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "I'm his master." Jian Yi laughed. "Well done, Lin Yuan. Even accepting disciples now. So should this new friend of ours call me Junior Uncle?" Shuai Liang seriously said, "Hello, Junior Uncle." Jian Yi was startled for a moment, not expecting the child to be so honest. He quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm just joking. Just call me Jian Yi." Shuai Liang honestly said, "Politeness must not be neglected. You are Master's friend. I'll call you Brother Jian." Jian Yi waved. "You're probably older than me. You can call me whatever you like." This Shuai Liang was an honest person. Because of his honesty, he appeared somewhat stiff. Then Jian Yi suddenly felt something was off. Were he and Lin Yuan of different generations? Never mind, they were all their own. "Let's order takeout." Lin Yuan had no faith in Jian Yi's cooking abilities. Shuai Liang volunteered. "Are you cooking?" "I can help." Jian Yi asked, "Do you know how to cook?" Shuai Liang nodded. "Yes, master." 20 minutes later, looking at the 3 delicious dishes on the table, Jian Yi's opinion of Shuai Liang had changed. "Culinary genius, brother. You have to teach me later." Shuai Liang said, "No problem, Brother Jian, you're flattering me." Lin Yuan tasted a bite and was also very surprised. This taste was nothing short of a master chef's. Shuai Liang, reserved and refined. This meal, he had 2 full bowls, which showed how tormented he had been by Jian Yi's cooking before. After dinner, Lin Yuan took Shuai Liang to his bedroom. We start the lesson. With the activation of the teaching aura, Lin Yuan's eyes became serious. Shuai Liang was also very serious. He treated his master and master's lesson with the utmost reverence. This time, the teaching session still lasted 2 hours. After finishing the class, Lin Yuan deliberately checked Shuai Liang's composition ability value. Surprisingly, Shuai Liang's rating had increased a bit. Previously, it was 409, and now it was 415. This was faster than Lin Yuan had imagined. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Lin Yuan could look forward to the day Shuai Liang graduated. Chapter 170, 161, Death of Biao. In the following days, Shuai Liang would learn from Lin Yuan every day. Of course, Shuai Liang was also responsible for Lin Yuan's daily dinner. If Shuai Liang's cooking skills were measured by ability value, it would be at least over 600. As for Jian Yi, he received negative points and was kicked out. However, Jian Yi didn't give up. He lent a hand to Shuai Liang every day, learning how to cook. However, this made the senior-junior relationship even more complicated. Shuiliang was Lin Yuan's apprentice in the first place. After learning to cook from Shuiliang, Jian Yi felt that he had inexplicably become Lin Yuan's grand disciple. Maybe everyone should just keep to their respective roles. After each lesson, Lin Yuan would check Shuiliang's ability value. He knew very well that Shuiliang's ability value was steadily increasing. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Shuiliang reached the level of a gold medal composer. By this time, it was already October. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Qin continent, the latest volume of Zhu Xian was officially released. The world of Zhu Xian was already fully unfolded. The disputes between Biao Party and Xueqi Party were intensifying. Regardless of whether they supported Biao or Lu Sueki, both characters had amassed a huge following. All this popularity translated into the reader's affection for the novel. So whenever a new chapter of Zhu Xian was released, readers couldn't wait to devour it. However, upon reading the latest volume, the truth about the annihilation of Caomiao village was revealed to be the work of Puji, who had once saved both Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu. Zhang Xiaofan was already filled with murderous intent and began to deviate from the righteous path. The readers' hearts clenched in sympathy. The big climax came when Ghost King attacked, and the Immortal Slayer's sword finally appeared. Many readers were greatly moved by this scene. But no one expected that the first person the Immortal Slayer's sword would be used against was Zhang Xiaofan. At this point, the demon-infested Zhang Xiaofan had become a serious threat in the eyes of the Qingyun sect leader. Zhang Xiaofan was doomed to die. The readers were on tenterhooks. Subsequently, a scene that shocked all readers to the core ensued. Just as the Immortal Slayer's sword was about to strike Zhang Xiaofan, a figure clothed in green stepped in front of him. 9 nether ghosts. All heaven gods demons, I sacrifice my body for you. Through 3 lives and 7 worlds, forever falling into the Yin realms. All for love, no regrets, even in death. It was Biao? At the brink of life and death, it was Biao who stood in front of Zhang Xiaofan. She was willing to scatter her soul and body as a price to bear the power of the Immortal Slayer's sword for Zhang Xiaofan. The turbulent wind suddenly changed direction, forming a huge vortex around Biao. The gentle and pretty woman was pushed into the air by the wind, facing that giant, 7-color roving sword. At that moment, she was the only radiance between the heaven and earth. When the unstoppable Immortal Slayer's sword struck down, a bang echoed throughout the world. Vaguely, a slender and sorrowful figure slowly fell from midair. All of a sudden, the world fell silent. Zhang Xiaofan reached out to grasp her, but caught nothing. What fell into his hand was a torn piece of green garment. Why were you so foolish? I haven't told you yet. The person I saw in that ancient well was you. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly dejected. Countless readers were dumbstruck by this plot twist that would undoubtedly turn the whole story around. Some readers even cursed loudly. Biao, she was actually dead? Many people found it hard to accept this fact. At that moment, whether it was the Biao Party, Xueqi Party, or the Minority Harem Party, everyone was emotionally charged. They vented their feelings on relevant forums. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. Bring Biao back. I'm freaking crying. The thing is, I've always been a staunch supporter of Xueqi, but Biao really is. I'll never badmouth Biao again. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, deserves death. Give me the Immortal Slayer's sword. I'll be the first to kill Chu Kuang. I'm crying my eyes out. Biao is dead? Chu Kuang actually killed Biao off. My favorite female character in this book was killed off by Chu Kuang. The person Zhang Xiaofan saw in the full moon antique well was Biao, but Biao can't hear this anymore. As a grown-ass man, my eyes are close to swollen from crying. This was a riot involving all readers of Zhu Xian. With this riot, Biao's popularity was pushed to its peak, outperforming Lu Sueki for the first time by a landslide. And on the day this volume of the novel was released, Chu Kuang's tribe discussion board was totally inundated. All the comments from readers had only 2 intents. Firstly, Chu Kuang, the old rascal, is completely unforgivable. Secondly, Chu Kuang, the old rascal, must bring Biao back. The former is an expression of anger for Biao's death, while the latter is the overwhelming wish from countless readers for Biao to be revived. If anything could be worse than leaving a story unfinished, it would probably be killing off the reader's favorite female character. And Chu Kuang had committed both of these most despicable acts. Not just the readers. Even Silver Blue Books was shocked by this wave of outrage, especially when the editors of the fantasy department looked through the official website comments, refreshing almost every time to see countless new posts. They felt like they were about to lose it. I knew it. Before this volume was even released, I knew that the readers were going to explode. If we knew that, we should have persuaded Chu Kuang to modify the manuscript. When has Chu Kuang ever listened to our editorial advice? No one can change Chu Kuang's decisions. After all, he's always been such a willful author. Are the sales going to tank? The audience is already seething. The editorial department of Silver Blue Books was facing such a shocking scene for the first time. So much so that the memory of today's scene lingered for countless years, even invoking a sense of inexplicable fear. Yes, almost all the readers of Zhu Xian were unhappy. Even the most steadfast fans of Xue Qi couldn't accept Biao's death, let alone those who had always loved Biao so deeply. You could tell by the change in the way they addressed him. In the past, readers called him Master Chu Kuang. Even if Chu Kuang teased readers by leaving chapters unfinished, people only complained a bit. In the end, teasing was nevertheless due to the anticipation of the following plot. This time it was different. The readers' reactions couldn't be described merely as teasing anymore. Chu Kuang had been downgraded from master to the old rascal that was roundly condemned. As many people said, it wasn't the immortal Slayer's sword that killed Biao, it was Chu Kuang, the old rascal. But the novel has already been released, and there's no turning back. The readers could only hope that Biao could be revived in the subsequent plot of Zhu Xian. After all, this is a fantasy novel, so it's not completely impossible for Biao to be resurrected. In the following days, many people were hoping for Chu Kuang to give a definitive response. But Chu Kuang didn't respond. Even though at this moment, Lin Yuan had specially logged into his tribe account to view the reactions of the readers from Qin Continent. It's not that Lin Yuan didn't want to respond. But Lin Yuan knew very well that the readers' expectations were doomed to be unmet. Although, in the subsequent plot of Zhu Xian, Zhang Xiaofan and the Ghost King sect both tried their best to resurrect Biao, but until the end of the novel, Biao didn't manage to come back to life. The only thing left for readers was a trace of her unburnt green robe corner. Chapter 171, 162. Competition _1. Lin Yuan was prepared for the reader revolt that was incited by Biao's death. He had been psychologically prepared when he wrote this plot. It is a turning point in the book, where Zhang Xiaofan undergoes a massive change in nature, leaves Qin Yun, joins the Ghost King sect, and assumes the alias Ghost, who is both righteous and wicked. The subsequent main plot involves a battle between good and evil. It's also a process of resurrecting Biao, even though this process is bound to fail. However, Lin Yuan's silence can also be seen as a form of indulgence. Because a response would essentially spoil the plot, at least he hasn't completely dashed the reader's hopes. This matter hasn't caused any significant impact on Lin Yuan's life. In the days to come, he continued to train. Shueliang, committing to his apprenticeship task. He went to work as usual on weekends. One day, when Lin Yuan came to the company again, Gu Qiangyun knocked on Lin Yuan's door once more. Mr. Lin. After entering the room, Gu Qiangyun hesitated for a moment. Of the 4 orders you declined earlier, we only managed to secure one. The one worth 700,000 that you have, we couldn't secure the other 3. Why? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. He had developed some understanding of the company's situation by now, so he knew that this type of business where the client took the initiative should have had a higher success rate. Gu Qiangyun said with a wry smile, because the clients behind those 3 orders all specifically requested Xianyu. That is, they wanted Mr. Lin to take the order. If you declined, the clients did not want any other composers from the company. Lin Yuan finally understood. No wonder the system wanted him to train an apprentice. The plight of Starlight Music wouldn't change much due to his arrival. The core issue was that the overall strength of the composition department of Starlight Music was inadequate. In order to change this situation completely, some special measures were still needed. But fortunately, we managed to hold on to 1 order. Gu Qiangyun said helplessly. However, The only order we did manage to secure was because I told them that Shui Liang is your student. They agreed to try a collaboration, so I thought, if Shui Liang fails on this order, you should help him out. I will discuss splitting the order with Shui Liang. Gu Qiangyun expressed his words rather tactfully. His true intention was for Lin Yuan to offer a bit of guidance to Shui Liang's composition. If it worked out, the order would be attributed to Shui Liang, but Lin Yuan would receive the money. This way, Shui Liang would have some tangible work under his belt, which would make future orders less challenging. No need. Lin Yuan interjected. Shui Liang is capable of completing this order. Gu Qiangyun, don't you think too highly of Shui Liang? Of course, there's no way Gu Qiangyun would dare to express this thought out loud. He tread lightly. What if he can't complete it? I will step in. Shui Liang is Lin Yuan's apprentice. Lin Yuan would certainly back his apprentice up. But Lin Yuan truly believes that Shui Liang can complete this order. Shui Liang has been learning from him recently, and his progress has been extremely rapid. All right. With this reassurance from Lin Yuan, Gu Qiangyun felt somewhat relieved. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, actually, there is another potential order that I thought I should mention to you. Lin Yuan looked up. How much? Gu Qiangyun replied, also 3 million. Lin Yuan thought it was acceptable, but seeing Gu Qiangyun's troubled look, he asked, is there a problem? How should I put it? Gu Qiangyun weighed his words. This is an order from 7 Star Entertainment. They want to custom-make a song for their top singer, Shui Yun, for 3 million. But this is a competitive order. Lin Yuan was startled. What do you mean? Gu Qiangyun explained. What's meant by a competitive order is the client collaborates with several companies at the same time. Under the same conditions, they will choose the song they like best. Oh, Lin Yuan nodded. Accept it. Gu Qiangyun nodded. We can indeed accept it, but I don't think it's necessary to take it too seriously. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Qiangyun. Gu Qiangyun analyzed. Because such competition offers are often taken by multiple music production companies at the same time, but the client is only one. So even though they sign contracts with several companies, they will finally choose to cooperate with only one company. The rest, on the other hand, turn out empty-handed. Lin Yuan commented, casting a wide net. Gu Qiangyun nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's the wide net strategy. 7 Star Entertainment is planning to sign contracts with 5 B-side companies this time, with all 5 compete for the position. If they don't choose our work in the end, our effort will be in vain. Even if our work is not bad, as long as it's not the best, the client will only symbolically give 100,000 yuan as consolation. Lin Yuan said, then we just need to win the order. Gu Qiangyun couldn't help but laugh at Lin's response. Mr. Lin is bold with high artistic talent and does not fear putting in efforts all for naught. But with so many companies in competition, who can guarantee their song will be chosen by the client? Moreover, you don't have the freedom to choose the singer this time, because their purpose is to tailor a song specifically for Shui Yun. I know Shui Yun. Lin Yuan had researched the market a bit after moving to the Qi continent. Shui Yun was a unique singer. Lin Yuan had listened to more than one of her songs after his arrival. Lin Yuan did prefer to freely choose singers. That's because he didn't know who would sing the song in advance, and he was afraid the song would be ruined. But if the artist for the project was specified in advance, and this artist was of an excellent caliber, then Lin Yuan could accept it, because he could choose a song suitable for that specific singer. After all, having a specific singer is often one of the requirements of the client. All in all, as long as the song isn't ruined, it's fine. Mr. Lin, Gu Qiangyun stated nervously, there's another issue with this project that I need to discuss with you. Lin Yuan asked, what? Gu Qiangyun grimaced, because among the 5 B-side companies chosen by 7 Star Entertainment this time, except for our Starlight Music, the others are quite powerful. 2 of them are even well-known music production companies in the entire Qi continent. One is called Lone Wolf, and the other is called Red Moon. You may not be familiar with them, but you